Chapter 1. Am I mistaken for an otherworldly master? In the southern wilderness realm, situated at the edge of the continent, a labyrinth of mountains intertwines, encasing an entire world within its rugged embrace. It resembles an isolated island, suspended in the vast expanse of existence. Thus, this realm is aptly named the Southern Wilderness. The denizens of this world remain oblivious to whether there exists a sky beyond the Southern Wilderness. No one has ever traversed the formidable mountain ranges to glimpse the world beyond. For the inhabitants of the Southern Wilderness, the sprawling expanse within the 10,000 great mountains constitutes their sole reality. Within the vast territory of the Southern Wilderness, spanning 100,000 li, 5 great empires stand resolutely. These empires jointly govern the Southern Wilderness, wielding absolute authority over the lives and deaths of its inhabitants, akin to 5 towering mountains looming over the populace. Despite the rise of various factions in later generations, none have managed to shake the dominion of the 5 empires. In addition to these secular powers, numerous martial sects flourish within the confines of the Southern Wilderness. Countless martial practitioners cultivate their skills under the regulations established by the 5 empires and various sections. The known realms of martial cultivation are classified from weakest to strongest into 7 distinct tiers: third rate, second rate, first rate, acquired, innate, master, and grandmaster, with a strict hierarchy that is arduous to transcend. Third-rate warriors represent the lowest echelon of the 5 empires, akin to the common folk. Most third-rate martialists find themselves engaged in laborious tasks such as being bodyguards or constables, toiling under the whims of others. That in stark contrast, grandmasters, who stand at the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Southern Wilderness, command immense respect. Even nobility and elders of sects treat them with deference, going to great lengths to invite them into their ranks as esteemed guests. Consequently, martial practitioners within the 5 empires strive relentlessly to ascend the ranks. Chu Feng sighed, his eyes scanning the monotonous content before him, feeling a sense of nausea. In the Bailey Kingdom, within the Jiangnan province, lies a dense forest just outside Dongli City. This forest is renowned as the most famous thicket surrounding Dongli City. It sprawls extensively, encircling the city, yet ferocious beasts often patrol its outskirts, deterring the common folk from venturing near. Even third-rate warriors dare not delve into its depths, confining themselves to the outer fringes. As a result, this forest has remained untouched for over a decade, evolving into a place akin to a forbidden realm. However, deep within this rarely tread forest stands a modest thatched cottage. Inside, a young man reclines with his legs crossed, perusing the scant collection of tomes within. Chu Feng closed the book with a sigh and stepped out of the cottage. He surveyed the lush green surroundings, his dark pupils reflecting a hint of complexity and bewilderment. A month prior, he had inexplicably crossed into this world, landing fortuitously in this desolate, uninhabited forest. The woods teemed with ferocious beasts. Tigers, leopards, and wolves roamed, their howls resonating through the trees, especially at night. Merely peeking out reveals countless pairs of glowing eyes lurking in the darkness, observing with an ominous intent. Had he not been swift in his escape, he would likely have been devoured by now, serving as nourishment for the trees of the forest. Fortunately, the heavens do not completely forsake the desperate. During his flight, Chu Feng stumbled upon a humble thatched cottage nestled amidst the woods. Surrounded by towering trees, it offered a profound sense of secrecy and refuge. Initially, residing in this cottage felt liberating and unrestrained. After all, wild beasts seldom trespassed, and he could sustain himself with the occasional rabbit or wild chicken found in the forest. However, Chu Feng's gaze swept across the relatively open expanse of the woods, warily surveying his surroundings. Though it appeared silent and still, he understood that tigers and leopards were concealed in the shadows, patiently awaiting the moment their prey would let down its guard. Should he venture forth and reveal even the slightest vulnerability, it was highly probable that he would meet a swift demise at the claws of a ferocious beast. Resting his chin upon his hand, his expression turned contemplative as he paced back and forth, deeply conflicted. Should I take the risk? He pondered. Am I truly destined to linger alone in this remote wilderness until death claims me? While this place offered safety, it was devoid of life, not even a soul to converse with. For a young man transported from a new era, this solitude was utterly unbearable. It was a tedium bordering on madness. Aside from the crushing boredom, the dire issue of sustenance loomed large. After all, mountain chickens and wild rabbits were not a daily bounty, and he could not rely on fortune to smile upon him every day. If he continued to wait idly, he would surely starve in this desolation. Lost in thought, he remained blissfully unaware of the figure slowly approaching from the dense thicket behind him. The youth swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously from side to side. As he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the woods, muttering encouragement to himself. Books say that reclusive masters often dwell in serene, secluded mountains, that in the dwellings of these masters, ferocious beasts dare not approach, and calamities do not invade. Once I find such a master, S's words trailed off, the youth abruptly halted in his tracks. Before him, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes as he beheld a solitary thatched cottage in the silent forest. His gaze dropped slightly, and suddenly he held his breath, unable to contain his exhilaration. I've found it. There, beneath the thatched roof, stood a young man in a gray robe, gazing at the clouds, his back turned to him. Clad in simple attire and straw sandals, the youth exuded an air of calm indifference, as if unaffected by the world around him. He resembled an ancient pine, standing resolutely, aloof from earthly concerns, in a flurry of urgency. The boy retrieved a time-worn booklet from his waist, his trembling fingers flipping through its pages as his eyes darted between the text and the young man. In the depths of the mountains stands a solitary abode. Clad in simple garments and straw sandals, he lives alone. Surely, this is a master of the hidden realms, residing in the heart of the mountains, favoring seclusion and transcending worldly affairs, yet possessing formidable strength. Despite the surrounding wilderness teeming with predators, no fearsome beasts dare to intrude upon this sanctuary. Every line in the book aligns perfectly with the figure before him. The narrative does not deceive. Indeed, there exist extraordinary beings beyond this mundane world. The youth gazed at the back of the man, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes, dispelling any lingering hesitation, and with a decisive motion, he cast aside the book in his hand. He transformed his demeanor, shedding the earlier panic, entirely disregarding that he stood in the heart of a dense forest within the most perilous terrain described in the text. In his eyes, there was only the figure of the young man before him. Without a shred of doubt, the youth sprinted to the man's side. Before the young man could turn, he slid to his knees, his gaze intense and his spirit fervent as he declared, "I am the son of the Lord of Dongli City. Xiao Huahua. Huahua has encountered an extraordinary being. I implore you, esteemed elder, accept me as your disciple." Chapter 2. The Tenfold Return System. Activated. But where is the beginner's gift package? In a tranquil forest, silence reigned. Only the tall, slender trees swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. After much hesitation, Chu Feng heard the noise and turned to see, his expression momentarily blank, soon replaced by a glimmer of joy. Before him knelt a youth adorned with a golden crown, dressed in a dark azure robe with wide sleeves and black shoes adorned with cloud patterns. The boy appeared delicate, with a hint of frailty in his demeanor, suggesting a natural weakness, yet his attire indicated he was of noble lineage. Upon seeing this youth, Chu Feng's previously tense features relaxed completely. His eyes sparkled with delight, even trembling slightly with excitement. This is a person, a living being. Chu Feng felt a surge of emotion, almost on the brink of tears. Having traversed into this realm for a month, he had been estranged from humanity for the same duration. The youth before him was the sole living soul he had encountered since his arrival. It was akin to having wandered in a desert for 7 days, only to finally glimpse an oasis. How could he not feel joy? Yet, a peculiar expression crossed Chu Feng's face. Why did this lad suddenly kneel and seek to be his disciple? Could it be that he bore a resemblance to some extraordinary figure? Chu Feng glanced at himself in bewilderment, his confusion deepening. Was there some sort of misunderstanding? He was merely an ordinary person destined to perish alone in these remote mountains, possessing neither skills nor possessions. Upon entering this enigmatic world, he had yearned to learn martial arts. As a myriad of thoughts collided in his mind, a sudden, chilling electronic voice shattered his reverie. Ding! Detection of a disciple seeking acceptance. Congratulations to the host for activating the system. Ding! The tenfold return system is at your service. Chu Feng blinked in astonishment, looking around. The electronic voice seemed to resonate in his ears, while the youth on the ground remained oblivious, still prostrated before him. He quickly realized that the voice originated from within his mind. A wave of elation coursed through him, and an uncontrollable smile crept across his lips as he secretly rejoiced. Oh, heavens, after waiting so long, my system has finally arrived. A whole month, an entire month. A month without any sign of activity. He had thought he was without a system. As Chu Feng contemplated, a brilliant azure light curtain suddenly illuminated before him. The word upon the curtain began to materialize with clarity. Tenfold return system. When the host imparts martial arts techniques to others, the system will automatically track and record. Upon the completion of their training, the host shall receive tenfold the achievements of the practitioner. Note: if the recipient of the teachings makes significant progress, the host will also receive tenfold of that progress. But it is required that the disciple possesses great fortune. Gazing at the inscriptions, a spark ignited in Chu Feng's eyes. What a delightful revelation! Tenfold returns. If he could teach numerous disciples, would he not become invincible across the realms? Furthermore, the prospect of receiving subsequent tenfold advancements from his disciples' progress seemed to promise effortless ascension to the status of a martial arts master. Before him, Xiaohua remained prostrated, tense and motionless. Yet, Chu Feng, undeterred by the presence of the boy, quelled his excitement, striving to regain his composure as he fixated once more on the azure light curtain, silently pondering. Surely, the time must be at hand. It is time for the system to bestow the novice gift package. If the system were to generously provide a premier martial art, he could impart it to his disciples. Should they manage to grasp it, would he not soar to new heights? Envisioning himself as a top-tier powerhouse, marrying a stunning empress, and ascending to the pinnacle of existence seemed just within reach. However, as moments slipped by, the elation on Chu Feng's face gradually faded into a mask of confusion. Half a stick of incense later, the azure curtain remained unchanged. He stared, perplexed, as the anticipation turned to dismay. Where was the novice gift package? Why did this wretched system fail to deliver it? Without the novice package, he possessed no skills to teach anyone. It must be understood that martial arts techniques in this world were exceedingly rare treasures. According to records, various clans and sects regarded these techniques as lifelines, fiercely guarding them against dissemination. They were not easily obtained. Moreover, the techniques circulating in the marketplace were mostly mediocre at best. Aside from those incapable of learning martial arts, few would even glance at them. Such techniques lacked allure, let alone the prospect of imparting them to disciples who would be eager to learn. As an ordinary individual, where could Chu Feng seek out martial arts techniques? What could he offer in exchange for such knowledge? His joy had turned to despondency, leaving him rooted in place like a statue. Unbeknownst to him, the youth before him cast a furtive glance. As half a stick of incense passed, Xiaohua stole another glance at Chu Feng, then quickly averted his gaze, frowning in introspection. Could it be that the master is displeased with me? Having remained bowed for so long, the enigmatic figure before him still retained an expression of serene stillness, neither accepting nor rejecting him, but merely standing in silence. This only served to heighten Xiaohua's unease. His head trembled as he pondered. He neither dismissed me nor commanded my departure. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Could it be that I have somehow offended this esteemed master? Or perhaps the esteemed one believes my talent is insufficient and is hesitating to accept me as a disciple. Alternatively, as the tales suggest, the master might be testing the fortitude of my spirit. The mention of the tales caused a shiver to run through Xiaohua, severing all his thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the tales he had carelessly discarded moments ago. He couldn't help but smack his forehead, lowering his head in self-reproach. Xiaohua, how could you be so foolish? Did the text not state that to become a disciple one must express their intentions and present a gift? The stories further assert that the more profound the master's abilities, the greater their appreciation for such formalities. The esteemed one must be awaiting my offering. I have acted too abruptly. Such a significant matter as apprenticeship should certainly not lack in proper etiquette. Shouldn't I take the initiative? Would the master truly need to speak first? With this revelation, Xiao Huahua hastily leaned forward. His hands searching his person, he rummaged through his sleeves, collar, and waist, frantically inspecting every inch of himself. All the items of worth he could find were laid bare before him. Clutching these treasures in his palms, Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth and, with a sense of trepidation, bowed before Chu Feng. "Master, please accept your disciple. Your disciple understands that these mundane items may not meet your esteemed standards. Yet, they represent my sincere intentions. I earnestly hope you will accept them." Observing the youth's unexpected gesture, Chu Feng glanced at the offerings in his hands. He beheld a 7-inch-long blood ginseng and a pill, glimmering subtly in the dappled light filtering through the leaves. Chapter 3. A 3-Year Pact? The Jilted Warrior. Chu Feng cast a glance at the object held by the youth, a 7-inch-long, crimson ginseng, and a pill of indiscernible rank, yet exuding a rich aura that was invigorating to the spirit. A century-old blood ginseng, accompanied by a potent pill. This lad seems to possess quite a fortune. Through the texts within the thatched cottage, Chu Feng had gleaned some understanding of the living conditions of the common folk in this world. Ordinary families could scarcely afford such treasures. It would require the backing of noble lords or the influence of formidable clans for their younger scions to possess such items. As Chu Feng's thoughts swirled, a smirk crept onto his lips. He pondered, perhaps he could feign acceptance of a disciple-less gift? It wasn't he the ginseng or the pill that tempted him. His gaze fell upon the youth, noting his attire and the items he presented. The boy undoubtedly hailed from a wealthy family, and it was plausible that Xiao Huahua had formidable martial masters in his lineage. Perhaps he could take this lad under his wing and devise a means for the family's martial master to escort them both out of this forest? No. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it was swiftly dismissed with a vigorous shake of his head. He scrutinized the youth, furrowing his brow. While the boy's affluent background was apparent, it also suggested that his family likely possessed a degree of discernment. What if they easily perceived that Chu Feng was merely an ignorant charlatan? Wouldn't they simply eliminate him? Shaking his head, Chu Feng sighed deeply. This notion was promptly rejected. He realized he must adhere to his principles and resist temptation. In this ruthless world, morality and law held little sway. One must proceed with utmost caution. Any misstep could cost him his life. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, his demeanor had not gone unnoticed by Xiao Huahua, who remained kneeling. His eyes flickering with a hint of panic and despair. His mouth unconsciously tightened, and as he gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, a singular thought consumed him. It is over, all is lost. The master has shaken his head. He is unwilling to accept me as a disciple. Truly. The reclusive masters are not as easily swayed as the tales suggest. Suddenly struck by a bold resolve, Xiao Huahua closed his eyes, steeling himself, and fervently declared, "Senior, I am aware that you look down upon me. However, I possess an urgent need to grow stronger. I beseech you, take me as your disciple. I implore you." With that, he bowed deeply, striking his head against the ground with fervent intensity. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his head hitting the earth resonated heavily. When the youth finally lifted his head, he bore a fresh crimson mark upon his forehead, blood seeping forth. Chu Feng, momentarily taken aback, found his previous thoughts cast aside. This lad, in such a state, surely harbored a story of his own? Before he could utter a word, the youth before him spoke with an air of melancholy. "Senior, I am known as Xiao Huahua, the son of the Lord of Dongli City. My father, before my birth, arranged a marriage contract with the mysterious sect of Zhangzhou, binding us in an engagement. Since my childhood, I have possessed little talent for martial arts, and despite my relentless efforts over the years, I have only managed to attain a mere third-rate ability. In contrast, my fiancé E is the young master of the mysterious sect, having reached first-rate prowess at the tender age of 16, and is now even striving to break through to the innate realm. The disparity in our strengths is immense. She looks down upon me and has come to our Dongli City Lord's estate to annul our engagement." At this point, Xiao was body tensed, his palms unconsciously digging into the ground as he spoke, his voice trembling slightly. "My father has always placed great importance on reputation. To have someone come to revoke the engagement not only transforms me into the greatest laughingstock of Dongli City, but also leaves our Lord's estate utterly humiliated. In a desperate attempt to salvage our remaining dignity, I tore up the marriage contract, voluntarily annulling the engagement, and established a 3-year agreement with her." Xiao Huahua then raised his gaze towards Chu Feng, his eyes filled with determination. "In 3 years, I shall surpass her and restore the honor of the Dongli City Lord's estate." Suddenly, however, he appeared deflated, lowering his head. But alas, I have been foolish. 2.5 years have already passed since the agreement, leaving only half a year remaining, and my cultivation has made no progress. The youth collapsed onto the ground, exerting all his strength to declare, should a master be willing to accept me, the offerings I present are merely a fraction of what I am prepared to give, and I would gladly offer all of myself to the esteemed master. Though Xiaohua spoke with profound sorrow, as if the annulment were still fresh in his mind. Chu Feng found himself stifling laughter as he observed the boy prostrate before him. Internally, he couldn't help but chuckle. An annulment and a 3-year pact? This mirrors the experiences of the protagonist in a certain renowned story from my past life. While he had encountered countless annulment scenarios in various online tales, witnessing such an occurrence unfold before his eyes struck him as amusing. 2 youths, not exceeding 17, exchanging a marriage contract, their predicament becoming the talk of the town. While establishing a 3-year agreement seemed rather absurd, though it may be reasonable in this world. As a modern individual who had crossed over, Chu Feng found the situation rather awkward. Yet, amidst his embarrassment, he quickly regained his composure. Chu Feng silently mused, an annulment trend, a 3-year pact. Could this young man truly be the one of great fortune mentioned by the system? His gaze remained fixed upon the boy, scrutinizing him repeatedly. If he were to take him under his wing and impart secret techniques, he would receive tenfold in return, allowing him to swiftly rise from nothingness to greatness. The prospect of future discipleship also seemed promising. To be honest, Chu Feng felt quite tempted. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the youth before him, as if he were beholding the world's most exquisite beauty, an overwhelming desire to reach out and touch him surging within. However, he soon deflated, letting out a sigh. The paramount issue at hand was his utter lack of resources. A skilled artisan cannot create a masterpiece without materials. Without anything to impart, he was rendered powerless. Even the allure of a tenfold return was futile against his impotence. Suddenly, as he once more heard the esteemed figure before him shake his head and sigh, Xiaohua's body tensed further, only to relax in despair as he uttered, "Is it truly impossible?" As he spoke, Xiaohua unsteadily rose to his feet, his gaze dimmed, and with a self-deprecating smile directed at Chu Feng, he said, "Senior, I have overstepped my bounds. A person of your caliber would hardly deign to notice one as mediocre as I, a mere third-rate warrior despite years of cultivation." With those words, he turned to leave. Chapter 4, Be Bold. Invent the method of cultivation. In the forest, the youth turned away, cloaked in despondency. Chu Feng gazed at the figure of the young man, his brow furrowing deeper, his palms clenching with intensity. His gaze shifted to the surroundings once more. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Xiaohua was the sole individual he had encountered. If Xiaohua were to depart now, would he ever chance upon another soul intruding into this dense woodland? Would there be any opportunity left for him to escape this forest? Moreover, having been transported to a realm of martial arts, he found himself devoid of any prospects to become a cultivator, to rise as a formidable force. Was he merely to lament with his system companion? He refused to accept this fate. As Chu Feng observed the youth retreating further into the distance, contemplating the forlorn silhouette, a surge of determination ignited within him. Is it not merely a technique? How could I not craft one? In my previous life, I had perused nearly every work of martial literature, having immersed myself in countless novels and the various methodologies they presented. Is it beyond my capability to conjure a technique from thin air? The more he entertained this thought, the brighter his eyes shone, and his confidence swelled. With the breadth of my reading in my past life, I could articulate the intricacies of any realm, be it acquired or innate, and even the levels beyond that of a grandmaster. With clarity established in his mind, Chu Feng resolved to act. He fixed his gaze upon the figure that had strayed over 30 meters away, nearly slipping from his sight. Adopting an air of profundity, he clasped his hands behind his back and cleared his throat. His voice, tinged with an ancient resonance, echoed through the forest, with the sun and moon in hand. I pluck the stars. There exists no one like me in this world. I have dwelled in seclusion for many years, reluctant to meddle in worldly affairs. Yet, I never anticipated this fateful encounter. Startled by the voice, Xiaohua halted abruptly, his body trembling as he turned back in astonishment. He beheld the sage, whose countenance remained unchanged, lost in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. "Very well, if it is thus, then I shall accept you." Upon hearing these words, the despair that had clouded Xiaohua's face vanished entirely. His murky eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, and his steps quickened as he rushed back towards Chu Feng, kneeling before him with a resounding thud. He bowed thrice, exclaiming with joy, Disciple pays respects to master. Thank you, master, for accepting me. A smile broke upon Xiaohua's lips, his gaze alight with fervor as he looked up at the young man. Though the sage appeared youthful, his presence exuded a profound steadiness, shrouded in an air of mystery, indistinguishable from an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Yet, his demeanor radiated a sense of freedom, as if he were unfettered by worldly concerns. This observation only served to reinforce Xiaohua's belief. This sage was undoubtedly unparalleled, surpassing all he had ever encountered. It is said that only those who are filled with self-importance, like a half-filled vessel, feel the need to flaunt their strength, ensuring the world recognizes their might. True strength lies in the ability to embrace simplicity, to retreat into the essence of one's being, and to meld seamlessly into the vast tapestry of the world. The adage that extraordinary individuals emerge from the mundane encapsulates this very principle. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xiaohua discreetly scrutinized Chu Feng, her fervor intensifying. Even her breath betrayed a hint of disarray. Not even the esteemed leader of the Misty sect, a paragon of innate prowess, could conceal every trace of their aura, appearing like an ordinary person. It is often said that exceptional masters beget exceptional disciples. Thus, if she were to study under such a legendary figure, wouldn't she be able to best that insolent young master of the Misty sect in their upcoming contest 6 months hence? Although Chu Feng remained oblivious to her thoughts, he eventually broke the silence, gently urging, "Disciple, rise." With half-closed eyes, he feigned profundity as Xiaohua stood before him. "Now that you have become my disciple, a mutual understanding between us is indispensable." With an invigorated nod, Xiaohua replied, "Master, what inquiries do you have?" "Your disciple shall answer without reservation," maintaining a calm demeanor. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, I shall test your knowledge. What is the current state of martial prowess in this realm? And to what heights can one ascend?" His eyes narrowed as he regarded the well-dressed youth, patiently awaiting his response. His prior understanding of martial artists was gleaned solely from the records within his humble abode, providing only a cursory grasp of the various realms without insight into their extraordinary capabilities. He needed to ascertain the feats achievable by practitioners of corresponding realms to craft suitable martial techniques. Otherwise, if he were to compose a manual on the great wilderness prisoner's finger, only for the recipient to find themselves ensnared by mere weeds, it would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaohua articulated her thoughts. A third-rate martial artist bears little distinction from the average person, capable of scaling walls and traversing rooftops. A postnatal martial artist can project their aura outward, striking from a distance. Meanwhile, an innate martial artist can soar like a celestial being, facing multitudes with ease. As she spoke, her gaze grew increasingly fervent, directed skyward in admiration. As for the legendary Grandmaster realm, it grants one the ability to envelop oneself in a protective aura, impervious to blades and arrows. With the strength of a single individual, one could challenge thousands, decimating vast armies and altering the tide of battle. This is the true pinnacle of mastery. Listening to Xiaohua, Chu Feng nodded, seemingly satisfied. Yet internally he grappled with uncertainty. According to his naive disciple, the martial prowess of this world was indeed formidable, surpassing that of previous martial realms he had encountered. Which world should he choose as a template for crafting martial arts? The Fengyan world? He shook his head, finding its combat prowess insufficient. The dragon and the 8 parts? That seemed even less compatible. The Dolua world? His eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more, shaking his head in contemplation. The martial prowess of this world is somewhat perplexing. Its efficacy may not surpass that of the martial cultivators from his own realm, and the cultivation techniques here often entail specific prerequisites that may not be compatible with this world. Nevertheless, this realization has sparked a few ideas within him. A glimmer of inspiration shone in his eyes. Indeed, if the martial world proves inadequate and the high martial realm falls short, why not venture directly into the realm of immortality for answers? If there exists auras of vitality, then it stands to reason that spiritual energy may also be present in this world. Once this young man masters the techniques of immortality, could he not dominate this realm? Contemplating this, he felt a surge of pride as he mused. If that is the case, perhaps I could ascend to immortality and become an ancestor in the process. After a period of reflection, Chu Feng resolved to devise a cultivation technique. After all, it would merely be a fabrication drawn from his memory and the sparse summaries found in novels. Much like the martial artists in contemporary films who train according to the content of comics, such a notion may seem absurd. The success rate may be low, so why not be audacious? Chapter 5, The Path of Qi Cultivation, also known as Immortal Cultivation. Beneath the dense forest, Xiaohuahua looked up. The figure of his newly appointed master suddenly gazed at the sky, a fleeting hint of melancholia flickering in his eyes. Just as Xiaohuahua pondered this perplexing moment, his master returned to himself, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his tone profound. His gaze fell upon Xiaohuahua, seemingly expressing a sigh of disappointment. As he remarked, "It has been long since I ventured into the world. Is the realm outside now solely devoted to martial cultivation?" Upon hearing these words tinged with melancholy, and gazing at the somewhat aloof figure before him, Xiaohuahua was taken aback, his scalp prickling with astonishment. His eyes, fixed upon Chu Feng, brimmed with disbelief, as if he had encountered a revelation that shattered all notions of the ordinary. With a shake of his head and a swirl of confusion, he stammered, "According to historical records, has it not always been the path of martial cultivation since ancient times? Could it be that there exists another method of cultivation beyond martial prowess?" He stared wide-eyed, awaiting the sage's response with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Observing the boy's reaction, Chu Feng felt a surge of amusement within. Excellent. This young lad has taken the bait. His words had already instilled a sense of belief in the boy, solidifying the image of his transcendent persona in the boy's mind through these revolutionary assertions. Chu Feng maintained his indifferent demeanor, still projecting an aura of detachment. Yet a hint of disdainful amusement played at the corners of his lips. The myriad paths of the world can be categorized into the grand path and the minor path. The way of martial cultivation, in essence, is merely a minor path. Even if one devotes their entire life to it, they will inevitably remain confined by its limitations, unable to ascend to the true pinnacle of existence. As you mentioned, the ultimate achievement of martial cultivation is but the so-called Grand Master realm. The might you admire is merely the ability of one individual to vanquish an army, and nothing more. Nothing more. These two words struck Xiaohuahua like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. The superlative figures he revered, including the entire easternly city and the people of the southern wilderness, were reduced to such a mere assessment in his master's eyes? At this thought, his breath quickened, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he gazed intently at the man before him. If even the Grand Master was merely nothing more, what then was the realm of his master? Chu Feng cleared his throat and continued, "This minor path pales in comparison to the grand path." Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua could no longer suppress his excitement. "Master, what then is this grand path, and what is the nature of its practitioners?" Observing Xiaohuahua's growing enthusiasm, Chu Feng smiled gently. "The grand path is none other than the way of qi refinement. Should you embark upon this grand path, the so-called grand masters will appear as mere children in your presence. The way of qi refinement." Xiaohuahua murmured these 4 words to himself, simultaneously searching his mind for any knowledge related to this path. However, he revisited all the books he had perused from childhood to adulthood and the myriad experiences he had undergone, yet he found himself empty-handed, unable to unearth any memories related to the term refining qi. This unfamiliar vocabulary intruded upon his consciousness for the very first time. He lowered his head and murmured to himself, could it be that the path of refining qi is a realm accessible only to the most exceptional masters? The more he pondered this notion, the more he acquiesced to it. Though he was merely a minor city lord, he was undoubtedly several realms above the ordinary individuals who could encounter formidable beings. The fact that he had never even heard of such a cultivation method in his upbringing suggested that it was likely a secret known only among the highest echelons of experts. As this thought crystallized in his mind, the path of refining qi became increasingly enigmatic and profound. Now, as a martial artist who had yet to attain even the second tier, he was unexpectedly confronted with such a concept. How could he possibly remain composed? Xiaohuahua, brimming with excitement, inquired, "May I ask, Master, how terrifying is the path of refining qi?" Observing Xiaohuahua's fervent demeanor, Chu Feng felt a surge of delight within. It was imperative that this young man be made to believe that the path of refining qi was utterly unattainable, a domain so exclusive that even the most elite martial artists struggled to access it. Thus, even if he failed in imparting the technique, Xiaohuahua would seek the cause within himself. In that moment, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards his own lack of talent. Rationalizing that such a grand path was indeed challenging to cultivate and comprehend, yet he would never think to attribute it to Chu Feng. In this manner, Chu Feng had secured a potential retreat. Once he had sufficiently instilled in Xiaohuahua a sense of reverence for the path of refining qi, he gradually began to elucidate. The path of refining qi is boundless. The initial realm is centered around refining qi, known as the qi refining realm. As he spoke, Chu Feng raised 2 fingers toward Xiaohuahua, Should one manage to break through to the Qi refining realm, their lifespan would be significantly extended, allowing them to live for an additional 2 cycles of the zodiac. Upon attaining the great perfection of Qi refining, one could live for 3 additional cycles. Gazing at Chu Feng's outstretched 3 fingers, Xiao Huahua was left astonished. He understood that martial cultivation could enhance one's physical constitution, enabling martial artists to evade ailments, often resulting in greater longevity. However, martial artists remained bound by the limitations of their mortal lifespan. Upon reaching their maximum age, they would inevitably depart from this world. The notion of extending life, he had only heard that perhaps grandmasters could achieve such a feat. Moreover, even at the grandmaster level, extending life by 5 or 6 decades was far from the exaggerated claims of 2 cycles. The Qi refining stage described by his master, once crossed, could lead to such a formidable state. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaohua was yearning for the path of refining Qi grew ever more fervent. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng continued, once you step into the Qi refining realm, you will be able to manifest your spiritual energy externally. The might of that spiritual energy far surpasses what you refer to as the internal force of postnatal martial artists. Upon reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement, one gains the ability to soar through the skies on a sword, wield mystical arts, and manipulate the ethereal energies of the universe, unleashing extraordinary powers that defy imagination. At this juncture, Chu Feng paused for an extended moment, observing the eager, wide-eyed Xiaohua as he hung on every word, tantalizing his curiosity before continuing. Thus, the path of Qi refinement is oft referred to as the cultivation of immortality. Xiaohua was momentarily stunned, his breathing erratic, and his mind momentarily faltering as he muttered to himself, merely stepping into Qi refinement already surpasses the innate martial artists? And in mid-stage, one can traverse the heavens and the earth. To achieve perfection in the initial realm of Qi refinement allows one to live for 3 cycles of 10 years. Astonished, Xiaohua silently recited these thoughts, as if grasping something elusive in his mind. Qi refinement, cultivation of immortality. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if an epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed in shock to Chu Feng, Master, could it be that the path of Qi refinement leads to the legendary realms of celestial beings? Chapter 6, Master, could it be that you are a celestial? In the forest, the world fell into a profound silence. A gentle breeze caressed his face, yet it failed to ease the tension in Xiao Huahua's muscles. Instead, it startled him into a sudden shiver. He fixed his gaze on his master before him, acutely aware of the rapid thumping of his own heartbeat. His eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. If the so-called path of refining Qi could ultimately lead to the legendary immortals, then today, he might just have encountered something extraordinary. This path of Qi refinement could very well drive the 5 great empires to madness, igniting fervor throughout the entire southern wasteland. After all, it was an unprecedented, unheard of gateway to the heavens. Such a method could potentially reshape the long-standing dominance of the 5 great empires that had remained unchanged for millennia in the southern wasteland. At last, under the intensity of Xiao Huahua's gaze, the young man before him, with a faint smile, gently nodded, naturally. Cultivating immortality, if one cannot ultimately become an immortal, then what is the point of the endeavor? His words, blunt yet thunderous, struck Xiao Huahua's mind like a bolt from the blue. The implications of Chu Feng's statement caused Xiao Huahua to instinctively take a few steps back, his mouth agape in disbelief. Murmuring to himself as he shook his head, could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? If they do, are they not born divine but rather cultivated through perseverance? Visions of the statues of deities enshrined within the temple of Dongli City suddenly flashed through his mind. Until now, he had believed these immortals were mere fabrications of storytellers or figments of his ancestors' imaginations. He had thought that what they worshipped was merely the desires of their hearts, not a specific being. Yet now, this notion seemed to be upended. Was it possible that beyond the ordinary martial practitioners of the land, there existed a mysterious and powerful collective? Could this group dwell high above, perhaps hidden among the clouds or in the depths of secluded mountains, observing the world from their lofty perch? Might this group be the very cultivators of the Tao that his master spoke of? Now, he found himself presented with an opportunity to join their ranks, to partake in the cultivation of the Tao, and to become one revered by all, celebrated throughout the ages. For a moment, Xiao Huahua felt dizzy, as if a veil of illusion that had surrounded him for 16 years had suddenly been pierced. A previously unseen reality emerged before his eyes. Once more, Xiao Huahua raised his gaze to his master. Standing nearly 10 meters away, the young man, who had seemed so familiar just half a day ago, now appeared strangely distant. A delicate, ethereal veil seemed to envelop him, rendering him mysterious and otherworldly, as though he were not of this realm. This master, whom he had known for such a brief time, felt akin to the celestial beings he had revered for years. Could it be that his master was also an immortal? The thought surged from the depths of his heart like an unstoppable tide. Xiao Huahua gazed anxiously at Chu Feng, cautiously inquiring, "What is your esteemed realm, master? Have you perhaps ascended to immortality?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng chuckled softly, turning his gaze skyward, leaving Xiao Huahua with only his silhouette. With a gentle voice, he remarked, "Huahua, on the path of cultivation, one must remain grounded, avoiding lofty aspirations. As for my realm, in this world, it has long been forgotten. Even if I were to disclose it to you, it would bear no benefit. Instead, it may disturb the tranquility of your heart in cultivation. Regarding whether I have attained immortality." Chu Feng suddenly turned around, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Yet he chose to remain silent. Although Chu Feng ultimately said nothing, in Xiao Huahua's eyes, it felt as though he had conveyed everything. This scene struck Xiao Huahua like a bolt from the blue, causing him to stagger back several steps, his youthful frame trembling with excitement. Indeed, in the tales he had read, only the most extraordinary masters would speak in half-truths, leaving the remainder for the listener to comprehend. Xiao Huahua murmured to himself, "Immortal. My master must have ascended. Otherwise, how could he possess such knowledge or command the methods of cultivation?" His speculations solidified in that moment. Undoubtedly, immortals existed in this world, and his master must be one of them. Moreover, it was highly probable that his master was one of the divine beings he had heard of, perhaps even the very deity to whom he had once knelt and offered incense. He had not anticipated that by summoning his courage to enter this forest, he would encounter such a paragon of the world, a being that seemed to exist only in legends. It appeared that the 16 years of his struggles had paved the way for this moment. Xiao Huahua nodded resolutely, looking earnestly at Chu Feng as he declared, "Master, I wish to learn the path of cultivation, to master the art of qi refinement." As he spoke, his front teeth trembled, and his eyes sparkled with profound respect and fervor. According to his master, the path of qi refinement ultimately leads to the realm of immortals. Even if one does not reach the end, merely stepping onto this path would grant them an additional lifespan of 2 decades. Though he was uncertain of the extent of the power it would bestow, living 2 decades longer than the average person surely held remarkable significance, undoubtedly surpassing any innate capabilities. If he could master this, even with only half a year remaining, he would undoubtedly surpass the young master of the Miao Miao sect. However, the youth before him continued to regard him silently, offering no response. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua regained his composure, recalling the teachings from the tales he had read. Esteemed masters were known to place great importance on etiquette. Some would be willing to impart their wisdom but would not reveal it outright. Instead, they would leave riddles or cryptic messages for their disciples to ponder. Legend spoke of a divine monkey who sought enlightenment from an immortal master and was publicly struck on the forehead 3 times. The monkey immediately comprehended the lesson, rising at the 3rd watch to seek his master, ultimately mastering unparalleled immortal techniques. Even if his master's cultivation methods were not as exalted as those in the legends, they certainly would not fall short by much. The necessary etiquette, too, must not be overly presumptuous. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Huahua solemnly approached Chu Feng, kneeling down with 3 bows and 9 prostrations, exclaiming loudly, "I beseech my esteemed master to impart the method of qi cultivation to me. This will enable me to redeem myself in the duel 6 months hence." Chu Feng, taken aback by Xiao Huahua's unexpected kneeling, pondered inwardly, "I was just contemplating how to formulate the qi cultivation method. What could this lad have concocted in his mind?" A slight smile crept upon his face as he thought, "This is indeed favorable. Xiao Huahua has demonstrated unwavering devotion and profound trust in me. Whatever I instruct him to do, he is likely to follow. Thus, even in failure, he would not attribute it to me." After a moment of silence, Chu Feng gently cleared his throat and then spoke, "Since you sincerely seek the art of immortality, I shall bestow upon you the teachings of qi cultivation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua trembled with emotion, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, and he fully prostrated himself on the ground, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master." Chapter 7. The Art of Breath Control. Inside the humble cottage, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of anxiety as he glanced around. The room contained only an old wooden bed, a table, a few books, and a pair of chopsticks, exuding an aura of stark simplicity and a profound sense of isolation that transcended the mundane world. Such was the dwelling of an esteemed master in the tales. Xiao Huahua, Upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, the astonished youth quickly knelt, trembling as he replied, "Disciple is here." Seated on the bed, Chu Feng regarded Xiao Huahua with satisfaction, his tone calm and measured. "Excellent. I shall now impart to you the method of energy cultivation. Listen closely, for you must execute my instructions without deviation. Rise." With a single command, the kneeling youth stood up. Chu Feng continued, "Now, emulate your master and sit cross-legged." Xiao Huahua settled onto the floor, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng while he adjusted his posture. Before he could fully compose himself, he heard Chu Feng's guiding voice, sensed the spiritual energy of the universe. The ability to perceive this energy is the first step in cultivation. Only by recognizing the existence of celestial energy can one claim to possess the talent for cultivation. Upon hearing these words, a wave of tension washed over Xiao Huahua. He steadied his heartbeat, taking deep breaths to force himself into a state of calm. The weight of Chu Feng's words pressed heavily upon him. What if he could not sense the celestial energy? Would all his efforts dissolve into nothingness? Such thoughts sent his mind into disarray, stirring a sense of frustration within him. Xiao Huahua shook his head vigorously, mentally reassuring himself. "It's all right, Xiao Huahua. You must believe in yourself. Even if I lack the talent for martial cultivation, perhaps I possess the gift for energy cultivation. Moreover, with such a divine master by my side, even if I lack inherent talent, he would not abandon me. He will certainly find a way to assist me." With this newfound resolve, his heart settled into tranquility. Meanwhile, the gentle guidance of Chu Feng continued to resonate in his ears. "I will first teach you the method of breath control. Only by mastering this technique can you truly perceive the spiritual energy of the universe." Xiao Huahua became increasingly focused. This was it. He was taking the first step into the realm of energy cultivation, a step toward altering his fate. However, he waited in silence for a considerable time. Yet Chu Feng had yet to continue. After a brief pause, Chu Feng reflected on the methods of energy cultivation he had previously considered. Yet he had not fully contemplated the foundational techniques. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, recalling the breath control techniques from the celestial realms. With an air of mystery, Chu Feng slowly articulated, "The art of breath control is profoundly intricate. I shall now teach you a simple entry method. First, envision yourself as an ancient tortoise. Imagine how this tortoise breathes." Tortoise? Xiao Huahua suddenly remembered that during his father's birthday celebration last year, a powerful faction had gifted them an old tortoise. Although his father harbored a disdain for the old tortoise, he found it amusing and often kept it company. Suddenly, the old tortoise seemed to materialize right beside him. Xiao Huahua stared intently at the tortoise, observing the subtle rise and fall of its abdomen, and unconsciously, his breathing began to slow. With each breath, his body grew increasingly tranquil. Each inhalation lingered within him, refreshing his spirit. It felt as though his entire being relaxed further. Pausing, Xiao Huahua sensed the peculiar transformation within him, and he marveled inwardly. Is this the unprecedented path of cultivation? Is this what is termed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth? I am prepared. Let it come. Observing Xiao Huahua with his eyes tightly shut, Chu Feng scratched his head, pondering. This lad seems to be quite in tune. Could it be that he has truly grasped something profound? He then continued to elucidate. The so-called spiritual essence is the primordial energy of the universe, concealed within the sun and moon, and scattered across the tranquil mountains and rivers. To perceive this essence, given your current level of cultivation, you must rely solely on the most fundamental technique of breath control, resonating with the frequencies of heaven and earth. When your breathing attains this subtlety, you will be able to retain the spiritual essence within your body. At this point, Chu Feng hastily added, the process of sensing the spiritual essence of the universe is remarkably simple. Since you have become my disciple, it is certainly within your capabilities. Is it not? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua, who sat in silence, felt a warmth at the tip of his nose, and his eyes began to glisten with moisture. Since he could remember, despite his noble status and a life akin to being adored like a star, he had never been believed in so wholeheartedly due to his lack of aptitude for cultivation. Even during the establishment of a 3-year pact, he was merely regarded as a means to salvage dignity by the city lord's manor and the people of Dongli City. Everyone assumed that after 6 months, he would still be trampled by that woman, destined to live a life steeped in disgrace. Even his father, who had supported him for 16 years, suggested he temporarily distance himself from Dongli City as the date approached, fearing that he would succumb to a crippling sense of inferiority after a humiliating defeat. While this was meant for his good, it also reflected a lack of faith in him. Yet now, this master, whom he had known for less than half a day, placed such unwavering trust in him, imparting supreme teachings. This was the first time he had ever felt such profound trust since his birth. Xiao Huahua resolved, whether it be to defeat that woman in 6 months and prove that I am not worthless, or to honor my master's faith in me, I must succeed. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua's eyes flew open wide as he gazed at Chu Feng, noticing the exhilaration in his expression. Chu Feng excitedly inquired, "Have you cultivated your spirit, my disciple?" "Master, I will certainly cultivate my spiritual power. I promise to devote myself entirely to my training." As Xiao Huahua gazed towards Chu Feng, who had his mouth half open, he inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" With a rigid expression, Chu Feng continued, "Disciple, when you cultivate your spiritual energy, I will be able to sense it. I firmly believe that you will indeed cultivate your spiritual energy." Xiao Huahua, filled with excitement, nodded fervently, assuring, "Master, rest assured, Huahua will never slacken." With a slight nod, Chu Feng looked at the focused Xiao Huahua and gently remarked, "Just concentrate on your training here." With that, Chu Feng slowly rose and exited the room. Once he stealthily made his way 7 paces away from the wooden cabin, he finally exhaled in relief. Turning back to glance at the thatched cottage, Chu Feng shook his head and mused, "I hope this lad truly grasps something." He then fell into deeper contemplation, muttering to himself, "This boy is so foolish and easily deceived if he fails to cultivate. I could always devise a plan to trick him first. Worst case, I'll find a way after we step outside." Chapter 8. Xiao Huahua's Self-Reflection. This is the essence of a master. Before the thatched cottage, Chu Feng glanced back, curling his lips. Look at that lad, practicing so earnestly. I wonder if he has truly grasped anything. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, lost in thought. It seemed that in the films of his past life, individuals practiced in a similar manner, did they not? According to the tropes of cinema, one merely needed to follow the training methods depicted in comics, and through sheer effort, results would inevitably manifest. If such a methodology were applicable in this realm, as described in the novels of his previous existence, sensing the presence of spiritual energy should be remarkably straightforward. Regardless of one's innate talent, 10 days would suffice. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a surge of confidence. The method he imparted for entering the Tao was a culmination of the finest elements from countless cultivation novels of his past life. After extensive filtering, he had selected the most suitable approach for Xiao Huahua's practice. The rhetoric and steps involved were such that even Xiao Huahua, a novice enamored with martial arts tales, would find them perplexing. Indeed, even he, accustomed to modern society, might be left bewildered. However, as he pondered, a frown creased his brow. He should be able to perceive the existence of spiritual energy, shouldn't he? If 10 days pass and this lad remains oblivious, he cast a sweeping gaze over the surroundings, finally resting his eyes upon the thatched cottage. Worry etched across his face. That would imply this world might truly lack spiritual energy. If that were the case, I would have no choice but to take my leave. At the very least, this place would no longer be tenable. Currently, Xiao Huahua was still charmed by him, but when he eventually awoke to the reality of being deceived, all his dreams would shatter like fragile bubbles, and the anticipated victory in 3 years would become utterly unattainable. The energy accumulated in this endeavor was no trifling matter. As of now, Xiao Huahua still addressed him as master, but once he lost everything, he might very well unleash the full might of Dongli City in a desperate bid for vengeance. With this unsettling thought, a hint of anxiety flickered across Chu Feng's countenance. I sincerely hope he can discern something worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped by. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the wooden hut, noting the continued silence within, and with a sigh, reclined upon a branch as thick as a thigh, gently closing his eyes. Before long, a crackling sound resonated in his ears. Chu Feng opened his eyes and glanced down. There, Xiao Huahua was clumsily arranging the firewood before him. With a swift motion, he dropped the wood, igniting it with a firestone. Once the flames blazed sufficiently, he placed a ceramic pot atop, and within moments, the water began to boil. Xiao Huahua gazed at the bubbling surface, hesitating momentarily. Then, feeling the pinch in his heart, he reluctantly added the blood ginseng and several other spiritual herbs. Soon, a ring of crimson bubbles surfaced within the pot, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the forest. Before long, a voice resonated from the branches above. "Have you prepared a good meal?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua eagerly nodded. "Master, it's almost ready." As he spoke, he tended to the fire, his gaze never leaving the medicinal pot. Chu Feng gently nodded and remarked, "I have grown somewhat weary of meat these past few days. Perhaps we might indulge in something more delicate." As he uttered these words, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Just a few nights prior, this lad had slept soundly, even rising in the middle of the night to rummage through rabbit burrows, only to leave the spoils at the cottage door the next day, claiming to have conjured them through his magical prowess. Yet last night, for reasons unknown, the lad had been unusually restless, unable to find solace in slumber. Consequently, Chu Feng had to abandon the notion. The image of a reclusive sage must be preserved. Should Xiao Huohuo witness him darting through the woods in pursuit of a couple of rabbits, appearing utterly disheveled, suspicion would surely arise. After all, would a celestial being be so easily outmaneuvered by mere rabbits? Xiao Huohuo, fanning the flames and coughing, gazed at the food in the pot, nearly brought to tears. Master, you are truly exceptional. Although he understood that these blood ginseng roots were merely as inconsequential as weeds in his master's eyes, he couldn't help but reflect on how few masters in the world would willingly share such a valuable offering with their disciples. Contemplating this, Xiao Huohuo looked at Chu Feng with renewed reverence. In the southern wilderness, even innate martial artists could scarcely regard a century-old blood ginseng with such indifference as his master did. Listening to Xiao Huohuo's words, Chu Feng's heart ached. Yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance, lightly chuckling, "To me, blood ginseng and wild greens are simply edible foliage bestowed by nature. Since they serve the purpose of nourishment, what does it matter whether they are blood ginseng or medicinal herbs? We eat, and that is all." Xiao Huohuo nodded earnestly, "Indeed. Master's perspective is unparalleled. I shall strive to learn diligently and not bring shame upon you." Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master, the meal is ready." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng gracefully descended from the tree and leisurely approached Xiao Huohuo's side. Xiao Huohuo glanced around, observing that his master, whether descending from the tree, ladling soup, or partaking in the meal, exhibited no semblance of arrogance. His demeanor was as unassuming as that of an ordinary man. In fact, his master appeared far more languid than he himself. If he were a commoner, one might excuse the lack of decorum, but what manner of individual was his master? A reclusive sage dwelling deep within the mountains. The actions and comportment of such an exalted being could hardly be fathomed by a mere third-rate martial artist like himself. This display from his master must surely be the essence of returning to simplicity. Thus, as these thoughts permeated his mind, Xiao Huohuo became increasingly convinced of his beliefs. After all, tales had spoken of such top-tier individuals who favored blending into the masses, never revealing their true selves. It was the pretenders, boasting of their supremacy, who attracted misfortune. A true master, weary of the endless strife within the martial world, has long sought solace in the tranquility of the mountains or the mundane realm, shunning the trivialities of mortal existence. Suddenly, Xiao Huohuo sprang to his feet with fervor, startling Chu Feng. Before Chu Feng could utter a word of inquiry, he witnessed Xiao Huohuo bowing solemnly, exclaiming, "Master, it is a profound blessing for me to be able to take your name as my own. I shall diligently practice and swiftly embark upon the path of qi refinement. In 6 months, I will defeat that woman, ensuring that I bring no shame to you." My master. Observing his earnest demeanor, Chu Feng could not help but twitch his lips. Remarkably, this lad had once again embarked on a self-heroic narrative. It seemed that for the time being, there was no need for concern regarding any doubts he might harbor. Chu Feng nodded and remarked, "Though your innate talent may be lacking, your courage to acknowledge your shortcomings and your willingness to toil and practice are commendable. Such an attitude surpasses that of countless others. I have not misjudged you." As he spoke, Chu Feng ladled a bowl of soup, rich with blood ginseng and meat, for Xiao Huohuo. The latter accepted the bowl gratefully, tears streaming down his face as he consumed it. "Thank you, master," he said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Chu Feng chuckled softly. After all, preparing a single bowl of soup was a modest act, yet this boy was so easily moved. What an amusingly gullible lad he was. Chapter 9. Just as I was about to flee, you claimed to have mastered it. A meal was satisfying. Xiao Huohuo clumsily tidied up the dishes scattered across the floor. Once he had finished, he stared at Chu Feng for a while, his expression wavering, as if he had something to inquire, yet after a moment of hesitation, he refrained. Closing the door to the latrine, Xiao Huohuo abruptly slapped his face, feeling somewhat vexed, and muttered, "My master cannot possibly be unaware that I have yet to cultivate any spiritual energy. The reason he chose not to assist me must be that he has sufficient faith in my abilities, believing I can grasp the profundities on my own. How could I even entertain the thought of asking my master?" After a moment of self-reflection, a hint of despondency lingered on Xiao Huohuo's youthful face. Now, 3 days have passed, and there is still not a hint of progress. Could it be that I am simply not cut out for martial arts or for cultivating energy? Suddenly, his expression hardened with resolve. No, since my master is willing to impart this profound method to me, it must indicate that I possess some innate talent in this regard. Calming his racing thoughts, Xiaohua seated himself on the creaky bed, closed his eyes, and followed the cultivation method provided by Chu Feng, practicing his breathing exercises. Outside the thatched cottage, Chu Feng stood still for a prolonged period, his brow furrowed. He pondered anxiously. He gazed at me for quite a while. Could it be that he is starting to doubt his ability to cultivate? Just as this unsettling thought emerged, Chu Feng vigorously shook his head in denial. No, he must be unable to cultivate spiritual energy and wishes to inquire about it. Yet he hesitated. It must be so. Arriving at this conclusion, Chu Feng's brow remained knit, for either of the two scenarios was far from favorable. Xiaohua still had not comprehended any spiritual power. In these past few days, in search of peace, he had attempted to cultivate himself, only to be met with utter failure. This likely suggested that the method was fundamentally flawed. He paced back and forth, sighing with every step. The blazing sun, high in the sky, gradually sank below the valley. As dusk fell, the world dimmed, and the air turned crisp, a chill permeating the forest. Yet the boy seated with closed eyes within the cottage was drenched in sweat. Xiaohua continued to frown tightly, adhering to the breathing technique. He inhaled through his nose, allowing the breath to flow throughout his body, then exhaled, releasing it from his muscles. During the process of breathing, he silently chanted the technique imparted by his master. With each circulation, it felt as though something swept through his body, yet it always eluded him in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaohua's body began to heat up. He paused momentarily. The medicinal effects of the blood ginseng are beginning to take effect. It felt as though he were lying amidst flames. With each breath, his skin grew warm, his muscles ached, and even his blood coursed with a fervent heat. The sweat, together with impurities, poured forth in torrents, soon saturating the entire bed. In this state, Xiaohua felt an unprecedented clarity of mind and body. Even his perceptions had sharpened considerably. Suddenly, within his tightly shut eyes, a crimson radiance illuminated the darkened world around him. Xiaohua trembled all over. Even her breath became somewhat erratic. Is this what Master referred to as spiritual energy? She was so excited that she almost opened her eyes to explore, but then she quickly composed herself, silently reflecting. Right. Master did say that merely seeing spiritual energy is not sufficient. Only when one absorbs it into the body can it be deemed true success. I have yet to even pass the threshold. With this thought, Xiaohua fully settled down. The process of breathing and absorbing continued, as her heart and breath synchronized. The faint glow in the dark world was gradually drawn into her body. Outside the thatched cottage, Chu Feng could no longer sit still. He paced back and forth, muttering under his breath, "No, I cannot wait for 10 days. That is far too long. I must concoct an excuse to persuade Xiaohua to find a few martial artists to take me out before she loses faith in me. Once I am out, I can seek an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, if too much time passes and Xiaohua becomes utterly disillusioned, if she asks me how to cultivate energy and I cannot provide a coherent answer, it will be perilous." With a firm slap of his thigh, Chu Feng's expression transformed to one of determination. Yes, that is the plan. However, just as this thought emerged, he found himself too distracted to continue plotting. Suddenly, a blue light screen naturally appeared before him, accompanied by a cold electronic voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for absorbing spiritual energy into the body. Ding! Tenfold return successful. Host, Chu Feng. Age, 20. Cultivation, complete mastery of energy absorption into the body. Chu Feng stared at the text before him, momentarily stunned. Clutching his head in disbelief. It worked. It really worked. Has she truly mastered energy absorption? Even upon seeing the prompt on the screen, he still found it hard to believe. The technique was concocted from thin air. Is his disciple truly that gifted? In just 3 days, a fabricated technique has actually been cultivated? He then turned his gaze towards the cottage. Sure enough, amidst the darkness, a faint glow illuminated the interior. Chu Feng clenched his fist in excitement, the shock in his eyes transforming into sheer ecstasy. The presence of spiritual energy meant that the path of cultivation was indeed viable. Furthermore, if he could take this successfully tested technique outside, with the system's support, and absorb the fortunes of others, could he not ascend to immortality and dominate this realm? Suddenly, without any forewarning, a surge of pure energy erupted from within him, spreading throughout his body. A wave of spiritual energy manifested, causing his robes to billow as if a tempest had swept through, rustling loudly. With this infusion of energy, he felt as if his mind had been unlocked, his thoughts becoming remarkably clearer. Chu Feng immediately calmed himself, closing his eyes to channel his energy. The spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Even before he could consciously direct his improvised technique, it seemed to be guided, permeating his muscles and marrow. A subtly warm sensation appeared to integrate into every cell, bestowing an unimaginable comfort upon his body. The skeletal muscles emitted a subtle crackling sound, and as various sensations of acidity emerged, his body experienced an unprecedented sense of fullness. Every inch of him brimmed with vitality. In a mere half-day time, Chu Feng underwent a profound transformation. Within his tightly shut eyes, which should have perceived nothing, it was as though a new world had been unveiled, with streams of crimson light appearing before him. He instantly understood that this was the manifestation of spiritual energy. At last, after a sustained infusion of energy lasting half a stick of incense, it began to stabilize. Chu Feng opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his hands. Wisps of red light began to shimmer. At that moment, as the spiritual power coursed through his body, the 10 acupoints brimmed with spiritual energy, merging into a cohesive whole. With just one more step, he would ascend into the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 10. A Day of Cultivation. An ancient immortal talent. In the dim forest, a chill permeated the air. Yet, beneath the trees, the young man felt an intense heat rising within him, as if he were a furnace, emanating waves of scorching energy. Chu Feng's body trembled with excitement. The worries of finding his way out of the woods, of being discovered by Xiao Huahua regarding his fabricated identity, and of being besieged by beasts had all dissipated like smoke. The influx of spiritual energy had transformed his previous anxieties into mere illusions. What lay ahead was the contemplation of the path of cultivation. Until today, such thoughts had been beyond his wildest dreams. All of this was, of course, thanks to his astute disciple, Xiao Huahua. After savoring the moment, Chu Feng adjusted his mindset, cleared his throat, and restored his previously serene demeanor before striding purposefully toward the thatched cottage. Despite his joy, he knew he must maintain the image of a venerable sage. Inside the room, Xiao Huahua calmed the spiritual energy within, exhaling a breath of stale air before opening his eyes. With a creak, the decaying wooden door swung open. Upon seeing Chu Feng enter with his characteristic tranquility, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but marvel inwardly. My master is truly an otherworldly sage. Just as I experienced my first gains, he sensed my progress immediately, calculating the precise moment I would stabilize my energy. After I regained my composure, he came to check on me. Heaven has been kind, granting me such an exceptional master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Huahua's musings, Chu Feng simply regarded him for a moment before nodding gently. Indeed, having entered the threshold of cultivation within 3 days and assimilating spiritual energy is not extraordinary, yet it is commendable. You are a budding talent in the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this assessment, Xiao Huahua felt a tightening in his chest and fervently nodded. Rest assured, Master, I am acutely aware of my mediocre talent. I will exert every effort to practice diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. His eyes sparkled with determination. In contrast to the years spent in martial arts with little progress, the rapid response and bountiful gains from cultivation in such a short span left him feeling fulfilled. For him, the toil of diligent practice was not a burden. Rather, it was a delight. Naturally, receiving praise for assimilating energy in just 3 days and being considered a budding talent by his master suggested that he was not lacking in potential. After a brief pause, Xiao Huahua continued, May I inquire what constitutes the extraordinary talent in cultivation you mentioned, Master? I wish to understand how far I am from those true geniuses. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng finally replied, For genuine prodigies, the fundamental act of assimilating spiritual energy should not take more than the duration of a single incense stick. In the midst of Xiao Huahua's dazed gaze, Chu Feng continued, Those who can truly be regarded as prodigies in cultivation generally possess an innate affinity for spiritual energy. Their training proceeds without hindrance. As Chu Feng spoke, he nearly succumbed to laughter. These were merely fabrications of his own making. What defines a genius? If you, Xiao Huahua, are able to grasp the path of cultivation with a haphazardly written manual, then the world would be devoid of true geniuses. However, in order to chastise Xiao Huahua and to solidify his own identity as a recluse, Chu Feng had no choice but to weave this tale of false prodigies. After all, it is only when a person feels inadequate, unworthy of their current possessions, that they cling tightly to them, devoid of doubt. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's gaze dimmed slightly. The joy of his recent breakthrough over the past 3 days was thoroughly diminished. Although he had anticipated this, It was impossible not to feel disheartened. His brows furrowed, and he silently lamented, "I never imagined that I would fall so far behind true geniuses. I am still woefully insufficient. While I took 3 days, a mere incense stick's duration, to achieve my progress, what must my master be feeling? If I hadn't inquired, my master would have remained silent. I must diligently cultivate to honor my master's efforts." Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, the impact of his words was beyond his comprehension. He continued, "Ordinary individuals can absorb spiritual energy into their bodies up to 5 times, resulting in the birth of 5 strands of spiritual energy, thus enabling a breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage. This is because 5 strands of spiritual energy represent the limit that a typical cultivator's body can endure before refining Qi." Typical, you say? Xiaohuahua immediately seized upon the sensitive implication. Does this suggest that there are even greater possibilities? Observing him, Chu Feng nodded. Indeed. 5 strands of spiritual energy is the limit for ordinary cultivators, but it is not the limit for prodigies. For cultivators, the absorption of spiritual energy is fundamental, the crucial first step of a towering edifice. The more robust the foundation, the greater the benefits for subsequent cultivation. Consequently, most prodigies choose to wait until they have cultivated 7 strands of spiritual energy before opting for a breakthrough. Those ancient anomalies, however, can compress their spiritual energy to enable their bodies to accommodate 9 strands, only then pursuing a breakthrough. Remarkably, the time they require to accumulate 9 strands of spiritual energy does not exceed a single day. Thus, the saying goes, 1 day of refining Qi. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua stood rooted to the spot, his pupils trembling in disbelief. Ordinary individuals could only cultivate to 5 strands, while prodigies surpassed this limit by 2. And what of those ancient anomalies who could directly break through with 9 strands? Moreover, achieving the Qi refinement stage in a single day, what an astounding talent that would be. Xiaohuahua gazed at Chu Feng, resolutely rising to his feet, and declared through gritted teeth, "Master, as your disciple, I, Xiaohuahua, am determined to exert every ounce of my strength and cannot settle for merely breaking through with 5 ordinary strands of spiritual energy. I shall strive to accumulate at least 7 strands of spiritual energy, meeting the standards of a genius, before attempting a breakthrough, so as not to bring disgrace upon you. Master." As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. "In order to uphold your honor and to secure a brighter future for myself, I shall persevere." Chu Feng chuckled with satisfaction. "Your desire to grow stronger is commendable enough." Hearing his master's words, Xiaohuahua felt a renewed sense of determination. Resolutely, he thought to himself, "I must gather enough spiritual energy to reach 8 strands before I attempt to break through. However, it would be wise not to disclose this ambition to master, for given my current aptitude, it might appear as mere folly and could displease him." Chapter 11. A lifelong teacher, not inferior to others. Chu Feng stood before the bed, observing the myriad expressions of Xiaohuahua, who was biting his teeth in frustration. It was clear to him that his previous admonitions had borne fruit. This lad was undoubtedly indulging in his imagination. Moments later, after emerging from his contemplation, Xiaohuahua hesitated briefly before lifting his head to inquire, "Master, I wish to know how many strands of spiritual energy you absorbed into your body when you were cultivating back in the day?" As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. The prowess of his master was profound and unfathomable. Surely it surpassed that of other prodigies. Perhaps he had even absorbed 8 strands of spiritual energy into his body, or even the legendary 9 strands, becoming a super genius in the realm of Qi cultivation. Here it comes. Chu Feng had long anticipated that this imaginative young man would inevitably ask him about his past. All the efforts he had expended in weaving tales were finally coming to fruition. Maintaining an air of aloofness and inscrutability, he declared, "A lifelong teacher, never inferior to others." As his words fell, a terrifying aura immediately radiated from him. 10 streaks of radiant light swirled within the room, forming a halo-like shape, reminiscent of a full moon or a blazing sun, resplendent beyond measure. The dimly lit, thatched hut, once reliant on flickering flames for illumination, suddenly became brighter than the day itself. Xiaohuahua gasped, his eyes widening in awe as he gazed about him. Captivated by the miraculous scene of the dancing rays of light, he murmured to himself, in ancient times, even the most extraordinary beings possessed only 9 strands of spiritual energy to break through the limits and enter the realm of Qi cultivation. Yet Master has reached 10, a state of perfection, a lifetime not inferior to others, surpassing any individual. His master was far stronger than he had imagined. Undoubtedly a superpower that emerges only once in 10,000 years. After several rotations, the radiant light gradually descended upon Chu Feng, retracting back into his body. Xiaohua, moved by the revelation, understood intuitively. Master must have deliberately employed this technique to allow me to tangibly experience the benefits of achieving the perfect state of spiritual absorption. His intentions are truly profound, and I cannot let his expectations go unfulfilled. Filled with excitement, he continued, Master has surpassed the limits of spiritual absorptions. Does that mean you have entered the realm of qi cultivation? A faint smile graced Chu Feng's lips as he responded, during my cultivation. 10 strands of spiritual energy automatically flowed into my body, and in an instant, I entered the realm of qi cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua felt a shiver run down his spine, his throat parched. He quietly stared at the young man before him, gasping in astonishment. In an instant, qi cultivation. Master. At that moment, the word shock was inadequate to describe Xiaohua's emotions. Each time he believed he had grasped the extent of his master's strength, whether as an otherworldly sage or a deity revered in temples, he now realized that his imagination had fallen short. His master was far mightier than he had ever conceived. Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Xiaohua, who appeared almost frozen in shock, Chu Feng felt an immense surge of joy within. Excellent. This foolish disciple has once again fallen for the ruse. However, to speak candidly, his words were not entirely fabricated. The spiritual energy indeed entered his body under the manipulation of the system. In an instant, he had reached the stage of assimilating the spiritual essence, attaining the level of 10 strands of spiritual energy. Yet, he had not yet broken through the qi refining stage. When truth and falsehood are intertwined, it leaves anyone bewildered. After a considerable time, Xiaohua, seated upon the bed, finally regained his composure from the shock. At that moment, he fully understood the task that lay ahead of him, to devote himself wholeheartedly to training and to uphold the dignity of his master. He promptly rose and clasped his fists, resolutely declaring, Master, I shall commence my training at once, with no hint of negligence, and I will not disappoint your earnest efforts. With that, Xiaohua immediately settled into a cross-legged position. Lowering his head, his lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting his mental mantra, while a faint red glow emanated from his palms and nostrils. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the damp wooden floor, now soaked with sweat, his expression darkening. It seemed the bed was no longer a viable option for rest. However, he was fortunate to have 10 strands of spiritual energy enveloping him. With the protective energy, the chill of the night breeze posed no threat, allowing him to sleep comfortably on the branches as if on a bed. Before long, 2 months had elapsed. Chu Feng sat leisurely on a wooden chair adorned with a tiger skin coat, propping his leg up and basking in the sun's warmth. The gentle rays filtered through the dense foliage, casting a serene glow upon him. Throughout these 2 months, Xiaohua had made significant progress. He had been given the excuse of honing his physical form and stabilizing his spiritual energy, which allowed him to hunt ferocious beasts, cook, and manage all the trivial matters of daily life. Meanwhile, Chu Feng required only to wait for meals, spending his days comfortably basking in the sun. With a contented sigh, Chu Feng remarked, having a diligent disciple is truly delightful. Inside the thatched cottage, Xiaohua remained calm and composed, his brow tightly furrowed. The ethereal rays of light in the air were gradually absorbed into his body as he practiced his breathing techniques. However, this spiritual energy did not linger for long. Before it could coalesce into a solid form, it once again dispersed through his skin. It seemed this physical vessel had reached its limit. If one were to look within, they would see 8 strands of spiritual energy intertwining throughout his limbs and bones, coursing across his surface. Although not complete, it radiated a brilliant glow. As the energy dissipated, Xiaohua opened his eyes and paused for a moment. In these days, under my master's guidance, though it appears I have been occupied with many trivial tasks, my physical body has also undergone rigorous training. It seems I have grown more attuned to the spiritual energy. It is precisely for this reason that I have managed to break through to the level of 8 strands of spiritual energy. He gazed at his hands, a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. Is this truly the limit? Even with my master's assistance, I can only attain 8 strands of spiritual energy in the qi refining phase? He clenched his fists tightly. In times past, had he possessed such extraordinary talent, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary geniuses, and met the expectations he harbored within himself just 2 months ago, he would undoubtedly have been immensely satisfied. Yet now, As a disciple of a master who was not inferior to any in his lifetime, under the constant guidance of his mentor day and night, he found this merely insufficient. Consequently, he resolved to rally his spirits once more, bowing his head in silent recitation of the mental techniques imparted by his master. As the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge anew, as this energy flowed into his body, his brow furrowed even tighter, and his breath became increasingly erratic. The radiant light coalesced within him, merging into a singular mass. The originally 8 strands of spiritual energy now appeared significantly crowded. This pressure caused his face to flush crimson, and his body felt as though it had swelled in size. Xiaohua gritted his teeth resolutely, his hands turning purple from the strain. Yet he continued to chant the incantation without faltering. Within him, the radiant light, under the influence of the mental techniques and his fluctuating breath, crystallized into a tangible stream of spiritual energy amidst the extreme pressure of his body. With a sigh of relief, Xiaohua relaxed. And the spiritual energy within him no longer dissipated. Instead, it was preserved. The 9th strand of spiritual energy had finally materialized. Chapter 12, The Remarkably Gifted Disciple. Chi Refinement 4th Stage. In a humble cottage, Xiaohua sensed the spiritual power coursing within him. 9 streams of spiritual energy swirled through his body, nourishing his vital essence. This feeling of abundance filled him with elation. The absorption of spiritual energy had reached the 9th level. He clenched his fists, filled with exhilaration. Though I have not yet attained the 10 streams of spiritual energy like my master, under his guidance, I have broken through to the 9th level of spiritual power. I am no less than an exceptional talent. I have not brought shame to my master. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Disciple Xiaohua has broken through to the 9th level of Qi absorption. Beep. Initiating tenfold return. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Current realm. Qi refinement 4th stage. As the cold electronic voice resonated, a blue light screen suddenly appeared before him. Chu Feng, reclining in a tiger-skin chair, straightened his posture. At that moment, an unfamiliar stream of spiritual energy surged from within, enveloping him in a terrifying aura, causing the very chair he sat upon to sway with the force of this energy. It seemed his body was gradually acclimating to this influx. Within the span of a mere tea break, the energy subsided. Once the internal spiritual energy calmed, Chu Feng returned to his senses. Astonished that lad Xiaohua has broken through again, he immediately closed his eyes to deeply perceive the changes within. At this moment, both the precision and quantity of spiritual energy within him were tenfold stronger than when he was at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. He had truly stepped into the realm of Qi refinement 4th stage. The 4th stage of Qi refinement is a significant watershed in many novels he had read in his past life, marking a crucial milestone into the mid-stage of Qi refinement. In numerous stories, those at the 4th stage could perform sword flight and wield various simple spells, genuinely showcasing the grace of cultivation. Lost in thought, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon a withered twig on the ground. A hint of red light flickered at his fingertips as he softly commanded, "Rise." A gentle breeze stirred, and the twig indeed floated as he envisioned. This was the power of externalized spiritual energy. Intrigued, Chu Feng experimented several times before finally ceasing. He could effortlessly lift objects as small as twigs and as heavy as stones weighing around 30 pounds. Even his own body could momentarily hover under his control using spiritual energy. However, it was a pity that he lacked a flying sword, leaving him uncertain if he could achieve the elegant sword flight he had long fantasized about. After all, who among avid readers has not dreamed of soaring through the skies on a sword, traversing the world? Beyond these abilities, the breakthrough to the 4th stage revealed numerous advantages. Under the refinement of such potent spiritual energy, Chu Feng's physique had grown noticeably more resilient. Even his skin appeared smoother, radiating an ethereal sheen. In this manner, he resembled the transcendent and otherworldly beings described in literature. Returning to his chair, Chu Feng lazily basked in the sunlight. Even with his current cultivation at the 4th stage of body refinement, he had no intention of engaging in further training. Every trace of spiritual energy within him is a result of his diligent disciple's cultivation, returned tenfold by the system. Chu Feng sighed, realizing that Xiaohua was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Over a month ago, when Xiaohua broke through to the 5th level of spiritual energy absorption, he had entered the realm of Qi refinement. However, due to his relentless pursuit of higher levels of energy intake, Xiaohua had not made any significant progress for a considerable period. This left Chu Feng feeling anxious yet unable to voice his concerns. After all, He had been the one to persuade Xiaohuahua that the more spiritual energy one could absorb, the stronger one would become, effectively shooting himself in the foot. Nonetheless, it appeared that today, Xiaohuahua had successfully broken through to the 9th level of spiritual energy. His innate talent exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. As the wooden door opened, Xiaohuahua emerged, stretching languidly and feeling invigorated. His joints cracked as he extended his limbs, and a wave of comfort coursed through his body, filling him with an unprecedented sense of formidable power. This strength was already significantly greater than that of a mediocre warrior, and he had yet to truly enter the path of qi refinement. Should he fully embark on the path of cultivation, the magnitude of his potential was beyond imagination. With a resolute gaze, he squinted slightly against the glaring sunlight, declaring to himself, "Just wait, in 3 months, I will cleanse myself of all humiliation." His eyes then fell upon Chu Feng, who was resting on a tiger skin coat, his nostrils flaring slightly. Cultivation had he not encountered his master, he would still be struggling in the martial world, facing his fiancée with no glimmer of hope. He had initially entered this forbidden forest with a script in hand, never intending to leave alive. Rather than live in humiliation during the competition, it would be better to vanish entirely, preserving the dignity of Dongli City. Now, all of his cultivation skills and hopes were bestowed upon him by his master. His master not only taught him profound principles, but also recognized his mediocre talent, constantly seeking ways to enhance his abilities and solidify his foundation. In essence, his master had completely transformed his life, serving as his rebirth. He felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable mentor. Xiaohuahua pondered deeply. My master has treated me with such kindness. I must express my gratitude. The previous offerings he had considered were utterly inadequate, although he understood that what he could offer would be seen as mere weeds in his master's eyes. The debt of gratitude outweighed mountains. Even if his master dismissed his offerings, he would strive to present the finest gifts in return. Having now absorbed 9 levels of spiritual energy, he deemed it an opportune moment to return home and prepare a generous gift for his master. Yes, his master had also mentioned the importance of balancing work and rest. With this thought in mind, Xiaohuahua approached and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Master." Chu Feng glanced at him and replied, Well done, reaching the 9th level of spiritual energy absorption. Given your physical constitution, this is the pinnacle of your potential. You have performed admirably thus far, and now it is time to contemplate the matters concerning the transition into the qi refinement stage. Although the absorption of spiritual energy is indeed beneficial, there exists a limit to every endeavor. Xiaohuahua expended nearly a month to break through to the 9th level of spiritual energy, indicating that he has reached his utmost capacity. Further attempts at cultivation may yield no fruitful results and could even lead to adverse repercussions. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Xiaohuahua nodded earnestly and replied, "I shall diligently heed the teachings of my esteemed master." Observing Chu Feng's affirming nod, he continued, "Master, I have been away from home for over 2 months, and I am concerned that my parents may worry for my well-being. Therefore, I wish to return home for a brief visit. Might you accompany me, master? I would be better able to serve you upon my return." Chapter 13. Xiaohuahua pondered. Having lived for so long, master must feel lonely. I should find him some suitable companions. As he spoke these words, a sense of hesitation enveloped him. After all, his master had chosen solitude, shunning the clamor of the outside world to reside in seclusion for many years. He wondered if his master would be willing to accompany him back. At that moment, Chu Feng rose from his chair, surveying the surroundings with a sigh. "Very well. It has been a considerable time since I last beheld the sights of the outside world. I shall accompany you for a brief respite. Consider it a chance to refresh my spirit." Had this been in the past, Chu Feng would have firmly declined the opportunity to leave. His previous existence had been a mere fabrication, devoid of any real strength. However, with his current cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, he possessed a modicum of self-defense and a desire to explore if there were other fated individuals out there. Moreover, he had grown weary of the rustic simplicity of his previous life. Xiaohuahua was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, master." The two of them busied themselves in the forest for a while before stepping into the verdant expanse before them. 3 days later, the two youths stood side by side on a spacious avenue, gazing ahead. Before them loomed an ancient city gate. On either side of the gate, the city walls extended for miles, their green bricks marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks, layered with rammed earth, evidencing the passage of countless years and the ravages of time. With the gate wide open, a glimpse of Dongli City's splendor lay before them. A broad street unfolded, flanked by towering wooden buildings, with an endless array of shops lining both sides. The thoroughfare bustled with townsfolk, their comings and goings filling the air with a cacophony of life. Chu Feng glanced around, a wave of emotion washing over him. At last, he had arrived in a city inhabited by humans. Each brick and tile exuded the fragrant vitality of human presence, providing him with a profound sense of peace. Humans are inherently social creatures, and Chu Feng was not a recluse living apart from the world. During the past few months in the depths of the mountains, had it not been for Xiao Huahua's companionship, he might have lost his sanity. The dense forest was home to numerous ferocious beasts, and any ordinary person who ventured within would likely meet a grim fate. However, with Xiao Huahua, who had mastered the essence of 9 spiritual energies, easily dispatching the wild beasts, how much more capable was Chu Feng, now at the 4th level of Qi refinement? After nearly 3 months of traversing through that cursed place, he had finally emerged. All credit was due to his foolish yet talented disciple, Xiao Huahua, whose ingenuity in concocting a fabricated cultivation method had resulted in a reservoir of spiritual energy. Otherwise, they might have remained trapped for an indeterminate time. Observing the look of contentment on Chu Feng's face, Xiao Huahua was elated, his palms sweating with excitement as he thought to himself, "Is Master satisfied with me and my homeland?" He nearly danced in place as he eagerly introduced everything before them. "Master, this is Dongli City. Renowned for its culinary delights, the city boasts an abundance of mouth-watering dishes that leave the citizens of surrounding towns yearning for more. By the way, Master, if you fancy anything, feel free to take it. No need for formality. Even if you take a liking to someone's wife or daughter, Huahua will procure them for you." Listening to Xiao Huahua's words, Chu Feng found himself somewhat speechless. This earnest yet naive disciple was once a bully? He gently tapped Xiao Huahua on the forehead, prompting immediate silence from the latter. Chu Feng then slowly spoke, a beauty of 18, her form delicate as pastry, with a sword at her waist to slay the mundane. Although no heads may roll in sight, secretly one might lament the marrow of noble blood wasted. To be infatuated with beauty is a grave taboo in the pursuit of cultivation. Such beauty, in the face of immortality, is utterly inconsequential. One day, when you comprehend the path to longevity and witness the countless vicissitudes of life, when many fair maidens have turned to mere bones, you shall understand that these are but obstacles hindering your ascension to immortality. Only then will you realize that the path of the immortal is the sole pursuit truly worth your endeavor. Xiao Huahua, stirred by emotion, fell into a stupor, gazing at Chu Feng's youthful visage, overwhelmed with astonishment. Though my master appears youthful, the wisdom he imparts is something even those who have lived for centuries cannot fathom. How long has my master truly lived? Could it be longer than the millennium-old Dongli City? Truly, he is a living deity. Simultaneously, a pang of sorrow struck him. Living for such a long time, was it all in solitude? Though it is for the pursuit of immortality, it must be profoundly lonely, right? Upon entering the city, I must find a pair of sisters to serve my master well. Chu Feng observed the grinning Xiao Huahua. Understanding that the lad was lost in his own thoughts again, he wondered what could possibly be so amusing to elicit such a lewd smile. With determination set, Xiao Huahua snapped back to reality and led Chu Feng through the city gates. Inside, 2 black-armored soldiers recognized Xiao Huahua, young lord. Xiao Huahua nodded and entered Dongli City alongside Chu Feng. Chu Feng cast a glance at the 2 soldiers, although they addressed him as young lord. Their demeanor was anything but respectful, revealing a profound disdain. Even his own subordinates looked down upon him. As they walked further in, the townsfolk began to gaze their way. Ever since breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, Chu Feng's hearing had sharpened significantly. He could clearly discern the whispers surrounding them. "Isn't that our young lord?" Him, with a frail constitution since childhood, relying on the resources of the Lord's manor, he has practiced martial arts for nearly 17 years, yet remains a mere third-rate warrior. 2 years ago, he was jilted, bringing great shame upon himself, and now he has set some 3-year agreement to embarrass himself again. I heard he has spent the last 2 years searching for masters to learn from, yet despite the Lord's efforts to connect him with prestigious sects, he has sought out reclusive experts instead. I suspect he has been captivated by tales and lost his wits. And the figure standing behind him, is that not one of those so-called reclusive experts? At first glance, it is evident that he is a fraud. As the 3-year deadline approaches, it won't be long before this arrogant young man makes a fool of himself once again. The young master of the Misty sect possesses extraordinary talent, a rarity that emerges only once in a century. With the immense support of such a significant sect, he is now rumored to have reached the pinnacle of first-rate prowess. Listening to the myriad voices surrounding him, Chu Feng cast another glance at the youth. He noticed the boy with his head bowed, fist clenched, his expression somewhat grim. Yet, the youth did not engage in any argument or dispute. He simply continued walking forward, accustomed to the situation. However, a faint smile played on Chu Feng's lips. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the experiences of a certain protagonist upon their arrival. Indeed, this disciple increasingly embodies the archetype of a fated child of destiny. If his fate truly aligns with that of the illustrious figure, one wonders if Xiao Huahua has by his side a remarkable girl of unparalleled beauty, devoted solely to him. Chapter 14. Xiao Zhan. My foolish son, has he been so easily deceived by peers pretending to be reclusive masters? Xiao Manor, situated at the heart of Dongli City, stands as the most imposing residence in the area. Before the grand entrance, 2 guards clad in red stand vigil. Before them, on the broad avenue, a middle-aged man ambles. He appears to be in his late 40s, with a square jaw that exudes authority without a word, making it unwise for anyone to approach. His robust physique, muscles rippling under his dark attire, pulses rhythmically with his breath. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolls along the road, occasionally casting glances to either side and letting out a sigh. For the past month, the man has maintained this posture, waiting for someone. However, unlike previous days, today he is accompanied by over 10 senior members of the family, all wearing frowns and gazing into the distance with evident displeasure. 2 guards engage in hushed conversation. The young clan leader is truly mischievous. In the past, he would only be away for a month. But this time he has been gone for a full 2 months, causing the clan leader to wait at the gate daily. Though the young clan leader often sought the wisdom of reclusive masters, he never strayed far from the watchful eyes of the Xiao family. Now, with the 3-year deadline approaching, one might have thought his prolonged absence was an attempt to evade it. Yet, he dares to return. It matters little if that useless young clan leader perishes. It is the clan leader who suffers. While the guards' murmurs do not reach Xiao Zhan's ears, the assembled members of the Xiao family on the steps hear every word. No one reprimands them. Instead, their faces reflect a mocking demeanor. Among the crowd, a 17-year-old youth, sturdy in build and strikingly handsome, cannot help but smirk at the comments. Muttering to himself, Xiao Huahua, that good-for-nothing, if I recall correctly, left with only the prowess of a third-rate martial artist. Rumor has it that the enchanting daughter of the Paomiao sect has now reached the pinnacle of first-rate mastery, mastering countless techniques. How can Xiao Huahua possibly compete? His return is merely an invitation to humiliation. At that moment, a 17-year-old girl, fair-skinned and standing beside him, gazes toward the end of the road. Contemplating softly, the young sect master is renowned for her beauty in Dongli City, with suitors lining up from one end of the city to the other. Surely, Xiao Huahua has returned, captivated by her allure, to see if there remains any room for negotiation regarding their engagement. However, such a rare genius will undoubtedly not be with someone like him. As the crowd quietly converses, 2 figures emerge from the far end of the avenue. Upon recognizing them, Xiao Zhan is filled with joy, while the others furrow their brows. Among the 2 figures, one is none other than the young clan leader, Xiao Huahua. Xiao Zhan immediately strides forward. My son, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhan's demeanor, Xiao Huahua felt a warmth in his nose and hurriedly rushed over, exclaiming, Father. The father and son embraced tightly. The senior members of the Xiao family behind them remained utterly unperturbed, for this scene had unfolded multiple times over the past 3 years, rendering it a commonplace occurrence. Xiao Zhan held Xiao Huahua closely for a considerable time before releasing him, gripping his shoulders with a look of panic as his eyes darted anxiously over his son's form. Huahua, did you sustain any injuries during your journey? If you were hurt, you must tell me, he urged. Chu Feng observed the middle-aged man before him. The man bore a square face and piercing gaze. Though he appeared to be in his 40s and exuded the presence of a formidable warrior, his temples were already tinged with gray. It was evident that this patriarch of the Xiao family had endured considerable worry for Xiao Huahua over the years. Upon confirming that Xiao Huahua was unharmed, Xiao Zhan let out a sigh of relief, his attention then shifting to the young man who had accompanied his son home. With sharp, compelling eyes, he scrutinized Chu Feng for a long moment. A frown creased his brow as he thought to himself, could this be yet another so-called recluse that Huahua has brought back? Another charlatan? The youth before him appeared unassuming, clad in simple fabric, exuding a certain nonchalance, yet he seemed no older than 21 or 22. He is but slightly older than Huahua, Xiao Zhan mused. Surely, if he were a fraud, he would lack the gravitas to deceive. Could it be that his son had been foolish enough to be duped by someone of his own age? At that moment, Xiao Huahua reigned in his exuberance. grounding himself as he noticed the curious gazes of the crowd passing by on either side of the road, along with the scrutinizing eyes fixed upon his master at the entrance. Suddenly, a pang of anxiety struck him as he realized, how could I have forgotten? My master is a transcendent being, akin to a deity. Moreover, his master had long dwelled in solitude, seldom encountering human presence, with so many eyes upon him. What if his master were displeased? He quickly furrowed his brow and grasped Xiao Zhan's arm, saying, Father, let us discuss this at home. Although Xiao Zhan was somewhat curious about Chu Feng's identity, he had always indulged his son, thus acquiescing to Xiao Huahua's request. He turned to the senior members of the Xiao family and commanded, return to the estate. Upon his authoritative words, the crowd proceeded into the Xiao residence. Ascending the 7-tiered white marble steps, Chu Feng followed Xiao Huahua and the others into the grand hall of the Xiao family. 2 thick vermilion pillars stood majestically on either side, and the walls were adorned with a 9-foot-long ink painting of a cityscape. At the center lay a redwood armchair, flanked by 8 fragrant blackwood seats. 10 swords of varying lengths were displayed on the walls, while a green crane incense burner emitted swirling purple smoke that danced through the hall. The simplicity of the hall's arrangement belied its grandeur. Chu Feng casually selected a chair to sit upon, while Xiao Huahua took a seat beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed even deeper as he took his seat at the head of the table. Apart from the 3 of them, the senior members of the Xiao family had already been dismissed at Xiao Huahua's behest, leaving only the 3 esteemed elders present. Noticing that only a handful of them remained in the hall, Xiao Huahua no longer concealed her excitement and proudly introduced to Xiao Zhan, Father, this is my esteemed master. My master is a celestial being, and I have arduously invited him to our home as a guest. Observing Xiao Huahua's exuberance, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders frowned even more deeply. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Zhan cast a lingering gaze upon Chu Feng, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. A hint of disdain flickered in his expression as he turned to Xiao Huahua with a sigh. Huahua, enough. Your actions are becoming increasingly absurd. Chapter 15. I have long forgotten. What a lowly existence is innate. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Xiao Zhan continued to scrutinize Chu Feng, his expression increasingly displeased. In the past, Xiao Huahua often took dubious individuals as mentors. However, those deceivers at least possessed some semblance of decorum. They were careful enough to merely swindle Xiao Huahua out of a few coins without daring to approach the Xiao family directly. Thus, he typically turned a blind eye to such matters, as long as no harm befell Huahua. Yet today, this remarkably youthful man, scarcely older than Xiao Huahua himself, dared to approach them without even the faintest aura of martial prowess. Was it possible that the Xiao family had become so feeble that they could not wield a sword? Sensing Xiao Zhan's irritation, Xiao Huahua immediately rose to offer an explanation. However, before she could utter a word, the family elder, Xiao Shan, seated to Xiao Zhan's left, let out a cold snort, interrupting her. Xiao Shan, with hair as white as snow and well into his advanced years, possessed a lean but robust physique that belied his age. His murky old eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixed upon Chu Feng with a hint of disdain. In Dongli City, the Xiao family stands as the lord, fortified by 4 formidable postnatal warriors. Other factions cannot hold a candle to us. The young master of the Xiao family holds a prestigious status. Not just anyone can claim to be his mentor. At the very least, Huahua's master should not be weaker than us old bones. Pray tell, what is your cultivation level, esteemed sir? Xiao Shan's tone was fierce, unmistakably laden with hostility. In response, Chu Feng remained silent, seated calmly. Meanwhile, Xiao Huahua straightened her posture and explained, Elder, my master's cultivation transcends the heavens and the earth. Mere mortals cannot fathom it. With a raised brow and a hint of pride, she crossed her arms and added, It is not that I look down upon you, Elder. Rather, you and my master are simply incomparable. As her words hung in the air, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and irritation. Was Xiao Huahua truly so protective of her master, standing in alliance with an outsider before them? And to claim there was no comparison? The elder was a postnatal expert, a rarity in all of Dongli City. Could it be that this young man brought by Xiao Huahua was an innate warrior? That was utterly implausible, not only in Dongli City but even across Jiaonan Road. Few innate masters could be found, let alone one so young. Moreover, they were well aware of the identities and affiliations of such innate beings, and none matched the youth before them. Realizing this, the gazes of Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders sharpened. This individual must be a deceiver, a remarkably sophisticated one at that. Though Xiaohuahua had been deceived before, she had at least retained some semblance of rationality and would not believe in such an absurdity. This young man must have been fed some intoxicating concoction by Xiaohuahua to be deceived to such an extent. How dare he lay a hand on the child? Xiaozhan, filled with fury, slammed his palm on the table and stood abruptly. The resounding clap reverberated throughout the grand hall, palpable anger emanating from him. Everyone could sense his wrath. Xiaohuahua hurriedly rose and approached Xiaozhan, about to speak, but was stopped by him. With a fierce glare, Xiaozhan scoffed. I am the lord of Dongli City. I have some familiarity with the many innate beings across the various cities of Jiangnan. However, may I inquire about your esteemed title? Could it be that you are a formidable individual from beyond Jiangnan? Chu Feng remained silent, casually sipping the steaming tea before him, seemingly indifferent to the situation. His demeanor only intensified Xiaozhan's ire. Before Xiaozhan could further express his anger, Xiaohuahua interjected dismissively, "What innate beings? Not even worthy to carry my master's shoes." Upon hearing this, Xiaozhan and the others became even more convinced that Xiaohuahua had indeed been enchanted, gullibly believing such nonsense. His gaze toward Chu Feng grew increasingly hostile. This man was a charlatan, not worthy to carry the shoes of innate beings. Could he possibly be a Grand Master? Such a notion was absurd. The realm of the Grand Master was immensely formidable. Not a single one could be found throughout Jiangnan, and only a handful could be sought in the entire Lihua kingdom. Xiaozhan looked at Xiaohuahua, gritting his teeth. It seemed he had been too indulgent with this child, neglecting proper guidance, which had led to his current predicament. The three elders of the Xiao family shook their heads in disappointment, their brows knitted in frustration. The young clan leader had truly become increasingly outrageous, gullibly trusting anyone. Now, he was utterly bewitched by this fraud, who had no cultivation and didn't even pretend otherwise. Just as Xiaozhan and the others were about to erupt, a soft sound echoed as a teacup gently met the table. Chu Feng lifted his robes, rising to survey Xiaozhan and the others. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, under the collective glare of the crowd, he spoke softly. With the power to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, there exists no one like me in this world. Realm? My eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia as I raised my head, declaring, I have long forgotten the so-called realms, and have also forgotten how the world refers to me by such terms. His gaze fell upon the gathered assembly. As they looked into his eyes, his expression bore an unmistakable air of disdain. He sighed softly, innate? Such a foreign level to me. I still remember, when I first embarked on the path of cultivation. Though I forged many grudges, I never once clashed with those of the innate realm, who were like mere insects. As his words settled, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The single drop of tea that fell to the ground echoed like a clear bell. The three elders and Xiaozhan stood frozen, their faces rigid, while their lips quivered slightly, as if murmuring, having embarked on the path of cultivation, I have never clashed with those of the innate realm. His words struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in a stunned stupor. Before this young man, his demeanor and actions undeniably exuded an air of mystique. Upon witnessing his father and the three elders in such a state, Xiaohuahua could not help but feel a surge of joy. Secretly thinking, father and the grand elder must have been awed by Master's formidable presence. However, Xiaozhan and his companions quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation, their disbelief palpable. The implication in this young man's words suggested that he had only just embarked upon his cultivation journey, yet regarded those of innate talent as mere insects. How could that be conceivable? Xiaozhan, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure and scoffed, saying, Are you implying that you began your training at the Grandmaster level? Is it possible that you have transcended to a realm beyond the Grandmaster? Surely, such an extraordinary figure cannot be found within the entire southern wilderness. Chapter 16. If you cultivate immortality, I am but a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Within the grand hall, Xiaozhan and his three companions continued to fixate their intense gazes upon Chu Feng. With a scoff, Xiaozhan shook his head. You, deceiver, possess quite the talent for intimidation. Even I nearly fell for your ruse. It is no wonder that Fire would be so easily swindled. At that moment, the elder Xiaozhan, leaning on his cane, rose with a glacial stare, asserting, Young man, in the annals of the Lihua kingdom's history, the most formidable prodigies have merely entered the third tier in a single day. Such records have remained unbroken for a century. With a hint of reverence in his demeanor, Xiaozhan clasped his withered hands toward the heavens, proclaiming, And that prodigy who achieved such a feat has now become the youngest general in our kingdom, a legendary grandmaster of unparalleled distinction. Our pride in the Lihua kingdom. Do you dare to claim superiority over that esteemed general? At this juncture, another elder, rather portly in stature, stood up to rebuke. The charlatans of today have grown increasingly audacious. Even the storytellers would not dare to concoct such tales. Do you presume to deceive the Shao family, claiming to ascend to the master level in a single day? Do you fancy yourself a deity? In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense as the four denounced Chu Feng. Only Xiaohua, astonished, regarded Chu Feng's figure with increasing reverence. Truly, he is my master. My suspicions were indeed correct. Not only has he absorbed 10 streams of spiritual energy, but he has also cultivated in a single day. Perhaps it is even beyond the level of mere cultivation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiaohua clenched his fists anew. I have managed to embody 9 streams of spiritual energy solely due to my master's guidance. Without him, I am nothing. In comparison to a talent like my master, I am woefully inadequate. What right do I have to feel pride? Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Xiaozhan and the 3 elders, Xiaohua, seemingly oblivious to their previous reprimands, earnestly addressed Chu Feng with profound respect. Master, what existence cannot be encapsulated by realms? Have you already transcended the limits of cultivation? As he spoke, he drew in breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had grasped a profound truth. Ignoring the peculiar glances from others, he exclaimed, the method of cultivation you imparted is indeed capable of leading to immortality. If it surpasses even that, what kind of spectacle could it be? Perhaps unable to bear the scene any longer, the typically silent elder Xiao snorted disdainfully and rose to question. To embark on the path of cultivation, does that equate to becoming a master? And to suggest that such an existence cannot be defined by realms? Even the legendary Bodhidharma from 8 centuries past would pale in comparison, would he not? Are you claiming to be a person more formidable than Bodhidharma? As he spoke, he suddenly shifted his tone with a cold sneer. Today, your presence at my Shao family estate is truly a blessing that my family has accumulated over generations. Witnessing his father and the 3 elders verbally assaulting his master, Xiaohua felt his face flush with anxiety. He feared that the words spoken by his father and the elders might provoke his master's ire. He hastily interjected, Father, my master is truly not what you believe. Unlike those previous frauds, he is a genuine celestial being. At this moment, Xiaozhan had lost his earlier composure and sternly addressed Xiaohua. Huahua, sit down. You are still a child and know nothing. A bold deceiver who dares to come to the Shao family should be dealt with by me. The 3 elders pressed on. Indeed, young clan leader, this matter does not concern you. This fraud is exceedingly brazen. Once we unveil his true form, you will understand everything. Ignoring Xiaohua's plea, the 4 of them advanced towards Chu Feng. The overwhelming aura of the 4 postnatal warriors surged forth, shattering the cups on the table. The oppressive force of the postnatal warriors was insufferable for ordinary people. Generally, a third-rate warrior would be rendered completely immobile under such pressure, let alone an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation. Xiaozhan and the others stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Chu Feng, their formidable presence bearing down upon him. They expected the young man to cower and flee in fear from the Shao family, yet to their astonishment, he remained unaffected, exuding an air of tranquility. Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly stating, if you do not cultivate, you will see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you do cultivate, you will see me as a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. As his serene words resonated, a powerful aura emanated from his body, signifying his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining. A faint rosy glow erupted, lifting his black hair and robe like a wave of energy. The terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire hall, overwhelming every corner with its might. In that instant, the 4 were forced back several steps by the sheer force of the aura. Under such oppressive energy, Xiaozhan and the others trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the young man before them. Suddenly, the long swords adorning the hall began to hum ominously. Everyone turned to see that the 10 swords hanging within the chamber had unsheathed with a resounding clang, soaring into the air as if moved by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, throughout the Shao family's various quarters, be it in the rear mountain or the courtyard, members of the clan were alarmed to discover that the swords at their waist were trembling violently. Leaning against a large tree, Xiao Mei, who had been enjoying the cool breeze with her eyes closed, abruptly opened them in surprise, glancing towards her waist. She noticed her treasured sword beginning to vibrate restlessly. The tremor lasted but a moment. Amidst Xiao Mei's exclamations, the long sword gleamed coldly as it broke free, soaring towards the heavens. Looking up, one could astonishingly behold thousands of flying swords emerging in unison, densely flocking towards the grand hall of the Xiao family. Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes quivered, filled with alarm as she exclaimed, "What is happening?" In the grand hall of the Xiao family, merely 20 breaths later, the four individuals, still in a state of confusion, gazed at the young man before them. Suddenly, they felt the sky darken and turned their gaze outside the hall. The four were rendered speechless, their lips trembling as they muttered, "What on earth is happening?" There, the myriad swords enveloped the entirety of the Xiao family grand hall, gracefully weaving through the air before ultimately settling behind the young man. In that instant, a sea of swords filled the sky, exuding an oppressive force like an abyss. The young man's eyes glimmered with divine light, remaining as tranquil as still water, gazing at them with an air of indifference. Chapter 17. The elders of the Xiao clan trembled. Is this merely the cultivation level of Chu Feng after a single day of training? At the Xiao residence, countless disciples simultaneously raised their heads to gaze at the sky. The multitude of shadows overhead, along with the oppressive aura pervading every corner of the estate, rendered them breathless. All the disciples appeared as if enchanted, rooted to the ground, too terrified to even breathe, fixated on the scene before them. Thousands of flying swords hovered ominously above their heads, cascading like a torrential flood toward the main hall. Despair, fear, and astonishment manifested vividly on the faces of the Xiao disciples. In this moment, they all shared a singular consensus. In Xiao Chuan's eyes, the image of countless flying swords was etched deeply, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he trembled, murmuring, "It is over. The Xiao clan has provoked someone we cannot afford to offend." Inside the main hall of the Xiao clan, four figures stood rigid, unable to move. Gazing at the myriad of swords that obscured even the sunlight, they were drenched in sweat, their throats dry as they struggled to swallow in disbelief. Xiaozhan stared wide-eyed, his chest heaving, involuntarily stepping back as he stammered, "How can such terrifying power exist in this world? Post-heaven? Pre-heaven? No. This aura surpasses even pre-heavenly levels." His gaze fell back on the young man before him, and he inhaled sharply. Could it be that he is truly a master of unparalleled strength? The weight of this realization struck them with the force of thunder, echoing within their chests. This conclusion was almost too incredulous to accept, yet the stark reality lay bare before their eyes. Xiao Huahua gazed in awe at the sky, filled with flying swords, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Could this be the realm of qi refining? Xiao Huahua, shall reach this level one day. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Huahua's excitement was palpable, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. The others in the hall mirrored his agitation, shock evident in their expressions. Only one remained unaffected. Chu Feng, serene as still water, surveyed the crowd, noting their dazed and somewhat stiff demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Gradually, the tension in his muscles began to ease, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had successfully astonished them. However, he did not prolong this spectacle. With a mere thought, the radiant light that enveloped the Xiao clan's main hall and even the entire estate dissipated, retracting into Chu Feng's being. With a resounding crash, the thousands of flying swords plummeted to the ground before the Xiao clan's main hall, the sharp clattering of metal echoing like an army clashing in battle, sending shivers down their spines. This cacophony jolted everyone back to reality. Xiaozhan snapped back to attention, suddenly feeling a chill on his forehead. When he touched it, he realized that cold sweat had thoroughly soaked him. He promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply. "I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize the greatness of the master and dared to offend. I beseech the master for forgiveness." The remaining three elders simultaneously reacted, kneeling before Chu Feng and pleading, "We beseech the master for forgiveness." The four of them were tense, their fear mirroring the earlier pressure they felt. Xiaozhan and the three elders understood the grave consequences of provoking a master-level expert. It could spell disaster for the entire Xiao family. In response to their supplications, Chu Feng maintained his tranquil demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. He leisurely sipped his tea and nodded slightly, saying, "You are merely ignorant. What crime is that? Moreover, I have come today for my disciple. If this encounter turns unpleasant, it would defeat my purpose." Upon hearing this, the four of them finally relaxed, taking deep breaths to calm themselves. Simultaneously, an expression of excitement flickered in Xiaozhan's eyes. Such a master, one of unparalleled distinction, had turned out to be the mentor of Xiao Huahua. Realizing this, the elders could hardly conceal their joy, casting glances at Xiao Huahua. They had not anticipated that the mischievous Xiao Huahua had indeed brought back a figure of such greatness. Xiaozhan, disregarding propriety, excitedly patted Xiao Huahua on the shoulder. causing the latter to grimace in response to the force. With a hint of regret, Xiaozhan remarked, "Hua hua. It's a pity you encountered the immortal teacher a bit too late. With only 3 months left until the 3-year agreement expires. Even a master cannot help you break through to the first-rate realm in such a short time." Then he chuckled lightly, adding, "But even if you do not meet the terms of the agreement, it matters not. With the guidance of a master, your future achievements may well surpass that of the minor sect leader of the mysterious sect. At the very least, you will become a postnatal warrior, capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Xiao family." The 3 elders sighed in unison, exclaiming how fortunate the young clan leader was. With the guidance of a master, what worries could there be about achieving greatness? Amidst their praises and sighs, however, Xiao Huahua brushed aside Xiaozhan's hand. In response to the puzzled gazes of the 4, the youth smiled mysteriously and said, "Father, why do you assume I will inevitably lose to that woman after 3 months? Furthermore, how can you believe my master is merely an ordinary master-level expert? Have you forgotten what my master previously stated?" Xiaozhan and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. What had the master said? Suddenly, a phrase flashed through their minds. "I remember when I first embarked on the path of cultivation, despite having countless enemies. I had never clashed with anyone of the innate realm, whom I regarded as mere ants." Xiaozhan tensed once more, frowning deeply at Xiao Huahua. The latter, understanding that his father had recalled the master's words, grinned and said, "Indeed, father, what you witnessed earlier was not my master's full strength, but merely the results achieved in a single day at the outset of his cultivation. How do you think this aura compares to that of the innate beings you so dearly admire?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaozhan's face as he hurriedly turned to glance at Chu Feng. To his surprise, the young man remained tranquil, sipping his tea without offering any explanation. Yet, this simple scene, devoid of words from Chu Feng, caused Xiaozhan to stagger back a few steps, shaking his head in disbelief. Could it be that everything Xiao Huahua claimed was indeed true? The overwhelming and unfathomable power, surpassing the innate abilities, was merely a reflection of this man's strength at the very onset of his cultivation? How could this be possible? Not only Xiaozhan, but the 3 esteemed elders standing behind him wore expressions of incredulity and astonishment as well. However, the elusive yet oppressive aura emanating from Chu Feng soon restored Xiaozhan's composure, prompting him to ponder. With the strength of a master, there would be no need to deceive us. Could it be that celestial beings truly exist in this world? Chapter 18. The Limit of Cultivation. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Within the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiaozhan remained in a daze, his head bowed as he contemplated the words previously uttered by Chu Feng. "If you do not cultivate, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you cultivate, you see me as a mayfly reaching for the vast sky." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, shaking his head with a complex expression, sighing. To possess such talent as a master in a day is truly chilling. This sigh was echoed by the 3 esteemed elders, who had devoted their lives to pursuits that now seemed unattainable, unable to even reach the starting point of another. Truly, the comparison between individuals can be utterly disheartening. Chu Feng remained seated on a wooden chair, delicately sipping his tea. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the astonished individuals around him. Feeling a sense of triumph, yet he could not help but exhale deeply. It was only now that he felt entirely at ease. Thankfully, he had maintained his composure, waiting until Xiao Huahua broke through to the 9th level of spiritual energy absorption and obtained the system's reinforcement before emerging from the forest and arriving at the Xiao family residence. Had he been powerless or lacking in cultivation, he would not have succeeded so convincingly today. Instead, he might have been dismissed as a fraud and expelled from the Xiao family. Reflecting on this, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, the cultivation techniques of immortality surpass martial arts by a considerable margin. In his past life, the 4th level of Qi refinement was merely a minor achievement within any cultivation narrative. Yet, in a world where even martial prowess was not highly developed, it was akin to a bomb, a nuclear bomb. The 3 formidable postnatal warriors of Dongli City would tremble before him as if they had encountered a ghost, bowing deeply in reverence. Nonetheless, the martial prowess of this world was not insignificant. It could be considered a realm of mid-level martial arts. Were he to find himself in a lower martial world, the threshold of cultivation would represent an unreachable pinnacle for the martial artists. As the atmosphere began to settle, Xiaozhan respectfully approached Chu Feng, sincerely offering his apologies once more. "Previously, we were blind to your greatness and short-sighted in our doubts about you, esteemed elder." He then regained his composure, adding earnestly, "Please do not misunderstand. Our actions were driven by circumstance. Hua is too naive and has been deceived on numerous occasions, even losing his trousers at times. As a father, I could not help but want to test you, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. As the clan leader, Xiao Zhan bowed in apology, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor exceptionally sincere. If his initial apology had stemmed from fear, this second one carried the intention of mending relations. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. His earnest acknowledgement of his faults, though minor, could indeed pave the way for reconciliation. Chu Feng waved his hand, appearing unperturbed, his tone considerably more relaxed. It is but a trifling matter, no harm done. After all, you were acting for the sake of my foolish disciple. Upon hearing this, the three esteemed elders finally felt a profound sense of relief. With his head still bowed, Xiao Zhan's face radiated immense excitement, and his heart brimmed with joy. Today's events truly mark a fortuitous moment for me, Xiao Zhan. Not only have I witnessed a master who might surpass the Grandmaster, one who exists solely in legends, but my child, Xiao Hua, has also become his disciple. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he silently mused. With such an extraordinary figure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the southern wilderness, supporting us, perhaps Hua truly has a chance to triumph in the 3-year agreement, allowing the Xiao family to stand proud. After a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Zhan rose and solemnly declared, "Esteemed master, not only have you graciously accepted Hua as your disciple, but you have also generously pardoned our transgressions. If we fail to express our gratitude, and this becomes known to the world, what will they say about the Xiao family's lack of decorum?" As Xiao Zhan spoke, the three elders immediately responded with visible excitement. The clan leader speaks wisely. As the foremost family of Dongli City, we represent the dignity of the entire city. This matter cannot be overlooked. Before Chu Feng could respond, the four of them approached him in unison, presenting their respects. Xiao Zhan held out a piece of jade, offering it to Chu Feng. "Esteemed master, this is a high-quality Tianyu, sourced from the jade-rich Tianshan Mountains, renowned for its ability to nourish the body and calm the mind. I sincerely hope you will accept it." The Grand Elder squeezed in beside Xiao Zhan, holding a pristine white jade vial, which he also presented to Chu Feng. "Esteemed master, this is a tiger tendon and snake gallbladder pill refined by the Longhu sect, known for its effects on strengthening bones and nourishing one's vitality. I understand this may not be of use to you, but perhaps you could keep it for your disciples' future use. I kindly request you to accept it." Before the Grand Elder could finish, the second and third elders simultaneously crowded forward. Chu Feng glanced at them with a wry smile. "Since these are heartfelt tokens from Hua's elders, I shall graciously accept them." With that, he received the 4 treasures into his sleeves. The 4 felt a collective sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. The esteemed master accepting their tokens of gratitude signified that they had indeed been forgiven, with the master being Hua's mentor. This connection rendered the Xiao family affiliated with a superlative figure of Grandmaster caliber. Such an honor. Not only other prominent families within Dongli City, but even the royal lineage of Lihua Kingdom might never encounter such an opportunity. Furthermore, should the Xiao family encounter any troubles in the future, as Hua's mentor, the esteemed master would surely not turn a blind eye out of consideration for Hua. After indulging in these thoughts, the Grand Elder regained his composure and turned to Hua with curiosity. "By the way, Hua, now that you have taken the esteemed master as your teacher, what is your current strength? Do you have any hope of surpassing the elusive young master of the mist in 3 months?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan and the others also turned their gaze towards Hua, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, under the gaze of the 4, Xiao Hua's expression was somewhat dejected. His head hung low in sorrow. "Father, esteemed elders, my talent pales in comparison to that of my master. After 3 months of guidance, I have only managed to absorb 9 strands of spiritual energy. Cultivating immortality, I have yet to even cross the threshold of becoming an immortal." Witnessing Xiao Hua's despondency, Xiao Zhan and the others felt a chill in their hearts, their smiles fading into solemnity. Indeed, Xiao Hua's aptitude was rather lacking. After over a decade of training, he was merely a third-rate warrior. Even for a powerful figure like his master, it seemed implausible to achieve significant progress in just a few months. With a sigh, Xiao Zhan gazed at Xiao Hua. Absorbing only 9 strands of spiritual energy in 3 months was rather concerning. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's pupils quivered violently as he grasped the implication, drawing a sharp breath. "You absorbed 9 strands of spiritual energy? Hua, what does this mean? What do you mean by cultivating immortality?" Chapter 19. Dare you challenge my path of immortal cultivation? In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and his three companions encircled Xiao Huahua, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Under ordinary circumstances, they would dismiss his words as mere nonsense learned from a fictional tale. However, at present, Xiao Huahua had returned with a master whose prowess transcended that of a grandmaster, a figure whom the entire Lihua kingdom could not overlook. Thus, the words spoken by Xiao Huahua now commanded their attention. The recent statement resonated within their minds as if it had struck a nerve. The Grand Elder also directed his gaze towards Xiao Huahua, leaning on his cane. His brow furrowed in confusion. The clan leader inquires, "What are these 9 strands of spiritual energy and your concept of immortal cultivation? In my several decades of life traversing the Jiangnan region, I have never encountered such notions." The Grand Elder then turned his gaze towards Chu Feng, pondering aloud. Could this be some unique technique of a senior, a special terminology for the realms of martial artists? Not only the Grand Elder, but the remaining 3 of Xiaozhan shared this sentiment. They had never heard of concepts like infusing spirit into the body or immortal cultivation. They had, however, come across some ancient martial sects that employed alternative names for different realms. Thus, there seemed to be a possibility of such occurrences. Chu Feng remained silent, observing the group. He understood his disciple's temperament. Given such an opportunity, Xiao Huahua would not miss the chance to showcase himself. As anticipated, with all eyes upon him, Xiao Huahua proudly declared, "Grand Elder, this is certainly not an alternative term for the realms of martial artists. What is a martial artist? Such trivial paths dare not infringe upon the path of immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivation is the path of longevity imparted by my master, a true way to attain immortality." The atmosphere in the Xiao family hall seemed to still in the wake of Xiao Huahua's proclamation. Xiao Zhan and his companions stood momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Zhan appeared as if rooted to the spot, muttering in a daze, "The path of longevity. How is this possible?" As he spoke, he shook his head gently. It was a well-known fact that the stronger a martial artist's prowess, the longer their lifespan. Yet, after centuries of exploration, people had discovered that longevity was not merely a product of increased strength. Rather, it was that the stronger a martial artist became, the less susceptible their body was to ailments, allowing them to outlive ordinary individuals. However, this longevity bore limitations. While these constraints varied from person to person, none exceeded a peak of 150 years. Even a grandmaster capable of annihilating armies was not exempt from this rule. When one's lifespan reached its limit, almost returned to dust, there was no room for exception. This limitation on lifespan was a universal truth, fair to all. Even the 5 great royal families that govern this realm are no exception. Historical records abound with accounts of various dynasties inviting alchemists to concoct elixirs of immortality. Yet none have succeeded. And now, this fiery master astonishingly teaches the way to eternal life? Were it not for having witnessed the true prowess of his abilities, he would have readily dismissed him as a charlatan. Yet, due to the master's unfathomable strength, Xiaozhan gradually began to believe in matters he once scorned. He remained in a daze, murmuring, "The path to immortality, the cultivation of the celestial." It seemed as if some ingrained perception had been shattered, akin to piercing through a fog to uncover a hidden truth, leaving his breath somewhat disordered. Is it possible to attain immortality through cultivation? Does becoming an immortal equate to eternal life? In a trance, he glanced once more at the young man seated before him, leisurely sipping tea. He suddenly realized that the young man's skin bore an indescribable quality, not as smooth as a woman's, yet imbued with a purity untouched by the mundane world. As if refined in some manner, exuding an ethereal aura. Could it be that this fiery master is not merely a martial grandmaster, but a celestial being? The moment this thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, Xiao Huahua's voice pulled him back to reality. Father and the elders just inquired about the meaning of the 9 paths of spiritual qi. Huahua could only say that channeling spirit into the body is the foundational stage prior to entering the realm of cultivation. The 9 paths of spiritual qi represent the pinnacle of this foundational phase. As for more, even if I explained, Father and the elders would not comprehend. A smile graced the youth's lips, his eyes sparkling as he turned to the 3rd elder, brimming with eagerness. The 3rd elder, under Huahua's gaze, felt an inexplicable tension. Before he could voice his inquiry, Huahua continued, "Since it cannot be explained, I propose a demonstration that should clarify everything." A demonstration? Xiaozhan exchanged glances with the 3 elders. The 3rd elder, incredulous, looked around and exclaimed, "Huahua, you mean to compete? But where are the other members of the Xiao family?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huahua merely shook his head with a gentle smile. though I have yet to embark on the true path of cultivation. The 9 paths of spiritual chi within me assure me. He fixed his gaze on the third elder, exuding an air of unwavering confidence, as I stand now. I believe I could exchange a few blows with the third elder. Caught in Huahua's intense stare, the third elder was momentarily befuddled. He raised his somewhat plump index finger to point at himself in disbelief. Me? Huahua, you cannot be serious. Xiao Zhan and the others were equally astonished. Voicing their incredulity, indeed. Huahua, are you serious? The third elder had not yet truly stepped into the postnatal realm. It had lingered at the threshold for many years. Among all the elite warriors in the Eastern Departure City, you were considered one of the most formidable. Just 3 months ago, you were merely at the 3rd tier level. Even with 3 months of training under your master, it is implausible that you could contend with the third elder, right? The other 2 elders nodded in agreement. The first elder remarked, Huahua, you have practiced martial arts since your youth and should understand that the journey of a warrior is one of gradual progression. It is akin to your prolonged stagnation at the 3rd tier level, unable to grasp the threshold of the 2nd tier. You cannot simply awaken one day and leap from the 3rd tier to the 1st, as if one could become plump in a single meal. Do not jest with the third elder. As the first elder spoke, the others concurred. Yet, Huahua maintained a smile, responding, Elder, you yourself have said it. The path of martial cultivation cannot be rushed. That is the way of martial arts, a lesser path. It is not the great path of my cultivation. Chapter 20 Xiao Huahua, third elder, rest assured, I shall not harm you. Both Xiao Zhan and the grand elder were engulfed in profound confusion. The latter, somewhat dazed, inquired, Is the way truly so wondrous? Although he posed the question, it was evident to all that a flicker of skepticism lingered in the grand elder's eyes. Clearly, Xiao Zhan and several other elders regarded his words with utter disbelief. After all, the notion of an immortal path was far too extraordinary, something they had never encountered. To ascend from a mere third-rate warrior to a contender against pinnacle first-rate practitioners, reaching the threshold of innate mastery within merely 3 months, seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. Were it not for the presence of his mentor, the elders of the clan might have dismissed his claims as mere folly. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Xiao Huahua paid no heed to the skepticism reflected in the grand elder's and his father's eyes. With utmost seriousness, he addressed the third elder. Third elder, let us engage in a contest. Only then will my father and the elders discern the truth of my words. Xiao Zhan exchanged glances with the other elders, each of them recognizing the unwavering determination in Xiao Huahua's eyes, reminiscent of a young bull. This lad was earnest. He truly believed he possessed the capability to challenge the third elder. However, the third elder appeared somewhat apprehensive, his heavy brows furrowed, and the usually placid expression on his face was tinged with solemnity. Young clan leader, a contest among warriors is no trivial matter. Once we engage, it is difficult to hold back in the exchange of blows. If someone were to get hurt, it would be quite regrettable. The third elder's words were delicately phrased, yet his expression conveyed his dilemma. Combat between warriors could indeed be moderated, but that applied only to those of similar realms. In all honesty, since he had ascended to the rank of a first-rate warrior, he had not sparred with anyone below the second-rate level. A first-rate warrior, unlike the reclusive masters depicted in tales, could not easily control the force of their strikes. Their physical prowess had already reached a formidable level, with every punch and kick generating a fierce gale. Each attack resembled the relentless surge of a river, impossible to halt. Only upon breaking through to the innate realm could one truly master and wield their martial power with precision. By expressing this truth, the third elder merely hoped to instill a sense of trepidation in Xiao Huahua, prompting him to reconsider. Yet, the latter, seemingly unfazed, nodded thoughtfully. Third elder, fear not. I shall not harm you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present first stiffened, then transformed into peculiar, wry smiles. They truly could not allow this youth to indulge in too many tales. He genuinely believed in his own capabilities. At this moment, seeing that they could not dissuade Xiao Huahua, the others turned their anxious gazes towards Chu Feng, exclaiming, Master, what about Huahua? Chu Feng, still sipping tea, regarded the unfolding drama with a bemused smile. Lowering his cup, he chuckled, Let him have his chance. With my presence, there shall be no issues. Chu Feng, too, was curious to ascertain the current prowess of Xiao Huahua and how it measured among the warriors. With Chu Feng's assurance, the others felt considerably more at ease. Yet Xiao Zhan still furrowed his brow, cautioning, Huahua, exercise utmost caution. Should you sense any peril, call for help immediately, understand? A punch from a half-step innate master is no trifling matter. In the hall, an elder and a youth squared off. The third elder scrutinized the young man before him, hesitated for a moment, and then lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch. His footwork was elusive, yet he moved with great strides, the sleeves of his robe whipping violently as he struck. The sound of his sleeves snapping in the air was like the patter of rain, echoing densely and sending shivers down the spine. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted. The third elder was employing the most fundamental martial art of the Xiao family, the sweeping fire fist. This technique emphasized speed and was filled with countless variations, leaving one defenseless. Though the technique bore modest power and primarily served to gauge an opponent, in the hands of a half-step innate master like the third elder, it was formidable. Even second-tier disciples within the clan would find themselves thoroughly suppressed, unable to act carelessly. In a fleeting moment, the third elder swiftly approached Xiao Huahua, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a torrential downpour. Surprisingly, the youth did not evade. Instead, a confident smile graced his face as a faint reddish glow enveloped his body. In that instant, Xiao Huahua seemed to glide like an eel, deftly maneuvering through the barrage of punches without retreating a single step. It appeared as though Xiao Huahua could anticipate the trajectory of the incoming blows, his body subtly dodging with minimal movements. Each sidestep and tilt of the head narrowly avoided the fists. Astonishingly, none of the swift and forceful punches found their mark. This spectacle drew gasps from the onlookers, and Xiao Zhan, momentarily stunned, remarked, "When did Huahua's reflexes become so astute?" As he spoke, Xiao Zhan and the other two elders turned their gaze simultaneously toward Chu Feng. Surely, it must be that Chu Feng had imparted some exceptional technique to Xiao Huahua, allowing his movements to become so elusive and agile. However, Chu Feng, observing the duel, remained unfazed. During their time in the dense forest, Xiao Huahua had faced off against fierce beasts, often catching wild chickens and mountain hares, honing his reflexes to be as swift as a startled rabbit. This agility stemmed not from any formal technique, but rather from pure enhancement through spiritual energy, significantly elevating his bodily speed. Even so, this level of agility was more than sufficient to contend with the so-called half-step innate warrior. As anticipated, both fighters eventually halted. After a series of sweeping fire fists, Xiao Huahua remained unperturbed, his breath steady, while the third elder was left panting heavily. A look of delight spread across Xiao Zhan's face. Indeed, the guidance of a master is extraordinary. Though only his speed has improved, it has already surpassed that of the average person. Perhaps he merely needs a bit more time. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan came to a halt. He observed Xiao Huahua at the front of the hall, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. "Third elder, since you have finished your turn, it is now my time to strike." As his words resonated, the crowd turned in astonishment towards Xiao Huahua. They witnessed an undeniable aura emanating from him, an explosive force that surged forth as the 9 strands of spiritual energy within him stirred violently, reaching their zenith. His movements surpassed even those of the third elder in swiftness. In the blink of an eye, a flash of crimson light accompanied by a gust of wind brought him before the third elder. The force of that sudden punch unleashed a deafening sonic boom. With that singular blow, it seemed as though he wielded the strength of 10,000 pounds. Chapter 21. The Intermediate Resources, Cultivating for 3 months. Can one defeat a first-class warrior? Before the grand hall of the Xiao family, a fierce punch came hurtling towards him. The third elder was taken aback, hastily raising both hands to shield himself. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as he staggered back 5 steps. Before he could regain his balance, another gust of wind struck him. He abruptly looked up, only to find Xiao Huahua had approached him unawares. A crimson fist, striking without any discernible technique, came at him with wild abandon. Yet, this scene sent chills down the spine of the third elder, who, in a flurry, summoned all his strength and desperately attempted to evade the blows. Standing on the white jade steps, Xiao Zhan and the others were in disbelief, their mouths agape. Is this truly Huahua? It is indeed real. Before them, the young man pursued with agility. In both speed and ferocity of strikes, he outmatched the third elder by a significant margin. The latter could only frantically dodge. And even when he attempted to retaliate, his efforts were effortlessly neutralized. The third elder was utterly suppressed throughout the encounter. Such an astonishing spectacle was almost beyond belief. As Xiao Huahua unleashed his attacks, the onlookers discerned the confidence radiating from him, a testament to his formidable strength. Regardless of the apparent disarray in his movements and techniques, which seemed devoid of sophisticated martial arts, it was purely his immense power that rendered the third elder powerless to counterattack. Amidst the astonishment of the spectators, Xiaohuahua suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch downwards. The mountain elder below, witnessing this, had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Crack! The punch met his palm. It was evident that the third elder's feet were firmly planted. Yet he left behind a trail of 8 or 9 meters in the muddy ground before finally coming to a halt, a testament to the might of that punch. After the strike, Xiaohuahua gracefully descended, tempering his breath and ceasing his assault just in time. Seeing this, the third elder's body finally relaxed, fatigue washing over him as his vital energy trembled. He gazed at Xiaohuahua, seemingly unable to recognize the young man before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Young master, truly remarkable." While to an outsider it appeared as though he was being overwhelmingly suppressed by Xiaohuahua. Only he who had engaged in combat could truly comprehend the reality. Each of Xiaohuahua's seemingly chaotic moves, driven by sheer strength and swiftness, concealed an underlying terrifying power that shook his very bones, making each exchange increasingly arduous for him. Once Xiaohuahua had regulated his internal energy, he exhaled. "Father, esteemed elders, this is the strength I possess after absorbing 9 strands of spirit energy." The 3 men stood frozen momentarily, then their eyes sparkled with excitement as they burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid indeed." Xiaozhan laughed exuberantly, feeling rejuvenated in an instant. He stepped forward to scrutinize Xiaohuahua closely, the joy and tremor in his eyes unabated. "Well done. You are indeed my son, surpassing even the Grand Masters." Meanwhile, the elders watching exchanged dark glances, pondering how Xiaozhan could grow increasingly shameless. What does it have to do with you? It is undoubtedly the skill of the immortal master. However, the 3 elders would not disregard Xiaozhan's dignity. They stepped forward in unison to congratulate him, saying, "The patriarch is correct. I have long perceived that Huahua is no ordinary talent. His previous obscurity was merely due to a lack of a worthy mentor." The Grand Elder snorted in satisfaction, adding, "The young master of the mysterious sect simply lacks vision. Given the current momentum, it is certain that the victor will be our Xiao family's young patriarch." The 4 of them were filled with joy and immediately turned their gaze towards Chu Feng. They understood that without Chu Feng, there would be no Huahua today. Chu Feng was the true flame that allowed Huahua to be reborn from the ashes. Xiaozhan's eyes glistened with moisture as he solemnly bowed, saying, "Xiaozhan expresses profound gratitude to the immortal master for saving Huahua's life." Although Xiaozhan had always struggled to articulate his feelings, he had witnessed Huahua's despondence and despair ever since their 3-year pact was established. These emotions could not be soothed in the face of the harsh reality that a man's dignity was being utterly shattered. Such humiliation had stretched Huahua to a breaking point, a taut string ready to snap. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaozhan had indulged Huahua, allowing him to recklessly seek out so-called masters of the hidden world. Little did he expect that amidst this seemingly inevitable defeat, Huahua would actually find the one path forward, the immortal master who transforms decay into wonder. The 3 Grand Elders also bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, immortal master." Chu Feng maintained a demeanor of serene indifference, undisturbed. "There is no need for thanks. Huahua is my disciple. I shall certainly guide him well and ensure he suffers no injustice." Upon learning of Chu Feng's identity and prowess, Xiaozhan and the others welcomed him to reside within the Xiao family, and Chu Feng graciously accepted. Before long, 2 months had swiftly passed. Inside a chamber of the Xiao residence, a young man sat cross-legged on the bed. With the steady rise and fall of his breath, a clear, rosy sheen flowed across his skin. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 10 distinct rays of light coursing from his limbs to his torso. Indeed, after returning to the Xiao family, Huahua had once again become resolute. Gritting his teeth, he aimed to break through to the 10th strand of spiritual energy before advancing his qi refinement. Chu Feng merely offered a few words of guidance and allowed him to pursue his path. Whether it was the resolution of his inner turmoil or the protagonist's territory buff at play, Huahua truly managed to break through to the level of 10 strands of spiritual energy within a month. After dedicating 1 month to completely assimilating the 10 strands, he was now repeatedly assaulting the realm of qi refinement. Eventually, beads of sweat adorned Huahua's skin. The 10 strands of spiritual energy simultaneously overflowed within him, coalescing behind him like a perfect sun and moon. When the spiritual energies harmonized flawlessly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the aura surrounding him. Suddenly, Huahua opened his eyes wide. Within his body, a natural flow of spiritual energy surged along the meridians like a torrential flood, swiftly intertwining. The energy, originally tenfold, transformed into a singular, more refined essence. This essence brought clarity to Xiao Huahua's senses, filling him with an overwhelming sense of ease, as if he had achieved an extraordinary state of being. A smile graced his lips as he joyfully observed his own body. This ineffable comfort, the subtle radiance emanating from his skin, and the sudden enhancement of his strength marked his entry into the first layer of qi refinement. He had finally crossed the initial threshold of cultivation. Filled with excitement, Xiao Huahua clenched his fists, his gaze profound. Master, I have succeeded. Though his progress was undeniably slower than that of his master and those so-called prodigies of cultivation, he had nonetheless stepped into the first layer of qi refinement with tenfold spiritual energy. In achieving this, he felt he had not tarnished his master's name. Chapter 22. The Disciple's Breakthrough. A return to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Within the confines of the Shao family estate, a row of venerable trees stood tall. A young man reclined languidly upon the cool grass, his eyes still heavy with slumber, resembling a laborer who had just finished his afternoon toil. Seeking respite in this tranquil spot, a group of Shao disciples, their swords sheathed at their waists, passed by. They cast a glance his way, their faces marred by expressions of disdain. From a distance, the murmurs of several disciples reached his ears. This charlatan has been with our Shao clan for over 2 months. Why do the elders insist we attend to him so dutifully? How could someone like him possibly be a hermit of renown? Indeed, I suspect the clan leader, that good-for-nothing, is the reason he hasn't been exposed, allowing him to linger here. As the disciples moved further away, their conversation, though lowered, bore no guise of discretion. Clearly intended for Chu Feng's hearing. With a casual demeanor, he propped one leg over the other, disregarding their opinions entirely. Rather than concern himself with the judgments of others, Chu Feng found greater solace in the beauty surrounding him, the gentle breeze caressing his face, the warm sunlight filtering through the leafy canopies, enveloping him in a languorous afternoon, while the distant clamor of voices thrummed in the background. His gaze drifted upwards to the verdant leaves swaying above, a natural smile gracing his lips. How utterly delightful this is. Having traversed into this world for over 5 months, it was only during these past 2 months at the Shao family that he truly felt the essence of life. As he began to surrender to the allure of slumber, an unexpected, frigid electronic tone shattered the serenity. Beep, congratulations to the host. Your disciple Xiao Huahua has broken through to the first level of qi refinement. Beep. The system is initiating a tenfold return. Suddenly, his body trembled, as a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged within him. The trees nearby shivered under the influence of this energy, their branches quaking violently in an otherwise still afternoon. A fearsome vortex of power coalesced in the vicinity. After a brief interlude, the overwhelming atmosphere gradually subsided. Sensing the burgeoning strength within, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huahua has broken through. He swiftly straightened his posture, and the blue interface before him shifted to his personal profile. Host, Chu Feng. Cultivation level. Pinnacle of qi refinement. His gaze swept across the cultivation section, and his joy was boundless. He felt as though the spiritual essence of the universe had thickened, emanating from the earth, flora, and trees, intertwining with his very being. His mastery over this ethereal energy surged to unprecedented heights. Although the system merely indicated a tenfold return from his disciple, this return encompassed more than mere power. It encompassed the mastery of the capabilities bestowed upon him by this newfound level, honed through diligent practice. Taking a deep breath, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Huahua, oh Huahua, you truly are an exceptional disciple of mine. I have not misjudged you. Chu Feng gazed skyward, his pupils glistening in the sunlight. Taking Xiao Huahua as a disciple is indeed a delightful occurrence. In the 5 months since he arrived in this realm, he has not devoted a moment to cultivation. Yet he has ascended from nothingness to greatness, achieving the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Even when considering the myriad immortal cultivation novels of my former life, such rapid advancement is nothing short of astonishing. Now, he can finally rest assured that his true nature will not be exposed. In other words, he has become a veritable powerhouse, no longer living in the anxiety of deceit and fear of revelation. Previously, his mere attainment of the 4th level of body refinement had left the Shao family in awe, venerating him as a masterful expert. Although that was merely the result of unleashing all his spiritual energy rather than a reflection of his true combat prowess, it nonetheless spoke volumes. Having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, what might his current strength be? Having now broken through to the peak of qi refinement, what might his martial prowess be akin to? Reflecting upon his combat abilities, Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. Thus far, he seems to have learned not a single technique. His foolish disciple appears equally untrained in martial arts. even during his prior encounter with the third elder of the Shao family. He relied solely on the speed and strength granted by the enhancement of 9 streams of spiritual energy, overpowering his opponent through sheer force. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a sense of urgency. Now that he has established a foundation in his realm, it would be inadequate to lack a suitable martial technique to fully harness his newfound strength. Almost instinctively, spiritual energy lifted him, allowing him to float gracefully in the air. The energy stirred the ground, creating waves that rustled the grass below. As the intensity of this aura escalated, the wind grew fiercer, causing the surrounding underbrush to stir restlessly. In but 3 breaths, Chu Feng's body trembled violently before vanishing from sight. In the distance, the Shao family disciples, who were practicing their swordplay under the blazing sun, froze in astonishment. A loud clatter echoed as one disciple dropped his sword, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Did he just vanish into thin air? A look of regret washed over their faces, turning pale as they struggled to comprehend the situation. What Xiaohua brought back was indeed a genuine, unparalleled master. In their excitement, they abandoned their swords, scattering in all directions. Instantly, the cries of the Shao family disciples reverberated through the estate. "Immortal Master, where are you?" Yet, no matter how fervently they called out, there was no response. In the rear courtyard of the Shao residence stood a modest enclosure. Not large in area, but comprising 5 rooms. Within this courtyard, to the left of the entrance, 8 wooden stakes were arranged in a row. A young lad stood before a wooden post, gazing at it with an unfocused stare. He took a step forward and, with a sudden surge of energy, unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! With the force of his strike, the 2 posts, each as thick as a human head, were instantly reduced to dust. A look of sheer delight illuminated Xiaohua's face. Indeed, the prowess of the Qi refinement stage far exceeded our expectations. It was undeniably superior to that of any first-rate martial artist. Without further hesitation, he advanced, his body propelling forward with great speed, and his fist followed suit, striking fiercely. With each punch, the wooden post shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. By the time he finished his flurry of blows, all 8 posts had been reduced to mere splinters, yet Xiaohua remained composed, his breath steady and unlabored. Chapter 23. The Supreme Art of the Martial Ancestor. The Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. Within the courtyard, observing the splintered wooden post beside him, Xiaohua clenched his fists. Yet a lingering sense of unfulfillment danced upon his countenance. Had he managed to leave even a faint mark on the wooden post previously, it would have thrilled him for an entire day. Now, having effortlessly shattered 8 of those posts, a measure of dissatisfaction crept into his heart. Xiaohua pondered deeply. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, my strength has surged dramatically, far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. If I were to encounter the third elder again, I am certain I could overwhelm him within 10 moves. His eyes gleamed with confidence. If only I possessed martial techniques, I could surely defeat the third elder in less than 3 moves. Xiaohua fully comprehended that in battle, he relied solely on his realm and sheer brute force. Although his feats were indeed remarkable, he felt a persistent sense of frustration from not being able to unleash his full potential with each strike. After all, a martial artist requires techniques to perfectly manifest their strength. Could it be that a Qi refining practitioner like himself could also adapt some martial techniques? Would this enable him to more exquisitely showcase his abilities? The more he contemplated, the more his excitement grew. Now that I have broken through to the Qi refining realm, I must discuss this with my master and see if... What should I clarify? Suddenly, an unexpected sound erupted behind him. He shuddered and swiftly turned around, his eyes sparkling with joy as he exclaimed, "Master!" Xiaohua hurriedly bowed in respect. His lowered face still bore a trace of astonishment as he mused inwardly. My master possesses truly remarkable perception, whether I break through in the mountains or within the estate. No matter the distance, he always senses it clearly. Perhaps only my master in this world is capable of such feats. Casting a glance at him, then at the nearby wooden posts, Chu Feng casually approached Xiaohua's side. "Huahua, previously I observed that you were only at the stage of absorbing spirit into your body, and you must focus on your cultivation without distraction. Those numerous techniques and secret methods are not suitable for your practice." Turning back to face Xiaohua, whose face was alight with excitement and anticipation, Chu Feng smiled gently and said, "Now that you have broken through to the first layer of Qi refining, you should possess at least a technique or 2. At these words, Xiaohua could no longer contain himself and rushed to stand before Chu Feng, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Master, your foresight is astounding. Just as I had this thought, you appeared." Though internally Chu Feng was surprised at the coincidence, his exterior remained composed, as if he were in command of all events. With nothing escaping his keen insight, he merely nodded slightly. In stark contrast to Chu Feng's calm demeanor, Xiaohuahua was practically bouncing with excitement. Like a child who had never seen the world, filled with wonder, he circled around Chu Feng, bombarding him with questions. Master, are you going to teach me how to summon an army from beans? Or perhaps the thunder art, the palm thunder? Or will you instruct me on invoking divine spirits? As I observed the exuberant Xiaohuahua darting about with excitement, I could not help but lightly tap his head in exasperation. Noticing the pained expression on his face, I remarked, you have only just begun your journey, merely at the first layer of chi refinement. Though I possess various celestial techniques, even if I were to impart them to you, you would struggle to comprehend them. Pursue knowledge with humility, do not reach for the unattainable. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua let out a woeful sound, sighing, I had hoped to immediately master those extraordinary skills as depicted in the tales. Seeing his disappointment, I chuckled and said, however, I do possess a certain celestial technique here that rivals those you mentioned, such as the thunder palm or the summoning of spirits. And it is even superior in many aspects. This technique does not discriminate against one's level of cultivation, even at your current stage of chi refinement. You could grasp its essence. Will you learn this technique? Xiaohuahua lifted his head, his previously dimmed eyes now ignited with fervor as he exclaimed, such a technique exists? I shall learn it. As he spoke, I summoned my own aura, the energy swirling around me causing the stones in the courtyard to tremble and levitate. Xiaohuahua watched intently as I raised a finger toward the heavens and declared, today, I shall teach you a technique, the great wilderness capturing heaven finger. The deeper one comprehends this technique, the greater its power becomes. There have been prodigies who began cultivating this technique from the first layer of chi refinement, ultimately wielding it with such mastery that even celestial beings dared not provoke them. Xiaohuahua's excitement surged as he gasped. Even celestial beings would retreat? Just hearing the name Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger suggests it is formidable. I continued my explanation. The Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger is divided into 5 gestures. 1. One finger captures heaven and earth. 2. 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. 3. 3 fingers annihilate beings. 4. 4 fingers tear the firmament. 5. 5 fingers shift the universe. A hint of nostalgia flickered in my eyes as I recalled a once proud prodigy who, with mastery over the 5-fingered technique, vanquished countless foes. Utilizing a single gesture to disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, saving a realm from calamity. The world hailed him as the martial ancestor. Xiaohuahua seemed frozen in place, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Martial ancestor to be called thus by the world with just a single technique, how terrifying indeed. Suddenly, he appeared puzzled and asked, Master, why have I never heard of this martial ancestor before? With a calm demeanor, I explained. The realms of martial arts and cultivation are entirely distinct. You have always dwelled within the realm of martial arts, and your experiences have never touched upon the world of cultivation. It is entirely natural that you have not encountered the name of this martial ancestor. As I spoke, a smile crept into my heart. Teaching the techniques of a figure reminiscent of the Emperor Yan's fated offspring, the martial ancestor surely qualifies as a form of extraordinary legacy. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if there exists in this world a chance encounter with a son blessed with the fortitude akin to that of the martial ancestor. Should such a meeting occur, I would undoubtedly impart upon him the art of the flame-splitting wave, clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts. Chu Feng spoke with solemnity. Although this technique is formidable, given your current cultivation and comprehension, even mastering a mere finger would be exceedingly challenging. Let us instead practice a half finger. As he spoke, Chu Feng gazed skyward, his aura reaching its zenith. At his fingertips, a potent surge of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing the clouds above. In but a brief moment, the heavens darkened, heavy with ominous clouds. Under the astonished gaze of Xiaohuahua, a terrifying concentration of spiritual power seemed to coalesce above the clouds, manifesting as an ominous entity. Suddenly, the clouds began to roil, and from within emerged a colossal finger, large enough to encompass an entire courtyard. This giant finger surged forth from the firmament, descending towards the earth below. Chapter 24. The collapse of Dongli City. Under the giant finger, Dongli City bustled with life, the streets alive with the hum of activity. Yet, in an instant, the throngs of people fell silent, their gazes drawn skyward. What had been a clear blue sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a pall over the scene. The abruptness of this transformation, however, did not herald an impending storm. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Look, what is that thing? The onlookers turned to the direction indicated, and there, a colossal finger emerged, parting the mist and pointing ominously downward. The air was thick with a palpable aura of destruction emanating from this giant appendage, leaving the inhabitants of Dongli City breathless with fear. The bizarre and terrifying spectacle sent the populace into a frenzy, their horrified cries echoing through the streets, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster. Panic-stricken, the citizens scattered in all directions, seeking refuge within the confines of nearby shops. In mere moments, the once vibrant thoroughfare transformed into a desolate scene. A few figures remained, clad in resplendent garments that bespoke their affluent lineage. At the forefront stood a corpulent elder with a round visage, the venerable patriarch of the Ao family. Accompanying him was a man of formidable presence, draped in a deep black robe, the head of the Lu family. In Dongli City, aside from the ruling Xiao family, the most formidable clans were the Lu and Ao families, collectively known as the three great families of Dongli City. However, in recent years, the Xiao family had grown increasingly powerful, exerting significant pressure on the other two families, both commercially and politically. Consequently, the Lu and Ao families had forged an alliance to counterbalance the Xiao family's dominance, resulting in a delicate equilibrium of mutual restraint among the three clans. Under these circumstances, the animosity between the two families towards the Xiao clan had intensified. Any hint of disturbance would prompt them to devise means to trouble the Xiao family. Ao Chang'an and Lu Qing exchanged glances at the looming giant finger, both visibly shaken. Ao Chang'an remarked gravely, "Such an aura and might could only belong to a master-level expert. It is inconceivable that anyone else could wield such power." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. But as his gaze shifted downward, a smile curled upon his lips. That terrifying attack is clearly aimed at the Xiao family. It is highly probable that they have crossed paths with someone they should not have. At this, Ao Chang'an chuckled lightly. It seems the Xiao family will not endure for long, having incurred the wrath of a being of this caliber twice already. The two shared a knowing smile. 2 months prior, an ominous presence had engulfed the Xiao family, imposing a weight that extended beyond their walls, affecting even passers-by outside. Ever vigilant, the Ao and Lu families had seized the opportunity to discreetly gather information from the Xiao family's own members. Upon realizing that no one knew the source of such an ominous presence, the members of the Xiao family speculated that they had likely offended a superlative master, who was now issuing a warning. The Ao Cheng and Lu families, having acquired this information, seized the opportunity to capitalize on the Xiao family's misfortune. They promptly dispatched individuals to seize control of the Xiao family's marketplace and compete for their goods within Dongli City. This unexpected turn of events caught the Xiao family off guard, resulting in considerable losses. It was evident that the Xiao family had once again provoked this formidable power. Based on the overwhelming aura in the sky, it seemed that today could spell disaster for the Xiao family. Amidst their glee, the heads of the two families harbored various thoughts. Given the current situation, the downfall of the Xiao family appeared inevitable. The terrifying force in the sky was beyond what even masters could achieve. And what did it mean to be a master in Dongli City? Not only in Dongli City, but even in the entirety of Jiangnan province, one would be hard-pressed to find a single master. Such a powerful entity, even merely displaying malice towards the Xiao family, was sufficient to incite numerous strong individuals to take action in order to curry favor. With this thought in mind, the patriarch of the Ao Chung family promptly issued an order. Since the Xiao family has drawn the ire of such a being, we need not hold back any longer. Let us expedite our original plans. In the Xiao family hall, Xiao Zhan and a few others hurriedly emerged, gazing towards the heavens. Staring at the terrifying might of the colossal finger in the sky, they were left speechless. This kind of extraordinary phenomenon was unparalleled in the annals of Dongli City's history. Xiao Zhan's expression grew grave. The one who manifested this power far surpasses the innate level. I fear that even a master may not be capable of producing such a commotion. Who knows if this formidable being appearing in Dongli City is a blessing or a curse for us? Upon hearing this, the three elders were taken aback. However, the eldest elder suddenly paused, quickly realizing, Patriarch, could it be that this extraordinary sight is the doing of Huohuo's master? The remaining three pondered this, and their eyes brightened. Xiaozhen clapped his hands, exclaiming joyfully, Indeed, how could I have forgotten about Huohuo's master? His smile lingered, though he gazed at the giant finger in the sky with a sense of foreboding, eventually stating, This power is far more terrifying than what Master Huohuo displayed 2 months ago. It seems that what Master Huohuo said was indeed true. The so-called mastery level is merely the result of his initial training. His strength far exceeds our comprehension. The second elder, filled with both joy and astonishment, murmured to himself, Even though I had known this for some time, it is only today that I can truly believe such a terrifying individual exists in this world. The members of the Shao family, in agreement, laughed heartily. Huahua truly is our family's lucky star, bringing back such an extraordinary figure. In contrast to the jubilant trio, the third elder remained silent, contemplating solemnly. At this moment, he gazed at the sky for quite a while, and suddenly, in a peculiar tone, remarked, "Elder, do you suppose that the finger in the heavens might be a transcendent being imparting martial techniques to fire?" Chapter 25. The first layer of Qi refinement. A finger that shakes the heavens almost destroys a city. In the grand hall of the Shao family, the three gazed at the colossal finger in the sky, momentarily speechless. After a period of contemplation, Xiaozhan remarked, "It seems that celestial masters are typically discreet, rarely showcasing their abilities." As he spoke, his brows arched in delight, a smile gracing his features. This intervention must surely be for Huahua. It is quite possible that it was performed to teach her. The remaining elders looked up at the celestial spectacle, their astonishment mingling with envy as they sighed. Huahua has found an excellent mentor. Meanwhile, in the backyard, as Chu Feng pointed downwards, the enormous finger stirred a tempest of clouds that surged downward. Beneath the dense layers of spiritual energy, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Huahua was utterly transfixed, her excitement palpable. The awe-inspiring force was indeed reminiscent of the legendary techniques wielded by the martial ancestor. If such power could be summoned with merely a half-finger, what kind of chaos might ensue if one mastered the entirety of it? However, just as the pressure was about to reach its zenith, the gigantic finger abruptly transformed into a swirling vortex and dissipated. Huahua's expression faltered as she turned to Chu Feng. "Master." Chu Feng smiled serenely, explaining, "This was merely a manifestation of my Qi refinement first-layer capabilities, expressed through a half-finger that shakes the heavens." Huahua stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. To achieve such power with the first layer of Qi refinement, she gazed at her own hands, pondering the potential. Could she truly reach such heights with her current cultivation? If she were to master it, could she emulate her master's prowess? Resolutely, Huahua clenched her fists. Determination etched in her features. Since her master had demonstrated this for her, it signified that she too could reach that level. She certainly could. Observing her fierce resolve, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. This girl was undoubtedly weaving grand narratives in her mind. He sighed softly, reflecting, "Fortunately, I managed to retract it in time. Otherwise, my ruse might have been uncovered." The so-called Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger was merely a name he had heard and a concept he had read about in novels. He had no genuine mastery of it. What had just occurred was a mere illusion crafted from pure spiritual energy, lacking any real potency. Had he delayed even slightly, he would have surely been exposed. Nevertheless, he believed that presenting this spectacle to Huahua, coupled with explanations drawn from literary sources, would suffice. She would need to explore this phenomenon herself gradually. After all, if Huahua could cultivate something based on his whimsical fabrications, perhaps she could also succeed with the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger. Perhaps. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Feng cleared his throat and addressed Huahua. "Pay close attention." Startled, Huahua straightened her posture, fully engaged. Chu Feng continued, "The Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger is renowned for its formidable might. Each move, while astonishingly powerful, requires one to connect with the heavens and sense the flow of spiritual energy. When the ethereal energies of heaven and earth resonate with you, they will naturally converge as you wield them." As Chu Feng spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, prompting him to recount some events and victories associated with the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger employed by the martial ancestor. Huahua, however, listened with even greater excitement than a captivated audience member. It was not that Chu Feng lacked creativity. The original text did not elaborate on any cultivation processes. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice, with nothing to draw from. It was already quite remarkable that he could conjure a few cultivation techniques based on experiences from other novels. The rest, it seemed, would depend on Huahua's own comprehension. Nevertheless, after weaving so many tales, he hoped it wouldn't unravel. Chu Feng cast a discreet glance and immediately felt at ease. He noticed Huahua's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, fist clenched, inwardly exclaiming, "The narrative does not deceive me. Indeed, the more advanced the martial arts, the less they adhere to conventional documentation. However, the tales hidden within books and songs pale in comparison to the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger. This martial art must be concealed within a story, and my master wishes for me to grasp the essence of the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger through its content. It must be so." Chu Feng mused with delight. This imaginative lad is truly easy to persuade. He interprets everything as a test. Very well, this is advantageous. It minimizes the risk of exposure. With that thought, Chu Feng encouraged Xiao Huahua with a few words about diligent cultivation before departing to bask in the sun. Xiao Huahua, meanwhile, remained seated on the ground, reflecting on Chu Feng's words, meticulously pondering how to connect with the cosmos. This contemplation lasted for an entire hour. In the tranquil courtyard, a few footsteps approached. Xiao Huahua turned around to see Xiao Zhan accompanied by 3 esteemed elders. Upon seeing his father, Xiao Huahua immediately rose to greet them. Father, esteemed elders. However, Xiao Zhan paid little heed to these formalities, his expression brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, Huahua, the immortal master sought you just now. Earlier, while on the way, Xiao Zhan had heard from the Xiao family disciples that Chu Feng was heading towards the courtyard where Xiao Huahua resided, and fearing it might disrupt their cultivation, he delayed his visit. Xiao Huahua, bubbling with enthusiasm, replied, Father, my master just taught me martial arts. At this, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders became even more animated. But the former continued, his tone tinged with urgency, Huahua, what was that finger that appeared in the sky? Xiao Huahua eagerly nodded, Father, that was the martial art my master taught me. You must have witnessed it. The martial arts were grand in momentum and earth-shattering in power. As he spoke, Xiao Huahua animatedly demonstrated the movements. The 4 elders, however, stood momentarily dumbfounded. It was indeed real, although they had suspected it all along. Hearing the answer directly from Xiao Huahua left them utterly astonished. Indeed, a true paragon far surpassing the grandmasters, demonstrating such formidable prowess that even a practitioner like Huahua, who has yet to fully awaken their potential, can unleash such overwhelming might. One cannot help but wonder how terrifying this technique will be at its pinnacle. Xiao Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he was also filled with a sense of nostalgia. Huahua, you are indeed fortunate to have a celestial master as your mentor. Such a blessing must be the result of 8 lifetimes of cultivation. It is rare to find anyone in the entire southern wilderness who possesses such fortune. You must heed your master's words and avoid inciting their displeasure. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua nodded vigorously. Father, rest assured, I shall obediently follow my master's guidance. After speaking, she noticed a trace of melancholy on Xiao Zhan's face, as if he had unspoken words lingering on his lips. Curious, Xiao Huahua inquired, Father, what troubles you? Speak plainly. Why do you hesitate so? Chapter 26, Cultivating the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger. I am indeed the disciple of my revered master. In a secluded area of the courtyard, noticing that Xiao Zhan remained silent, the Grand Elder took a step forward. Furrowing his brow as he addressed Xiao Huahua, Young Master, the Xiao family has recently encountered some challenges. The Ao City family, which has long opposed us, has become increasingly arrogant. They have not only suppressed the Xiao family at every turn, but have also dispatched individuals right under our noses to seize one of our marketplaces. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua immediately responded with fervor, Then we shall deal with them. When did the Ao City family and the Lu family dare to provoke the Xiao family? The Grand Elder sighed deeply, Young Master, in the past. These 2 families would never have had the audacity to act so brazenly. However, the Ao City family has recently allied with a mid-stage acquired realm guest elder, a renowned swordsman known throughout several cities. His strength surpasses ours, emboldening them to act with impunity. At this point, the Grand Elder paused, cautiously inquiring, thus, We were contemplating whether we could invite the immortal master to intimidate them. In response, Xiao Huahua merely smiled without uttering a word. Just when Xiao Zhan and the others believed the matter was beyond discussion, they heard Xiao Huahua disdainfully declare, a mid-stage acquired realm. No need for the master to intervene. I have just broken through to the first level of chi refinement. My strength has undoubtedly grown significantly. Moreover, my master has just imparted a divine skill to me. Once I master this skill, I shall personally reclaim our lost marketplace. The confidence radiating from Xiao Huahua left Xiao Zhan and the others utterly astonished, exchanging incredulous glances. The first level of chi refinement. Did this mean Xiao Huahua had officially embarked on the path of cultivation? More astonishing was his unshakable self-assurance. Was it possible that he could contend with a mid-stage acquired realm expert mere moments after stepping onto the path of cultivation? Understanding their disbelief, Xiao Huahua proudly proclaimed, Cultivation is the path to immortality. Even a novice is incomparable to an ordinary martial practitioner. However, he then furrowed his brow slightly, adding, Considering I am the disciple of my master, if my initial foray does not overwhelm a martial artist, would that not bring shame upon my master? To be prudent, I shall first learn the celestial techniques I possess. As he recalled the earth-shattering half-finger technique demonstrated by his master, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of excitement. That formidable move was undoubtedly witnessed by the entire Eastly City. If he could master it and showcase it before all, perhaps he could finally dispel the label of waste that had beset him for years. While Xiao Huahua reveled in these thoughts, Xiao Zhan and the others remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to fully accept the unfolding events. In merely 4 short months, has Xiao Huahua truly transformed from a mere scion of the Xiao family into its very pillar? Such rapid growth is astonishing. Xiao Zhan, steadying his excited heart, advised Huahua, diligently cultivate and do not disappoint the expectations of our esteemed master. Should you find yourself lacking anything, or if our master requires something, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly fulfill your needs. After imparting a few more words of caution to ensure that Huahua does not provoke their master's displeasure, he hummed a light tune and departed. Once Xiao Zhan and the others had left, Xiao Huahua once again settled into a cross-legged posture, commencing his breathing exercises. He discovered that the technique taught by his master was indeed a treasure. Not only did it allow him to perceive the spiritual energy around him, but it also clarified his mind during the process, rendering his thoughts remarkably lucid. Entering this meditative state enabled him to reflect on his master's teachings, grasping their deeper meanings with newfound clarity. The subsequent days unfolded in a monotonous rhythm for Xiao Huahua. Aside from bathing and dining, he dedicated every other moment to his cultivation. His training regimen was meticulously divided. Half the time was devoted to the absorption of the spiritual energies of the universe, while the other half was spent attempting to attune to the energies of nature and comprehend the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger technique. Progress in his cultivation became slow following his breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage, and as for the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, in the courtyard center, beads of sweat adorned Xiao Huahua's brow as he quietly gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy was drawn to him, entering his body and manifesting at his fingertips. A shadow of a colossal finger gradually materialized around him. However, this ethereal form did not persist for long before dissipating once more. With a sigh, as the energy dispersed, Xiao Huahua released a heavy breath, feeling the tension in his body ease. He looked at the faint glow that had coalesced at the tip of his index finger, now fading, and murmured, "Is it still not working? It must be my lack of comprehension. I was too focused enough at the start. It has to be that." Despite some progress with the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger over the past few days, he remained unable to execute it, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he diligently sought the fault within himself after countless failures, never once doubting the integrity of the technique. After all, how could his master possibly be mistaken? Calming his mind entirely, Xiao Huahua resumed his breathing exercises, contemplating the recent training process. Could it be that I erred in the steps of condensing energy? Or did I make a mistake while drawing in the spiritual energy? As he pondered the experiences of the martial ancestor shared by Chu Feng, he simultaneously absorbed the spiritual essence around him and adjusted the flow of energy within his body. This scene unfolded entirely under the gaze of a middle-aged man outside the courtyard. In recent days, Xiao Zhan has frequently visited this place, observing Xiao Huahua's cultivation. Due to the words spoken by Xiao Huahua, Xiao Zhan has entirely disregarded the movements of the Ao City family and the Lu family. He is acutely aware that if the mid-stage guest elder cannot be dealt with, all their efforts would be in vain. Gazing at the young figure, his gaze sharpened. Ao Cheng'an, just wait. The day my son emerges from seclusion will mark the downfall of your Ao City family. Meanwhile, not far from the Xiao residence, stands a mansion of nearly identical grandeur. The opulence of this residence rivals that of the Xiao family. Within the grand hall of this estate, 2 middle-aged men sit, laughing heartily as they indulge in wine. Beside them is a young man clad in black robes. The 2 jovial figures are none other than Ao Cheng'an, the eldest elder of the Ao family, and Lu Qing, the head of the Lu family. Their laughter has echoed continuously for the past half hour. Ao Cheng'an, feeling unprecedentedly at ease, remarked, "Brother Lu, it seems the Xiao family is intimidated by us." Chapter 27. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. The Entrance. Return. The perfect Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. In the grand hall of the Ao family in Ao City, Lu Qing expressed his satisfaction. Our overwhelming pressure has swallowed the 3 markets of the Xiao family. In the past, Xiao Zhan would have come to confront us fiercely by now. Yet today, he remains coiled within the Xiao residence, silent as a mouse. It seems the Xiao family is destined for ruin. The 2 tufts of white beard belonging to Ao City Nan fluttered as he chuckled. It appears we have deduced correctly. The Xiao family has provoked a formidable opponent beyond the realm of masters. Their self-preservation must now be exceedingly challenging. How could they possibly concern themselves with the markets? In my opinion, he continued, we can take bolder steps in our endeavor to consume the Xiao family. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. He paused, turning to the young man in the black robe, raising a cup of tea in respect, with Lu brother present, even if the Xiao family wishes to retaliate. They lack the strength to do so. The middle-aged man, who had remained silent, did not dismiss their conversation and lifted his teacup to sip. After swallowing, Lu Cheng disdainfully remarked, if those early-stage martial artists dare to cause trouble, I certainly won't let them escape easily. Indeed, as per our previous agreement. AO City Nan continued to smile. Rest assured, Lu brother, both the AO family and the Lu family will honor our word. Once the Xiao family is rendered a mere shadow of its former self, we shall present you with the 1,000 taels of gold you require, along with a chi-boosting pill. While he spoke, AO City Nan's heart harbored a cold scoff. This young man truly had the audacity to ask for so much. 1,000 taels of gold was trivial. But that pill was extraordinarily precious. There were only 3 in their possession. However, if they could swallow the Xiao family, all of this would be worth it. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During this time, the Xiao family's external affairs had descended into chaos. Many of the Xiao family's markets had been seized by the AO and Lu families. Throughout Dongli City, both the common folk and wealthy merchants were well aware that a storm was brewing. The Xiao family, once the unchallenged authority in Dongli City, was likely to be supplanted by the AO family. Consequently, numerous wealthy merchants and factions began to curry favor with the AO family. In a fleeting moment, the tide had turned against the Xiao family. In contrast to the turmoil outside the Xiao residence, the atmosphere within had grown considerably quieter. Xiao Zhan and the upper echelons of the Xiao family understood that enduring some losses at this moment was inconsequential. It served as an opportunity to eliminate those who wavered in their loyalty. Once Xiao Huahua emerged, everything would be resolved. In the courtyard of the rear garden, as night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only Xiao Huahua sat alone in the courtyard. Under the dim night sky, a faint red glow coiled around the young man. Just as this radiant light reached its zenith and was about to be expelled from his body, a delicate puff sound resonated, expanding in the vicinity. Xiao Huahua's tense body finally relaxed. Drenched in sweat, he gasped, damn it, what is happening? I'm always just a step away. Where exactly have I gone wrong? Over the past 10 days, his mastery of the great wilderness prison heaven finger had progressed remarkably. Initially, he could only connect with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, forming ethereal shadows around him. Gradually, he learned to consolidate this energy, channeling it outward through his mental techniques. Everything was under continuous improvement, yet he had been stuck on this final step for a full 3 days. In that time, he had failed over 1,000 times. Nevertheless, Xiao Huahua remained focused, calming his mind through several rounds of breath control until he reached a state of complete tranquility. Murmuring to himself, Xiao Huahua, you are merely one step away. The final step is often the most challenging, yet can also be the easiest to neglect. Once I overcome this hurdle, success will be mine. He quieted his mind, but did not act immediately. Instead, he pondered deeply, reflecting on the words of his master. He spent a full hour in contemplation. The bright moon now hung directly overhead, and the night breeze had grown notably cooler. Yet, his thoughts reached an unprecedented clarity. After reciting the words of Chu Feng over 100 times, a smile crept onto his lips. This celestial technique hinges upon the comprehension of the connection with the cosmos. Comprehension. In his mind, he recalled the breathtaking and stirring experiences of the martial ancestor. Images floated vividly in his consciousness, and the formidable presence of the great wilderness prison heaven finger became utterly clear. His eyes sparkled, as if he had grasped something profound, and he immediately closed them again. At the same time, his spiritual energy began to circulate once more. Following the familiar pattern of energy flow, a radiant crimson hue surged forth from within, enveloping his body. In mere moments, this glow solidified into the form of half a fingertip. Xiao Huahua's index finger began to flicker like a flame. As this faint light reached its zenith, it became increasingly blinding, yet it did not disperse. Instead, with gritted teeth, Xiao Huahua allowed it to slowly extend from his fingertip. Suddenly, he raised his finger toward the sky. Wind. A solid beam of crimson light erupted from the Xiao family's backyard, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying gust swept through the sky. The surrounding trees swayed violently. In midair, the crimson radiance continued to coalesce, finally taking the shape of half a finger. This formidable manifestation was astonishing, and at the moment it appeared, thousands of lanterns in the Shao residence lit up simultaneously. The members of the Shao family, sensing the immense pressure hovering above them, rushed outside in a panic, gazing up at the sky. They beheld a colossal finger, significantly smaller in might compared to the one that had appeared a month prior. Panic and fear spread among the disciples and mid-level members of the Shao family. However, four individuals stood apart from the rest. Upon recognizing the form of the enormous finger in the sky, their excitement was palpable. Xiaozhan. The three grand elders hurriedly returned to their respective chambers, quickly donning their garments before hastening towards Xiaohuahua's courtyard. Shifting our gaze back to the abode of Xiaohuahua, we find his eyes shimmering with fervor as he gazed up at the immense finger he had conjured in midair. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he suddenly thrust his fingertip forward and bellowed, "Half finger, shake the heavens and the earth." As his words echoed, Xiaohuahua adeptly commanded the vast spiritual energy he had unleashed, directing it downward with remarkable ease. The very atmosphere of the courtyard seemed ensnared by a formidable force, rendering the surrounding winds powerless to escape. All could do was watch as the colossal finger descended. With a thunderous impact, when the fingertip met the earth, the soil erupted like a fountain. Dust and debris enveloped the entire courtyard, only settling after a considerable time. Xiaohuahua stared ahead, his expression momentarily frozen in disbelief. Before him lay a colossal pit, 5 meters in radius and 3 meters deep, a testament to his overwhelming power. Chapter 28, Fire, the Mastery of Divine Skills. It is time to cleanse the name of the worthless. In the backyard of the Shao family, Xiaohuahua gazed at the immense pit before him, panting heavily as he paced back and forth. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. His dazed eyes soon radiated a wave of ecstatic joy. At last, I have accomplished it. I have indeed unleashed the power of half a finger to shake the heavens. His eyes still struggled to find tranquility, and it was hard to fathom that this astonishing technique had been executed by none other than Xiaohuahua himself. Staring at the colossal pit, he trembled, unable to believe what he had achieved. This vivid and explosive scene stood in stark contrast to the months prior when he could barely dent a wooden post. He seemed like an entirely different person. In the brief span of just over 4 months, he had undergone a transformation that could only be described as a rebirth. Xiaohuahua's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he took slow, measured breaths, suddenly realizing he felt as drained as a desiccated husk, nearly devoid of energy. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting him to employ his breathing techniques to restore the spiritual energy within. In a short while, his body began to stabilize. At that moment, he heard the hurried sound of footsteps approaching. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the courtyard entrance, where 4 middle-aged men, disheveled and visibly agitated, hurriedly made their way toward him. Xiaohuahua was taken aback. "Father, what brings you here?" The 4 men paused before him, panting heavily as they took in the sight of the massive pit at his feet. Xiaozhan quickly grasped the situation, his excitement bubbling over. "Huahua, have you mastered your celestial arts?" Still feeling somewhat weak, Xiaohuahua nodded slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his demeanor. "The celestial arts my master taught me are indeed somewhat mastered, yet not entirely so. I should have wielded the power of 5 fingers, but I could only manifest half a finger. Moreover, the potency of my technique pales in comparison to that of my master." Upon hearing this, the 3 elders exchanged concerned glances at the pit before them, their scalps tingling in disbelief. The force demonstrated here already surpassed that of a typical postnatal warrior's full effort. How could he be dissatisfied? Xiaozhan, filled with joy, embraced Xiaohuahua's shoulders. "Truly, you are my son, Xiaohuahua." However, this embrace left Xiaohuahua slightly disoriented. The eldest elder scrutinized him closely and quickly surmised. The young clan leader must have exhausted all his energy in the execution of his celestial arts, and is currently in a weakened state. Xiaozhan reacted promptly, retrieving a gleaming, crimson pill from his waist and presenting it to Xiaohuahua. The sight of the pill made the brows of the 3 elder members of the Shao family furrow in intrigue. This pill was of superior quality, a rarity within the Shao estate. Without hesitation, Xiaozhan encouraged, "This is a rejuvenation pill, capable of restoring a postnatal warrior's vitality within 10 breaths. Quickly, take it." Receiving the pill, Xiaohuahua swallowed it without delay. A warm current, soothing and relaxing to his muscles, coursed through his entire being. As expected, the fatigue that enveloped him was instantly dispelled. However, the recovery of his spiritual energy was merely a fraction of what had been described. Nevertheless, it sufficed. As long as his body regained its vigor, The spiritual energy would soon replenish through the bountiful supply of the heavens and earth. Observing the gradual restoration of color to Xiao Huahua's face, Xiao Zhan chuckled with satisfaction, saying, "In recent days, the Ao and Lu families have been exceedingly overbearing. My Xiao family has been forced to retreat continuously. Now that my son has reached a pinnacle in his abilities, it is time for my family to no longer endure in silence. It is high time we show those old fools some consequences." Upon hearing this, the three elders were equally stirred, exclaiming, "The patriarch speaks wisely. The Xiao family has indeed been rather subdued of late. Once preparations are made tomorrow, we shall demonstrate to them who truly reigns over Dongli City." Xiao Huahua rose from the ground, gesturing with authority. "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. With my powers now fully realized and my momentum at its peak, we can confront the Ao family today." The elders were momentarily taken aback as they regarded Xiao Huahua, noticing that the frail aura surrounding him had completely dissipated. They had previously assumed that his cultivated spiritual energy far surpassed mere internal strength, and that even with a recovery elixir, it would take days to restore. To their astonishment, it had occurred in the blink of an eye. Truly, this spiritual energy is remarkable. Within the room, a young man, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chu Feng rubbed his eyes and looked ahead, where a blue light curtain materialized. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Xiao Huahua has mastered a fraction of the great wilderness prison heaven finger. Ding, tenfold return in progress." As the system's voice resonated, Chu Feng's body became rigid, and he immediately sensed the spiritual energy within him flowing in a peculiar manner, with several acupoints being unblocked. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, akin to being relentlessly hammered by a heavy mallet, excruciatingly intense. Yet, this agony was fleeting and soon subsided. Lying on the bed, drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Truly, this is the great wilderness prison heaven finger, a martial technique favored by the martial ancestor. It is indeed extraordinary. The knowledge regarding the great wilderness prison heaven finger was forcefully implanted in his mind by the system. Now, he found himself capable of executing the technique in its entirety. The authentic great wilderness prison heaven finger, as comprehended by Xiao Huahua, was undeniably powerful. The immense strength and profound familiarity with the martial technique were vividly clear to him. Should he unleash the full might of the great wilderness prison heaven finger now, it would likely reduce half of the Xiao residents to rubble. Compared to the feeble manifestation he had previously conjured with spiritual energy, it was indeed 100-fold stronger. Once the lingering pain subsided, Chu Feng regained his composure, joyfully remarking, "That lad, Xiao Huahua, has truly mastered the great wilderness prison heaven finger. He is indeed the favored child of fortune. In just over 10 days, he has managed to cultivate something based solely on his nonsensical interpretations of the original text. Such talent is truly terrifying." After a brief pause, feeling the excessive sweat on his body, Chu Feng stepped forward to open the window for ventilation, hoping to cool down a bit. However, upon opening the window, he suddenly hesitated. Before his eyes, a shadow darted out of the Xiao residence, heading towards the west. Sensing the aura of the shadow, he recognized the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Chu Feng immediately reacted. It was Xiao Huahua. Where could she be going at this late hour? Is she not going to rest properly? Could it be that she is out on a date? With a swift roll of his eyes, Chu Feng leaped out of the window to follow her. He must keep a vigilant eye on his precious disciple, ensuring she does not encounter any mishaps. If anything were to go awry, who would be there to support her in this rapid progression? Chapter 29. The Xiao Family. Xiao Huahua. The Ao Family. In the open space before the grand hall, a lavish banquet was laid out. Torches flickered, sending sparks into the air, while the rich aroma of roasted meats and fine wines permeated the atmosphere. A group of enchanting dancers, their figures exquisite, gracefully performed their art. In front of these dancers, a gathering of middle-aged men engaged in jovial conversation, toasting and exchanging cups. Among them were the high-ranking members of the Ao and Lu families. At the center of the crowd stood a middle-aged man clad in black, encircled by several older gentlemen whose words seemed to resonate deeply with him, eliciting hearty laughter. Ao Ching-en approached Lu Qing with a glass in hand, respectfully stating, "Brother Lu, I raise my cup to you. With your esteemed name. Even as we consume the Xiao family's resources, they dare not retaliate. Our Ao family owes much of today's fortune to you." After sharing a drink with Lu Qing, a broad smile stretched across Ao Qingnan's face, nearly reaching his ears. In the decades spent in Dongli City, he had never experienced a day as exhilarating as this. Lu Qing then joined them, lifting his own glass. Currently, our AO and Lu families have nearly absorbed half of the Xiao family's market. All businesses associated with the Xiao family have been driven back by us. With the Xiao family's market continually besieged, their other enterprises will inevitably falter. Those timid Xiao family members dare not retaliate at all. At this rate, it won't be long before the AO family replaces the Xiao family as the new masters of Dongli City. Moreover, my Lu family will ascend to become the second greatest clan in Dongli. He raised his glass to Lu Qing, who reciprocated with a drink. However, Lu Qing scoffed dismissively. In my opinion, your ambitions are still rather timid. They are merely city lords, after all. Expand freely. With me, Lu Cheng, present, they would never dare to act recklessly. The leaders of the AO and Lu families, hearing these words, laughed even more heartily, showering him with praises. What Lord Lu says is indeed true. With those 4 early-stage martial artists from the Xiao family, how could they ever dare to be audacious in front of you? As long as you were seated with us in the AO family, even if the Xiao family had 10 times their courage, they would not dare to act out, but would instead comply obediently. As the flattery washed over him, Lu Qing felt a sense of elevation. Suddenly, a torch from the nearby stand fell with a loud crash. Landing on the ground, 2 figures writhed in pain at its base, revealing themselves to be the guards of the AO family. AO Chungnen's smile vanished, replaced by fury as he bellowed, "Who dares to lay a hand on the AO family?" Everyone gasped in surprise, halting their merriment. They turned to see the burning torch igniting the carpet beneath it, flames leaping up and illuminating the entire courtyard. From the forefront of the fire, a figure emerged, their face gradually becoming clearer amidst the flickering light. Under the gaze of the onlookers, a young man strolled towards them, his tone nonchalant. "Ah, greetings, everyone." In the stillness of the night, a gathering of individuals lingered, lost in their grandiose dreams. Ao Qing'en cast a dubious glance at the youth before him, his expression a blend of suspicion and disbelief. "Xiaohuahua, how did you manage to arrive here, you good for nothing?" His eyes scrutinized Xiaohuahua, considering the 2 guards, both of whom possessed the prowess of second-tier warriors. It was common knowledge throughout Dongli City that Xiaohuahua had languished at the level of a 3rd-tier warrior for several years. Hence, it was inconceivable that he could have bested those 2 guardians. A smirk crept across his lips as he mused. The Xiao family has finally lost its patience. Turning his gaze toward the back, Ao Qing'en barked, "Xiaozhan, since you've arrived, cease your hiding." After a moment's silence, the surrounding crowd remained unresponsive, prompting Ao Qing'en to furrow his brow. Just as he was about to speak again, Xiaohuahua shrugged. "There is no one else here tonight. I'm the only one who came." At this revelation, Ao Chungnan paused, then scoffed. "Just you? Young master, who in Dongli City is unaware of your so-called extraordinary talent. After 10 years of martial training, you're still stagnant at the level of a 3rd-tier warrior. Do you truly believe you can infiltrate my AO family unannounced? Surely you've been reading too many novels and are yet to awaken from your fantasies." As Ao Qingnan's taunt echoed, laughter erupted from the members of the AO family behind him. They were all too aware of Xiaohuahua's penchant for tales of heroes and his fanciful aspirations. Undeterred by their mockery, Xiaohuahua waved his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't consider myself an extraordinary genius. I would merely describe myself as an ordinary prodigy, one slightly superior to the rest of you." The back of the banquet hall erupted in raucous laughter once more. The higher-ups of both families found his earnest demeanor utterly amusing. Even Ao Chungnan chuckled, deridingly urging, "All right, Xiaozhan, you might as well step forward. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what calamity might befall your foolish son." Seeing the disbelief etched on the faces around him, Xiaohuahua chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he stepped forward, a terrifying aura emanating from him with alarming intensity. The ominous crimson energy surged forth, akin to a primordial beast, extinguishing the light and plunging the surroundings into silence. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed in astonishment. The youth's voice resonated throughout the assembly. "To deal with you insignificant fish, there is no need for my father to intervene." His gaze pierced through the crowd, honing in on a young man amidst them. "You must be the so-called swordsman of mid-stage postnatal prowess? Is this the audacious confidence of the AO family? I offer you a chance. Relinquish all that you have taken from the Xiao family and come to our residence to apologize. Should you comply, I may consider sparing you. Otherwise." In the depths of darkness, Xiaohuahua's eyes glimmered with a captivating intensity. Every high-ranking individual under his gaze felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, their scalps tingling with unease. The members of the Ao City family and the Liu family swallowed hard. Disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the young man before them. Wasn't this Xiao Huahua always regarded as a waste? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Ao Qingnan's dark glare fixed upon Xiao Huahua, his complexion more grotesque than that of a pig's liver. This young man had been concealing his true abilities all along. He is actually an acquired martial artist. An acquired martial artist under 20 years of age. Surely, such a prodigy has never emerged in the entire Dongli city? The sheer talent displayed is extraordinarily terrifying. Ao Chang'an inhaled deeply, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A 16-year-old acquired martial artist. The Xiao family certainly knows how to hide their treasures. Behind him, Lu Qing, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and coldly declared, "This individual must not be allowed to remain." Chapter 30. The Postnatal Warrior? How could it shatter upon a mere touch? In the grand hall of the Ao City family, Lu Qing approached Ao Qing and with measured steps. He cast a cold gaze at Xiao Huahua and scoffed, "Your talent is indeed formidable. The Xiao family has concealed it so well that the entire Dongli city believes you to be a worthless individual. If you were to hide for a few more years, perhaps neither of our families would stand a chance against you. This Dongli city would become the Xiao family's private garden." However, Lu Qing's tone shifted as he sneered. "It is utterly unwise for the Xiao family to allow you to come here alone. Since you are here today, you shall not leave." Ao Qing'an immediately commanded in a chilling voice, "Attack. Ensure that Xiao Huahua remains here forever." As his words fell, two gusts of wind suddenly rushed past Ao Qing'an, two shadowy figures lunging towards Xiao Huahua with blinding speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. A flicker of shock crossed Xiao Huahua's eyes as he swiftly distanced himself. The wind. Two beams of cold light intersected, aiming to strike him down. A layer of crimson aura enveloped Xiao Huahua as he deftly evaded one strike. In that fleeting moment, he recognized the two assailants. He had seen them before. Brought by Xiao Zhan to a high-level banquet in Dongli City. Both were elders of the Ao City family, possessing a modest reputation even within Dongli City. They were both at the threshold of postnatal cultivation. Moreover, Xiao Zhan had mentioned that despite their slight disparity in cultivation levels, both had mastered the advanced techniques of the upper-grade yellow rank, known as the Phantom Blade. This technique allowed the practitioner to achieve an almost ghostly speed in an instant. With such velocity, they had executed numerous assassination missions, rarely failing in their endeavors. Boom! Xiao Huahua leaped away, hastily creating distance between himself and the two. As they employed their techniques, their speed was equally remarkable. One blade missed, but the other swiftly followed. Just then, as Xiao Huahua focused on the two in front of him, he suddenly sensed two chilling beams approaching from behind. The surge of spiritual energy flickered, and Xiao Huahua's expression sharpened as he anticipated the incoming threat. Channeling his spiritual energy, he released a powerful shockwave that sent the two cold beams flying away. Whoosh! Two striking arrows landed on the ground, revealing that two others had stealthily approached from behind while the two elders attacked, poised for a lethal strike. The assassination tactics of the Ao City family were indeed seamless. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded all of Xiao Huahua's escape routes, leaving him with nowhere to flee. Yet, regaining his composure, Xiao Huahua exhibited no signs of panic. With a subtle whistling sound, his body became enveloped in spiritual energy. Seizing the moment when the two Ao City elders' blades missed their mark and their movements halted, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The air trembled as if disturbed by a ripple akin to that of water. Two shadowy figures crashed violently onto the banquet table, toppling everything above. With a resounding thud, the crowd gasped as they beheld two elders, bloodied and collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Shocked, the onlookers stared at the fallen elders. Renowned assassins and elite members of the Ao family known for their swift tactics. How could they not withstand a single blow from Xiao Huahua? Such prowess was no mere feat of an initiator in the postnatal realm. Xiao Huahua possessed strength that was at least mid-stage in the postnatal level. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, two sharp cracks pierced the air. Two archers concealed amid the trees were easily struck down by Xiao Huahua's pebbles, groaning on the ground while clutching their bleeding mouths. In less than 20 breaths, Xiao Huahua effortlessly dispatched the four assailants surrounding him from the Ao family. He shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. "You even called forth archers, fearing I might flee? Worry not. I have come today solely to teach you a lesson. I shall not depart until I have rendered each of you incapable of self-sufficiency." With a raised eyebrow, Xiao Huahua addressed the grim-faced crowd before him. "Come at me together. It would be an excellent opportunity for me to test my skills. Before the AO family could respond, Xiao Huahua's toes propelled him off the ground, his figure darting forth in an instant, leaving behind a streak of red light. AO Changnan suddenly turned, only to find the youth had already appeared behind him, now standing before the second elder of the AO family, AO Qingqi. AO Qingqi, the second strongest of the AO family, while only at the initial stage of postnatal mastery, had long been a formidable opponent. His mastery of internal energy and extensive combat experience were unparalleled by ordinary postnatal warriors. Upon seeing Xiao Huahua approach, AO Qingqi gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Brat, you seek death." Channeling his internal force, he swung his fist at the very moment Xiao Huahua landed, the sheer force generating a gust that rustled the surrounding grass and trees. Xiao Huahua steadied himself, reciprocating with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, producing a shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. AO Qingqi, his blood surging, staggered back several steps, his complexion turning crimson. Yet before he could regain his footing, the red light flashed once more, and another punch thundered toward him. In rapid succession, they exchanged blows. AO Qingqi relied on his established techniques to parry Xiao Huahua's relentless strikes, but he was horrified to discover that the youth fought with an instinctive ferocity, evading his attacks effortlessly. The speed of Xiao Huahua's punches intensified, leaving AO Qingqi bewildered. With a resounding crash, Xiao Huahua unleashed another punch. This fierce blow penetrated AO Qingqi's defenses and struck his chest directly. A line of blood erupted, cascading to the ground, as AO Qingqi was sent flying, landing several meters away amidst the crowd. With a face contorted in fury, he attempted to rise, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, AO Qing'an and Lu Qingkai could no longer remain seated. They exchanged a glance, both perceiving the weight of concern in each other's eyes. AO Qingqi's prowess was considered formidable even among the early stages of the acquired realm in Dongli City. Aside from the three greatest masters of the three great families, he was the most powerful in the city. Yet, this formidable individual was unexpectedly defeated by Xiao Huahua in just a handful of moves. AO Chang'an and Lu Qingcai's eyes were shrouded in gloom as they fixated incredulously on the composed Xiao Huahua. This young man not only reached the early stages of the acquired realm, but also possessed battle experience that surpassed even AO Qingqi. Could such extraordinary talent truly emerge from a small place like Dongli City? Chapter 31. A postnatal martial artist? How weak. In the AO City family, Lu Qing and AO Chengnan remained deeply unsettled by the recent events. In Dongli City, it was nothing short of astonishing for a junior of Xiao Huahua's age to reach the pinnacle of the second tier, a feat deserving of utmost reverence and support from their entire clan. However, this young lad had transcended the mere status of a prodigy, effortlessly defeating the initially weak AO Qingqi. The disparity in their strengths was almost unfathomable. After vanquishing AO Qingqi, Xiao Huahua maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, surveying the crowd with a playful smirk and declaring, "I didn't even exert myself, and this fellow flew away." As the second family in Dongli City, it appears you AO City clan enjoy employing such underhanded tactics. Just to be clear, I have no funds to compensate you. At that moment, the two elder members of the AO family, who had been flung away earlier, regained consciousness. Upon hearing Xiao Huahua's taunts, they were overwhelmed with fury, their faces flushed, and they spat blood before fainting once more. The sight of their grievous state left the gathered elite of the AO family, who had previously regarded Xiao Huahua as insignificant, utterly astounded. The mere sweep of Xiao Huahua's gaze sent shivers down their spines, and the terrified high-ranking members hastily retreated into the main hall, fearing they might be his next target. Most of them were merely second-tier martial artists, remaining on the scene only to add to the troubles of AO Qing'an and his companions. At that moment, aside from Xiao Huahua, only three individuals remained. Lu Cheng, known as the swordsman, had been observing with crossed arms since Xiao Huahua's entrance. Watching the unfolding spectacle, a hint of disdain crossed his face, as if he were witnessing a child's clumsy antics. He frowned and remarked, "The AO family is truly pathetic. They cannot even subdue this reckless little brat." A smirk curled on his lips. "This is advantageous. I can leverage this situation to extract some benefits from the AO family later." Meanwhile, AO Chengnan, seemingly unable to contain himself, pointed at Xiao Huahua and shouted angrily, "You arrogant youth. Though your talent is formidable, it is merely talent. The strength you have cultivated thus far does not warrant such insolence in my AO family." He glanced at his companions, Lu and Lu Qing, and urged, "Brothers, let us join forces and subdue this boy." Without a moment's hesitation, AO Qing'an and Lu Qing charged towards Xiao Huahua. The ferocity of their combined aura was astonishing. Ao Qing employed a peculiar footwork, his fists generating a fierce wind as he unleashed a brutal strike. This was his signature technique, the Tiger Subduing Fist. A primary-level martial skill renowned for its ferocity. With this technique, Ao Qingnan, whose martial path was already aggressive, became an even more formidable force, second only to Shaozhan and Dongli City. As the lethal assault approached, it seemed as though a ferocious tiger accompanied, roaring beneath the starlit sky, instilling a deep sense of dread. Concurrently, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Lu Qing's hands transformed into talons, lunging towards Xiaohuahua. The technique he employed was the renowned advanced claw art of the Easternly City, known as the Falcon Claw. Its execution was as swift and fierce as an eagle in flight, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Beneath Lu Qing's dual claws lay the souls of numerous elite warriors claimed over the years. The two acted in perfect synchrony, converging upon Xiaohuahua with lethal intent. In response, Xiaohuahua immediately channeled the energy within his body, a vibrant crimson aura radiating from his skin. His speed surged, surpassing that of both tiger and leopard. He deftly evaded a punch, striking down the claw attack with his palm. A series of sharp sounds echoed as, within a brief moment, he had deflected several of their blows. The misdirected falcon claw sent a gust of wind crashing to the ground, leaving 3 deep gouges, each a foot in length. Remarkably, Xiaohuahua managed to handle the 2 attackers with apparent ease. Witnessing this, Lu Qing, hidden beneath a flowing black cloak, murmured to himself, "They are nothing but useless fools." Beneath that cloak lay a physique sculpted to perfection, devoid of any excess flesh. He drew forth a long sword from behind him, swinging it in a wide arc before leaping towards Xiaohuahua with ferocity. His movements were far more agile than those of Lu Qing and Ao Qingnan. The intensity of his presence was razor-sharp. The angle of the sword's thrust was cunningly precise, aimed directly at Xiaohuahua's eyes. Startled, Xiaohuahua managed to evade. Yet Lu Qing's assault did not relent. Thrusts, jabs, sweeps, and slashes fell like a torrential downpour, each move meticulously targeted at Xiaohuahua's vital points. Fists, swords, claws. The 3 onslaughts converged simultaneously, initially causing Xiaohuahua to falter, yet his remarkable agility allowed him to evade with grace. Like an elusive eel, he maneuvered through their encirclement. With the sound of slicing wind, Xiaohuahua engaged the trio, gradually stabilizing his form as he deftly shifted. His arms appeared to unleash a multitude of strikes simultaneously, creating fleeting afterimages in the blink of an eye. Realizing the futility of prolonged assault, Lu Qing summoned his inner strength. The sword tip glinted in the air, imbued with a striking aura. After fending off the 2 assailants, Xiaohuahua's palm surged with energy, aiming directly at the razor-sharp blade. A cold smirk crept across Lu Qing's lips. His Moon Calamity sword technique was an advanced skill of the Xiantier. When executed with full force, the blade, charged with inner power, was extraordinarily lethal. To merely touch it would result in grievous injuries. Attempting to strike it directly would obliterate Xiaohuahua's hand. Suddenly, Lu Qing felt a terrifying tremor coursing through the sword, sending pain shooting through his hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. In retaliation, Xiaohuahua delivered a powerful punch, striking in front of the duo from Ao Qingnan. The force reverberated, pushing both adversaries back. Upon pausing to assess, they noticed the bruises on their arms where Xiaohuahua had struck, now darkened to a deep purple. The 3 individuals simultaneously experienced a flicker of retreat. With a hint of panic, Ao Qingnan exclaimed, "Damn this boy, how can he be so formidable?" It felt as though his hands were bound by iron weights. Each confrontation left him feeling increasingly uncomfortable. The trio cast somber glances at Xiaohuahua, who bore no visible weapons. It was evident that he had mastered some extraordinary technique. Furthermore, although Xiaohuahua's movements did not reveal any distinct martial arts, his reactions surpassed even those of tigers and leopards, exuding an overwhelming power that was truly intimidating. He resembled a beast born for slaughter, with an instinct for battle at its peak. Even when they joined forces, they found themselves unable to subdue him. Instead, as the skirmish progressed, they sensed a growing dominance from him. To simultaneously contend with 2 early-stage postnatal warriors and 1 mid-stage postnatal expert yet remain undefeated. Just how astonishing is Xiaohuahua's strength? Chapter 32. What commotion occurred in recent days? It was merely my master imparting wisdom to this dull disciple. In the grand hall of the Ao city, Ao Qingnan and his 2 companions fixed their gloomy gazes upon Xiaohuahua. The prowess of this young man had far surpassed their expectations. Even Lu Qing, the mid-stage martial artist they had summoned, gripped his sword tightly. his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Internally, he seethed with regret, pondering, had I known this would be the outcome. I should never have been foolish enough to agree to the demands of that old ghost, Ao Ching-an. Where on earth did this prodigy emerge from? At merely 16, he has already attained such remarkable heights. Lu Cheng exhaled heavily, reflecting on his years of wandering the martial world. The one crucial lesson he had learned was to avoid provoking those with extraordinary talent in martial arts. If one were to incite their wrath, it was imperative to eliminate them at the first opportunity, otherwise they would be plagued by unease. The mere thought of a formidable martial cultivator lurking in the shadows, biding their time for revenge, was a source of relentless fear that gnawed at one's mind. Lu Cheng had previously dealt with many prodigies, eliminating them without hesitation. Yet, the youth before him was a different matter entirely. A still maturing genius had already managed to suppress him and two other initial stage martial artists with ease. What would happen if he were given more time to grow? Now, they found themselves in a predicament. They were neither capable of fighting back nor able to retreat. Truly, they were caught in a perilous situation. Ao Ching-an, too, shared Lu Cheng's apprehensions. The normally benevolent elder glared intently at Xiao Huahua, his voice dark and foreboding. Had you brought Xiao Zhan with you today, I might have been at a loss as to how to deal with you. Alas, your arrogance is your downfall. Suddenly, he raised his voice in anger. Turning to the numerous high-ranking members of the Ao family gathered behind him, all first-tier martial artists of the Ao family, heed my command. In the name of the Grand Elder of Ao City, I order you to draw your blades and join the fray. Should I discover any cowardice among you, the consequences will be death, displayed for all to see atop the city walls. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Ao family, who had been spectating from within the hall, hesitated for a moment before drawing their swords and positioning themselves behind Ao Ching-an. To their astonishment, there were more than 10 of them. At this moment, Lu Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief and sneered. Young man, though your strength is commendable, do not presume that even a late-stage martial artist can withstand the combined might of so many elite fighters. Today, you shall remain here forever. Several dark figures swiftly encircled Xiao Huahua, blocking his escape. The previously playful demeanor of Xiao Huahua transformed into one of grave seriousness. He had not anticipated that a mere moment of inattention, a failure to pursue the three adversaries, would lead to such a dire predicament. Before he could contemplate further, a silent flash of cold light shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, the disturbance in the air alerted him in advance. He suddenly pivoted to evade the sword and retreated swiftly. The figure of Xiao Huahua still lingered in the air, as over a dozen beams of cold light simultaneously shot forth. Startled in midair, Xiao Huahua swiftly gathered his energy, channeling it like a massive boulder to deflect the arrows. Just as he landed, a shadow appeared behind him like a specter, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Brat, meet your demise. A dagger sliced through the air towards him. Xiao Huahua gasped and struck back fiercely, sending Ao Ching-an staggering away. In a flash, Xiao Huahua maneuvered through the throngs with agility. However, the three formidable postnatal warriors, along with the elite fighters of the Ao family, offered him no respite. Their relentless assault came in waves from all directions, leaving no room for escape. Under such an intense barrage, Xiao Huahua found himself at a disadvantage and exposed. At that moment, 8 beams of cold light surged from multiple angles, closing in on him. Realizing he could not evade them, Xiao Huahua abruptly halted, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a surge of energy. Boom! Over a dozen elite fighters of the Ao family were swept away by the shockwave, crashing down 20 meters away. Even the 3 masters were taken aback, retreating several steps. However, the elite fighters quickly regained their footing, and Ao Ching-an and the other masters steadied themselves, casting sinister glances at Xiao Huahua. Pierced by 8 arrows, resembling a hedgehog, the release of energy left him utterly fatigued. Observing his waning strength, Ao Ching-an sneered. Brat, I told you, you will perish here. Tomorrow, let Xiao Zhan come to collect your corpse. He bellowed. Take advantage of his weakness and finish him. Everyone attack. The one who brings me his head shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. At his command, the elite fighters surged forward, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. Swords drawn and aimed at Xiao Huahua, the 3 masters continued their relentless assault, fists, claws, and blades slicing through the air. Xiao Huahua glanced around, and though fatigue clouded his eyes, a glimmer of determination sparked within. As the tide of attackers rushed toward him, he remained unhurried, inhaling deeply. He then closed his eyes, his lips moving silently as he recited his mental mantra. channeling energy towards his fingertips. Ao Ching-an, witnessing this, revealed a wicked grin. Lu Cheng finally exhaled, relieved that the boy had seemingly resigned to his fate. Yet, before their lethal strikes could land, the smiles on their faces froze in disbelief. Xiaohua abruptly lifted his head, pointing a finger toward the heavens. A red light emanated from his fingertip, piercing the sky. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon occurred in midair. A terrifying gale converged, swiftly coalescing into the shape of a colossal finger. This unexpected spectacle captured the attention of Ao Ching-an and his cohorts, causing their movements to slow considerably. Ao Ching-an halted, his eyes wide as he gazed at the colossal finger in the sky, his chest heaving with disbelief and terror as he inquired, "What connection do you have with that finger that recently appeared in Dongli City?" In the heavens above, the finger conjured by Xiaohua bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had previously graced the firmament of Dongli City, albeit appearing several times smaller. Yet, even so, it was a sight difficult to accept. As Ao Qingnan's terrified inquiry echoed in the air, a smile graced Xiaohua's face as he proudly declared, "That is my master," imparting celestial techniques to this foolish disciple. At these words, the crowd was struck as if by lightning, their faces drained of color. Nevertheless, Xiaohua's actions did not waver. He abruptly pointed downward, his youthful voice resonating throughout the grand hall. "Great wilderness prison heaven finger. Half a finger, shaking heaven and earth." Chapter 33, Martial Arts? This is celestial technique. A wave of ethereal energy cascaded down from the half-stretched finger, enveloping the 20 elite warriors standing at its center. Although they quickly reacted, attempting to flee to the sides, they found themselves ensnared within an invisible barrier that held them firmly in place. Helplessly, they gazed up at the sky. In the eyes of one long-faced elite warrior, the half-finger rapidly expanded, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. The upper echelons of the Ao City clan immediately sensed the impending danger, each drawing their swords to brace against the onslaught. The long-faced warrior bellowed, "Utilize all your strength to intercept him." The remaining disciples echoed his fervor, channeling their energy with all their might. Yet, despite their flushed faces and exerted efforts, the finger from the heavens descended unimpeded. Boom! As the phantom finger struck the ground, it shattered the earth, sending plumes of yellow dust spiraling into the air. It was as if 100 flames erupted simultaneously at the center of the elite disciples. A cloud of smoke billowed upward, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries as over a dozen shadows darted in all directions. The onlookers gasped in horror and instinctively recoiled. Among the crowd, some timid souls screamed in terror. They beheld the once mighty elite warriors of Dongli City, now reduced to charred remnants, resembling blackened charcoal, exuding a pungent scent of burnt flesh. As the thick smoke finally cleared, the dismayed crowd beheld the yard's devastation. Upon seeing the gaping pit, some disciples with fragile psyches retched on the spot, while others wailed in despair, their cries echoing through the air. What once was a courtyard had transformed into a gaping chasm, 5 meters in radius and 3 to 4 meters deep. Within the pit, remnants of soft flesh, mingled with earth, hinted at the demise of several elite warriors who had stood at the center. They gazed in shock and dread at the youthful figure of Xiaohua, filled with a mix of awe, fear, rage, and hatred. It was unfathomable that this was the same Xiaohua who had been ridiculed and scorned, the one who had endured humiliation for 3 long years after a broken engagement. How could a mere 16-year-old accomplish such a feat? The 3 postnatal warriors, though spared from the crushing finger, appeared disheveled, their breaths ragged and bodies battered, resembling near-death figures. An elder from the Ao City clan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his murky gaze fixed on Xiaohua, emotions of rage, sorrow, and terror intertwining within him. With a heavy sigh that seemed to age him decades, he knelt, bowing his head in supplication. "We, the Ao family, concede defeat. I implore you, grant the remaining members of the Ao clan a chance at life." As Ao Cheng'an spoke, the remaining 2 immediately responded in terror. "We have offended you, esteemed one. Please forgive us." Lu Qing and Lu Qing were overwhelmed by fear, to the point where their breathing became labored, stripped of any resistance. They were consumed by a singular thought: to survive by any means possible at the hands of Xiaohua. Xiaohua, his breath somewhat weak, cast a fleeting glance at them. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy in executing the great wilderness prison skyfinger, leaving him utterly drained. Should this group choose to attack him now, even a moderately skilled third-rate warrior could easily take his life. Yet, these individuals were paralyzed by fear, or perhaps it was the dread instilled by his master that rendered them so. With this in mind, Xiao Huahua coldly remarked. To encroach upon the Xiao family's marketplace and to relentlessly suppress our influence, do you believe a mere apology suffices? Were it not for the celestial arts taught by my master, I would likely meet my end here today. He chuckled darkly. What if I were to stab each of you and then offer my apologies? How would that sit with you? As his words echoed, the members of the Ao family, prostrated below, trembled uncontrollably. Ao Ching and hastily responded, I dare not. We, the Ao family, are willing to pay the price of 7 city markets, and I shall personally come to offer my apologies. I implore your forgiveness. Lu Qing, equally afraid, quickly added, I, from the Lu family, am also willing to offer 7 city markets in hopes that young master shall pardon us. Prostrated on the ground, the group recalled the earlier events, quaking with fear. Ao Chengnan knelt, filled with regret. Had he known that Xiao Huahua was the disciple of the formidable figure who had wielded the celestial giant finger, even with 1,000 lives, he would never have dared to act against the Xiao family. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qing gritted his teeth and declared, I, the swordsman Lu Qing, am willing to serve the Xiao family as a mere servant. I beseech you, young master, to spare my life. Unlike the Ao and Lu families, he had no substantial family backing. After much contemplation, he concluded that servitude was his only path forward. Meanwhile, atop the roof, Chu Feng observed the scene with a sigh of relief. Clapping his hands, he muttered to himself, my foolish disciple, while somewhat dim-witted, possesses a certain spirit that is commendable. He bears a resemblance to the Emperor of Flames from the original tale. The following morning, at the gate of the Xiao residence, the 2 gatekeepers were taken aback upon opening the door, and they hurriedly rushed inside in alarm. Clan leader, something terrible has happened. Hearing their cries, Xiaozhan and others hastened forward, but the 2 gatekeepers seemed unable to articulate their thoughts, their faces flushed, until at last they managed to stammer out the name Ao Chengnan. Xiaozhan, along with several esteemed elders and members of the Xiao family, emerged from the estate with an air of fierce determination, brandishing their weapons. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily struck dumb. At that moment, 2 guards finally managed to articulate, head of the family, the lord of Ao City, and the head of the Lu family have come in submission. A glance revealed Ao Cheng'an and Lu Qing, the 2 renowned masters of Dongli City, both kneeling on the ground, bound in chains. Behind them stood a multitude of disciples from the Ao and Lu families, all adopting a similar posture of submission. With a complex expression, Ao Cheng'an sighed deeply. Xiaozhan, your Xiao family is truly fortunate. As the Xiao family stood in stunned silence, a youthful voice broke the tension. Father, they have come to make amends at my behest. At this, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Chapter 34, The Ethereal Sect Descends. The Jilted Young Man. Within the halls of the Xiao residence, an air of jubilation permeated every corner. Following the capitulation of the Ao City and Lu families, the Xiao family's influence within Dongli City visibly expanded. All the markets previously lost by the Xiao family had been reclaimed, and they had even acquired additional ones. With the Ao City and Lu families kneeling in submission, Dongli City had unequivocally become a bastion of the Xiao family's authority, ushering in what was arguably the most prosperous era for them in nearly a decade. The name of Xiao Huahua was on the lips of every member of the Xiao clan, for they believed that all current fortunes were bestowed by him. Yet, it was only the higher echelons, including Xiao Zhan, who understood that the true architect behind this transformation was the reclusive master of Xiao Huahua, Chu Feng. During this period, Xiao Huahua remained detached from the affairs of the Xiao family, dedicating himself to his cultivation. Each day, those Xiao disciples passing by his courtyard would behold him enveloped in radiant light, immersed in his training. Despite the palpable excitement, no one, not even Xiaozhan, dared interrupt his practice, for they all understood that the most significant day for Xiao Huahua was quietly approaching. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had elapsed. At the entrance of the Xiao residence, Xiao Zhan and the others were bidding farewell to Xiao Huahua and Chu Feng. A smile adorned Xiao Zhan's face. However, gazing upon Xiao Huahua's youthful visage, a trace of solemnity crept in. Huahua, do your utmost in this competition. Although your progress under your celestial master has been remarkable, time remains too brief. The young master of the ethereal sect has been nurtured on an abundance of elixirs and resources since childhood. With your master by your side, your future shines far brighter than hers, but be cautious and avoid reckless actions. In response, Xiao Huahua chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Father, fret not. This time, I shall certainly prevail. With my master's support, failure is simply not an option. The elder beside them chimed in, Patriarch, You worry too much about Huahua. With a celestial master at his side, how could the ethereal sect pose any real threat? Xiaozhan glanced at Chu Feng, his previously furrowed brow now relaxing. You speak wisely, elder. My apprehensions were unfounded. He had harbored concerns that if Xiaohuahua were to defeat the young master of the ethereal sect, it might lead to embarrassment for the sect, as losing in such a grand competition could bring disgrace to either side. However, with Chu Feng present, all fears dissipated. In the wake of Xiaozhan, Ao Qingnan, Lu Qing, and Lu Qing trailed closely, akin to loyal disciples. Upon hearing the Xiao family mention Xiaohuahua's master, the trio simultaneously turned their gazes toward the young man standing beside Xiaohuahua. They found him to be remarkably unassuming, devoid of any semblance of a powerful figure. His every gesture reminiscent of an ordinary person. Yet, it was precisely this unremarkable demeanor that instilled within them a profound sense of awe. Ao Qingnan whispered, "Could this be the one from the recent incident involving a single finger?" Upon hearing the mention of a finger, the three individuals instinctively trembled, their expression shifting from scrutiny to sheer terror, as if they had encountered a fearsome specter. The members of the Xiao family present turned their gazes toward Xiaohuahua, their faces a tapestry of complex emotions. 3 years ago, when the pact was made, everyone regarded him as a pitiful, worthless figure merely striving to salvage his dignity. Over the past 3 years, not a single soul believed in his potential. The entire Dongli city mocked him. And even his own father had intended to send him away to evade the terms of the pact. Yet now, the time for the agreement was drawing near its conclusion. Xiaohuahua's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. With his own prowess, he had toppled the formidable Ao and Lu families, the two most prestigious clans in Dongli cities, leaving no room for doubt regarding his capabilities. Furthermore, the gazes of the crowd shifted toward Chu Feng, their eyes glimmering with admiration. With such a master presiding, the outcome of the 3-year pact seemed inevitable, undoubtedly in favor of Xiaohuahua. The heads of the Ao and Lu families had resolved to cling tightly to the Xiao family for support. 5 days later, amidst a mountain shrouded in mist, stood a grand sect. Xiaohuahua stood before the entrance, gazing up at the plaque hanging on the Vermilion Gate. Misty sect. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. In that moment, a flood of memories surged through his mind. Once a worthless individual, he had made no progress in 2.5 years. With the 3-year agreement looming, he faced the prospect of a woman ruthlessly shattering his pride. Yet, upon venturing into the forbidden forest, he fortuitously encountered a master of celestial prowess, thus altering his fate. This battle, even if not for his own sake, was a chance to bring glory to his master. Beside him, Chu Feng observed the myriad expressions flitting across Xiaohuahua's face: complexity, melancholy, and finally, an inexplicable spark of determination when he looked at him. With a bemused sigh, he thought, what is this foolish disciple concocting in his mind? However, he soon smiled softly, reflecting, yet, it is fortunate that he can imagine so. Any ordinary person would have discerned the absurdity of that celestial technique and given up. Only Xiaohuahua has the focus to devote himself to rigorous training. Otherwise, such a technique would remain unattainable. Taking a deep breath, the two steadied their minds and approached the sect. Suddenly, 2 disciples descended from the gate, blocking their path. Clad in the Misty sect's white robes, the disciples wielded long swords, their gazes sharp as they bellowed, "Who goes there? This is the Misty sect's sacred ground. Idle folk are forbidden entry." Xiaohuahua regarded the 2 gatekeepers with pride, declaring, "I am Xiaohuahua of the Xiao family." As his words fell, a perplexed expression spread across the faces of the 2 disciples. The 2 individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving the bewilderment reflected in the other's eyes. One of the disciples, perplexed, remarked, "Xiaohuahua? I have no recollection of such a name." Upon uttering these words, their expressions immediately darkened. Who is this rustic peasant? Depart at once. Hearing this, Xiaohuahua felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had arrived with such fervor and determination, only to find himself barred from entry. Could it be that the woman from the ethereal realm had entirely disregarded this matter? Contemplating this, he cleared his throat and, with his head held high, explained. 3 years ago, I, Xiaohuahua, entered into a wager with your esteemed sect's young lord, Su Linger, within the Xiao family. Today, I have come to honor that agreement. Chapter 35, The Fiery Xiao Family, arriving for the 3-year appointment. Before the grand entrance of the Piaomiao sect, 2 disciples clad in white became visibly excited upon hearing the name of Su Linger. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, as if they had encountered a celestial being. The admiration hidden within their gazes was unmistakable, and they nearly drooled in their infatuation. Chu Feng cast a casual glance at the 2. It was evident that Su Ling'o enjoyed an unimaginable level of popularity within the Piamiao sect. It seemed that before Xiaohuahua took the stage in the upcoming competition, he would have to endure considerable disdain. The gatekeeper disciples, regaining their composure, appeared to recall something. And the disciple on the left allowed a hint of mockery to creep into his expression as he sneered, "You are the waste from 3 years ago?" The pitiful creature who made a 3-year pact with the young sect master? Without hesitation, the two disciples scrutinized Xiaohuahua, their eyes sweeping over him. Observing the youthful softness of his body, they paused for a moment before bursting into raucous laughter. They paid little heed to Xiaohuahua and Chu Feng's presence. Engaging in conversation amongst themselves, 3 years have passed, and his cultivation remains stagnant. He is still a third-rate martial artist. We thought he might not dare to come. But who would have imagined he possesses such audacity to challenge our young sect master as a third-rate martial artist? The disciple on the left, stifling his laughter, remarked curiously, "Should I admire your shamelessness or your fearlessness?" The other disciple, attempting to adopt a more serious demeanor, disdainfully scoffed, "What gives you the gall? Our young sect master is a once-in-a-century genius of the sect, having already transcended the postnatal realm. Furthermore, she has mastered the Wind Sword Classic, a skill reserved solely for the elders of our Piamiao sect. Her strength is such that even ordinary postnatal martial artists cannot contend with her. Are you a mere third-rate martial artist, hoping to ascend the mountain standing and descend lying down?" After saying this, the disciple could hardly contain his laughter. In their eyes, Xiaohuahua remained the same inconsequential third-rate martial artist. Once a martial artist transcends to the second-rate realm, their skin undergoes a transformation, becoming as pristine as that of an infant. Especially in the eyes of these esteemed sects, such distinctions are readily apparent. Having laughed to their heart's content, the two finally ceased their mockery and addressed Xiaohuahua. "Since you insist on humiliating yourself, go ahead. Otherwise, we would miss out on some delightful entertainment." With that, they stepped aside, and as the crimson doors swung open, a scene reminiscent of an ethereal palace unfolded before Xiaohuahua and Chu Feng. However, at that moment, Xiaohuahua was not preoccupied with the spectacle. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth for a moment before exhaling, a sense of relief washing over him as he gently shook his head. He was no longer a waste. He was a disciple of the divine, embarking on the path of refining qi and achieving longevity. Why bother with these uninformed ants? Observing Xiaohuahua's transformation from anger to calmness, Chu Feng silently nodded in approval. This young man did not choose to explain himself in the face of others' scorn. Unperturbed by praise or blame, at the tender age of 16, he had outgrown the impulsiveness of youth, yet he still ascended the mountain for the appointment, embodying bravery. It seems that over the years, the scrutiny of others has indeed tempered his character. Such talent is destined for the path of immortality. I ought to return directly to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Without further contemplation, amidst the disdainful gazes of the two gatekeeping disciples, Chu Feng and Xiaohuahua entered the sect together. At the Piamiao sect, within the main hall's foremost martial arena, a young girl sat cross-legged on the platform. Dressed in a flowing white robe, she possessed a slender figure and symmetrical features, radiating an indescribable aura of spirit. Above her, approximately 3,000 meters away, was a celestial platform shrouded in mist. Sitting upon this platform was a middle-aged man alongside several elders. This man, with long hair and beard, clad in cloth shoes and exuding a benevolent countenance, was the current sect leader of Piamiao, Wushan. The elders beside him wielded the highest authority within the sect. This assembly of esteemed individuals represented the pinnacle of power within a 100-mile radius. Wushan and the elders gazed down at Su Ling'o, their expressions filled with satisfaction as they nodded in agreement during their conversation. This disciple was a source of immense pride for them. Surrounding the celestial platform were several smaller platforms, each occupied by the leaders of neighboring powers. Many powerful figures turned their envious gazes towards Su Ling'o below. The leader of the Moon Sword sect sighed while observing the girl, 17 years old, at the initial stage of the acquired realm, and already proficient in the Piamiao sect's Wind Sword technique. Such a prodigy truly inspires envy. With Su Ling'o in our midst, it seems the Piamiao sect will overshadow us for another century. As they discussed, the leaders of various factions were filled with admiration. Why is it that only the Piamiao sect produces such talent? Above several celestial platforms, long corridors connected them, bustling with numerous disciples. The Piamiao sect's disciples gazed at Su Ling'o, their faces alight with adoration. Each time she appeared in a public setting, the Piamiao sect became a hub of excitement. The leader of the Moon Sword sect surveyed the room, addressing the surrounding power heads, This grand spectacle today is in anticipation of the 3-year pact. Yet, who do you all believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Does Xiaohua still stand a chance? The robust leader of the Mountain Gate sect chuckled. I heard he was merely a third-rate martial artist 2 years ago. With the passage of time, no matter how wildly he has grown, he cannot possibly rival an acquired martial artist. He likely wouldn't even dare to show up. We may have wasted our journey. The assembly of leaders shared a laugh, sighing in unison. Observing the figure of Su linger below, a myriad of complex emotions washed over them. They couldn't help but introspect, questioning whether they would dare to attend an engagement with such a prodigy. Just as the leaders of various factions lamented their fruitless journey that day, a sudden, weighty sound of footsteps echoed from the mountainside, drawing nearer with each passing moment. This sound instantly captured the attention of everyone present. On the celestial platform, along the corridor, the ethereal sect master, the heads of various sects, and the multitude of disciples turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. As they sought the origin of the sound, they beheld a slender figure, a young boy whose face bore a youthful yet resolute expression, striding forward alongside an unremarkable young man. Su Lingo opened her eyes and directed her gaze toward the boy. Xiaohua ascended the martial stage with purposeful strides, surveying the peculiar look surrounding him. His eyes shimmering with determination. I am Xiaohua of the Xiao family, here to fulfill our 3-year promise. Chapter 36. Have you been searching for a transcendent master all these years? Is it the person behind you? In the ethereal sect, atop the 5 renowned celestial platforms, amidst a myriad of corridors, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon the youth standing on the martial stage. Curiosity, disdain, and mockery echoed from all directions. Is this the famed Xiaohua? Judging by his appearance, he possesses a commendable demeanor, exuding a semblance of confidence. He is merely a silver-coated wax figure. A glance at his skin reveals he remains entrenched in the realm of mediocre martial artists. Indeed, who among us could not vanquish him? How audacious of such a person to disgrace the ethereal sect. It seems the sect's reputation has waned over the years. Associating with him would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the young sect master. A cacophony of voices arose, drowning the atmosphere. Yet, amidst it all, the young man stood unperturbed, seemingly regarding the chatter like mere refuse on the roadside, entirely indifferent. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 5 celestial platforms, observing the boy's calm demeanor, exchanged glances of surprise. The leader of the Moonsword sect, stroking his long beard, chuckled softly. Regardless, to ascend to the ethereal sect with such modest prowess displays considerable courage. The other leaders nodded in agreement, recognizing his composure amidst ridicule, acknowledging his potential. This lad possesses a temperament worthy of cultivation, they mused. However, a collective sigh arose among the leaders. The Moonsword sect leader lamented, alas, talent is not something that a minor sect like the Xiao family can compensate for. Otherwise, with such fortitude, Xiaohua's future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. As leaders of their respective factions, they had encountered countless outstanding disciples and understood the significance of innate talent. In this world, while talent is indeed crucial, it is the rare quality of temperament that often proves even more elusive. How many prodigies, despite their exceptional gifts, have faded into obscurity due to their impetuous nature? Conversely, how many, lacking in innate superiority, have risen to prominence through sheer tenacity and dedication? It can be said that, in many instances, the mindset for cultivation surpasses innate talent in importance. After all, many who consider themselves geniuses falter, unable to keep pace with even the average individual. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Xiaohua's talent is rather lacking. After over a decade of martial training, he has yet to transcend the realm of a mediocre martial artist. Even divine intervention would struggle to alter that fate. The Moonsword sect leader's gaze fell upon Xiaohua, and with a gentle sigh, he remarked, "It appears there is little suspense in today's outcome, regardless of the formidable disparity in techniques acquired by the two. Merely considering their realms, how could a third-rate martial artist triumph over a postnatal practitioner?" At that moment, Su Linger, who had been silently observing, opened her eyes and gazed at Xiaohua. In her gem-like, glistening eyes, a complex array of emotions flickered: guilt, disdain, surprise, which ultimately coalesced into a soft sigh. She rose gracefully, landing softly in front of Xiaohua. "I never expected you would truly dare to come," she remarked. As Xiaohua gazed upon the striking figure before him, memories of her disdainful demeanor 3 years prior flashed through his mind. It was 3 years ago that this woman, in a moment of haughty arrogance and under the scrutiny of many, annulled their engagement, leaving the Xiao family utterly humiliated. Now, After the passage of 3 long years, they were finally reunited. Xiaohuahua steadied his emotions and spoke with an icy tone. In the southern wilderness, a woman coming to withdraw from a marriage. Do you comprehend the immense humiliation this has brought upon the Xiao family? 3 years ago, you insulted my family, and I was compelled to establish a 3-year pact with you. If I were to forsake this agreement, would it not render the Xiao family a laughingstock to the world? At his words, Su Linger's expression grew complex. Taking a deep breath, she maintained her unwavering stance. I, Su Linger, shall govern my own marriage. I will never wed a man I have never met. Her tone softened slightly. 3 years ago, my actions were indeed thoughtless, placing the Xiao family and you in an incredibly awkward position. However, if given another chance, my decision would remain unchanged. She paused, her expression still conflicted. For this matter, I am willing to offer my sincere apologies. As for the medicinal arts of the Misty sect, as long as it does not involve inheritance, I am open to discussion. Before she could finish, a cold laugh interrupted from ahead. Compensation. If one's dignity has been trampled into the dirt, what use is compensation? Xiaohuahua retorted, anger flickering in his eyes, his resolve unyielding. If there is to be compensation, then this battle shall serve as the finest recompense. Upon hearing this, Su Lingo let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a figure descended from the distant celestial platform, capturing the attention of the crowd. It was none other than the current leader of the Misty sect, Wushan. Standing in the midst of the young pair, Wushan addressed Su Lingo with an impassive expression. Linger, if he wishes to fight, then we shall grant him his desire. As he turned to face Xiaohuahua, he continued, over the years, I have heard whispers of your endeavors. You have wandered in search of some reclusive master, yet after 3 years, you have emerged as nothing more than a third-rate warrior. Those so-called masters are merely charlatans of the martial world. With a disdainful glance at Chu Feng, Wushan asserted, in this battle, shatter his delusions of a comeback. Let him understand that tales are but tales, and he should learn to live a humble life as an ordinary person. Consider it a kindness on our part. As these words echoed, the onlookers, both disciples and leaders of various factions, were momentarily taken aback. A peculiar expression graced the faces of many. Moments later, laughter erupted among the disciples from both sides, and even the leaders watching could not suppress their amusement. The voices of the disciples behind them rose in cacophonous mirth. Xiaohuahua truly does not know his place. Is it truly possible to seek out extraordinary masters everywhere? Are there really so many unparalleled figures? The most esteemed among the Jiangnan Dao practitioners must surely be seated upon that celestial platform. The head of the Mountain Gate sect surveyed his surroundings and gently shook his head with a smile, remarking, we, the leaders of the major sects, are all endowed with innate cultivation. Among the elders present, not a single one is weaker than the mid-stage of acquired realm. His narrowed eyes opened as he gazed at the celestial platform, and then turned to the misty mountain of the demonstration stage. The master of the Miao Miao sect possesses pinnacle innate cultivation. And aside from him, the Miao Miao sect boasts 6 other innate masters. If the Miao Miao sect cannot be regarded as the foremost power in Jiangnan Dao, then their leader cannot be considered an extraordinary master either. I am rather curious as to what this young lad perceives as an extraordinary master. Could it be that unremarkable youth by his side? Chapter 37. Xiaohuahua, my master. Truly the finest mentor in the world. In the ethereal sect. On the martial arts platform, Xiaohuahua surveyed his surroundings. The mocking laughter echoed in his ears, causing him to clench his fists tightly. Were all these lofty ideals mere illusions? Were the reclusive masters nothing but fabrications? A cold smile flickered within him, yet he steadied his mind and gradually relaxed his grip. At this moment, he yearned to shout at everyone, declaring the existence of true reclusive masters. His mentor was indeed the legendary figure of such status. However, voicing this belief now would only lead the crowd to think he was indulging in fanciful dreams, providing them with further amusement. After all, even his most beloved father could not immediately accept the reality of his master being a reclusive genius. What more could be expected from these short-sighted individuals? Xiaohuahua's gaze fixated on Su Linger. Once he triumphed over the so-called heavenly beauty in front of him, he would prove his master's greatness. His master was indeed that reclusive genius. Under his mentor's guidance, there were no failures. Even he, after merely 5 months of cultivation, could surpass the so-called elites of the outside world. Sensing the fierce determination radiating from Xiaohuahua's sharp gaze, Su Lingo sighed helplessly, drawing the long sword from her waist. Who would have thought that I left such a profound shadow on you back then? After this battle, I shall introduce you to an elder of the pinnacle of the postnatal realm as a form of compensation. Her words dripped with condescension, as if she were pitying him. Surrounding disciples began to murmur, "The young sect master is truly benevolent. Not only does she speak kindly to such a failure, but she also seeks a mentor for him." To be associated with someone like the young sect master is indeed a stroke of fortune for that lad. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and powerful. The young sect master is truly a rare celestial being in the mortal realm. Xiaohuahua waved his sleeve dismissively, responding indifferently, "No need for your concern. I have already taken my master as my mentor, the finest master in the world." As he spoke, his expression turned earnest as he gazed at Chu Feng. Su Ling, slightly puzzled, followed his line of sight, landing on a young man standing beside the disaster prevention martial arts platform. This young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest out, exuding confidence, yet he bore no aura whatsoever, appearing entirely ordinary. The elders who frequently descended the mountain had often remarked that those deceitful charlatans from below resembled this very figure. Furrowing her brow slightly, Su Ling kindly warned, "Do not be deceived by those fraudsters. The elder I will introduce you to, though not comparable to the sect master, would be a formidable figure in the outside world. A local overlord, and a master among masters in our entire state. With such an elder as assistance, coupled with the compensation I offer, you might even break through to the elite realm in the future." After a brief pause, she added, "I understand there may be a hint of dissatisfaction in your heart. Perhaps a feeling of embarrassment at receiving my aid. Yet, this is a rare opportunity for mentorship that cannot be sought after, no matter how one may strive. If one were to relinquish such a chance for the sake of petty grievances, that would indeed be an underestimation of your character." Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Xiaohuahua appeared to be amused, disdainfully remarking, "First-rate? The number of first-rate warriors who have perished at my hands exceeds a mere count of 2. He continued, "And that rare postnatal warrior you speak of has seen 3 esteemed figures kneel before my feet." At these words, the surroundings fell into a sudden silence, only to erupt soon after with thunderous laughter. It seemed that Xiaohuahua had truly lost his senses in the tales he had been reading. Neglecting the pinnacle of postnatal prowess to seek out a swindler as a master, he boasted of having slain over 10 first-rate warriors, causing postnatal fighters to collapse before him. Such grandiosity was hardly believable. Did he think himself to be the young sect master? Not to mention, the young sect master had only recently attained the postnatal realm, and the number of first-rate warriors who had fallen to her was far from excessive. He was merely boasting above her station. A mere third-rate strength was utterly laughable. On the small platform, the various sect leaders shook their heads in dismay. The Moonsword sect master, with a cold expression, remarked, "I once believed this youth possessed a commendable temperament, only to discover he is but a dreamer, spouting nonsense and deceiving himself." Beside him, the Mountain Gate sect master chuckled. He should be taught a lesson by Su Ling to help him remember this humiliation. The leaders of several major sects, who had initially felt pity for him, now altered their views on Xiaohuahua. Their greatest disdain was reserved for those who merely spoke without action, lost in delusions and unable to recognize reality. On the martial arts platform, Su Ling was utterly speechless, her eyes reflecting a serious demeanor. "Since you are so beyond redemption, I shall refrain from further words. Allow me to bring you back to reality." As her voice faded, Su Ling sheathed her sword behind her, extending her hand toward the youth with intent. Her graceful figure moved with extraordinary swiftness, as if traversing mere inches, and in a matter of steps, she stood before Xiaohuahua. With a gust of energy accompanying her palm, she aimed to strike at the boy's chest. Though her strike appeared gentle and lacked brute force, the fierce wind contained within was capable of shattering stone. Should a third-rate warrior bear the brunt of such a blow, they would likely remain bedridden for days. Yet, Xiaohuahua regarded it with indifference, seemingly unresponsive. As her palm approached his chest, he casually countered with a backhand, effortlessly deflecting her attack. Su Ling, bracing against his force, found herself unable to advance an inch. Her face etched with shock as she gazed at him. "I am a postnatal warrior, though that last strike was not my full strength. It is a blow that even a typical first-rate warrior cannot withstand. How could you possibly?" However, the youth before her offered no words, merely sneering coldly before unleashing a powerful punch that surged toward her. That seemingly unremarkable punch rapidly magnified in Su Ling's eyes, and she hastily prepared to defend herself. Immediately, a terrifying force descended upon Su Ling's arm. After absorbing this blow, she staggered backward for more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing her form, clutching her chest as her vital energy surged tumultuously. Remarkably, she had been pushed back a full 10 meters by a single punch. Su Ling stared at the young man before her, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had never seen him before. She rolled up her pristine white sleeve, revealing her delicate arm. To her astonishment, there was a dark purple bruise marring her fair skin. Su Ling'o gasped in utter disbelief, her eyes trembling as she gazed at Xiaohuahua, exclaiming, "How is this possible? To achieve such power, one must at least be a postnatal martial artist." Chapter 38. The Revelation of Xiaohuahua's Strength. Half a year. From mediocre to accomplished. In the esteemed Pai Omio sect, upon the martial arts platform, a young girl suddenly retreated over 10 meters, landing aside. Meanwhile, the boy who should have fallen remained effortlessly composed. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was utterly stunned. Countless disciples and elders stood in a daze. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? The young master was actually pushed back? Wasn't Xiaohuahua merely regarded as a mediocre waste? How could this be? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the scene before them. The youth who had repelled the young master and pursued him leisurely was none other than the very same Xiaohuahua they had ridiculed as an arrogant fool. On the small celestial platform, the leaders of various sects were equally frozen in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The master of the Moonsword sect swallowed hard as his gaze fixated on the scene. Xiaohuahua's punches surged with formidable vigor, exhibiting an unparalleled ferocity. This was no semblance of a mere mediocre martial artist. Furthermore, he seemed to have overpowered Su Ling'o. His prowess must have already reached the initial stages of the acquired realm. How blind I have been. This lad has concealed himself far too well. The master of the Moonsword sect surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze even surpassed the fog-covered mountains. Here, not a single individual could discern Xiaohuahua's true strength. Not even the peak innate master of the Pai Omio sect. Nearby, the master of the Mountain Gate sect sighed deeply. At just 16, to cultivate strength rivaling that of the top genius Su Ling'o within a humble family. All while maintaining such restraint amidst countless taunts, his composure is truly remarkable. This child is indeed a force to be reckoned with. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. To achieve such prowess within a small family requires an unimaginable level of talent. Su Ling'o was already impressively strong. A once-in-a-century prodigy reaching this stage only with the support of the Pai Omio sect. Clearly, Xiaohuahua appears even stronger. In a family with scarce resources. To reach the acquired realm by the age of 16 through personal cultivation. If it had been them, such innate talent would have been evident 3 years prior when Su Ling'o came to annul the engagement. How could it have remained hidden until now? And Xiaohuahua only discovered his own cultivation talent after their 3-year agreement. This was something they had never even considered. After all, to ascend from mediocrity to the acquired realm in a mere 2 years is indeed a tale too fantastical to believe. On the martial arts platform, Su Ling'o gazed at Xiaohuahua in disbelief. How could your strength be so formidable? 3 years ago, the boy who stood before her was vividly etched in her memory. That youth, burdened by humiliation and devoid of any capacity for resistance, was nothing more than a mediocre waste. How could it be that in such a brief span of time he had achieved this level? His aura scarcely inferior to her own? Is this even possible? 3 years ago, her prowess surpassed that of Xiaohuahua. Merely a step away from transcending into the realm of elite warriors. Over the span of 3 years, under the tutelage of the esteemed Piaomiao sect, one of the foremost sects in Sangzhou, she had accessed an abundance of elixirs, techniques, and masterful mentors, enabling her to transcend into the postnatal realm. Yet, Xiaohuahua, the young patriarch of a modest clan, had astonishingly caught up to her. Could such a phenomenon truly exist in this world? Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua cast a sidelong glance at Su Ling'o, fully aware of the thoughts swirling in the young lady's mind. With an air of arrogance, he raised his chin and declared, "You are but a frog in a well." Since he had taken his master as his mentor, Xiaohuahua was no longer the same as before. His gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a hint of derision in his smile. "You know not the transcendent nature of my master." As his words hung in the air, a terrifying aura surged forth once more. Before anyone could react, Xiaohuahua conjured a surge of spiritual energy in his palm, propelled himself with a push of his toes, and shattered the white stone tiles as he charged ferociously towards Su Ling'o. Although taken aback, she did not falter, swiftly closing the distance with her agile movements. Xiaohuahua showed no mercy. His fist, radiant as the dawn, hurtled towards Su Ling'o's face. She instinctively dodged, evading the brunt of the strike. However, as his fist veered away, it transformed into a claw, lunging at her with alarming speed, leaving Su Ling'o with scant time to evade. She hastily raised her arms in defense. With a resounding clap, His claw struck her arm, causing her legs to feel heavy and her arm to tingle, nearly robbing her of sensation. Gritting her teeth, Su Ling'e summoned her inner strength to deflect Xiaohuahua's assault, then swiftly retaliated with a series of sweeping kicks. Yet, her efforts were effortlessly countered by him. In full view of the onlookers, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, with Xiaohuahua consistently maintaining the upper hand. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How could Xiaohuahua be so formidable, so decisively overpowering Su Ling'e? The master of the Moonsword sect remarked in astonishment. It seems their realms are comparable. No, Xiaohuahua is slightly superior. It was astonishing that, with a barrage of unfettered punches devoid of any martial arts form, he was forcing the prodigy of the Piao Miao sect into retreat. The master of the Mountain Gate sect, eyes fixed on the duel, marveled. Su Ling'e's application of the foundational martial arts of the Piao Miao sect is exceptionally thorough. The Cloud Crane technique and the Cloud-Seeking Fist flow seamlessly. Her techniques are flawless. In contrast, Xiaohuahua's approach appeared somewhat brutish and haphazard, akin to a novice striking out wildly. The Moonsword sect's master chuckled lightly. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. At present, it appears that Xiaohuahua is dominating Su Ling'e. However, she has only employed basic martial techniques. Her true capabilities remain untapped. At this point, the gathered crowd comprehended the unfolding drama. Although Xiaohuahua's strength seemed to surpass Su Ling'e's at this moment, the true depth of her potential had yet to be revealed. However, the moment Su Ling'e unsheaths her sword and unleashes the ethereal sword techniques of the Misty Sect, the Windsword Cannon and other divine martial arts, the tides of battle will undoubtedly shift instantaneously. Martial arts embody the essence of a prodigy overcoming adversities with finesse. At that moment, Xiaohuahua will find herself utterly devoid of any means to resist. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Misty Sect lining the corridor wear expressions of deep dismay. They could hardly fathom that the so-called waste they had previously mocked has now emerged as a formidable opponent, pressing their young master to the limit. This realization was one they struggled to accept. They cried out in unison, "Young master, give it your all. Show this fellow your true prowess." Yet, as the fervent cheers echoed from above, Xiaohuahua remained undeterred, her fists and feet relentlessly forcing Su Ling'e into a position with no avenue for retreat. Chapter 39. Is this your confidence? Pathetically weak. Below, atop the grand stage, the elders were initially taken aback by the unfolding scene, their brows furrowing in concern. That young man possesses an unexpected depth. We have indeed underestimated him. As the anxious murmurs of the elders echoed, Wushan remained composed, remarking, "While that lad may have some hidden talents, he is still far from being able to surpass Ling'e. After all, she is the young master. Trained under my guidance and that of the innate elders, having mastered the sect's divine arts, the Windsword Cannon, and perfected the sect's ultimate technique, the ethereal swordplay. This is merely a test. Once Ling'e unleashes her skills, she will effortlessly defeat Xiaohuahua." Upon hearing Wushan's words, the elders felt a sense of relief. This battle, with so many leaders of various factions in attendance, represented the dignity of their Piao sect, and they simply could not afford to lose. However, Wushan was unfazed by such concerns. In his heart, he was certain that Ling'e could not possibly be defeated. His gaze shifted to Xiaohuahua, contemplating deeply, before it fell upon a young man standing at the side of the martial stage. He whispered, "Master, is that the young man?" As his eyes swept over Chu Feng, he couldn't help but frown. The young man appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any trace of internal energy, his physique showing no signs of refinement. He looked completely like someone who had never trained in martial arts. Wushan had pondered this situation before. He realized that Xiaohuahua had been underestimated, and thus he had failed to notice the peculiarities surrounding him. Yet, upon closer inspection, it still did not reveal any strength. Leaving only two possibilities, either his power surpassed Wushan's, or he was indeed an ordinary person. Wushan chuckled softly, immediately dismissing the absurd notion that someone could surpass him. How could that be possible? I am at the pinnacle of the innate realm. To exceed me would equate to being a master. And what of that realm? There are scarcely a handful across the entirety of Songzhou. Moreover, I am acquainted with all the masters and elders. How could a stranger suddenly emerge as a master? Especially one so young? With such thoughts crystallizing, Wushan arrived at a plausible conclusion. Xiaohuahua must have concealed his strength since childhood. Otherwise, it would be impossible to ascend from a third-rate to a postnatal level in just 1 year. Even those prodigies who are now masters could not achieve such a feat. Having unraveled the mystery, Wushan returned his focus to the duel occurring on the martial stage. Boom. As their fists met, Su Ling'e appeared to struggle momentarily. staggering back several steps before gradually regaining her footing. With a complex expression, she gazed at Xiao Huahua. After exchanging several blows, she had comprehended the true extent of his strength. Though they were both postnatal, he was clearly a notch above her in cultivation. Su Ling's gaze turned grave. I never anticipated that you were hiding such depth. It appears I have misjudged the situation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua disdainfully remarked, Is this the prowess and talent you take pride in? It seems rather unimpressive. Su Ling, incensed by the words, retorted coldly, Indeed. My actions in the past were not sufficiently considerate, causing the Xiao family and you unnecessary grievances. Therefore, from the beginning until now, I have consistently held back, yielding at every turn, all to preserve your dignity. However, your current aggressiveness compels me to respond with all my might, lest I lose face for my Piao Miao sect. Should you be injured, do not blame me. As her words fell, the young woman stepped forward, and the long sword at her waist unsheathed itself, swirling gracefully in the air before landing firmly in her grasp. The chilling blade glimmered ominously under the sunlight, emanating an aura that could induce a shiver merely by gazing upon it. The sect masters on the elevated platform expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, This is the legendary sword crafted by Su Mingjian, the foremost swordsmith of Cangzhou. In all of Cangzhou, there exist only 5 such divine swords. The Piao Miao sect master truly spares no expense for her prized disciple. Below, the elders collectively sighed in relief, the eldest among them, a balding man with a long beard, remarked, At last, she has drawn her sword. That Xiao family brat is finished now. Laughter erupted among the other elders. On the martial platform, Su Ling wielded her sword, channeling her internal energy into the blade, her entire presence radiating sharpness. With a swift motion, she advanced, declaring, Wind sword technique. Wind sword fall. As the young woman's soft incantation echoed, her figure transformed, moving with a grace akin to a gentle breeze. Faster than before, more than threefold. In an instant, it seemed as though 3 phantoms appeared simultaneously before Xiao Huahua, all wielding swords. Xiao Huahua's eyes widened as she sensed the turbulence of spiritual energy in the air. 2 of the illusory figures were swiftly dispelled. The chilling gleam of the sword approached, and Xiao Huahua gathered her spiritual energy in her palm, striking towards the long sword. With a resounding thud, the sword vibrated violently, causing Su Ling to land a distance away. Xiao Huahua sneered, Even with your sword and techniques, you are no match for me. Yet, the girl paid no heed to her mockery, gritting her silver teeth and charging forward relentlessly. Time and again, Su Ling was repelled, yet she persisted. Each of her strikes was countered by Xiao Huahua, causing the disciples above to furrow their brows in concern. However, the elders below wore faint smiles, as if the outcome for Xiao Huahua was already sealed. Chu Feng observed the scene above, his gaze keenly tracking Su Ling's movements, as if comprehending something profound. He shook his head and smiled. So she is merely conserving her martial techniques. It remains to be seen if Xiao Huahua can discern this. On the martial platform, the young man struck again with a crimson palm, shattering another illusion, forcing the young woman to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Huahua, seemingly growing impatient, declared, If this is all you have, then I shall bring this tedious farce to an end. Upon hearing this, Su Ling, standing before him, tightly gripped the hilt of her sword and smiled, saying, You are right. It is time to bring this to an end. With a resounding boom, the aura surrounding Su Ling surged once more. As she advanced towards Xiao Huahua, a faint azure glow flickered along her path. She raised her sword, and the glimmers coalesced, forming a colossal 3-meter-long sword that stood majestically behind her. In the corridor, exclamations of surprise echoed. Is that the ethereal sword technique? Has Senior Sister Lingo truly mastered it? The elders observing from the celestial platform exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging the conclusion of the confrontation. In the depths of her ebony eyes, the giant sword had taken shape. And Xiao Huahua shook his head, declaring, Is this your confidence? Pathetically feeble. Chapter 40. The Post-Heaven Realm? No. This is the art of cultivation. Upon the martial stage, Su Ling stood with a towering 3-meter-long sword phantom looming behind her. She exhaled sharply, her gaze fierce, to compel me to unleash this technique. No one among the younger generation in Cangzhou has ever achieved such a feat. You may take pride in that. Transcendent sword technique, shadow of the blade, kill. As her words fell, the girl formed a seal with her hands, causing the long sword before her to emit a chilling glow. The colossal sword phantom behind her surged forward with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a tempestuous wave. The stone slabs of the martial stage could no longer withstand the immense pressure, shattering violently along the path carved by the phantom sword. Xiaohua grinned widely. Is this where your confidence lies? Then allow me to show you what true celestial sorcery looks like. As he spoke, Xiaohua's fingers had unknowingly coalesced into an ethereal glow. The crimson light danced in his grasp like flames, and an aura of radiance enveloped his being. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of rolling thunder. The spectators looked up in astonishment as dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, a tempest brewing. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a terrifying force seemed poised to emerge. The disciples, leaders of various factions, and the higher-ups of the Piao sect all furrowed their brows, gazing intently at the unfolding spectacle. On the martial stage, the boy's voice remained crisp. This is the celestial technique imparted to me by my master. Let us see if your so-called post-heaven pinnacle can withstand it. Is my master truly the charlatan you claim him to be? At this moment, the sword phantom had transformed into a whirlwind, drawing near to Xiaohua within a mere 10 meters. From within the dark clouds, a colossal finger slowly emerged. Xiaohua bellowed, "Great wilderness confining heaven finger. A mere half finger can shake the heavens and the earth." As his shout echoed, the crowd felt a chill race down their spines, staring in a daze at the enormous finger in the sky. On the small celestial stage, the leaders of various sects wore a unified expression of disbelief, their eyes wide, gasping at the spectacle above. The Moonsword sect's leader swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Such might, such commotion. Can this truly be accomplished by a post-heaven warrior?" Beside him, an elder from the Mountain Gate sect spoke hoarsely. This is invoking the power of the heavens. But isn't such martial art only accessible to those at the Master Realm? Xiaohua, a mere post-heaven warrior. How could this be possible? Even Wushan wore a grim expression, fixated on the colossal finger in the sky, exhaling heavily. How could this be? Under this technique, how could there be any youth in Sangzhou to rival him? Linger, it seems you are destined to lose this time. At this moment, the sword phantom unleashed its devastating power before Xiaohua, seemingly locked onto him, and suddenly came to a standstill. Boom! The colossal finger in the sky finally descended. In the next moment, as swords clashed, the phantom of the colossal sword erupted into a cloud of dust. Beneath the hovering giant finger, Su Lingyer stood motionless, gripping her longsword. Suddenly, a flush of crimson surged onto her face, and she violently spat out a mouthful of blood. "Senior sister! Young master!" The cries filled the air. Yet, Su Lingyer appeared pale, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the young man before her. Clenching her silver teeth and leaning on her sword, disbelief mingled with panic on her face. The ethereal sword technique is a high-tier martial art, the premier swordplay of the ethereal sect. How could it be so easily crushed? Her eyes were drawn to the terrifying half-finger before her. As if it pierced her very soul, her emotions spiraling. Impossible. How could you possibly master such martial prowess? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, shaking her head incessantly. This cannot be. I cannot lose. I will not lose. She was the foremost genius of the ethereal sect and the pride of Sangzhou. Moreover, 3 years prior, it was she who had called off the engagement, suppressing Xiaohua. How could she possibly be defeated by Xiaohua now? To lose the face of the ethereal sect, to lose her dignity? Su Lingyer gritted her silver teeth, channeling all her internal energy into her long sword, thrusting it forward with ferocity. Waves of sword shadows surged toward Xiaohua, observing the unfolding scene. Xiaohua's expression revealed a trace of disdain. "Do not judge my master with your ignorant and narrow-minded perspective. Before encountering my master, I was merely a third-rate martial artist, subject to ridicule by all. Yet, in a mere 6 months since meeting my master, I have forged this divine power." As the fierce sword shadows rushed forth like a tempest, Xiaohua flicked her fingers, unleashing a radiant glow. The suspended half-finger plummeted, and a deafening explosion erupted on the martial platform. The resonating sound caused disciples watching from hundreds of meters away to feel a wave of dizziness. White bricks and debris shattered and rained down like fine mist from the sky. Moments later, as the dust settled, the crowd's vision cleared, revealing a terrifying pit with a radius of 5 to 6 meters and a depth of 3 meters on the martial platform. The audience held their breath in astonishment. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, captivated by the spectacle. Under countless gazes, Xiaohua wore a proud expression, her voice solemn. "The power of my master is akin to that of the divine." Su Lingyer beheld the enormous pit before her, measuring 6 meters in radius. And suddenly her body weakened, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant. Behind her lay numerous imprints of fingers etched into the floor. Xiaohua had spared her life. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a chorus of disbelieving whispers echoing through the corridors. The so-called waste of legend has triumphed? The young sect master unexpectedly fell to the hands of this seemingly inconsequential individual. A mere son of a city lord managed to surpass the esteemed young master of my Miao Miao sect. Suddenly, amidst these murmurs, a voice emerged. Swallowing hard, he claimed that just half a year ago, he was but a third-rate warrior. As this startling proclamation reverberated, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Countless disciples and high-ranking members of various factions were rendered astonished, unable to utter a word, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. The master of the Moon Sword sect swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in shock upon Xiaohuahua, pondering. In just half a year, after apprenticing, you directly advanced to the acquired realm, and have mastered such celestial-like martial arts. He took a deep breath, yet still unable to accept the reality. He exclaimed with wide eyes, in merely half a year, this is impossible. If it were true, what manner of terrifying existence must your master be? Chapter 41, Grandmaster? Not worthy of carrying my master's shoes. Upon the celestial platform, the elders of the Miao Miao sect exchanged glances, their expressions laden with astonishment that had long eclipsed the gloom of their defeat in the grand competition. The second elder, a balding man with a long beard, could hardly fathom the reality. Just half a year prior, Xiaohuahua was a mere third-rate practitioner, and within this brief span, he had mastered such formidable martial arts. Surely, even a grandmaster could not achieve such a feat to his right. Another elder furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be that Xiaohuahua fabricated this? The assembly fell into a contemplative silence as they recognized that Xiaohuahua had no reason to concoct such a tale. Moreover, recalling Xiaohuahua's previous reputation as a waste, they questioned themselves. If they were in his position, could they truly endure the humiliation of having their engagement called off? Even if he possessed such remarkable fortitude, what motivation would compel him to endure? Typically, prodigies conceal their talents to evade enemies. Yet, as far as they knew, the Xiao family was a dominant force in a small town, with no reports of enmity with outsiders, with no foes beyond the city and no rivals within. There seemed no necessity for Xiaohuahua to hide his gifts. Given his innate talent at 16, stepping into the postnatal realm alone, wouldn't he attract disciples and resources aplenty? Surely, the Xiao family, even if perceived as foolish, would grasp such matters. After much deliberation, the elders arrived at a startling conclusion. Xiaohuahua was likely genuine, having indeed been a third-rate waste just 6 months ago. Otherwise, the circumstances simply made no sense. In this short period, under the tutelage of his master, Xiaohuahua had surged from third-rate to postnatal, his prowess now reaching toward the innate realm. Such an achievement was horrifyingly astounding. As their shock subsided, the elders recalled that Xiaohuahua had mentioned his master was. Their collective awareness dawned, and they turned their gazes toward the young man at the forefront of the martial arts platform, who appeared utterly nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. The multitude of stares transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment. Their hearts raced as they gasped in disbelief. The young man bore no visible signs of cultivation. What manner of being was this? On the martial arts platform, the unwillingness had long been etched on Su Linger's delicate features. Yet upon casting her final glance at the youth, that sentiment dissipated, replaced by a bittersweet realization. Coming to her senses, she cast her eyes downward and admitted, I have lost. Then, turning to survey the gaping pit before her and the myriad of finger imprints behind her, she questioned, why did that colossal finger not descend upon me? Her gaze toward Xiaohuahua was fraught with complexity. Shouldn't you loathe me for what I did 3 years ago? For dragging you and the Xiao family into such despair? After observing Su Linger for a while, Xiaohuahua relaxed his posture and withdrew his imposing aura. I have come on this journey solely to fulfill a 3-year pact and to restore the reputation of the Xiao family. Furthermore, although my master does not concern himself with such matters, I wish to vindicate his name. He glanced at Su Linger, his tone becoming lighter. Initially, I harbored resentment towards you for placing the Xiao family and me in such an embarrassing predicament. However, we are no longer inhabitants of the same world. As he spoke, Xiaohuahua passed by her, casting no further glance. Su Lingo trembled, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant, murmuring in a daze, we are indeed no longer of the same world. 3 years prior, in the grand hall of the Xiao family, she had defiantly pointed her sword at the visibly distressed and furious young man, seemingly uttering these very words. Now, it was that same young man, whom she once looked down upon, who had returned everything in full measure. Su Lingo's complexion turned pale. As the distinguished daughter of the Miao Miao sect, she had always been the object of admiration since childhood, surpassing other prodigies and trampling upon those once deemed talented. Never had she experienced being so thoroughly overshadowed. In an instant, she found herself overwhelmed, feeling the once adoring gazes of those around her transform into piercing stares. When her eyes fell upon the sword beside her, a figure gently approached her side. Wuxian sighed softly, helping Su Lingo to her feet. Lingo, there is no need to lose heart. Your talent has been evident to all of Songzhou over the years. It is not your innate ability that has faltered. He chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery in his tone as he continued. Rather, it is the mastery of your teacher that has overshadowed you. Upon hearing this, the young woman looked up in astonishment, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How can this be? Master, you are at the pinnacle of innate prowess. Half a step from becoming a grandmaster. In all of Songzhou, few can rival your strength. Countless individuals have sought to become your disciple. How could this possibly be your fault? Before she could finish her sentence, Wuxian interrupted with a dismissive shake of his head. He then rose to regard the young man below the martial stage, who remained an onlooker, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. With utmost respect, Wuxian addressed him. Esteemed senior, if I am not mistaken, you must be a great grandmaster. No? It is an honor to have such a revered grandmaster grace our sect. With this statement, the crowd was engulfed in shock, many feeling their bodies tense up with disbelief. A grandmaster. The significance of these three words was clear to all present. In the southern wilderness, a grandmaster represented the pinnacle of existence, embodying the absolute zenith of power. Even within the vast Zhao kingdom, few could be found who matched this caliber. Regardless of the individual, they possess an immense power. Even the royal family, which wields absolute control over the dynasty, must seek to please and garner the admiration of such figures. After all, they are akin to an invincible one-man army capable of altering the tides of battle. Such beings are rare encounters for many warriors throughout their lives. How could one possibly appear in Songzhou? The onlookers gazed fervently at Chu Feng, whose demeanor remained indifferent. In this world where strength is venerated above all, encountering such an epitome of power is enough to drive individuals to madness, even if merely to behold their presence. Seemingly aware that the crowd had finally turned their attention to Chu Feng, Xiao Huahua revealed a smile. Although his master is indifferent to fame and fortune, he nonetheless seeks to honor his legacy. It appears that this name has yet to be fully vindicated. Xiao Huahua cleared his throat to attract their attention and disdainfully remarked, Grandmaster? What is a grandmaster? Not even worthy to carry my master's shoes. My master is a being among the immortals. Chapter 42, Master Huahua. Above the grandmaster, surpassing the pinnacle of martial arts. A grandmaster? Not even worthy to hold my master's shoes. Xiao Huahua's resonant voice silenced the surrounding clamor. The crowd stared in astonishment at Xiao Huahua, observing the unwavering determination etched upon the young man's face, exchanging glances that reflected mutual shock. In that moment, words eluded them all. After a prolonged silence, the master of the Moon Sword sect, standing atop the small celestial platform, furrowed his brow in disbelief and remarked, The Grandmaster is already the pinnacle of the southern wilderness realm. To be a Grandmaster means to be revered as a guest of honor by the emperors of the 5 great dynasties. One could say that the Grandmaster is the very sky for the martial artists of the southern wilderness. Yet, this sky dares not even consider itself worthy to hold Xiao Huahua's master's shoes? The crowd shook their heads. They discerned the slight displeasure in the tone of the Moon Sword sect master, who had supported Xiao Huahua from the outset. While Xiao Huahua's talent was formidable, it was undeniably audacious to insult the Grandmaster, whom they all revered in the southern wilderness. Beside them, the master of the mountain gate wore a stern expression and snorted coldly, How can this be possible? Throughout the history of the southern wilderness, there has never been a true being who surpasses the Grandmaster. Those so-called celestial beings are merely figments of storytellers' imaginations or tales recorded in ancient texts. They have never existed in reality. Despite Xiao Huahua's terrifying talent and his master's exceptional skills, I simply cannot believe that there exists anyone in this world who exceeds the Grandmaster. The crowd nodded in agreement, disregarding the murmurs of the assembly. Chu Feng gazed at Xiao Huahua on the martial arts stage, nodding in satisfaction and privately reflecting, Indeed, I have not erred in selecting this disciple. Xiao Huahua possesses the ability to envision my thoughts perfectly without requiring further elaboration from me. His comprehension allows him to refine my haphazardly pinned techniques into mastery. He trusts me wholeheartedly. When others speak ill of me, he is the first to stand up in defense. Were it not for this combination of qualities, I might have spent my entire life secluded in the mountains. It is true, in this world, who else could possess such unwavering faith in him? Treating his whimsical teachings as treasures, and who could distill true understanding from his chaotic writings? It can be said that without Xiao Huahua, I, Chu Feng, would merely possess a system without any opportunity to wield it. Had I encountered another person upon my arrival, the outcome would have been vastly different. Thus, the relationship between him and Xiao Huahua is one of mutual achievement, a reciprocal journey. Observing Xiao Huahua, Chu Feng raised his hand to calm the commotion, stating, Huahua, my disciple, I do not require anyone to hold my shoes. He then approached the mysterious cloud sect, and, under their gaze, he clasped his hands behind his back and declared, however, my disciple is not entirely mistaken. I am indeed not a grandmaster. Throughout the long passage of time, I have reached the limits of my cultivation. The realm cannot be described adequately. Upon the utterance of such confident words, the crowd was left in astonishment, profoundly impacted by Chu Feng's transcendent aura. On the celestial platform, several elderly figures exchanged glances, lowering their heads in contemplation, whispering among themselves, in nearly a century. It seems there has been no mention of anyone reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Not to mention the last renowned warrior to attain such heights was the venerable Bodhidharma over 6 centuries ago. One speaker cast a disdainful glance at Chu Feng, as if to suggest, does he dare to claim he is Bodhidharma? This provoked a wave of cold laughter among the onlookers, their lips twitching in disbelief. Below, a few elders of the mysterious cloud sect similarly scoffed. Xiao Huahua's victory over the young sect master is undeniable evidence of his formidable talent. Perhaps his master possesses some skill, but surely this boast is excessive. As these words echoed, the disciples in the corridor responded in agreement. Indeed, that fellow is utterly arrogant. True masters are exceptionally humble, always recognizing their own limitations. Anyone who boasts so brazenly upon arrival must surely be a charlatan. They speculated that perhaps Xiao Huahua was merely fortunate, stumbling upon some rare treasure. Such pretenders are akin to those storytellers and con artists at the foot of the mountain, who thrive on belittling grandmasters. The more they spoke, the greater their disdain grew. Warriors hold a deep reverence for strength. Thus, Xiao Huahua and his master's disparagement of the supreme realm in the southern wilderness left no room for sympathy. Even Xiao Huahua's previous formidable display was dismissed and rationalized away. After all, who would want to acknowledge a brash individual who, upon achieving a modicum of success, dared to mock even the grandmasters? The atmosphere within the mysterious cloud sect, including the onlookers from the outer sect, swiftly turned against Xiao Huahua and his master. Suddenly, a sound of applause, seemingly emerging from nowhere, captured everyone's attention. The clapping was neither too loud nor too soft, but it resonated with a profound inner strength, echoing through the heavens and the earth. The disciples on the corridor exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they furrowed their brows. Yet, this singular crisp clap stirred a restless energy within their veins. Numerous gazes turned skyward. Chu Feng, the sect master of the mysterious cloud sect, also looked towards the heavens. Following the direction of their eyes, everyone beheld several dark figures drifting above the clouds. Upon recognizing these individuals, their expressions shifted dramatically. 5 formidable presences descended from the void, stirring the air with a resounding roar, reminiscent of a celestial dragon piercing the skies. The overwhelming aura was so potent that the clouds parted instinctively, instilling a sense that the very heavens had dimmed slightly. As they gazed upon these 5 individuals, the leaders of the observing factions rose in astonishment, while even the previously composed elders of the mysterious cloud sect regarded the newcomers with grave concern. If the prior speculation regarding Xiao Huahua's master's realm had left them shocked, this was a revelation of an entirely different magnitude. The aura emanating from these 5 individuals instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Remarkably, each of these 5 was a formidable master, surpassing even the enigmatic leader of the Miao Miao sect. Behind them trailed a multitude of shadowy figures, their presence equally ethereal, gliding through the air with ease. Amongst them, the foremost figure donned a dark robe, his hair and beard flecked with gray, his cheeks possessing a peculiar plumpness reminiscent of a child. His piercing gaze fell upon Chu Feng, a smirk playing upon his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The tale spun here is far superior to those recounted in the tea houses. Haha, this journey has proven quite worthwhile for me. Chapter 43. The Arrival of the 5 Grandmasters. The terrifying conspiracy of the Black Nether sect. In the heavens, 79 figures hovered in midair. The voice of their leader, neither loud nor soft, resonated with profound inner strength, rippling through the space like water, reaching all corners. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, not due to mockery directed at Chu Feng, but rather from the overwhelming aura of inner power that instilled fear. It was the unwarranted dread of lower-tier martial artists in the presence of higher-tier warriors. The crowd gasped, their eyes fixed on the celestial figures above, their expressions fluctuating between hope and despair. The leader of the Moonsword sect, fixated on the dozens of figures in the sky, inhaled deeply, exclaiming, 74 innate warriors? He was all too familiar with the aura emanating from them. They were indeed at the same innate level as himself. It is essential to note that innate masters possess the capability to establish a dominant force within a sect. The sheer number, dozens, was enough to instill terror just by contemplation. However, the Moonsword sect leader's attention briefly lingered on those shadowy figures before shifting to the 5 individuals positioned before them. In comparison to the multitude of innate warriors, the fear and despair evoked by the presence of these 5 were far more intense. With a solemn countenance, the Moonsword sect leader murmured, "It cannot be mistaken. These 5 are grandmasters, the 5 grandmasters." Even though he had harbored suspicions, the confirmation from the Moonsword sect leader caused the assembly to collectively gasp, their scalps tingling in trepidation. The 5 grandmasters and dozens of innate warriors. What a terrifying assembly. Such power would undoubtedly hold significant weight even within an imperial dynasty. The leader of the Mountain Gate sect spoke with a quiver in his voice. When did Arch Songzhou produce such a formidable force? The other sect leaders exchanged glances, shaking their heads. One female leader furrowed her brow, stating, "In my 60 years living in Songzhou, traversing its expanse, I have never encountered a force of this magnitude. It must not originate from Songzhou." The Mountain Gate sect leader responded, "It cannot be its Songzhou force. The foundation here could never cultivate such a backing." As they continued to speak, their expressions darkened further. "It is an external force that has come seeking us." The leaders of the various factions on the small celestial platform exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of retreat in the other's eyes. The arriving force was aggressive and well-prepared. Likely adversaries of the mysterious Cloud sect. The crowd subtly shifted, poised to flee at the first opportunity. As the affairs of the mysterious Cloud sect bore no relevance to them, and they had no desire to endure an unwarranted calamity, the political turmoil of such a force was no trivial matter. At that moment, the elders of the mysterious Cloud sect exchanged glances with Wushan. Steeling themselves, they took a collective leap into the air, confronting the overwhelming aura with a resolute stance, gazing defiantly at the impending dread. Wushan respectfully clasped his hands and inquired in a deep voice, "Esteemed guests, from which faction do you hail? What brings such a formidable force to my Piaomiao sect? And for what purpose?" Pausing momentarily, he lowered his head and continued, "If there has been any offense on the part of Piaomiao sect, I humbly request you to make it known. We are willing to offer our sincere apologies." Upon hearing this, the disciples lurking in the adjacent corridor turned pale, their faces ashen. As the foremost sect of Songzhou, when had Piaomiao sect ever stood in such a subservient position? Other factions, when encountering their sect leader, invariably extended courteous gestures. Never had they witnessed their leader in such a humble demeanor. Yet, despite Wushan's lowered stance, the elder at the forefront harbored no intention of relenting. With a mocking smile, he replied, "Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely found myself rather bored and thought to extinguish this first sect of Songzhou. Pray, does such a response meet your satisfaction?" Following his words, the elder let out a hearty laugh, joined by the dozens of innate practitioners behind him, who roared with amusement. They treated the leader of Piaomiao sect as though he were a mere jester. Wushan, one of the 8 elders of Piaomiao sect, felt his spirit plummet to the depths of despair, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and purple, yet he dared not reveal a hint of discontent. Merely bowing his head in submission, they all understood that under such a terrifying force, a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Wushan remained silent, his head bowed, his mind tangled in a myriad of thoughts. 5 grandmasters and dozens of innate practitioners, when had they ever provoked such a force? Could it be, as they claimed, that they simply found Piaomiao sect to be an eyesore? How could Piaomiao sect survive this impending calamity? As the assembly fell into a suffocating silence, Chu Feng cast a glance at them, stretching languidly, seemingly fatigued, and said, "Now that my disciple's 3-year agreement has concluded, I shall take my leave with him. It would be prudent to grant you some private space to attend to your affairs." Upon hearing this, the figures atop the celestial platform exchanged dark glances. Clearly, they were apprehensive, cloaking their fear in polished words. Yet, could they truly depart? As expected, the elderly figure with flowing white hair surveyed the surroundings, a bemused expression gracing his face as he remarked, "Leave? Since I have arrived, all present shall remain. Such an opportunity to gather the elite of Songzhou's foremost factions is rare. Once I send you to the netherworld, My Black Underworld sect will find it considerably easier to seize Sangzhou. As his words echoed, hundreds of black-robed warriors emerged from the shadows, encircling everyone. In the skies, the dozens of innate practitioners trailing the 5 grandmasters transformed into streaks of black, swiftly descending to the left and right of the Great Hall, effectively ensnaring all within. The leaders of the various factions atop the celestial platform were struck with panic, rising abruptly as they surveyed the scene. The Moonsword sect leader's hands trembling. Black Underworld sect? Is this not the greatest insurgent force within the Dajia dynasty? The leader of the Mountain Gate sect expressed his anxiety, remarking, I have heard that they have been operating in the Qin, Yun, and Tian provinces. Why have they suddenly appeared here? The activities of the Black Abyss sect in these 3 provinces are still separated from Artsong province by an entire province. However, recalling their words, everyone felt an intense shock. The leaders of various sects were filled with a sense of astonishment. These traitors actually intend to first eliminate a portion of Tsong province's elite forces before launching an assault on Tsong province itself. Is it possible for the Black Abyss sect's forces, which have been active in Qin, Yun, and Tian provinces, to reach us? Or is there some unforeseen change occurring in the entire province? Just a few brief words revealed information so astonishing that it sent a chilling sensation surging from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Chapter 44. The master whose realm is beyond description. The leaders of various sects cast somber glances around at the black-clad warriors encircling them, all of whom were innate masters. Their eyes eventually turned towards the heavens, revealing an undercurrent of boundless dread. The audacity of the Dark Underworld sect was indeed staggering. Not only did the oppressive aura render the 5 grandmasters breathless, but the actions of dozens of innate warriors were also beyond their capacity to withstand. Save for a few concealed elder masters, the disciples of the Misty sect, along with the numerous high-ranking members of various sects gathered for the occasion, represented a significant portion of the top-tier combatants within Sangzhou. The master of the Moonsword sect stole a glance at several middle-aged men clad in splendid robes. His brows furrowed with concern. Should the Dark Underworld sect indeed annihilate them all, it would likely not be difficult for them to conquer Sangzhou. In addition to the high-ranking members of Sangzhou's sects, several representatives of secular powers were also present. After all, the Misty sect was the foremost power in Sangzhou, and various factions were eager to pay their respects. The general commanding the troops of Sangzhou and the provincial governor were both in attendance. At that moment, an elderly man with a youthful visage in the sky fixed his gaze upon Chu Feng, speaking with a hint of mockery. Isn't this the one whose realm is said to be beyond description? Why the rush to leave? I am quite eager to witness a being who transcends the Grand Masters. His taunting words were met with raucous laughter from the innate masters behind him. However, such remarks did not sit well with the young man on the martial stage. Xiaohua furrowed his brow and shouted at the old man in the sky. What do you think you are? Do you truly believe you are worthy to witness my master in action? His audacious proclamation caused the previously heavy-hearted crowd to turn their attention to Xiaohua, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Was this young man genuinely fearless, or had his so-called master indeed filled his head with illusions? After all, that was a grand master. Even though Xiaohua had recently defeated Su Ling, it was merely a youthful skirmish. Countless individuals present surpassed Su Ling in strength, including her master. The Misty Sect's leader, Wushan, who was merely at the pinnacle of innate mastery, the elderly man in the heavens, taken aback by the insult, was about to respond when a commotion drew his focus once more. On the small celestial platform, a burly innate warrior, seizing the moment when the onlookers were momentarily distracted, abruptly drew a large blade from his waist, unleashing a brilliant arc of light. The blade struck down, and the black-clad warriors surrounding him fell to the ground. The master of the Mountain Gate sect, however, was not inclined to pursue further but instead soared into the sky. Yet, in the next breath, 2 shadowy figures shot forth, colliding with his path. With a resounding crash, the massive figure tumbled from the air, crashing to the ground. The 2 black-clad innate warriors seized the opportunity and charged forward, swords drawn, intent on continuing their assault on the master of the Mountain Gate sect. At the moment the sect master of the Mountain Gate made his move, the high-ranking members of the other forces shot off like arrows released from a bow, scattering in all directions. However, the members of the Black Underworld sect were more numerous, intercepting them from every position. The glint of blades and the flash of swords danced below, creating a flickering interplay of light and shadow in the space around them. The elder with white hair and a youthful visage remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with a smug smile. Thinking of fleeing? I have declared that none of you seated here will escape. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth Xiaohua below. As for you, young man, I shall deal with you properly in due course. With that, he shifted his gaze to the towering hall in the distance, navigating through the labyrinthine corridors of pavilions. He arrived at a concealed stone chamber. Emma Wanley's voice echoed softly, "Are the two of you not planning to emerge? If you remain hidden any longer, your Piao Miao sect will be reduced to rubble." After a moment's pause, a distant sigh resounded. Alas, the sect master of the Moon Sword sect had just repelled a congenital warrior with a single stroke of his sword when he turned abruptly. Before him floated two elderly figures clad in white, their hair as white as snow. The aura radiating from these two elders, though slightly weaker than that of the Black Underworld sect leader, was nonetheless on the same tier. The Moon Sword sect master's brow furrowed even more tightly. The figures now before him were none other than the Supreme Elder and the former sect master of the Piao Miao sect. These two were among the few grandmasters in Songzhou. At this moment, they finally ceased their concealment and revealed themselves. Yet, upon their appearance, the expressions of the onlookers remained calm, showing no signs of relief. Even the disciples restrained by the black-clad warriors cast despairing glances at the two figures. A cacophony of voices arose from the crowd. Why are there only two? 2 against 5. And it seems our Piao Miao sect figures are not even as imposing as the enemy. The might of the grandmasters was fully evident, manifesting as a layer of inner strength enveloping their forms. In stark contrast, the 5 members of the Black Underworld sect exuded an overwhelming malevolence, causing the clouds within 1,000 meters to shy away. Comparatively, the 2 grandmasters of the Piao Miao sect appeared significantly weaker, not only in numbers but also in quality. Was this truly the end for the Piao Miao sect? The crowd lowered their heads in despair, devoid of the courage to look on. Grandmasters, congenital warriors, and even postnatal fighters, aside from those who had stepped into the postnatal realm, the combat power of the Black Underworld sect far surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Suspended in midair, the former sect master and the supreme elder of the Piao Miao sect surveyed the scene with murky old eyes, shaking their heads in unison with a sigh. The former sect master, Yunxiao, spoke heavily. "Mountain Sun, the situation is dire. Soon, I shall join forces with Brother Lan to confront those 5 grandmasters. With your peak congenital cultivation, the rest cannot impede your escape. You must take the elite of our sect and break through with all your might, leaving a spark of hope for the Piao Miao sect." Upon hearing these words, Wushan's eyes reddened, and he solemnly nodded. "As you command, Master." With this declaration, he refrained from further speech, immediately turning to extend his large hand. As his 5 fingers spread wide, a tempest imbued with mist surged forth, abruptly ensnaring the 5 great elders of the sect, as well as Su Linger. As if bound by invisible ropes, Wushan's figure surged forth, soaring towards the outer realms of the sect. Attempt to flee? Have you consulted with me first? In midair, among the 5 dark figures, an elderly man with disheveled hair, who had been closely observing the situation below, let out a sinister laugh and promptly darted towards Wushan to obstruct him. In an instant, a colossal phantom, measuring 100 meters in size, hurtled through the sky, aiming to cleave the airborne elder in two. At that moment, the resolute voice of Yunxiao reverberated through the heavens and the earth to impede them. "You must first step over my corpse." Chapter 45, the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. A lone battle against 2 innate experts. In the celestial expanse above, a colossal phantom of a sword, measuring 100 meters, suddenly struck the frail elder. Just as Yunxiao believed this person would surely suffer grave injuries, the elder unexpectedly smiled. Supported by his inner strength, he swelled like a balloon in an instant. The massive sword phantom was astonishingly halted, disintegrating into dust under the force of the qi expelled by the man with his hair tied back. Before Yunxiao and his companion could react, several shadows of fist shot forth from behind. Boom! Misty Mountain unleashed a beam of sword light, causing the few innate warriors in front of him to retreat abruptly. Just as Misty Mountain prepared to leave, several more innate experts blocked his path. At that moment of dilemma, a terrifying sound reverberated behind him. Misty Mountain trembled violently and turned to look, while the anguished cry of Su Lingo echoed, "Ancestor." It was evident that the esteemed elder and the old sect master of the Floating Clouds sect had crashed down onto the martial platform, leaving a massive crater behind. A fifth of the martial platform had collapsed. As the dust settled, within the 8 to 9 meter deep pit, the 2 elders in white robes were completely drenched in blood, their breaths feeble. Witnessing the dire state of the 2 ancestors, their gazes quivered, then shifted upwards to observe the 4 masters engaged in battle above. Each of the 4 masters bore various sword wounds, merely superficial scratches that left them with little substantial harm. Misty Mountain stood frozen in place, while the 5 elders sank into despair, slumping helplessly to the ground. A sense of sorrow and hopelessness enveloped every face in the vicinity. Su Ling's eyes shimmered with tears as she shook her head in disbelief. It's over. Everything is over. The two mightiest masters here fell so effortlessly to their opponents. The floating cloud sect harbored no glimmer of hope for survival. Meanwhile, besieged by 3 innate warriors, the sect master of the Moonsword sect suffered a blow to his chest, spewing a mouthful of blood that left a long trail on the ground. He trembled, unable to fathom the swift defeat of the figures in the pit, gritting his teeth. How could we be vanquished so quickly? Like the master of the Moonsword sect, many of the resisting warriors were repelled, their attempts to fight back fading into despair. Casting their eyes upon the multitude of figures densely filling the sky, the crowd ceased all resistance. It became abundantly clear to everyone that the Black Abyss cult had triumphed today. The air reverberated with cries and sighs throughout the martial platform, the celestial platform, and the corridor, yet no one dared to resist any longer. Just as despair consumed everyone, an abrupt sound rang out. The weary crowd lifted their eyes to the center of the martial platform, where Xiaohuahua stood proudly, addressing the 2 innate warriors blocking his way. Hey, if you don't step aside, I might just have to take action. The innate warriors blocking Xiaohuahua's path scrutinized him with disdain, sneering. Take action? Even if you do, what of it? If you manage to injure even a single finger of mine, I might concede you are formidable. Ha ha. The 2 individuals laughed without a hint of restraint. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, furrowing their brows and sighing in dismay. This Xiaohuahua truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Encircled by the dark forces of the Black Underworld sect, he dared to make such audacious claims. Su Linger cast a worried glance at Xiaohuahua, her clear eyes reflecting a trace of concern. Xiaohuahua, do not provoke them further. You may lose your life. Amidst the onlookers, Xiaohuahua remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the 2 innate martial artists. A flicker of anger crossed the youth's face. I initially intended merely to fulfill the 3-year agreement and depart. Yet, since you insist on obstructing my master's path, you shall face death. With that, Xiaohuahua raised his fists, vibrant crimson energy swirling around them. He struck out with a powerful punch. The sharp-featured innate martial artist merely glanced at him, surprise glimmering in his eyes, yet he casually raised his hand to block the attack. The force of the punch was terrifying, causing the innate warrior's eyes to widen in shock. He had no time to react, being violently propelled backwards several steps until he crashed against the ground to come to a halt. How is this possible? The sharp-featured man looked at his hand, his face darkening in humiliation. After enduring the boy's strike, his hand was reddened and continued to tremble uncontrollably. Though he had only attempted a casual block, he was still an innate martial artist, a being capable of establishing a sect in such a minor locale. Yet, he was being repelled by a mere postnatal youth who had yet to fully mature. Beside him, the long-faced innate martial artist burst into laughter. Su Yan, you have truly brought shame upon innate martial artists, being bested by a fledgling. Do not ever claim to know me again. How disgraceful. Faced with such ridicule, Su Yan's expression flickered between rage and embarrassment. He glared at Xiaohuahua, gritting his teeth. You little brat. Very well. I was considering granting you a swift end for the entertainment you provided earlier, but now, I shall have you torn to shreds. With those words, Su Yan transformed into a swift shadow, dashing through the air as his voice echoed behind him. 7 Injuries Fist. The innate martial artist beside him raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his features. The mid-tier Xian-class martial technique, 7 Injuries Fist, was Su Yan's signature move, capable of shattering an opponent's bones with a single strike. Countless peak postnatal practitioners had met their demise at the hands of this technique. It seemed that the young man was in for a dire fate. As Su Yan propelled himself forward with a gust of wind, Xiaohuahua showed no fear. His body enveloped in energy, he surged forth like a flame. The air crackled with intensity. Sensing the peculiar nature of his opponent's technique through the vibrations of his energy, Xiaohuahua evaded a direct clash. Like a slippery eel, he effortlessly sidestepped the incoming ferocious punch, striking the innate martial artist's arm before delivering a palm strike toward his chest. In a fleeting moment, fists and feet clashed. The sound of wind breaking resonated in succession as the two engaged in a series of exchanges, each evenly matched. As a palm descended, Su Yan retreated a step. His countenance darkened as he glared at Xiaohuahua, cursing inwardly at the insufferable brat. During their skirmish, he had failed to gain any advantage over the young lad before him. Although his punches were forceful, the boy evaded his most ferocious strikes like a slippery eel, only to entangle him further, making each blow feel akin to striking cotton. Moreover, the lad's aura, though not particularly potent, was peculiarly unsettling, causing Su Yan's blood to surge uncontrollably. Observing the scene, a nearby innate expert burst into laughter. Su Yan, I thought you were merely underestimating him. But it appears you are truly ineffectual against this brash youth. Su Yan shot him a glance, noticing the boy charging at him once more. Without further ado, he met the advance head-on, while another innate expert sneered, if that is the case, allow me to lend you a hand. Chapter 46, Breakthrough, Qi Refinement Level 4. As Xiaohuahua engaged in combat with Su Yan, another innate warrior among the spectators shook his head and scoffed, rushing into the fray. The fierce punches and gentle palms converged upon him, forcing Xiaohuahua to grit his teeth and evade, under such a relentless onslaught. He could no longer move with the ease he had previously enjoyed. His maneuvers shifted from counterattacks to desperate dodges, leaving him without any capacity to retaliate. Retreating step by step. With a resounding clap, a gentle palm struck Xiaohuahua's arm, sending him stumbling back. Regaining his footing, he felt a rush of warmth in his throat as blood spilled forth. The innate warrior leaped forward, continuing the assault, while Su Yan pressed on with his 7 injuries fist. How shameless, ganging up on a smaller opponent. Xiaohuahua cursed under his breath. Yet he had no choice but to confront them head-on. On the martial arts platform, Wushan and the others watched in utter disbelief, their expressions reflecting their astonishment. He inhaled sharply and sighed. Xiaohuahua is not losing to the innate level? Fighting against 2 innate warriors, he had yet to be defeated. Such talent, given time. Wushan trailed off, merely exhaling a deep sigh. The surrounding elders understood his implication, casting glances at the scene. Surrounded by innate warriors, with 5 masters looming above like mountains, the weight of the situation bore down upon them. In such a scenario, even the mightiest talent would be rendered powerless. The corpses of geniuses and those of failures would bear no distinction. Beside them, Su Lingao observed the clash with a bittersweet smile, remarking, I never anticipated that Xiaohuahua hadn't even exerted his full strength in that previous battle. A hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. While she reveled in her own advancement to the postnatal stage, capable of competing with postnatal elders, Xiaohuahua had already matched the prowess of an innate master. Had the chasm between them grown so vast? Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of their confrontation, the twin assaults of the 2 innate warriors left Xiaohuahua with no ground to retreat. A solid punch landed on his chest, and a streak of blood fell, staining the earth below. He staggered to the side, clutching his chest, his breath uneven, glaring intently at the 2 formidable opponents before him. Yet, the 2 innate warriors did not pursue him further. Instead, they toyed with him, reveling in their dominance. Su Yan exhaled in relief, smirking as he said, I must admit, you possess considerable talent. If it weren't for today, you might have become a formidable leader in your own right. However, alas, having fallen victim to my 7 injuries fist, you are left with no path to survival. There is nothing more delightful than slowly tormenting a genius. Xiaohuahua fixed his gaze on the advancing duo. Feeling the tumultuous energy of the 7 injuries fist swirling within him, threatening to wreak havoc on his body. Within him, his spiritual power instinctively coalesced into a thin membrane, shielding his heart and lungs. However, as the energy of the 7 injuries fist collided, his complexion turned a deep crimson, and his spiritual energy began to stir restlessly. Xiaohuahua cast a sidelong glance, while Chu Feng merely observed silently. Xiaohuahua pondered inwardly. It's over. My master must believe in me. Which is why he hasn't intervened. Yet here I am, defeated. My master will surely be disappointed. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaohuahua felt a tightening in his chest and bit his lip fiercely, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination, internally shouting, Xiaohuahua, you cannot let your master down. He fervently circulated the spiritual energy within him, while the incantations of the celestial arts previously spoken by Chu Feng echoed in his mind. The essence of refining qi lies primarily in the connection between the body and the heavens. One must absorb the quintessence of the world into their being, to be more attuned, to feel and absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. The murmured recollections began to spill from Xiaohuahua's lips. Suddenly, his pores widened with each breath, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy from the world. His previously weary gaze now sharpened. A fierce aura reverberated around his body. Upon witnessing this, the 2 innate masters were momentarily taken aback. Su Yan inhaled sharply, his expression darkening. This fellow is on the verge of a breakthrough. Let us attack together and finish him off. The other innate master also felt a chill run down his spine and nodded vigorously, achieving a breakthrough amidst battle. If this young man survives, the Black Ming sect will surely know no peace in the future. Without further hesitation, they both summoned their inner strength and charged forward. The figures of the two innate warriors drew closer, while Xiaohuahua remained rooted in place. Observing this, Su Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Be careful. Boom. Just as the punches and kicks of the two innate warriors were about to land on Xiaohuahua, the spiritual energy surrounding him finally gathered sufficiently. A blinding red light erupted from his body, and a terrifying aura surged forth like a tempest, forcing the two attacking innate warriors back. When Su Yin and his companion halted, they suddenly looked up. Amidst the convergence of gazes as the dust settled, the young figure stood at the center of the training platform, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, his spiritual energy billowing. One could distinctly see a peculiar glow of rosy light swirling around his body. Chu Feng looked ahead, revealing a smile. This young man has broken through again, achieving the fourth layer of qi refining. As they sensed the power of that rosy light, a shock rippled through the hearts of all present, their expressions growing grave. Whether it was Elder Miao Miao, Su Ling and the others from the acquired realm, or Su Yin and Wushan from the innate realm, they all felt their inner strength tremble, seemingly in awe of that extraordinary power. Amidst the collective astonishment, the gazes directed at Xiaohuahua bore a hint of disbelief. How infuriating, this young man. As they looked at Xiaohuahua, the influence of his inner strength fostered a sense of fear within them. It was akin to subjects standing before a sovereign, an innate suppression. In the heavens above, the five masters also wore solemn expressions, casting their attention towards this scene. The five individuals exchanged incredulous glances, each perceiving a flicker of astonishment in the other's eyes, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Emma Wanli exhaled a heavy breath, a spark of intrigue igniting in his gaze as he regarded Xiaohuahua with an air of nonchalance, remarking, "This lad possesses something peculiar." Below them, the youth's aura dissipated. Yet it exerted a force that they, the quintet, could distinctly feel, a sense of suppression. As masters of their craft, their martial arts training had already reached an apex. Even the legendary grandmasters, with their vast and refined inner strength, could hardly instill within them a sense of dread or a feeling of being utterly subdued. Yet, the boy before them was merely a postnatal warrior. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? The master, suddenly inhaling deeply, trembled as he articulated. What level of sophistication does this lad's martial arts technique possess? Chapter 47. Xiaohuahua defeats two innate experts. Within the Misty Mountains sect, countless gazes converged upon the martial arts stage, fixated on the youthful figure standing at its center. It was as if a pack of wolves surrounded a lamb, each pair of eyes radiating insatiable greed. Su Ling, alongside the others, was astonished, her expression reflecting deep shock as she watched Xiaohuahua. She murmured softly, "What other secrets does this Xiaohuahua possess? What hidden cards remain?" In her clear gaze, she observed the young man confronting the two innate experts, fists raised and poised to strike. An aura of intense spiritual energy enveloped him, and his techniques had evolved into something far more ferocious than before, each punch resounding with the force of thunder. Su Yin and his companion exchanged startled glances, gritting their teeth as they prepared to counterattack. The seven injuries fist and the mountain-shattering palm were unleashed once more, their coordination as meticulous as before, targeting the young man's vital points. However, unlike before, the youth did not retreat or evade. Instead, he embraced an offensive stance. After several exchanges, the two innate experts were increasingly alarmed. Where they had once managed to suppress him, they now found it exceedingly difficult even to defend. The ferocity of the youth's punches sent chills down their spines, compelling them to dodge urgently. A flicker of fury flashed across Su Yan's face as he ceased to evade and met the youth's strike head-on. "Know your limits, boy," he shouted. With a thunderous crash, Xiaohuahua's fist collided directly with Su Yan's seven injuries fist. The overwhelming force tore through the latter's sleeves, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, landing several meters away. The other innate expert, caught off guard, felt his mountain-shattering palm forced back by the ferocious impact. The long-faced innate expert clutched his chest in alarm, glaring darkly at Xiaohuahua. Amidst the gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the arena, Xiaohuahua did not falter. Instead, he firmly planted his feet on the ground, unleashing a terrifying aura as spiritual energy surged within him, visibly manifesting as radiant crimson light swirling around his form, ultimately condensing at his fingertips. With a swift motion, he directed his index finger toward the heavens, releasing a beam of radiant light that struck the sky. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. His thunderous voice resonated throughout the Misty Mountains sect. "Great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. A mere half finger can shake the heavens and the earth." From within the ominous clouds, a colossal crimson finger emerged, The long-faced innate expert, having just regained his footing, and Su Yin, filled with dread, exchanged glances, the latter tremblingly exclaiming, "Damnable boy." Before the watchful eyes of the numerous disciples of the Black Underworld sect, the two early innate experts had, in their humiliation, been bested by a mere child in his youth. Such disgrace was far more unbearable than any form of torture. Now, they found themselves gripped by a primal fear of death emanating from the very techniques unleashed by this youth, their bodies instinctively yearning to retreat, a reaction they could scarcely accept. Both individuals gritted their teeth, unleashing their internal energies to the utmost, their furious roars resonating in unison. 7 injuries fist, 7 stance. Shattering tendons and cracking bones. Mountain-toppling palm, calming the heavens and stabilizing the seas. In an instant, as if nearly drained of all strength, countless shadows of fists converged into a colossal fist, measuring 10 meters in size, coupled with the mountain-crushing palm, surging toward the youth. In midair, a terrifying crimson giant finger collided with the shadows of fists and the brilliance of palms, creating a wave of energy that clashed fiercely. In the depths of Xiaohua's eyes, shimmering with spiritual energy, a hint of disdain emerged as he abruptly pressed down with his finger. "Break for me." As the words fell, the half-finger in the celestial dome erupted with a brilliant red light, crushing the fists and palms with overwhelming force, plummeting downwards. Su Yin and his companion watched in horror as the finger descended, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it. Fear flickered in their eyes. Attempting to evade to the sides, they soon realized they were ensnared by an unseen force, unable to escape, helplessly witnessing the descent of the giant finger. A chilling scream echoed as the ground trembled. Dust and debris were sent soaring, scattering across 100 meters in the air. A resonating hum reverberated in everyone's ears. As the crowd turned their gaze to the epicenter of the explosion, they beheld a massive pit, 10 meters in radius and 8 or 9 meters deep, appearing before their eyes. Searching within the pit, they found no traces of life, only 2 mangled remains entangled in the earth, their crimson blood intertwining with the soil in a grotesque and shocking display. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed in profound shock, the world around them falling silent as they struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Beside them, Wu Shan stood agape, completely devoid of the composure befitting a sect leader. Resembling an inexperienced martial artist newly entering the sect, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. The elder with the long beard trembled, his white beard quivering. Could it be that Xiaohua has broken through to the innate level? 18 years old, a prodigy of the innate realm under the age of 18. Wu Shan, regaining his senses, fixed his gaze on the youth, an innate at under 18, effortlessly slaying 2 others of the same level. What extraordinary talent is this? How long has it been since De Zhao has produced such a genius? On the ground, Su Lingo fixed her gaze on Xiaohua, the words he had spoken echoing in her mind. "You and I are no longer from the same world." A bitter smile escaped her lips as she softly murmured, "Indeed, we are no longer from the same world." She lifted her eyes to the dissipating clouds above, recalling scenes from 3 years past within the Shao residence. Memories of the boy's disheveled figure and resolute gaze flooding back to her. In her eyes, waves of turmoil surged. "Indeed, I was blind to my own folly. This genius fiancé, a rare gem in the world, was foolishly regarded as worthless by me, and I shamelessly humiliated him. Oh heavens! Is this your punishment for my arrogance?" Above the heavens, Emma Wanli gazed at Xiaohua, laughing heartily. Exchanging glances with the 2 masters beside him, the trio floated downwards, landing directly before Xiaohua. As they descended, their formidable presence rendered the gathered spectators on the martial stage breathless. Even the flow of their internal energy seemed to encounter a slight obstruction. Xiaohua fixed his sharp gaze upon them, his brow furrowed with unprecedented gravity. At such close proximity, he could palpably sense the terrifying aura emanating from the 3, far more intimidating than the 2 he had just slain, at least tenfold stronger. They were simply on an entirely different level. Even he, in this moment, could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 48. Do you think I, the Foundation Establishment Master, am not here? Such insult to my disciple. On the martial arts platform, Emma Wanli looked down at Xiaohua, suddenly bursting into laughter. Well, I never expected that this journey would yield such unexpected rewards. His gaze fixated greedily on the crimson spiritual energy radiating from Xiaohua's body. This kind of inner strength, which even makes my own power tremble in submission, is something that even the most esteemed grandmasters cannot achieve. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Emma Wanli chuckled softly and continued, I, too, appreciate talent. Join my sect, the Black Underworld cult, and offer your techniques to me. I can grant you a chance at survival. The crowd furrowed their brows, watching Xiaohuahua with intense curiosity. A chance at survival? What choice would Xiaohuahua make regarding joining the Black Underworld cult? However, to everyone else's astonishment, Xiaohuahua scoffed dismissively. Join your sect? I, Xiaohuahua, already have a master. Compared to my master, you are but an insignificant ant. And what of your grandmaster techniques? How dare they be compared to spiritual energy? I am on the path of immortality. As her words fell, the audience was left dumbfounded. What was she even talking about? Those terms were utterly foreign to them. They had never even heard of them before. Even Mo Wanli, momentarily setting aside the disrespect in Xiaohuahua's words, inquired with a penetrating gaze, immortality? What is that? And what is spiritual energy? Are we not all cultivating inner strength? This question echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Immortal refers to those venerated in temples. It is a tradition entrenched in the bloodline of the southern wilderness since time immemorial. Whether one is a third-rate warrior or a grandmaster, none dare to show disrespect or fail to pay homage to the exalted celestial beings. Beside them, the master Chu Feng snorted disdainfully. To speak of immortality is sheer arrogance. Do you think that by reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can become an immortal? Mo Wanli, sensing the spiritual energy radiating from Xiaohuahua, chuckled. I have traveled the southern wilderness for decades and have encountered several grandmasters. Judging by the purity of your inner strength, it is indeed incomparable to any grandmaster techniques. While speaking of immortality may seem presumptuous, there is merit to such arrogance. At your age, achieving this level of innate talent, under 18, combined with your techniques, you may very well have a future that surpasses grandmasters, unmatched in the world. Listening to Mo Wanli's words, not only did a few grandmasters frown slightly, but even figures like Wu Shan were taken aback. They had not anticipated that even their adversary would hold Xiaohuahua in such high regard. A future unmatched grandmaster. The crowd looked at Xiaohuahua with profound astonishment, realizing they were witnessing the emergence of an extraordinary talent, perhaps a once-in-a-century genius of the southern wilderness. Yet, sadly, as expected, Mo Wanli's tone turned slightly colder as he gazed intently at Xiaohuahua. But, as it stands, you have only just broken through to the innate level. No matter how formidable the martial arts, it ultimately depends on the individual. As the words left his lips, Mo Wanli's terrifying aura erupted like a tempest. The wind, that almost tangible inner strength surged forth, descending upon Xiaohuahua's form like an ominous mountain. The floor shattered beneath them, suddenly sinking downwards, while the loose earth below the bricks was compacted by this overwhelming force. Those within 100 meters, including the misty mountains, felt a sudden heaviness, struggling to breathe. Gritting his teeth, he stared ahead. At the center of this oppressive force, Xiaohuahua's spine bent under the weight, his body trembling violently, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Mo Wanli's aged eyes as he chuckled lightly. Oh, it seems you possess some resilience. With that, a shadowy gleam passed through his eyes, and his aura surged forth once more like a roaring wave. Ah! Xiaohuahua screamed in agony as his spine sank further under the pressure, nearly bowing to the earth. Suddenly, a wave of energy burst forth from Xiaohuahua, enveloping his body like a flickering flame amidst the trembling gazes around him. Tensing his body, his skin turned a frantic crimson, whether due to spiritual energy or blood. As he gritted his teeth defiantly, proclaiming, even in death, I shall not kneel before the likes of you. With a thunderous roar, Xiaohuahua straightened his spine, his blood-red spiritual energy piercing through the dense black malevolence. Observing this, Mo Wanli couldn't help but commend, your spirit is commendable, but alas, your strength is still lacking. Before he could finish, the youth before him suddenly roared, launching his energetic fist towards him. A streak of crimson light shot forward, aimed at the elder's abdomen. The spectators gasped, their brows furrowing in surprise. Was Xiaohuahua truly this audacious? To dare strike at a master with merely a recently attained innate level of cultivation? Even with considerable combat prowess, such an act seemed utterly impossible. The chasm between the innate and the master could not be bridged merely by formidable techniques or martial skills. Was he seeking a swifter demise? Indeed, the youth, in the eyes of the cloaked elder, moved as slowly as a snail. The whirling flames of his fist were effortlessly seized by a gnarled yet powerful hand, akin to an eagle's claw. Mo Wanli regarded the youth with a hint of mockery, while the latter, startled, lifted his gaze, his skin nearly drenched in crimson. Clenching his teeth and glaring, his disheveled black hair billowed as he raised his trapped index finger. Bellowing, great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. Half finger, tremble. Before the youth could fully gather his spiritual energy, a ruthless glimmer flashed in Mo Wanli's eyes. You are still too tender to challenge a master. With a crack, accompanied by a piercing scream, the withered yet powerful hand struck down upon Xiaohuahua's arm, dispersing the gathered energy in an instant. Xiaohuahua was sent flying backward. A painful expression etched upon his face. However, amidst the pallor of the face, a glimmer of mirth suddenly flickered, as a frail yet resolute voice proclaimed, "My celestial arts are not solely reliant on the spiritual energy within me." Upon hearing these words, Imo Wanli abruptly looked up. In the air, a massive blood-red finger descended from the dense, ominous clouds. A peculiar force seemed to bind his body momentarily, allowing the youth to escape. Confronted by the colossal finger crashing down, Imo Wanli waved his hand vigorously, unleashing countless dark rays. The giant finger lingered momentarily in the sky before shattering with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, Xiaohuahua, now 30 meters away, erupted with a spray of crimson. Imo Wanli gazed at Xiaohuahua, rising gently, his voice resonating like thunder. "I am no ordinary master. You should refrain from employing such petty tricks. It is time for this to cease." Concurrently, a hand, half again the size of the giant finger, surged forth behind him, slowly descending towards Xiaohuahua. The onlookers turned pale as they beheld Xiaohuahua, the terrifying pressure emanating from the dark hand rendering everyone present nearly breathless. The aura within that black hand felt like the judge's pen of the king of hell, instilling a profound sense of despair among the crowd. They had witnessed the imminent fall of an extraordinary prodigy. Just when everyone believed the outcome was sealed, a soft sigh pierced the air. A cool voice caused all to look up in unison. The youth clad in dark robes, who had been standing at the edge of the martial stage, stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. Waves of invisible, formidable spiritual energy spiraled outward with great speed. His voice reverberated in the ears of all present. To bully the weak so brazenly, do you believe I am absent? Chapter 49. Chu Feng takes action. The might of Foundation Establishment. Surpassing the Great Master. Upon the martial arts stage, as the words fell, a resplendent aura surged around Chu Feng, his dark robe billowing with fervor. An invisible yet fierce spiritual energy coalesced into a long river, crashing against the giant black palm. In an instant, that colossal hand had no chance of resistance, shattering into countless sparkling fragments that dissipated into the ether. Imo Wanli's expression was one of profound astonishment, his eyes wide as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. With a rigid countenance, he muttered darkly, "I am a formidable master in the late stage, even without employing any techniques. Merely gathering inner strength is sufficient to overwhelm an early-stage master." His murky old eyes fixated intently on Chu Feng, filled with ominous dread. To his disbelief, the young man had not even lifted a finger. The mere pressure of his presence had utterly crushed him. What immense power is this? Nevertheless, Chu Feng remained undeterred by Imo Wanli's gaze. With an air of nonchalance, he continued to stride, his robe trembling more violently with each step. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. When he finally halted and cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, an explosive wave of spiritual energy erupted from him without reservation. The onlookers gazed around in terror. The once tranquil world now swirled with flying sand and stones. Tumultuous winds howling. Enormous tornadoes danced wildly behind the youth, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Chu Feng's eyes glimmered with an ethereal light, surveying the crowd as if he were a deity descended from the heavens, gazing down upon all beings. The aura emanating from his foundation establishment cultivation surged forth like an unstoppable tide, engulfing every inch of land, with no capacity for resistance. Those present, spanning from the martial arts stage to the celestial platform, from the small celestial stage to the long corridor, and across the vast terrain, succumbed under the weight of his oppression, kneeling to the ground. A multitude of terrified gazes fell upon Chu Feng. At that moment, disbelief lingered in the hearts of all. Could there truly exist a person in this world so overwhelmingly powerful? As his imposing presence radiated forth, no one dared to defy him. All bowed their heads in submission, as if even the tales of old could not dare to depict such a scene. Chu Feng's bright eyes glanced at the 5 masters standing before him. "Why do you not kneel before this celestial being?" As those 8 words resonated, the faces of the 5 masters turned pale, foreheads beaded with sweat, lips trembling violently, devoid of any color. They dared not utter a word. Their chests heaving as even breathing became a laborious endeavor. Imo Wanli was suddenly jolted, his pupils constricting to the size of pinholes, utterly shaken. Even the great masters had never exerted such terrifying pressure upon him. Before him stood a youth more terrifying than any grandmaster he had ever encountered. To the side, Wushan knelt, gazing at the 5 grandmasters, who stood frozen before Chu Feng like timid chicks. Suddenly, His eyes widened further as the words of Xiaohuahua echoed in his mind. The Grandmaster lacks even the qualification to serve my master. In the passage of time, I have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, a realm beyond description. These unassuming words reverberated in Wushan's mind, striking him like a thunderbolt. His gaze was fixated on Chu Feng, his breath becoming erratic as a thought emerged. Could it be that everything Xiaohuahua had said about his master was indeed true? Had this master truly transcended the Grandmaster level, to the extent that his realm could not even be articulated? For a moment, Wushan's mind was blank. What manner of terrifying existence was this? A superpower so formidable that even the most audacious of tales would hesitate to depict it, yet here it stood before them? Wushan could feel his heart racing violently. A flicker of joy appeared on his face as he glanced at the members of the black underworld sect surrounding the Misty sect. Muttering softly, perhaps this formidable being is the only one who can resolve our predicament. With that thought, Wushan no longer hesitated, gritting his teeth. He bowed deeply to Chu Feng, saying, "Previously, I failed to extend proper hospitality. I hope you will forgive me. I dare to implore you, esteemed one, to assist the Misty sect in overcoming this calamity and to rid the Zhao dynasty of a great menace. The Misty sect shall be eternally grateful." As Wushan's words fell, those around him who had knelt in submission due to pressure regained their senses, bowing in unison. Their voices swelled like a flood, resounding across every inch of the Misty sect's sacred hall. "We beseech you, esteemed one, to aid the Misty sect in this crisis. The entire sect shall be endlessly thankful." Su Linger struggled to lift her head, gazing at Chu Feng's figure in a daze, as if caught in a grand dream. How had it come to pass that the youth she had once looked down upon had found a master capable of commanding the respect of a significant portion of the martial elite in Sanzhou? Her clear eyes inadvertently flicked towards Xiaohuahua, and she pondered, "Is this the reason for your rise? A recluse, perceived by others as trifling. Yet you have indeed found him." Emma Wanley glanced around, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. "Esteemed one, within the Black Underworld sect, we too have Grandmasters. Should you choose to depart, we will forget this encounter entirely and cease our entanglements. However, if you were to take action against us," his tone softened, almost uncertain, as he continued, "our sect's Grandmasters would not let this matter rest lightly." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the perspiring elder and indifferently remarked, "In my lifetime, why must I concern myself with others? A Grandmaster is but a mere insect." As his words fell, the spiritual energy beside Chu Feng surged, and in a fleeting moment, it converged with a fierce intensity, transforming into a colossal wave. The torrent, shimmering with crimson radiance, surged forth like the waters of the Milky Way. This terrifying deluge collided with Emma Wanley's body, offering no resistance whatsoever. The elder, clad in black robes, was suddenly propelled backward, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, Emma Wanley's body trembled violently, and a stream of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 50. Disciple, be vigilant. This is the pinnacle of Qi refinement. The power to confine the heavens with a mere finger. At the Misty sect, everyone was rendered speechless. Those who stood at a distance from Chu Feng revealed a glimmer of astonishment in their eyes. "Throughout my life, I have never needed to consider the opinions of others. A Grandmaster is merely an insignificant insect." These two statements were devoid of any harshness or explosive tone, delivered with an air of indifference, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet, such words reverberated in the minds of the crowd like a clap of thunder. If uttered by an ordinary person, they might be perceived as deranged. However, when spoken by Chu Feng, whose very presence suppressed the surroundings, a sense of dread lingered in the hearts of all, causing them to tremble. To regard a Grandmaster as mere vermin, what audacity this displayed! Numerous kneeling figures cast their gazes toward the young man on the martial stage. Could it be that Master Xiaohuahua truly surpassed the Grandmaster level, ascending to a higher realm? Might the legendary state of transcending humanity not be mere myth? 6 centuries ago, the revered Bodhidharma, who reached the pinnacle of the world, had also become a figure akin to Master Xiaohuahua. Thoughts entwined in the minds of every individual present, including several masters such as Mo Wanley. Clutching his chest, Mo Wanley stumbled to his feet. The seemingly light aura that had swept over him had nearly caused his meridians to quiver and his internal organs to rupture. Fortunately, his extensive experience had led him to fortify his body with internal energy. Otherwise, a mere brush with this young man's aura could have sent him to his demise. His eyes still reflected a hint of terror, yet he understood that if he failed to persuade this youth today, none of them would escape. Mo Wanley steeled himself and continued, "Senior, you must contemplate this carefully. What these insects can offer you, our Black Underworld sect can provide in abundance. Our sect dominates the 3 continents, far surpassing these mere insects. Establishing a rapport with our Black Underworld sect, before he could finish, the young man in his line of sight stepped gracefully into the air, as if ascending an invisible staircase of energy, hovering midair under the watchful gaze of all. Chu Feng gazed into the expansive sky, his voice resonating through the heavens. Eliminating threats for the Great Zhao does not pique my interest. As for so-called generous rewards, I have no interest in those either. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the countless martial artists from Zhangzhou turned pale, their eyes sinking into utter despair. In stark contrast, the tense figures of Emma Wanli and the Black Underworld sect members relaxed, filled with unexpected joy. However, before the smile could fully blossom on Emma Wanli's face, his expression suddenly stiffened. But I must express my displeasure at your coveting my disciple and my techniques. As his words fell, thunder crackled ominously across the sky. Beneath the tumultuous silver thunder, Chu Feng turned his gaze downward, landing upon Xiao Huahua. Disciple, have you not always been curious about the might of the complete move that is half a finger shaking the heavens, as well as the scene of achieving the pinnacle of chi refining? Today, I shall demonstrate the full power of that complete move for you. Utilizing the realm of perfected chi refinement, Chu Feng's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated through the heavens and the earth. The members of the Black Underworld sect felt an unsettling stir within their hearts upon hearing his words. What could this mean? Suddenly, trembling voices echoed from every corner of the mysterious Cloud sect's mountain. The ground began to shudder slightly. The sand and mud beneath seemed to be affected, the tremors intensifying. A fierce gale swept through the bodies of all present below. In terror, the crowd looked skyward. Above, the dark clouds had become overwhelmingly thick, swirling like a vortex upon the surface of water amidst the flashes of lightning. Beneath this oppressive sky, a tempest of energy arose. Trees swayed violently, buildings crumbled, and countless grains of sand surged upwards like a flowing stream. The winds grew stronger, and the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a gleam flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as he raised his hand toward the heavens. The wrath of thunder roared and swirled, a cataclysmic aura descending from the sky. Under such a weighty presence, even the 5 Grand Masters appeared insignificantly small. Emma Wanli stared in astonishment at the celestial spectacle, his body trembling uncontrollably, his legs giving way. With a thud, all 5 Grand Masters collapsed to their knees. Tears welled in Emma Wanli's eyes, his head shaking as he repeatedly bowed in supplication. Predecessor, we were wrong. We will leave at once. If you spare us, we will be willing to do anything. Each utterance was accompanied by a heavy bow to the ground. Blood trickled down his forehead, yet he did not cease this desperate act. However, Chu Feng paid no heed to their pleas. His eyes, shimmering with divine light, overlooked the 5 Grand Masters of the Black Underworld sect, a faint smile gracing his lips. A voice, reminiscent of ancient times, echoed through the sky. Great desolation, prison heaven finger. With a single finger, I imprison the heavens and the earth. As the words fell, a colossal finger emerged from the swirling dark clouds. The instant the giant finger manifested, it felt as though countless mountains were crashing down upon the location of the 5 Grand Masters, pinning them mercilessly to the ground. The terrifying force distorted the surrounding space, elongating it to an almost surreal degree. The 5 Grand Masters sensed an overwhelmingly powerful force constricting their escape. Sweat pouring down their faces, they exchanged glances, each reading the despair and determination reflected in the other's eyes. Fueled by fear and rage, they summoned their inner strength to its utmost limit, rising defiantly. Let us fight him. Each of the 5 took their stances, unleashing their ultimate techniques. The inner strength within him was completely drained, and he suddenly unleashed 5 colossal hands imbued with the essence of mountains and rivers. One of these titanic hands soared towards the heavens. In the celestial expanse above, the finger of annihilation descended concurrently. Boom! The hands and the finger collided midair. In that fleeting moment, the colossal hand, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, could barely endure for an instant before succumbing, disintegrating into mere ashes as if it were naught but paper. Subsequently, within the incredulous and terrified gazes of the 5 Grandmasters, the descent of the finger of destruction accelerated, drawing ever closer, filling their pupils entirely. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as the finger struck, raising a cloud of dust, collapsing structures, and causing the entire ethereal mountain to shudder violently, as if a calamity had befallen the world. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the onlookers finally beheld the aftermath. The majority of the martial arts arena where the 5 Grandmasters stood had vanished without a trace. Before them lay a gaping pit, several dozen meters in diameter. The earth was charred and blackened. Within that abyss, the 5 grandmasters and over 10 innate masters had been reduced to mere dust, utterly and irrevocably dead. Chapter 51. Cultivating Immortality. A path distinct from martial arts. In the floating Miao sect, the sight of half the arena vanishing before their eyes left the onlookers in utter astonishment and disbelief. All gazes were fixed upon the vast chasm, their minds recollecting that finger, akin to a pillar of heaven, causing them to tremble with trepidation. Wu Shan inhaled deeply, slowly articulating. Is this truly the genuine might of this technique? The half-finger maneuver previously executed by Xiaohuahua, while formidable enough to subdue 2 innate masters, still lay within the realm of the conceivable, as even grandmasters could achieve such feats. However, it now appeared merely a fraction of the technique's true power. The display by Master Xiaohuahua left everyone with a sense of dread. Immortal techniques? It was truly worthy of the name bestowed by Xiaohuahua. A single finger shattered 5 grandmasters, although they had never witnessed a grandmaster in action. Surely the disparity between a master and a grandmaster could not be so vast that one could defeat 5 with a single move? Furthermore, that Mo Wanli was in the latter stages of mastery, on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. All eyes below were riveted upon the youthful figure in the sky, their bodies quaking involuntarily. Beside them, Elder Miao supported the elder sect leader, Yinshao. With a sigh, Yinshao remarked, "This is a celestial being. Even if this individual has not transcended the grandmaster realm, they are undoubtedly among the elite within that tier. It is unlikely that one could find a stronger individual throughout the entirety of the southern wilderness." Upon hearing the elder leader's words, the crowd once more trembled as they gazed at the figure above. Could it be that this individual truly surpassed grandmasters? Are you foolish? What motive would such a powerful being have to deceive you? Contemplate this, and the crowd drew in a collective breath. Master Huahua is indeed terrifyingly formidable. A single finger pierced through the heavens and the earth, creating a massive chasm in the arena, igniting a fervor that lingered in their memories. Yet, none dared covet such power, for the prowess displayed by Master Xiaohuahua was indeed too daunting. As they beheld the colossal void, they could not help but recall the words of Master Xiaohuahua, who had spoken of achieving the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Qi refinement? What realm does Qi refinement full circle represent? Wu Shan clasped his hands in inquiry. Master, did the esteemed one earlier imply that Qi refinement full circle denotes a state beyond Grandmaster? In response to this query, Yinshao dismissed the support of several individuals, regaining some vitality as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. I have not heard of such a thing. Shouldn't the realm beyond Grandmaster be the fabled celestial being? Could it be that in the eyes of the esteemed one, the celestial realm is further categorized into stages of Qi refinement? Hearing the awestruck gasps from all directions, Xiaohuahua gazed at the colossal pit on the martial arts platform, his mind recalling the scene of a towering finger piercing through the earth, sending shivers down his spine. He looked at his own fingers and murmured, "Is this the true might of the great wilderness's prisoning sky finger? The half-finger strike I executed merely trembles the heavens and the earth, still confined within the realm of martial artists. It is the finger of my master that truly embodies the essence of celestial techniques." Moreover, he lifted his gaze to the silhouette of the young man against the sky, enshrouded in thunder, resembling a deity. Is this the power of achieving great perfection in Qi refinement? In the realm of cultivation, it merely represents the pinnacle of the first stage. Yet the strength he wields surpasses that of even the grandmasters. How terrifying must the realms beyond Qi refinement be? Xiaohuahua's breath became somewhat disordered. Though he had often heard his master proclaim that great perfection in Qi refinement was unparalleled among martial artists, he still found it difficult to grasp its true nature and lacked a concrete concept. Now, the scenes he had envisioned in his mind were vividly manifested before him. As he stared at the figure of Chu Feng in the sky, his resolve solidified. Master, what kind of vistas await in the realms beyond Qi refinement? The martial path boasts numerous levels. Surely cultivation must encompass at least 3 or 4 stages. Furthermore, according to my master, the path of cultivation knows no bounds. He surveyed the martial artists around him, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, compared to the grand path of cultivation, the martial way is indeed insignificant. Cultivation is the true method to reach the heavens, the path I shall tread in the future. With a leap, Xiaohuahua reached the edge of the enormous pit. He scooped up a handful of soil from its depths, cradling it in his palm. The residual spiritual energy within the soil, which others could not perceive, left him in a daze for quite some time. The spiritual energy contained within the soil, in both precision and purity, far exceeded that which resided within him. If his own spiritual energy could be likened to the thinness of air, then the energy wielded by his master resembled the richness of the ocean. However, it was likely only through his master's great perfection and chi refinement that such power could be manifested. After all, his master was not genuinely at that pinnacle. He merely compressed his realm to this extent. Dispersing the soil from his hands, Xiaohua stood up, his gaze resolute. My half-finger strike can only compete with innate-level experts. The path of cultivation has only just begun for me. I must not be prideful. I must strive for my master. I cannot be a disciple who tarnishes my master's name. He fixed his gaze on the young man in the sky, his eyes blazing with fervor. Below, the innate and postnatal warriors of the Black Underworld sect stared up at the young figure, resembling a deity, and upon witnessing the flesh and debris in the giant pit, their eyes widened in horror. Run! The echoes of terrified screams reverberated among the disciples of the Black Underworld. Countless shadows of black bats fled into the mountains beyond. All the disciples of the Black Abyss sect understood that with the loss of the 5 grandmasters so easily, remaining behind would only lead to their demise. Chu Feng observed the scene below, his cold voice resonating through the heavens once more. Hua, today my master shall teach you again. The path of cultivation is fraught with arduous trials and merciless challenges. One's resolve must remain unwavering, since they have become our enemies. We must not grant them the opportunity to survive. As his words fell, Chu Feng gently raised his wrist. With a mere beckon, countless specks of light coalesced within the vast expanse of the sky. In an instant, those icy glimmers transformed into the semblance of celestial swords. The fierce sword energy emanated a chilling brilliance, engulfing the skies as if the very heavens were ablaze. Chu Feng slightly inclined his hand forward, and the suspended torrent of sword energy cascaded down like rain, erupting forth. The sword energy swept across the firmament, spanning thousands of meters, precisely striking every shadow below. An uproar of agonized screams erupted, echoing across the land. After a single strike, dozens of innate beings fell, leaving only Chu Feng standing alone. One hand clasped behind his back, proudly erect amidst the howling winds of the sky, his robes billowing fiercely. Chapter 52. Is this merely the instruction of a disciple? How terrifying must the true strength of Chu Feng be? At the Pai-Omio sect, the ground was strewn with countless black-clad corpses. Xiaohua cast a downward glance, noticing a chilling long sword atop one of the bodies, which then transformed into a flurry of starlight, vanishing into the ether. The capability to obliterate dozens of innate warriors with a mere wave of the hand was beyond any ordinary martial artist. Xiaohua steadied her tumultuous heart, nodding in affirmation. Yes, master. I shall diligently cultivate and never disgrace your expectations. Above, Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. For Xiaohua, only a slight nudge was necessary. No further words were needed, as the remaining understanding would come to her naturally. It was indeed convenient. Surveying the multitude of corpses and the enormous crater below, even Chu Feng felt a twinge of astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, he had evolved from a mere charlatan into a figure of such formidable prowess. He chuckled inwardly, reflecting, now, with my cultivated abilities, it is indeed far easier to put on a show than before, even without a repertoire of techniques. The sheer magnitude of my spiritual power creates such a stunning spectacle. Countless fervent gazes were directed toward the elevated young man, filled with awe. Although he had only struck twice, each display was overwhelming and unfathomable, surpassing even the most extravagant tales. Wu Shan sighed, shaking his head. Since ascending to the position of sect leader at Pai-Omio, I fancied myself a formidable expert. Yet, in comparison to this young man, I am but an insignificant ant. Reflecting on his previous misjudgment, Wu Shan felt utterly humiliated. He had once thought of Chu Feng as an ordinary individual, believing that Xiaohua's status as his disciple was merely the result of deception, that she was an unparalleled talent misled by Chu Feng's guile. Now, he recognized his own ignorance. The prowess of this individual was far more exaggerated and terrifying than that of any typical grandmaster. Such thoughts proliferated in the minds of countless onlookers. The thousands of disciples of Pai-Omio, along with the leaders of various factions present on the celestial platform, gazed at Xiaohua with intense envy. It turned out that everything Xiaohua had claimed was true. Half a year ago, she had indeed been a mere waste, an inferior martial artist. What extraordinary fortune had allowed her, after years of mediocrity, to soar to such heights by taking a revered master? In just 6 months of apprenticeship, Xiaohua had transformed from a third-rate warrior into a force capable of taking on 2 innate opponents, even slaying them. Her current strength likely surpassed even that of seasoned innate experts like Wu Shan. It would not be long before she eclipsed everyone present. A wave of fervent gazes converged upon Chu Feng, as a similar sentiment echoed within the hearts of all disciples. If someone like Xiaohuahua could achieve such heights in half a year, how glorious would it be to have a master of such caliber? Surely, the future would allow them to stride confidently across the realm. At this moment, all present were hastily roused from their astonishment. In the corridor, on the celestial platform, and on the martial arts stage, regardless of their status, everyone bowed deeply towards the figure in the sky, collectively expressing their profound gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master, for your salvation. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng gently descended from the heavens to stand beside Xiaohuahua. The leaders of various factions gathered at the celestial platform hurriedly approached, their faces adorned with smiles. Esteemed master, I am the head of the Changdao sect. Our sect boasts the largest distribution of disciples in Sangzhou and wields significant influence. We are well informed. Should you require anything, we are eager to assist. Esteemed master, I am the head of the Yuejian sect. Thank you for your great kindness. If there is anything you need, we shall not hesitate to help. Esteemed master, I am the head of the Mountain Gate sect. The leaders of the various sects, nearly exhausting their efforts, crowded towards Chu Feng. In the distance, witnessing this small group at the pinnacle of Sangzhou martial arts striving to make an impression before Master Xiaohuahua, Su Linger wore a look of dazed admiration. After this moment, Xiaohuahua and her master would surely gain renown throughout the land. Surrounded by adoring figures, Chu Feng, accustomed to such reverence, waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. I merely demonstrated a technique for my disciple. This crowd, however, appears somewhat oblivious and is unrelated to you. At his words, the crowd trembled once more, casting envious glances toward Xiaohuahua, their admiration intensifying. What a divine master this is. With a mere disagreement, he directly showcased the prowess of 5 grandmasters, dozens of innate experts, and countless acquired ones. No wonder Xiaohuahua has become so formidable in such a short time. One must be weary of witnessing such top-tier skills. As they regained their composure, they unanimously shook their heads, declaring, even if the Black Ming sect is blind to their fortune and has provoked you, esteemed master, your life-saving grace towards us is an undeniable truth. If we do not repay your kindness, we shall have no face to exist in this world. The speaker was the head of the Yuejian sect, and the other faction leaders echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, Chu Feng slowly turned, nonchalantly waving his hand. If that is the case, then you may assist in watching over the Xiao family. After speaking, he lingered not and, with a flick of his wrist, a silken stream of spiritual power enveloped Xiaohuahua. With her in tow, Chu Feng shot forth, soaring across the sky with a speed that surpassed that of grandmasters by countless folds. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast expanse above. As they gazed at the now empty sky, Wu Shan and the others sighed in awe. Xiaohuahua is truly fortunate. Who would have thought that the legendary hermit from tales and folklore truly exists? With a slow sigh, Wu Shan remarked, the great Zhao is on the brink of transformation. However, the higher-ups beside him were more attuned to the sensitive phrase, hermit. The crowd was filled with astonishment and excitement. Previously, did not the Lord of the Misty sect mention that Xiaohuahua had been among the reclusive masters for these past years? To our astonishment, he has truly been found. Might it be that, apart from the revered master of Xiaohuahua, there exist other concealed sages in this world? In the past, they regarded such so-called recluses with disdain, believing them to be mere fabrications meant to deceive the young. Yet today, having witnessed the reality, they have transformed into figures more fervent and agitated than children. Reflecting on this, the Lord of the Moon Sword promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, Brother Mist, it suddenly occurs to me that there are pressing matters within my sect that require my attention, so I must take my leave. Having spoken, he did not wait for a response from Misty Mountain and soared off into the distance. Following him, the other sect leaders also paid their respects before departing, each one contemplating the arrangements to send their young disciples in search of these hidden masters. Chapter 53. The winds of change sweep through Sangzhou. A surge of interest in seeking reclusive masters. Within a certain tavern in Sangzhou, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air as several young men animatedly engaged in conversation, their expressions alight with excitement. As one leaned closer, the words became discernible. Have you all heard about the battle at the mysterious sect? One exclaimed. Another youth, clad in elegant attire, burst into laughter. The entire realm of Daja has been abuzz these past few days. Who remains unaware? Yet, A shadow of concern crossed his face as he continued, however. It must be noted that Daja comprises only 9 provinces. With 3 already under the control of the Black Underworld sect, their covetous gaze now fixed upon Sangzhou. It seems chaos is imminent. The first young man, who had previously been fanning himself, snapped his fan shut and interjected, "Let us not dwell on such dismal matters. My friend, no matter how arrogant the Black Underworld sect may be, they were ultimately subdued by that reclusive master. What truly astonishes is Xiaohuahua, who, within merely 6 months, transformed from a mere third-rate warrior to one capable of vanquishing 2 innate masters. Such a feat is simply unimaginable." The tale of Sangzhou's foremost prodigy, Su Ling'er, and her 3-year pact with Xiaohuahua had become common knowledge. No one anticipated that a youth, once deemed a third-rate waste merely 3 years prior, could rise so dramatically to contend with innate beings, especially after having taken a master who surpassed even grandmasters themselves. In a matter of moments, this news ignited a frenzy throughout Sangzhou, with townsfolk engaging in fervent discussions. One could scarcely enter a tavern or tea house without encountering similar chatter. Upon hearing such talk, the elegantly dressed youth wore an expression of disdain. In my opinion, Xiaohuahua may have always possessed talent, only to have encountered a grandmaster-level figure who propelled him to prominence. However, I find it hard to believe that the reality is as grandiose as they claim. Surely, these tales have been embellished by storytellers. The others regarded the youth with bemusement, shaking their heads and smiling. In recent times, most of Sangzhou's populace mirrored the sentiments of the young men, some skeptical, others astonished, while many remained ambivalent. Yet, a consensus emerged: Xiaohuahua existed, as did the master. Albeit the truth was likely less dramatic. Amidst this lively discourse, the young men were oblivious to the presence of a short-haired youth standing nearby. Upon overhearing their conversation, his demeanor suddenly stiffened, his face flushed, and his eyes widened in realization. The image of a calm, elderly beggar he often encountered on the streets flashed in his mind. Could it be that this beggar was the hidden reclusive master? With this thought, he wasted no time, hastily departing the tavern and making his way to the market, eager to procure fine wine and delicacies in preparation for his quest to seek a master. In contrast to the incessant skepticism among the common folk, the prominent families in Sangzhou, well aware of the unfolding events, urged their younger members to venture into the deep mountains and forests in pursuit of reclusive masters. In an instant, the martial artists of Sangzhou were swept up in a fervent quest to seek out extraordinary masters from beyond the mundane realm. At the grand hall of the Ao family in Dongli City, a resounding crash echoed as Ao Qingnan's cup slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the floor and spilling its contents. Trembling with disbelief, he fixed his gaze upon the young messenger before him and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" The young servant, trembling in fear, bowed low and replied, "Every word I speak is the truth." Upon hearing this, Ao Qingnan's expression grew dazed as he recalled the young man he had seen at the Xiao family's doorstep when Xiaohuahua departed. To think that Xiaohuahua's master was a superlative being, even beyond the grandmaster level. Ao Qingnan struggled to swallow, for to them, the realm of the grandmaster was a realm of unfathomable divinity, a celestial existence in their hearts. The notion that Xiaohuahua's master soared even higher than their concept of heaven was almost too much to bear. And what of Xiaohuahua? How little time had passed since she had caused a stir at the Ao family. Back then, she had found it somewhat challenging to defeat even 3 martial artists at the early and mid stages of their training. Now, she had the audacity to vanquish 2 innate experts effortlessly. Recalling the earlier incident when they had encroached upon the Xiao family's market to seize their resources, a shiver ran down Ao Qingnan's spine. He clutched his chest and sighed. Thank goodness we, the Ao family, chose to yield quickly. Otherwise, we would have likely faced utter annihilation today, even without considering Xiaohuahua's formidable master. The mere presence of Xiaohuahua herself would render most in Jiangnan incapable of standing against her. Reflecting on his sincere capitulation and the trust the Xiao family had extended to them during this time, Ao Qingnan gradually felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elder members sat in solemn assembly. The atmosphere felt heavy with silence until Xiao Zhan finally spoke. "You all have heard about Huahua, I presume?" His voice, tinged with astonishment, trembled slightly. The 3 elders suddenly leapt to their feet, their expressions animated. The eldest elder, his face flushed with excitement, declared, "How could we not know? The entirety of Sangzhou is abuzz with this news. Huahua is truly remarkable. I always said this child possessed extraordinary talent and would surely become a formidable force in the future." Who could have imagined that this day would arrive so swiftly? Ha! The second and third elders exchanged curious glances, bemused by the eldest elder's unrestrained enthusiasm. Perhaps having forgotten that it was he who vehemently opposed Xiao Zhan's earlier attempts to allocate family resources for Xiao Huahua's training. However, upon recalling the news they had received that very morning, the third elder, equally astounded, remarked, "How little time has passed, and yet Huahua can already defeat two innate beings." The innate realm was regarded as the pinnacle of expertise in Jiangnan, and the fact that Xiao Huahua had reached such heights was truly unexpected. The second elder scoffed lightly. "I heard that when Huahua dispatched those two innate experts, the girl from Piaomiao sect, who had called off the engagement, was right there watching. She must have been filled with regret at that moment." As they spoke, the four of them reveled in their delight. Suddenly, a young disciple from the clan rushed in. With a flushed face, he reported, "Clan leader, the lord of Tsangyue City has come to visit. The foremost general of Tsangzhou is also present outside the residence. Moreover, the governor of Tsangzhou, along with representatives from the Moonsort sect." The disciple continued to rattle off dozens of names in quick succession, finally pausing, breathless. To add, "They have all arrived at the residence to present their gifts and pay their respects. Clan leader, you must go out and greet them." Chapter 54, The Celestial Sovereign, Chu Feng. The martial ancestor, Xiao Huahua. The fated daughter reborn. In the Silver Moon Dynasty, on the outskirts of a dense forest, the sunlight shines brightly, casting a picturesque scene where wild rabbits and fierce beasts occasionally dart through the trees. At the very edge of this enchanting realm flows a meandering stream. Along the midstream, a slender girl with cascading black hair lies on the bank. Her brows are tightly knitted, as if she is ensnared in a dreadful dream. From within the thicket, a mighty tiger emerges, its jaws agape, slowly approaching the resting girl. Suddenly, the tiger leaps, pouncing towards her, but at that critical moment, the girl jolts awake, her eyes snapping open. Instinctively, she unleashes a powerful punch, exclaiming, "You shall perish." With her furious declaration, the massive form of the tiger arcs through the air like a projectile. A pained roar escapes it as it crashes to the ground. Rising cautiously to regard the girl with trepidation before retreating into the jungle, the girl gradually sits up, her enchanting eyes, as clear as the stream, scanning her surroundings. The tension in her brow eases, replaced by a bewildered gaze. "Where am I? Was I not supposed to meet my end under the siege of three formidable foes?" She glances at her delicate, fair hands and gasps in astonishment. "Wait, my cultivation, has it diminished to merely first rate?" In her shock, the sound of the flowing stream captures her attention. Turning her head, Lu Qingwu gazes at her reflection in the water, her expression dazed. As she touches her face in disbelief, "Wait, have I been reborn?" She swiftly surveys her surroundings. The trees, the stream, and the narrow path stretch endlessly before her, invoking a sense of both strangeness and familiarity. Memories long buried begin to resurface. "I have been reborn to the moment I was pursued out of Silver Moon City." Lowering her gaze to her attire, she observes the pink, youthful palace maid's garments, adorned with a few holes revealing bruises of various hues. A wave of shock, mingled with joy, washes over her as she realizes, "I have truly returned." The current moment aligns with the time when that woman, Xuemei, held sway over the court and purged the political landscape. Scenes from her past flood her mind with vivid clarity. Her relentless pursuit of the truth behind her father's demise had drawn the attention of Xuemei, ultimately leading to her escape under the guise of a palace maid's attire to the outskirts of Silver Moon City. Lu Qingwu's beautiful eyes fixate on the stream's end. If all unfolds as it should, she will soon encounter a celestial-level powerhouse from the southern wilderness in the Howling Moon Valley, where she will inherit a legacy. Following the original timeline, after receiving this inheritance, she will rise against all odds, ultimately returning to the dynasty to cleanse the corrupted court. After that, I traversed countless mountains, crossed the borders of the southern wilderness, and arrived at the fabled realm of martial arts that was said to be non-existent, ultimately becoming a formidable practitioner of the Tao. However, shortly thereafter, I was besieged by vengeful enemies, leading to my demise. Regaining my composure, Lu Qingwu clenched her small hands tightly and murmured softly, "The inheritance of the Celestial is merely a technique of the Celestial and some information. I remember all of it. That so-called Xiaoya Valley, from the perspective of my previous life, was a place of destiny reversal for me, yet now, there is no need to revisit it." Her gaze hardened, focused intently. "At present, I must first restore my cultivation and swiftly eliminate that woman, Xuemei." At the mention of Xuemei, Lu Qingwu's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, Xuemei. Southern wilderness." Suddenly, It seemed she recalled something, her breath quickening. And beneath her gaze lay a ripple of excitement. If my memory serves me right, the renowned martial ancestor, Xiaohuahua, and his master, the Xiantian immortal, Chu Feng, both hailed from the southern wilderness. In her past life, she had entered the true martial world, but she was merely a trivial existence. The realization that such a legendary figure hailed from the same place as her was indeed unforgettable. Taking a deep breath, her memories sharpened, though her voice trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, as far as I know, the Xiantian immortal has a penchant for accepting disciples. Before my death, he had already taken in 5 major disciples. Each disciple stood at the pinnacle of the continent, maintaining order across the land. If I could find Xiantian immortal at this juncture, could it be possible to become his disciple? Contemplating this, even with Lu Qingwu's resilient spirit from living a second life, she could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It was said that Chu Feng was an existence even more terrifying than a martial saint above the dance stage, revered by the world as an immortal. Furthermore, it was rumored that Chu Feng generously imparted his teachings to his disciples, which allowed all 5 to become paragons of the world. In her past life, the name Chu Feng resonated across the realm, regardless of imperial scions or powerful sect leaders. Even elders from ancient lineages would humbly seek his tutelage. His residence atop the Xian mountain was perpetually filled with thousands of martial artists kneeling, yearning for just a word of instruction from him. Now, reborn in the southern wilderness, returning to the time before Chu Feng had left its borders, she certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. Lu Qingwu rose and gazed at her reflection in the water, adjusting her appearance. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke to herself. If I can succeed in becoming a disciple, then my second life will not be in vain. Should I manage to become his disciple, I shall undoubtedly take revenge on those scoundrels who caused my demise in my previous life. Although in her past life, when she was ambushed, the power of her enemies could easily crush her, she believed that as long as she could become Chu Feng's disciple, none of that would pose a problem anymore. In the annals of legend, the once feckless martial ancestor, Xiaohuahua, was merely a wastrel in his youth. At the tender age of 17, he languished in mediocrity. Subjected to the scorn and derision of others, his aspirations thwarted. It was only upon encountering Chu Feng that he began to unveil his latent potential. Ascending step by step to the pinnacle of the world, ultimately becoming the revered martial ancestor admired by all. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingwu rose, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. The terminus of the stream flowed towards the direction of Xiaoya Valley, turning her attention to the opposite end of the stream. Her countenance brightened as she exclaimed, "It is said that the martial ancestor hails from the Dazhao realm. Given the present time, he should still be within Dazhao." Accompanied by the esteemed immortal, Chu Feng, the downstream path leads directly to Dazhao. Without hesitation, she set off, hurrying downstream. Chapter 55, 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. Returning to mid-foundation establishment. Time swiftly elapsed. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. In a secluded mountain range of Qishou, a young boy sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. The aura emanating from him surged like a mighty river, continuously reverberating around him, causing the very earth beneath to tremble restlessly. As the spiritual energy circulated through numerous cycles, it re-entered his body, intensifying with each pass, becoming increasingly turbulent. The boy's brow furrowed deeper with concentration. Suddenly, Xiaohuahua abruptly opened his eyes. The energy enveloping him erupted violently, akin to a fearsome tempest, sweeping outward in all directions. The soil was upheaved, and even the nearby rocks shattered under the force. After expelling a heavy breath, he calmed the tumult within and surveyed his surroundings. Sensing the potency within him, his expression brightened as he clenched his fist. Is this the might of late-stage Qi refinement? Gazing at his arms, Xiaohuahua was left in awe by the dense spiritual energy coursing through him, a remarkable tenfold increase compared to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Since returning from the Piaomiao sect, he understood the necessity of tranquility and cultivation and had resolutely rejected all external distractions. After much persuasion, Chu Feng had brought him to one of the 3 continents occupied by the Black Ming sect, where he dedicated himself to solitary cultivation amidst the vast mountains. 3 months had elapsed, and he had remarkably advanced from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the 7th. Perched upon a gnarled branch, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the azure screen that materialized before him. Ding, congratulations to the host. Disciple Xiaohuahua has broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Ding, system has returned tenfold cultivation. Once the energy infusion was complete, the screen transitioned to another interface. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, martial arts, great wilderness prisoner's finger, upon closing the system. A look of contentment spread across Chu Feng's face, and he sighed softly. My efforts over the past 3 months have not been in vain. Tirelessly seeking out places rich in spiritual energy for Xiaohuahua. 3 months prior, Xiaohuahua had been defeated by a master, his hand easily twisted, leaving his trump cards ineffective. After returning to the Xiao family to recuperate, the blow had deeply affected him, prompting an obsession with cultivation. Reluctantly, Chu Feng had taken him to this fertile land of spiritual energy, fortuitously discovering that the energy here could coalesce into crystals resembling the spirit stones from his previous life as cultivation novels. He promptly named them spirit stones. Thus, it was this combination that allowed Xiaohuahua to swiftly break through to the late stage of qi refinement. At that moment, a rapid clatter of hooves approached from the left, growing nearer. Listening intently, enhanced by his elevated senses, Chu Feng discerned a conversation mingling with the cacophony. Hurry. This is the place. For over a month now, the sky has been constantly illuminated by radiant light, undoubtedly indicating the presence of some treasure. We must hastily uncover these treasures and present them to General Di Gong, who has conquered Sangzhou. Such an act would surely elevate our ranks and fill our coffers. As these words fell, a group of over 100 figures emerged along a narrow path at the foot of the mountain. Chu Feng cast a discerning glance, quickly discerning the identities of these individuals. The group clad in black armor exuded an intimidating aura, comprised of numerous ordinary soldiers and several martial artists, while their leader, bearing the semblance of a commander, possessed innate strength. Before long, the foremost figure caught sight of Chu Feng perched in the tree and Xiaohuahua at the mountain's base. Qin Huai's fierce, dark visage tightened, his brows furrowing in agitation. Has someone already laid claim to this treasure? A savage glint flickered in his eyes at the thought. This was their territory. Qin Huai barked at the two. Have you seen any signs of radiant light? Speak the truth, or else. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black attire appeared before him in a blur. Xiaohua's hand, akin to an iron vice, seized his throat with a sudden force. What did you just say? With such a grip, Qin Huai found himself paralyzed with fear, his complexion reddening as he struggled for breath, his mind racing. This speed indicates a formidable opponent. The subordinate beside him was equally petrified, trembling as he stammered, My lord, please remain calm. I am from the Black Underworld sect. Let us discuss this civilly. Before he could finish, a tremendous force gripped his throat, and the youth glared at him. Answer my question plainly, and spare me your superfluous words. Qin Huai, trembling with urgency, gasped. I discovered radiant light here, suggesting the possibility of treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua frowned and released his grip. That is not the statement I sought. Qin Huai panted heavily, pondering for a moment before hesitantly replying. General Di Gong, the conquest of Sangzhou? At these words, Xiaohuahua shuddered. Shaking his head vehemently, the Black Underworld sect has acted against Sangzhou? How could this be? Were not many of your experts lost, and your plans exposed? How can you still proceed? It had been over 3 months since he and his master had departed. Without his master, Sangzhou could hardly withstand the might of the Black Underworld sect. What of the Xiao family? As Qin Huai continued to respond honestly, it was General Di Gong who led the troops into battle. He is a master of extraordinary prowess. Fearing further hostility from Xiaohuahua, Qin Huai hastily added, General Di Gong and his forces have been on the march for a month. Recent intelligence from the front lines indicates that our Black Underworld sect has already reached Sangzhou City. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohuahua cast Qin Huai aside. At that moment, Chu Feng landed beside him. Xiaohuahua quickly knelt on one knee, imploring, Master, I beseech you to allow me to return for a time to ascertain the fate of the Xiao family. Once it is confirmed that the Xiao family is safe, I will undoubtedly return at the earliest opportunity to serve my master. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng scrutinized Xiaohuahua from head to toe and nodded, saying, The 7th layer of qi refinement, although it merely signifies the beginning in the realm of cultivation, is nonetheless sufficient to deal with a trifling entity like the Black Underworld sect. However, I also intend to depart from here following your breakthrough to the 7th layer. So you may accompany me back. As his words fell, Chu Feng waved his sleeve, summoning a flying vessel that transformed in midair into a colossal entity measuring 30 zhang in size. Grasping Xiaohua's shoulder, he leaped aboard the vessel with ease. Gazing at the immense craft suspended in the air, Qin Huai and the 100 or so subordinates were utterly astonished. What manner of technique is this? The Xiao family. The Xiao family of Sangzhou. His pupils contracted in shock as memories stirred within him, and he suddenly gasped. Could it be that they are the unparalleled masters who recently annihilated the elite members of my Black Underworld sect? Chapter 56. The Display of Cultivators' Powers. The Flying Divine Vessel. Outside Sangzhou City, an imposing army of 100,000, fierce as wolves and tigers, stood before the city walls. An elderly man, over 80 years of age, exuding a formidable aura, sat astride a magnificent steed, gazing contemptuously at the walls. Upon the battlements, a tall, slender middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a frail scholar, surveyed the surroundings with a worried expression. Sangzhou City had been entirely encircled by the ominous forces, rendering it a solitary fortress. He anxiously inquired of a man to his left, dressed in the red military garb of a general. "Have we received any response to our plea for assistance sent to the court?" The general replied with a bitter smile, "My lord. The Black Ming sect has not only set its sights on Sangzhou. They come prepared, attacking 2 states simultaneously, in addition to the previous 3. Even the court's forces are stretched thin and unable to spare troops to aid us." Upon hearing this, the governor scolded vehemently. "Are we to send troops to Xianzhou to fend off the Black Ming sect while leaving Sangzhou to its fate?" He gestured emphatically toward the city behind him. "With merely 50,000 soldiers, how can we withstand the onslaught of their 100,000? He turned to gaze down at the army below, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. Not to mention, this time, it is General Digong himself leading them. That is a presence of the Grand Master realm. The mention of the Grand Master sent tremors through all present. In the southern wilderness, those 3 words epitomize the zenith of martial prowess, a pinnacle of existence. Unlike ordinary masters, a superlative Grand Master could manipulate their vital energy, truly capable of altering the tide of battle single-handedly. Beside the governor stood a middle-aged man clad in white, the esteemed leader of Sangzhou's foremost sect, the Misty sect, Wushan. Wushan sighed deeply. If only that immortal master were here. He then turned to ask Patriarch Xiao, "Did Xiao Huahua or that esteemed elder mention where they have gone?" Xiao Zhan's expression turned bitter as he slowly shook his head. "Well, Xiao Huahua merely left a letter, stating she was going out to cultivate with her master for a time. I am unclear about the specifics. Nor did they disclose when they would return." Xiao Zhan looked around at the circle of distinguished individuals, be it the governor of Sangzhou, generals, or sect leaders, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Such exalted figures had gathered around him during this time. Gazing at the pitch-black heavens, he sighed inwardly. Since the conclusion of the 3-year agreement, Huahua has shone brightly. Under the influence of Huahua and the Immortal Master, the Xiao family has garnered the attention of the premier powers in Sangzhou. In a mere 3 months, we have transformed from a small force in Dongli City to a significant power in the state. However, during this period, although the Xiao family's strength has not kept pace, due to the influence of Huahua and Chu Feng, no power has dared to insult them. Whether he or the members of the Xiao family, they have been living in a dreamlike state, awakening with smiles. After enduring for so many years, the Xiao family has finally risen to prominence, riding the winds of fortune. However, a month ago, the Black Abyss sect invaded, swiftly conquering numerous cities in Sangzhou and advancing directly towards the main city. The Xiao family, which seemed to have just risen, was on the verge of decline. An elderly man beside them, exuding a terrifying aura, furrowed his brows and spoke. "The Earth Lord is indeed a true master of the Grand Master realm. Even Xiao Huahua's master may not be able to withstand such overwhelming force from the Black Abyss sect. Rather than placing hope in others, it would be better." The crowd turned their gazes towards the bald elder who spoke. This man was the ancestral master of the Moon Sword sect and one of the 5 Grand Masters of Sangzhou. Wushan slowly shook his head in rebuttal. "Elder of the Moon Sword, you were not present at the time and cannot truly comprehend the strength of that individual. Only those of us who have witnessed it firsthand can attest, is undoubtedly above the Grand Master level." Upon hearing this, the Elder of the Moon Sword sighed. "Your realms are too lowly, far removed from the Grand Master level. You do not understand the true nature of that Grand Master." Before he could finish his sentence, the Black Abyss sect disciples below had already formed a neat array. The Earth Lord, standing at the forefront, stepped into the air and landed on the wall, gazing down upon the crowd from his lofty position. Just a glance from him unleashed a heavy pressure of Grand Master might. A terrifying aura swept forth, causing the bricks on the city wall to shatter. The 5 Grand Masters of Sangzhou quickly positioned themselves in front of the crowd, desperately channeling their internal energy to collectively withstand the overwhelming force. The Earth Lord looked at the elderly figures atop the city wall, their faces flushed from the pressure he exerted, and disdainfully remarked, "Did you not claim that Sangzhou has produced a martial legend? One who has slain 5 Grand Masters of my Black Abyss sect and dozens of innate experts? Where is such a master now? Could it be that they are merely a fade? His arrogant and contemptuous laughter left the faces of the onlookers pale and mottled with fear. Wushan suddenly stepped forward and cautioned, "I advise you not to act rashly. Among us, there is the father of Xiaohuahua. If harm befalls him upon Xiaohuahua's return, that individual will surely take action." Wushan's gaze swept over the crowd below, a light laugh escaping his lips. "I fear that your Black Abyss sect will find itself buried here." Seeing the audacity of these insects, the Earth Lord felt not anger but rather amusement. Xiaohuahua's father? The wrath of the so-called immortal you speak of? He laughed heartily. "What pitiful ants! You have gazed from the depths of a well and have never witnessed the vastness of the starry sky, daring to compare fireflies to the bright moon. I have traversed the Great Zhao for over 30 years and have yet to encounter anyone so presumptuous before me. If that is the case, let your so-called immortal come seek me." With that, he raised his wrist towards the heavens. The chaotic black energy coalesced instantly in his palm. Without any ostentation, he hurled a punch towards the city wall. Witnessing the overwhelming force of that punch accompanied by a fierce wind, the 5 grandmasters changed their expressions and hurriedly took their stances, unleashing their signature techniques in unison. In an instant, the roar of the tiger and the clash of the colossal sword resonated, as multiple phantoms of the crescent blade converged to meet the giant fist. A thunderous explosion echoed, akin to countless bolts of lightning simultaneously illuminating the heavens. Following a blinding flash, the 5 grandmasters atop the city walls were sent reeling, spitting blood. In the celestial expanse, the Earth's sovereign cast a glance at several individuals, a haughty smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "To withstand a single strike from this general is commendable. However, today, I shall undoubtedly seize Sangzhou City. No one can thwart me." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from afar, drawing the gaze of the crowd. Beneath the serene sky, a tempestuous wave suddenly surged forth. In the distant horizon, a divine vessel streaked across the firmament with remarkable speed, descending upon Sangzhou City. The onlookers were struck with awe as their eyes turned skyward, beholding a young man standing proudly, arms crossed, exuding an air of defiance. Chapter 57, The Celestial Palace Descends. Is Chu Feng truly an immortal? In Sangzhou City, a terrifying wave of energy lifted the garments and hair of the crowd, compelling everyone to gaze upwards. A flying vessel, measuring over 30 zhang in length, hovered majestically in the sky, casting its shadow over the entire city. Above, the scene resembled a grand palace, with clusters of structures resembling a celestial abode. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. Even in dreams, such a spectacle seemed unfathomable. Exchanging incredulous glances, they exclaimed, "What is this? A heavenly palace? Or perhaps a ship?" But neither ships nor palaces can soar through the skies. The nearby figures, including Wushan, were equally astonished, finding the sight overwhelmingly extravagant. A celestial palace? A divine ship? Such notions were beyond their wildest imaginations, yet here they were, manifest before them. Yin Xiao, gazing at the silhouette of a youth upon the colossal vessel, worshipfully proclaimed, "This is an immortal, a celestial being from the heavens." According to legend, the celestial beings resided within aerial palaces. Wushan, gradually regaining composure, sighed deeply. Indeed, Xiaohuahua spoke truly. His master is indeed a being of the divine. Previously, we merely witnessed his strength, yet now he conjures a miraculous flying palace. Amidst the dazed crowd, Xiaozhan's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "An immortal! My son has truly become a disciple of an immortal." Even though Xiaozhan had harbored suspicions, the reality of the moment struck him as extraordinary. Below the city wall, a throng of people filled the streets, with countless citizens kneeling in fervent excitement, crying out, "Immortal Master, we beseech you to protect Sangzhou City." Hundreds of thousands bowed in reverence, akin to reeds swaying in the wind, honoring the divine presence above. A pair of clear purple eyes scanned the crowd, revealing a striking figure among them. The woman, slender and adorned in a red gown with white armor, accentuated her alluring curves. With an exquisite oval face and willow-like brows, her beauty was unparalleled, possessing a skin as flawless as jade. Her every movement exuded an air of nobility that captivated all who beheld her. Yet, even this ethereal being trembled uncontrollably upon seeing the celestial vessel, her eyes reflecting waves of astonishment that rippled within her. A look of unprecedented shock graced her countenance. The name of immortal Master Chu Feng is indeed well-deserved. My arduous journey over the past 3 months to reach this place has not been in vain. 3 months prior, she had returned to life, persevering through great hardships from Silver Moon King City to the land of Dazhao. Upon her arrival, she had heard of the emergence of the martial ancestor's 3-year pact. Furthermore, within these tales, immortal master Chu Feng had displayed extraordinary prowess, single-handedly slaying 5 grandmasters, earning the admiration of the world for transcending the realm of grandmasters. Although most people were skeptical about it, Lu Qingwu understood that it was indeed true. As a result of this event, she effortlessly located the renowned Xiao family in the ancestral home of the martial ancestor in Dongli City. However, she happened to encounter the martial ancestor and the immortal sovereign as they were leaving. Despite this, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she chose to remain in Dongli City to establish connections with the Xiao family while awaiting their return. During this time, in order to enhance the favor of the martial ancestor and the immortal sovereign, she assisted the Xiao family with numerous tasks. As a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty and a formidable being from her past life, her experiences and methods were beyond the imagination of the people in this realm. Soon, she became a distinguished guest of the illustrious Xiao family and accompanied them to Zhangzhou City. A flicker of excitement danced in her violet pupils. Indeed, hard work pays off. She had finally met the Xiantian immortal sovereign in person. Unlike her previous life, encountering him at this moment in time, her current knowledge and abilities significantly increased her chances of becoming his disciple. Above the heavens, Chu Feng gazed down at the myriad of beings below, feeling a profound sense of reflection as he observed their insignificance. Truly, as one's strength increases, the extraordinary and terrifying nature of cultivators gradually reveals itself. Casting a glance at the massive vessel enveloped in crimson spiritual energy beneath him, he noted that this flying boat was crafted only after he had broken through to the mid-stage foundation establishment and condensed spirit stones. Though it was not a magical artifact and lacked the offensive capabilities of a true flying ship, it could be powered by spirit stones, enabling remarkable speed. Having read countless fantasy novels about cultivation in his previous life, he understood why disciples from major sects preferred to travel by flying boats. It was not without reason. While flying swords were elegant and striking, they could not match the grandeur of a flying boat. The enormous flying vessel came to a halt, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, instantly elevating its prestige, especially in this martial arts world, where even warriors who had never witnessed sword flight were awestruck by the sight of a flying boat hovering in the air. Was this not a miracle? Meanwhile, the General of Earth, suspended in midair, gazed at the suddenly appeared flying boat with astonishment. Having lived for decades and traversed the vast territories of the Great Zhao, there were few phenomena he had not encountered in the South Wilderness. Yet, this flying boat was a first for him. If someone had told him in the past that such a vessel could soar through the skies, he would have deemed them insane. Yet now, it stood undeniably before him. From below, the clamor of the chaotic troops echoed as the 10,000 followers of the Black Underworld sect, witnessing this scene, mistook it for the arrival of a deity, causing them to falter in disarray. The General of Earth, snapping back to reality from his shock, glared down fiercely. A bunch of useless fools. With a thunderous roar, the Black Underworld sect members promptly reformed their ranks. However, the general's eyes remained fixated on the flying boat, his greed unabashedly evident. This vessel, capable of floating high in the air with such a massive frame, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet to speak of immortals, he feared, would only make him appear as a child of 3, utterly absurd. The murky old eyes scanned the flying vessel above and below, leading General de Gong to form a conjecture in his heart. It was quite possible that this vessel was discovered by the young man amidst the perilous expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After all, the 10,000 Great Mountains are a forbidden territory for warriors of the southern wilderness. Countless martial artists have perished attempting to traverse its treacherous paths, leaving behind numerous relics. The mysteries and divine artifacts hidden within the mountains remain unknown to them. However, such an extraordinary object of this scale must surely have originated from the 10,000 Great Mountains. In his view, Chu Feng must have unearthed this vessel long ago in the mountains and chose to reveal it now solely because of the impending threat posed by the Black Ming sect, intending to intimidate both him and the sect itself. Alas, General de Gong scoffed. You foolish child, attempting to terrify me with such trifles is utterly insufficient. His gaze, fixed upon the colossal ship, gleamed with a spectral light. If such a weapon could be obtained, would there not be hope of traversing the 10,000 Great Mountains and catching a glimpse beyond the southern wilderness? Chapter 58 Hiss. Xiao Huohua charges towards the Grand Master. Upon contemplating this, General de Gong remained unperturbed. He gazed at the figure of the youth upon the flying vessel, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. and spoke slowly. Are you the audacious wretch who dared to slay 5 Grand Masters and over 30 innate warriors of my black underworld sect? Since the rise of my sect, you are the first to brazenly massacre my disciples in such a manner. However, it is well known that I possess a kind heart. With a cold scoff, a faint smile crept upon his lips. I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender your vessel and retreat, and I shall let bygones be bygones. As these words echoed, the tens of thousands of black underworld sect followers erupted in exhilaration, their voices booming like thunder. On the city wall, a group of formidable figures who had witnessed Chu Feng's prowess burst into hearty laughter. Yu Xiao shook his head, laughing uproariously. This General Di Gong truly overestimates himself, daring to speak so disrespectfully to a celestial master. Beside him, Wushan fixed his gaze upon the figure in the sky. Recalling the near-divine presence that had hovered 3 months prior, commanding all, he turned once more to General Di Gong, a shiver coursing down his spine. Though the realm of the Grand Master is formidable, with few in the entirety of Dezhou capable of contending with them, this is a relative assessment. Di Gong's audacity in challenging a celestial master indicates a severe misunderstanding of the circumstances. Wushan's eyes remained locked onto the youthful figure above, a glint of realization flickering within. Previously, he had deemed Grandmasters invincible until witnessing the scene atop the Misty Peak 3 months ago. That figure, suspended in the heavens, wielded power that surely surpassed that of a Grand Master. Meanwhile, the 3 Grand Masters, observing the confidence of Yun Xiao and the others regarding this unexpected youth, exchanged glances filled with doubt. Could it be that this young man truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities? The elder of Chitian expressed his concerns. We must not be blindly confident. After all, General Di Gong is among the top-tier powerhouses of Dezhou, a mid-stage Grand Master. Behind him stand 100,000 elite black underworld sect warriors, many of whom are martial artists. This collective strength is no trivial matter. This celestial master you speak of, no matter how powerful, is but a single individual, and his youth renders it implausible for him to face such a formidable foe alone. Wushan and the others could only smile wryly at the elder and his companions, understanding that they were in a similar position to where they had been 3 months ago, struggling to fathom the unimaginable. Any further explanations would be futile. Once the celestial master made his move, everything would become clear. Above in the sky, amidst the ominous black vessel, a figure suddenly leaped and landed beside Chu Feng. Xiaohuahua, with a hint of youthful indignation on his face, pointed towards the General Di Gong, merely a few hundred meters away, and exclaimed, "Old scoundrel! You dare to speak insolently to my master? You are simply courting death." As he was pointed at and berated, General Di Gong's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from immediate action. Instead, responding with a cold sneer, "I am aware of your identity. Half a year ago, you leaped from a third-rate martial artist to the realm of the innate, even achieving a breakthrough during battle, slaying 2 of my Black Ming sect's innate masters. Even I must concede that your talent is formidable. However, no matter how great your gifts, you remain but an unripe genius. I am conversing with your master. What business do you, as a mere junior, have here?" Seemingly incensed, General Di Gong unleashed his profound inner strength, dispersing the clouds within 100 meters, rendering the sky considerably clearer. Yet, the youth aboard the distant flying vessel paid him no heed. Xiaohuahua turned to Chu Feng, gritting his teeth. "Master, this scoundrel intends to ruin my family and has the audacity to humiliate you to your face. I cannot contain my fury. May I step forth to teach this arrogant wretch a lesson?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone atop the city wall shifted in astonishment. Even the ever-confident Wushan and others revealed a flicker of concern. They firmly believed in Xiaohuahua's talent and Chu Feng's strength, yet General Di Gong was a mid-stage grandmaster. Yu Xiao, with murky eyes fixed on the youth, sighed in worry. No matter how exceptional Xiaohuahua's talents, he was merely at the innate stage 3 months ago. With this statement, the crowd grasped Yun Xiao's implication. Xiaohuahua's ascent from a third-rate martial artist to the innate realm in just half a year was indeed astonishing in the history of Nanhuang. However, within a mere 3 months, it was utterly impossible for him to transcend from the innate realm to that of a grandmaster. After all, the innate realm signifies a formidable warrior, whereas a grandmaster is a superlative being, scarcely found in all of Nanhuang. The disparity between them is akin to that of a firefly and the bright moon, immeasurable. All eyes on the city wall turned to Chu Feng, pondering whether the immortal master could truly permit his disciple to be humiliated. The young man aboard the flying vessel pondered for a considerable time before slowly nodding. "Go." Witnessing this scene, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Xiao Zhan paced anxiously, his mind racing with thoughts. The immortal master actually acquiesced? Could it be that he harbors confidence in Huahua? Is Huahua now capable of contending with the Grandmaster? The notion seemed absurd to Xiao Zhan. No matter how swiftly Huahua had progressed recently, it was inconceivable. After all, that was a Grandmaster, an existence akin to the heavens within the realm of Nanhuan. Ultimately, Xiao Zhan halted, sighed, and bitterly remarked, "Perhaps the immortal master believes Huahua has grown overly complacent lately and wishes for him to face some hardship." At that moment, the crowd beheld Xiao Huahua ascending into the sky. His body radiated as if engulfed in flames, coalescing into a fiery glow, and with a thunderous shout, he launched a fist toward General De Gong. Observing the figure of the youth before him, General De Gong did not react with anger but rather with a sardonic smile. As if he were merely watching an insect flit by, unperturbed he remarked, "A mere ant dares to." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a resounding crash echoed. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow protective aura shimmered into existence before General De Gong. However, the shield faltered in an instant, shattering into fragments. As Xiao Huahua's fist descended mercilessly, striking the general's face, a wave of energy rippled through the heavens, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. As the elder plummeted swiftly, crashing forcefully to the ground, all who witnessed this scene were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. This transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the onlookers regained their senses, the once mighty General De Gong, a formidable mid-stage grandmaster, had been so effortlessly toppled to the earth. A chorus of gasps erupted simultaneously from the crowd below. Although General D had not taken the confrontation seriously, he was still a grandmaster. The fact that Xiao Huahua could repel him with a single punch was unfathomable. Could it be that Xiao Huahua had truly reached the realm of grandmaster? Every observer inhaled sharply in disbelief, gazing up at the silhouette of the youth in the sky. Was this a manifestation of extraordinary talent or a testament to the formidable teaching prowess of his master? Indeed, it was profoundly terrifying. Chapter 59, The Celestial Master Xiantian, Chu Feng, exclusively accepting the worthless as disciples. In the city of Cangzhou, the atmosphere was as if a kettle had boiled over, with incredulous exclamations echoing both above and below the city, inside and out. The common folk bore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they had witnessed. Yet amidst the throngs of hundreds of thousands, one figure stood out unexpectedly. Lu Qingwu gazed at the silhouette of the youth against the vast sky, her eyes devoid of any ripples of emotion, gradually shifting to the flying vessel where a young man donned in a flowing azure robe stood. In her previous life, she had heard countless tales regarding the martial ancestor and the celestial master Xiantian. Even during the martial ancestor's meteoric rise, transitioning from innate to grandmaster in merely 3 months was hardly a shocking feat after all. His master was the renowned celestial master Xiantian. In her past life, the celestial master was humorously referred to as a scavenger. The disciples he chose were the most hopeless of individuals, easily dismissed as worthless by the masses. Yet, these seemingly talentless beings, upon encountering the celestial master, rose to prominence, becoming formidable leaders in their own right. Contemplating this, Lu Qingwu lowered her head, a hint of concern washing over her as she murmured, "I wonder if having attained a first-rate level at 18 still qualifies me as worthless. Can I truly become his disciple?" Gazing at the figure of the youth in the heavens, a flicker of confusion appeared in her violet eyes. In her past existence, she never even had the opportunity to meet the celestial master. Now that she had, she found herself anxious about the possibility of successfully becoming his disciple. After all, the criteria for the celestial master accepting disciples were shrouded in ambiguity, primarily characterized by the choice of those deemed worthless. She pondered whether she met the standards for acceptance. Resolving her thoughts, Lu Qingwu shook her head vigorously, replacing uncertainty with determination. Regardless of the outcome, I must attempt it. This is a celestial path to alter one's destiny. At that moment, from a massive pit in the ground, a withered hand, marred with dark spots, suddenly emerged. With a resounding thud, the Earth Lord leapt from the pit. Landing amidst the sky, his face contorted in rage. "You seek death, boy." A torrent of inner strength surged forth, conjuring a fierce wind that stirred up colossal waves, unsettling the multitude of citizens below, who struggled to maintain their footing. The terrifying force coalesced into a formidable gust around his fist, transforming into a gigantic punch nearly 8 feet wide. As an esteemed general and a peak mid-stage grandmaster, the Earth Lord could hardly endure being knocked to the ground by a mere child. What face would he have left if word of this reached other grandmasters? Fury propelled his punch forward. However, the youth remained unperturbed in the face of such overwhelming might, gripping a mystical shield. Boom! As the terrifying waves dispersed in the firmament, Xiaohuahua, shield in hand, emerged unscathed before the astonished crowd. This sight compelled the Earth Lord to take a step back, his eyes wide with shock. At first, he could argue that Xiaohuahua had taken him by surprise with an unexpected strike. However, the punch he had just unleashed was a true demonstration of the formidable power of a grandmaster. Even a peak master would be reduced to dust under such force. If this young lad could withstand it, it would certainly indicate an extraordinary level of strength. As this thought crossed his mind, the Earth Lord felt his brain tremble. His gaze fixated with terror on the boy before him. Was it truly possible? A grandmaster under 18. It was rumored that less than a year ago, he was merely a third-rate martial artist. How could such a feat be achieved? Even sifting through the entire history of the southern wilderness would yield no second instance of this phenomenon. Yet, at the moment when the underground palace trembled, Xiaohuahua provided him with no respite. He surged forward, his hands leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air, striking fiercely towards the entrance of the underground palace. The latter was jolted awake, his aura coalescing around his body as he desperately tried to respond. However, his invincible grandmaster aura was effortlessly deciphered by Xiaohuahua, leaving him increasingly alarmed. Though Xiaohuahua appeared to be merely swinging his fist brutally, behind him, ethereal forms of energy were manifesting, creating various stances that seemed to strike with genuine intent, rendering defense nearly impossible. Chu Feng observed this scene with a hint of surprise. But he quickly grasped the underlying secret, nodding in satisfaction. Huahua is indeed a combat genius. How could he not discern that the phantoms behind Xiaohuahua were not products of any martial technique? Rather, they were manifestations of the boy's innate understanding of energy manipulation. Under such relentless assault, the Earth Lord was forced to retreat step by step, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. Boy, you have compelled my hand. With a roar, he swiftly darted to the side. As he gathered his energy, a multitude of solidified auras coalesced before him, enveloping the area in a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of winter. As the energy within the palace surged, it crystallized into thousands of icy spikes. The echoes of his roar reverberated through the air, supreme cold true intent, 1,000-mile glacier. Each icy spike shimmered with a frosty light. In an instant, 1,000 spikes surged toward Xiaohuahua. From a distance, Xiaohuahua merely glanced at the oncoming attack. Encased in a protective aura, he continued his advance without so much as a furrowed brow. As the myriad of ice shards struck him, they were almost instantly melted by a radiant glow. Before the Earth Lord could react, with a thunderous crash, Xiaohuahua delivered another punch. The latter hastily prepared, condensing his aura to block the blow. However, this defense proved futile against Xiaohuahua's might. The blood-red fist collided with the Earth Lord's arm, causing his complexion to flush crimson, his vital energy surging chaotically. Before he could regain his composure, Xiaohuahua's next punch was already upon him. The sound of impact echoed. Smack, smack, smack. In the span of merely 10 breaths, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, trading over 100 strikes. During the course of the battle, the Earth Lord found himself increasingly alarmed, even forgetting the fact that he was being suppressed by a younger opponent like Xiaohuahua. Damn it, what level of martial arts has this Xiaohuahua mastered? Why does his internal energy quality surpass my own in combat? The Earth Lord grappled with this unsettling reality. The martial arts he wielded were the culmination of the three brothers of the Black Underworld sect, Heaven, Earth, and Man, working in unison. While it may not be the pinnacle of the southern wilderness, it certainly represented the highest echelon of that realm. Yet now, as they clashed, he felt an inexplicable fear emanating from his own internal energy against that which surged within Xiaohuahua. A sense of submission began to creep in. Not only was the Earth Lord in a state of panic, but the spectators below had also completely lost their composure. Xiaohuahua was actually engaged in a fierce struggle with the Grandmaster Earth Lord. In that moment, the onlookers seemed unable to discern whether this was a dream or a legendary miracle. Chapter 60. The seventh layer of Qi cultivation, sufficient to repel Grandmasters. The path of cultivation. Terrifying indeed. Above the firmament, light and shadow intertwined. The onlookers below gazed in astonishment, their mouths agape, utterly shaken. The scene before them shattered their preconceived notions of reality. Could this Xiuhua really contend with a Grandmaster? In merely 3 months, progressing from innate to Grandmaster? Was that even possible? Previously, it was already deemed astonishing that Xiaohua could ascend from a third-rate cultivator to the innate realm in half a year. Many suspected he was merely boasting. Yet now, It seemed that 3 days to 3 months was a gross underestimation of his capabilities. Wuxian observed with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it true that cultivators typically experienced a deceleration in their training as they progressed? How could he be growing faster? This shouldn't be the case. The last time they met, this young fellow had already reached the innate realm. Yet his power fell short of Wuxian's. However, upon their next encounter, he had surpassed him by 2 major realms, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. And all this transpired in a mere 3 months. Turning his gaze, he noticed Yu Xiao and the other grandmasters, all equally wide-eyed and astonished. After a long pause, Yinshan murmured in a daze. I began my martial training at 5, reached first rate at 15, attained the innate stage at 18, ventured into grandmaster territory at 29, and have been stuck in the mid-grandmaster stage for decades. I once thought I was a rare genius, yet in comparison to Xiaohua, I truly feel as if I have lived as a mere dog. A series of sighs followed. Wuxian shook his head wryly, looking up at the heavens. Could there truly exist a person with such terrifying talent? Or perhaps, his gaze shifted to the figure of Fanzhou in the sky. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, thousands of strikes resulting in a stalemate. Bang! The very air seemed to warp under the pressure. Following another collision of vital energy and spiritual force, the two rapidly withdrew from each other. Stabilizing himself, Xiaohua immediately channeled his inner technique. The spiritual power within him surging like a tempest. A red light slowly materialized between his fingertips. The expression on General Digong's face grew solemn as he raised his gaze. The sky above was suddenly illuminated with flashes of lightning. A terrifying aura began to coalesce, swirling like a vortex, as if some great horror was about to be unleashed. Witnessing this, he broke into a cold sweat. Unable to believe, this is the power that boy can summon? Suddenly, he heard a furious roar from ahead. Great wilderness prison heaven finger, one finger. Prison of heaven and earth. The youth's crisp voice echoed, and a beam of radiant light shot down from the heavens, striking him with unprecedented horror. An overwhelming aura made his body tremble involuntarily. Like a docile rabbit encountering the ferocity of a lion, his instinctive reaction was to flee. Yet as he attempted to move, he realized he was ensnared by some bizarre force, trapping him firmly in place. This is the capability of that enigmatic martial art. His aged visage darkened. Cursed thing. He ceased his concealment and summoned his internal energy, enveloping his hands in a protective aura. At this moment, the long-anticipated sky began to unveil a hint of crimson. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth, and a ghostly red finger pointed menacingly in his direction. Thunderous roars erupted from the heavens, and amidst the swirling dark clouds, countless rays of light flickered ominously. It was as if thousands of explosives detonated simultaneously in the celestial expanse. A shrill howl descended, crashing down before the city walls and creating a significant breach. The onlookers hurriedly turned their gazes forward. From the debris emerged the general of the earth, charred and disheveled, crawling out with great difficulty. The old man appeared weakened, his hair disarrayed, yet his gaze remained fierce. He shot a piercing glare at the sky, his body shuddered violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily stunned. They had believed that Xiaohua could merely contend with the general of the earth, which was already formidable enough. Little did they expect that he had truly repelled the mid-stage grandmaster, the general of the earth. In an instant, the spectators were left with a tingling sensation on their scalps and blank minds. The very general of the earth, who had caused them countless troubles, had been single-handedly vanquished by Xiaohua. The crowd gazed at the youthful figure in the sky, moved by the sheer magnitude of his power. By the city wall, Xiaozhan was nearly leaping with joy, his face flushed with excitement. This is my son. My son has defeated a grandmaster. My son possesses the potential to surpass grandmasters. The onlookers directed envious glances at Xiaozhan. With Xiaohua around, not only would the small Sangzhou tremble, but even the entire southern wilderness would bow to Xiaozhan's prowess. Wuxian observed Xiaozhan's delight, yet his attention was drawn to the young girl beside him, who wore a downcast expression, seemingly deeply affected. He sighed helplessly. Anyone encountering someone like Xiaohua would inevitably experience despair, especially someone like Su Linger, who shared a profound connection with him. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the youthful figure in the sky, unable to regain her composure. As regret and complex emotions intertwined within her heart, reddening her eyes, she murmured to herself, "Do I truly regret it?" At this moment, the general of the earth seemed to have regained some strength, suddenly leaping into the sky once more. His countenance was grim and terrifying as he fixed his gaze on Xiaohua. "Boy, your talent and strength are indeed fearsome. I acknowledge I am not your match. However, this time, I do not come alone. With that, the general of the earth abruptly looked up at the celestial dome and shouted into the layers of clouds, "Elder brother, why do you not make your move? What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing this, the crowd atop the city wall was struck with trepidation. Elder brother? In this world, the only one whom the general of the earth could refer to as elder brother was none other than the foremost expert of the Black Underworld sect, the Heavenly General. He Jiao. This being was a late-stage grandmaster, the pinnacle of the Great Jiao. In legend, this individual once engaged in a fierce and indeterminate struggle with the ancestors of the Great Jiao royal family. It is precisely due to this person's existence that, over the years, the Great Jiao royal family has not only failed to eradicate the Black Abyss sect but has also allowed it to flourish, ultimately dominating the 3 continents and laying claim to the remaining 2, nearly dividing the Great Jiao realm equally with the royal family. Such a formidable figure has indeed arrived here. Countless anxious gazes fixated upon Xiao Huahua. At the tender age of less than 18, it was already astonishing for him to contend against a grandmaster. How could he possibly withstand the combined efforts of 2? Noticing the worried expression surrounding him, Xiaozhan remarked with a hint of curiosity, "While the newcomers are undeniably formidable, my son truly stands little chance in facing 2 adversaries. However, have you all forgotten? That celestial master is still observing from the sidelines." Chapter 61. That must be the immortal master. Nonsense. What are you doing? As Xiaozhan's words fell, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Soon, their expressions of concern were swept away, replaced by excitement. Yun Xiao slowly exhaled and remarked, "Indeed, to have such a disciple. The strength of the immortal master surpasses our imagination. Even if the Heavenly Lord himself came, or all 5 Grand Masters of the Great Jiao joined forces, they would likely not be a match for the immortal master." Gazing towards the silhouette of the young man on the flying vessel in the sky, a sense of reassurance washed over the crowd. Even those who had previously doubted Chu Feng's capabilities were now beaming with joy. With Xiao Huahua's strength already so formidable, they dared not even speculate on the immortal master's prowess. A streak of light flashed across the sky, and amidst the thick darkness, a black-faced elder gradually descended. The elder, clad in fitted martial robes, floated down to the side of the Earth Lord. Although he appeared to be an ordinary old man, the crowd was well aware of his identity, the foremost expert of the Black Ming sect, General Tian Gong. Seeing He Jiao finally come to assist, the Earth Lord displayed a hint of joy. "Brother, this lad harbors secrets. Let us join forces to capture him and subsequently conquer Songzhou." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's expression turned grave. His strength was merely on par with General Tian Gong, and even with the addition of the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, he only held a slight advantage. Now that the mightier General Tian Gong had arrived, the situation appeared increasingly precarious. Yet, he felt no fear, as his spiritual energy surged forth, ready for a desperate struggle. At that moment, the newly arrived He Jiao's countenance darkened. He delivered a sharp slap to General Tian Gong's forehead. With a perplexed look, the Earth Lord questioned, "What are you doing? Who are you trying to capture? Have you lost your senses? Can't you see he is the disciple of the immortal master?" General Tian Gong seemed momentarily dazed, bewildered as he asked, "Immortal master? What immortal master? Isn't that just a tale from storybooks? Brother, you can't possibly have been deceived." He pointed at Chu Feng, asserting, "This lad radiates no fluctuations. He must have merely encountered some opportunity in the 10,000 Great Mountains." Just as he finished speaking, the Earth Lord felt a heavy sensation in his head as an excruciating force descended upon him. Looking up, he noticed He Jiao's expression had darkened further. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Earth Lord understood that the elder was genuinely angered. He Jiao coldly declared, "Fool, hurry and apologize to the immortal master and his disciple." Then, without waiting for a response from the Earth Lord, he slightly bowed and spoke with utmost courtesy, "Immortal master, my second brother is somewhat dull and lacks insight. If he has inadvertently offended you, I implore your magnanimity to spare his life. My Black Ming sect is willing to make amends." With his head slightly bowed, despite having ruled the Black Ming sect for many years without a ripple of disturbance, He Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety within him today. The Earth God is a brute who relies solely on martial prowess, often resorting to force to resolve issues without a moment's contemplation. However, the Black Horn is far from foolish. This young man stands majestically above the heavens, his feet resting upon the divine vessel, exuding an aura of unparalleled calmness, as if no circumstance could ruffle his composure. There is an absence of any discernible energy surrounding him. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have dismissed this youth as merely a pretentious show-off. Yet, it was this very individual who concluded the battle in the previous conflict with the Misty Sect. Moreover, he is the master of such an extraordinary genius. This can only imply that the youth has reached a level of strength that eludes even his perception, possibly being one of the legendary celestial beings. Perhaps even stronger. Following the battle with the Misty Sect, Blackhorn sent agents to investigate all available information regarding this young man. What they uncovered was merely that he appeared alongside Xiao Huahua in a certain forest. While puzzled as to how such a formidable figure, surpassing even the Grand Masters, could emerge without a sound, he understood full well that this young man was not someone he or the Black Abyss sect could provoke. Despite having over 1 million martial disciples, Blackhorn was acutely aware that in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, numbers would amount to nothing more than mere cannon fodder. Thus, even though he coveted that flying vessel, he dared not harbor any ill intentions. Seeing his elder brother's reaction, the Earth God reluctantly approached the vessel, bowing his head in apology to Chu Feng. I did not intend to offend the Immortal Master. I hope you will forgive me. After offering his apologies and receiving no response from Chu Feng, Blackhorn continued to glare at the Earth God and remarked, "And this young Master-S disciple." At these words, the Earth God sought to counter, only to be silenced by Blackhorn's piercing gaze. Reluctantly gritting his teeth, he ultimately stepped forward and addressed Xiaohuahua. "Young brother, I have wronged you previously. I implore you to overlook my transgressions." The onlookers, witnessing the legendary Earth God's arrival, were initially tense. However, as they observed the Earth God apologize to the Immortal Master, compelling him to kneel and bow to both the Master and Xiaohuahua, they were left at a loss for words. The Black Abyss sect is a colossal power that has wreaked havoc across the Great Zhao, with the 3 esteemed generals of heaven, earth, and man, along with 3 Grand Masters, dominating the 3 continents. Despite the convergence of numerous high-ranking forces in Sangzhou, they nearly faltered against the Earth God's might. With an army of 100,000 at their gates, and some of the world's most formidable generals present, Sangzhou was poised for destruction. Yet, this scenario transformed into a spectacle of 2 great masters exchanging apologies, kneeling before the Immortal Master. All of this felt surreal, akin to a dream. The crowd gazed upward, their eyes filled with astonishment at the figures standing upon the flying vessel. Is this truly the Immortal Master? Without the shedding of blood. Simply by virtue of his formidable presence, he instilled fear in an army of 100,000, rendering them motionless. Meanwhile, in the skies, Xiao Huahua's vigilance shifted to a blend of astonishment and even a hint of disappointment. He gazed at the venerable figure in black in the distance, who was bowing reverently to his master, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Initially, he intended to test his prowess against the other, to ascertain whether his formidable cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refining surpassed that of the legendary martial artist before him. However, the opponent displayed wisdom, yielding to the presence of the master by bowing low and kneeling. Where could one seek reason in such a circumstance? Upon the flying vessel. Chu Feng observed the black-clad figure, who resembled a contrite child sincerely admitting fault, and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Recognizing the old man's shrewdness, no wonder he had managed to navigate the complexities of royal dealings for so many years. A blue panel materialized before him. Host, Chu Feng, Strength, Mid-Foundation Establishment, Martial Arts, Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, Complete. Chu Feng glanced at the information. With his current Mid-Foundation Establishment strength, it was fair to assert that he could easily annihilate this so-called heavenly authority, along with the purported elite of 100,000 warriors. He would not even need to summon the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. One swift strike would suffice. He rose slowly, his gaze fixed ahead. Although he acknowledged the error, he was not inclined to let the Black Ming sect off so easily. Chapter 62. They have beaten the Grandmaster. You call this just beginning the path of cultivation? With a gentle smile, Chu Feng glanced at the 2 solemn elders ahead and spoke. My disciple, Xiaohuahua, has merely just embarked on the path of cultivation. I have heard that your Black Ming sect is affluent. Since you wish to apologize, do send some medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Tian Gong and Di Gong twitched in disbelief. Just commencing the path of cultivation? How could one subdue a grandmaster and still be considered a novice? What kind of cultivation path was this? Below, the spectators atop the city walls were equally astounded by his words, their hearts weighed down with disbelief. Wushan turned to look back, confirming that everyone was profoundly impacted. Yun Xiao, with a complex gaze, sighed. Even Xiaohuahua, someone capable of resisting a grandmaster, is merely at the threshold of cultivation. Have we, over the years, not even set foot on the path of cultivation and wandered aimlessly like headless flies? At this moment, the leader of the Moon Sword sect gazed helplessly at the figure in the sky, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, even compared to the realm of the Celestials. The Grandmaster's realm is merely a step behind. Suddenly, Yin Xiao questioned, could it be that the Immortal Master has surpassed several realms beyond the Celestials? Thus to him, the Grandmaster is but a novice? As his words fell, the crowd froze, then collectively shook their heads. Despite witnessing Xiaohua's prowess and the miraculous feats of the Flying Palace, they still could not bring themselves to believe it. After all, they were the pinnacle of existence in the southern wilderness, having thought that only one layer of heaven enveloped them, nearing the summit. Now, to be told that there are heavens beyond heavens, that their lifelong efforts have not even allowed them to enter the door, who could accept such a reality? The people of Cangzhou were incredulous. Only a young girl amidst the crowd gazed at Chu Feng with shining eyes, nodding in profound agreement. Do not speak of grandmasters. Even the Celestials and the Dan holders, under the standards of this Xian Tian immortal sovereign, are merely at the very beginning. The true depths of this individual have yet to be fully revealed, even before my demise. In the celestial expanse above, He Jiao nodded in affirmation. Not daring to show any negligence, bowing respectfully, in 10 days' time, I shall surely deliver. Having spoken, he seemed somewhat apprehensive of the youth's potential change of heart, and quickly addressed the Black Ming disciples below. All Black Ming disciples, heed my command. Swiftly reorganize the troops and withdraw from this city. As he prepared to turn, his body suddenly stiffened. The youth's voice floated from behind, by the way. Cangzhou is the homeland of my disciples' family. I do not wish for this city to be thrown into chaos, disturbing my disciples' state of cultivation. He Jiao promptly turned back, bowing respectfully, as the Immortal Master says. He then immediately instructed Di Gong beside him, convey orders to all disciples to evacuate Cangzhou. In the eyes of the Earth Lord, there lingered a trace of reluctance. Brother, I have meticulously planned for months to seize Cangzhou. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the piercing gaze of the Black Cult and could only sigh in resignation. Yes, I shall certainly comply. With that, the Earth Lord soared downwards to instruct his subordinates to manage the stationed troops across the cities of Cangzhou. On the city walls, witnessing the retreat of the Black Cult's forces, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. However, this jubilation was short-lived, as silence soon enveloped them once more. The onlookers stared in awe at the heavens. They beheld a celestial master casually transform a gargantuan flying vessel, spanning dozens of yards, into a blinding radiance before vanishing it into a ring he held. That colossal vessel, comparable in size to 10 courtyards, simply evaporated from their sight. The prefect of the city, along with Wushan and the 5 esteemed masters, were all struck with profound astonishment. Wushan, unable to even shift his gaze, murmured, "Is this truly within the realm of celestial capabilities? Such transcendent prowess is utterly unprecedented. The feats displayed by this individual resemble those of deities from ancient legends." In the distance, the Heaven and Earth Lords, who were organizing their disciples' retreat, turned to witness this spectacle, their bodies trembling in shock. The Earth Lord, who had harbored doubts about the youth's abilities, quivered uncontrollably, swallowing hard. Fortunately, the Celestial Master did not hold it against me. Otherwise, the thought of the consequences sent a chill down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. This youth was shrouded in mystery. Even his disciples possessed such extraordinary talents, wielding abilities of celestial magnitude. Should they choose to act against them, it was unlikely that any would escape unscathed. With a grave expression, the Black Lord instructed, "Return and command all disciples and elders to refrain from entering Cangzhou. Distribute portraits of Xiaohuahua and the Celestial Master to all members of the Black Cult, issuing a stern directive. If they encounter either of them, they must retreat discreetly." The Earth Lord nodded heavily. "Understood, brother." On the city walls, as they watched the figures of Chu Feng and Xiaohuahua gracefully descend, the prefect led the assembled crowd in a respectful bow. "We are deeply grateful to the Celestial Master for intervening. On behalf of the citizens of Cangzhou, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your life-saving assistance." The prefect's posture was unwavering. Had it not been for Chu Feng today, Cangzhou would surely have fallen to the complete onslaught of the Black Cult. The thought of the unspeakable suffering that would have befallen the citizens and officials was almost too harrowing to contemplate. Yet, in response to their gratitude, Chu Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. "I acted solely to bring peace to my disciple. This matter bears no relation to you." At this, the crowd cast envious glances at the youth standing beside him. Xiaohuahua was indeed fortunate. He had encountered such a master. transforming from an inept individual to an unparalleled 18-year-old master of the southern wilderness realm in merely a few months. Such unwavering kindness towards him is evident. It is as if he is being cherished like a beloved son. Merely because the Black Abyss sect's incursion into Zhangzhou could potentially affect Xiaohua's disposition. He intervened to drive away the Black Abyss sect, which had rampaged in Dazhao for decades with utmost arrogance. He demanded medicinal herbs from the Black Abyss sect solely for the sake of nurturing his disciple, asking for nothing in return. Is this not the epitome of paternal affection? Even a biological father might not exhibit such generosity. Concealed among the crowd, Lu Qingwu gazed towards the city wall, deeply in agreement. In her previous life, she had heard tales of the immortal master, whose formidable strength and exceptional skills could transform a worthless individual into a top-tier genius, and whose fierce protectiveness of his disciples rendered him the archetype of a perfect teacher. Thus, even after being reborn, she traversed countless miles to reach Zhangzhou, driven solely by the desire to seize this singular opportunity to become a disciple of the Xiantian immortal master. Chapter 63. Was the celestial master Chu Feng of the Xiantian sect once a wastrel? Thus, did he gather all the wastrels? In the residence of the Xiao family. The family head, Xiaozhan, sighed deeply and said, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but there is simply no way. The celestial master cherishes tranquility and prefers not to be disturbed. If I were to impose, it is likely to provoke his displeasure." Upon hearing this, the scholar-like official, adorned with a black cap, let out a slow sigh. "Very well. If an opportunity arises, please convey my regards to the celestial master. Just mention that the prefect of Zhangzhou wishes to pay his respects." The prefect of Zhangzhou, the grand general of Zhangzhou, the master of the Moon Sword sect. Each of these figures, renowned in their own right, departed from the Xiao residence, their hearts heavy with disappointment. As waves of visitors exited the grand doors of the Xiao family, Xiaozhan exhaled a profound breath. Beside him, the three elders were equally drenched in perspiration, yet their eyes sparkled with an uncontainable excitement. Observing the elders' exuberance, Xiaozhan could only smile in resignation. The eldest elder exclaimed with enthusiasm, "In recent days, the foremost powers of the prefecture have graced us with their presence. Their influence in Zhangzhou is unparalleled. A mere stamp of their foot would send tremors throughout the region." The second elder chimed in with a beaming smile. These forces would not have even glanced at the Xiao family before. Yet now, they are queuing to ingratiate themselves with us. He surveyed the dazzling array of gifts filling the hall and mused, "All of this is thanks to Huahua. Without Huahua, our Xiao family would still be a humble clan nestled in Dongli City, oblivious to such vast opportunities. What Huahua? This is undeniably the merit of Celestial Master Chu Feng. Without the Master's presence, we cannot fathom what Huahua's circumstances would be, let alone the prosperity of the Xiao family." The second elder was interrupted by Xiaozhan. Initially taken aback, the second elder nodded in agreement with the other two elders. Indeed, Huahua is truly fortunate to have such a celestial master. The three elders exchanged knowing smiles. They had intended to extol the virtues of Huahua in front of Xiaozhan. Yet it became clear that Huahua's father understood better than anyone the true source of their current standing. Their gazes turned respectfully towards the distant courtyard. As the eldest elder sighed, "In the past, we were indeed quite reckless to question the celestial master. Fortunately, he spared us for Huahua's sake and did not hold it against us." As they reminisced about their first encounter with the celestial master in the grand hall months prior, a shiver ran through the elders. Had it not been for Huahua, a mere breath from the master could have rendered them, insignificant as ants, into oblivion. Just as the crowd was immersed in reflection, a slender, enchanting woman approached. The young woman emerged from the crowd, standing out like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, instantly capturing the attention of all present. She approached Xiaozhan, performing a respectful bow and addressing him as the head of the Xiao family. Xiaozhan returned the gesture with familiarity before appraising her with keen eyes, his satisfaction growing ever more pronounced. He mused inwardly, "Qingwu's beauty is unparalleled. One would be hard-pressed to find a maiden more exquisite in all of Zhangzhou. Although her innate talent may not quite match that of Huahua, she is nonetheless a rare genius, second only to her." Furthermore, during this period, Qingwu had rendered considerable assistance to the Xiao family and appeared rather compatible with Huahua. Perhaps it would be wise to foster a connection between them? Before Xiaozhan could voice his thoughts, Lu Qingwu interjected, "Head of the Xiao family, might you facilitate an introduction for me to the immortal master?" At her words, Xiaozhan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained composure. realizing that Lu Qingwu had come with the intention of meeting the immortal master. A soft chuckle escaped him as he comprehended the situation. Indeed, the unparalleled power exhibited by Master Chu Feng had been enough to send even the deities at the peak of the southern wilderness fleeing in terror. Given Huahua's example as a disciple, who wouldn't yearn to be under his tutelage, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Qingwu to harbor aspirations of apprenticeship. However, when it came to making an introduction, Xiaozhan hesitated. Gazing into the young woman's serene eyes, he sighed inwardly, reflecting, while I may disregard others, Qingwu has aided us significantly during Huahua's absence. This debt of gratitude weighs heavily upon me. She has never sought recompense. If I were to refuse her outright, would it not seem rather callous? With these thoughts in mind, he finally replied, I can certainly try, but do not harbor excessive hopes. As he turned to depart, Lu Qingwu suddenly recalled something and quickly added, Head of the Shao family, should you meet the immortal master, please do convey my identity. Her gaze turned reminiscent as she continued, I was once a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty, destined for a life of ease and comfort. However, the treacherous queen orchestrated my father's demise and sent soldiers to hunt me down. I fled the Silver Moon dynasty, and through several fortuitous encounters, I acquired the legacy of the celestial beings, which granted me my current strength. With unwavering determination, she looked intently at Xiaozhan and declared, Thus, I have journeyed here to seek apprenticeship under the immortal master, in pursuit of power to avenge my blood-soaked grievances. Upon finishing her words, Lu Qingwu furrowed her brow. Lost in memories of her past life, it was rumored that the Xiantian celestial sovereign, aside from accepting those deemed as waste, would also take in children of tragic backgrounds as disciples, such as princes who had been robbed of their martial bones and rendered powerless. Consequently, many speculated that before the Xiantian celestial sovereign achieved his current might, he too had endured similar hardships, which fostered a profound sympathy for such individuals, leading him to take them under his wing. While Lu Qingwu contemplated this, the three elders of the Shao family stood before her, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. A princess? The legacy of the celestial beings? The grand elder, with a gaze filled with complexity, remarked, I never imagined that the young lady possesses such a remarkable lineage and fortune. The legacy of celestial beings is invaluable, even with an immortal master preceding it. However, considering Lu Qingwu's age and her current level of cultivation, it is highly plausible that her claims hold truth. It is astonishing that this formidable and striking young woman has such a background. Xiaozhan solemnly replied, I will certainly convey the truth to the immortal master on behalf of the young lady. With that, he turned and departed. Lu Qingwu gazed at Xiaozhan's retreating figure, feeling a sense of bewilderment. The words I just spoke were carefully aligned with the characteristics of an immortal master accepting disciples. Surely, it should suffice? Chapter 64. The 100 Arts of Cultivation. Swordsmanship. This is the true essence of cultivation. In the courtyard of the Shao family, Chu Feng stood before Xiao Huahua, studying him intently. Huahua, what do you think of the path of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua's expression became animated, and he exclaimed, Master, the art of cultivation is truly remarkable. With my advancement to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, I can defeat those in the innate realm. Upon reaching the 7th layer, I can even confront the pinnacle masters of this world head-on. In just 3 months, I have surpassed realms that ordinary warriors could only dream of. I understand that your guidance has played the most significant role in this, yet the power of cultivation is undeniably astounding. Noticing Xiao Huahua's exuberance, nearly bursting with excitement, Chu Feng smiled gently and replied, Do you realize that you have yet to even glimpse the threshold of true cultivation? At these words, Xiao Huahua's excitement was abruptly extinguished, replaced by a dazed expression. He murmured in shock, With my strength at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I should be able to contend with mid-tier masters. Masters represent the pinnacle of the southern wasteland, yet I have not even caught a glimpse of true cultivation. The fervor on Xiao Huahua's face was swiftly replaced by a sense of guilt as he lowered his head and said to Chu Feng, Master, I apologize. I became overconfident after defeating a master and have let you down. Seeing Xiao Huahua's remorseful demeanor, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy within. Excellent. This young man has fallen for it again. Although the great wilderness capturing heaven technique is formidable, relying solely on one move does not fully showcase his capabilities as a strong practitioner. It is essential to find an opportunity for Xiao Huahua to refine other skills. Clearing his throat, he said, Previously, seeing you still at the Qi refinement stage, I thought teaching you the great wilderness capturing heaven technique would suffice. However, from our recent battle, it is evident that you lack ordinary offensive techniques. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's heart trembled. Is Master going to impart another technique? He immediately bowed and said, "Please, Master, grant me your teachings." Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction and continued, on the path of cultivation, aside from internal cultivation of spiritual power, there exist countless marvelous applications. This is known as the 100 arts of cultivation. The 100 arts encompass alchemy, formations, artifact refining. A pinnacle formation, when unleashed, can obliterate an entire continent. Talismans can bring the dead to life or extinguish the living. Their functions are profound. Artifact refining allows for the creation of magical tools, which are a formidable asset for cultivators. My flying vessel is a product of such refinement. Listening quietly beside him, Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if he had opened the door to a new world. He murmured to himself, "The 100 arts? A single formation can actually refine an entire continent? A talisman can resurrect the dead or vanquish the powerful, and artifact refining to forge vessels like Master S?" Every technique left Xiaohua in disbelief. For a warrior, the extent of their abilities is typically limited to various martial arts and the power of flight. Yet, this path of cultivation surprisingly possesses myriad powers, capable of accomplishing feats beyond his imagination, things he had never even heard of. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, "So, this is what my master meant when he said I had yet to glimpse the true essence of cultivation. The myriad arts of cultivation, this is the essence of true cultivation. Truly, it is the path to immortality." Excitedly, Xiaohua clenched his fists, his gaze filled with hope as he looked towards Chu Feng. Since Chu Feng had brought up these topics today, it must mean he intended to teach him the myriad arts of cultivation. Chu Feng had been observing Xiaohua and, noticing the excitement in his eyes, understood that the boy had indulged in his fantasies. He slowly began to speak. "Today, I shall first teach you the art of weapon forging and sword control." As his words fell, the fabric of Chu Feng's robe was suddenly lifted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. A bag flew out from within his sleeves, its surface shimmering with numerous runes imbued with potent spiritual energy. This was the storage bag he had crafted by hand not long ago. Chu Feng, having been somewhat lackadaisical about his cultivation, had instead focused on experimenting with various techniques. Recently, he had discovered the methods for creating magical artifacts like storage bags, as depicted in the cultivation novels of his past life. In this world, by refining an object with spiritual energy and applying the incantations he had gleaned from those novels, he had indeed managed to create a storage bag and even constructed a flying vessel, but the quality was best left unmentioned. To advance further, he needed to pass these skills on to Xiaohua, allowing the boy to learn and ultimately return the knowledge to him. As the storage bag emerged, its opening gaped wide, unleashing a tempest of wind under Chu Feng's command. The force of this wind nearly knocked Xiaohua off his feet. Soon, several glowing orbs floated out, coming to rest before Xiaohua. As the radiance dissipated, they revealed themselves to be a few spirit stones and some ores. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Feng exclaimed, "Rise." The spirit stones and ores abruptly lifted, thick spiritual energy coiling around them like serpents. When this spiritual energy coalesced to a sufficient intensity, flames erupted from the surface of the spirit stones, accompanied by thick white smoke and sizzling sounds. The spirit stones and ores were rapidly refined, quickly transforming from the size of a human head into pools of molten liquid. The liquid spiraled in the air, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a long sword. With a deft motion, Chu Feng unleashed a distinctly different surge of spiritual energy, enveloping the crimson longsword. In an instant, dense mist enveloped the blade. Moments later, radiant light burst forth from the fog, dazzlingly beautiful. With a whoosh, a long sword emerged from the mist, landing before Xiaohua. Under the blazing sun, the sword gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This was a low-grade, treasured sword. Seeing the sword take shape, Chu Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had practiced in advance, preventing any mishaps. With his formidable spiritual energy at the mid-foundation stage, he had forged this low-grade treasured sword with sheer willpower. Xiaohua gazed in astonishment at the floating longsword before him, murmuring in disbelief. Is it truly possible to refine weapons in such a manner? In his understanding, the crafting of superior weapons in the southern wilderness realm typically required the expertise of multiple renowned artisans, laboriously forging each piece over the course of many years. Yet, here stood his master, effortlessly conjuring a sword out of thin air right before his eyes. This revelation completely shattered Xiaohua's previous notions. His expression filled with excitement, He exclaimed, "Is this the art of weapon refinement among the myriad skills of cultivation? Indeed, it is extraordinary. But what are the others?" Regaining his composure, Xiaohua turned to look at Chu Feng. The latter then summoned his spiritual energy, a glimmer of light dancing at his fingertips. As this light flickered, the freshly forged sword began to hum and tremble, soon sliding down before Chu Feng. "Huahua," Chu Feng declared. "Next, I shall teach you the fundamental offensive techniques of a cultivator, the art of sword control." Chapter 65. This familiar identity. The daughter of destiny? The treasured sword resonated with a humming sound, swirling gracefully, executing movements that no ordinary swordsman could achieve. It seemed as if the sword possessed a soul of its own, exhibiting remarkable agility before ultimately settling into tranquility. Chu Feng continued, "The art of sword manipulation entails the control of the flying sword through spiritual energy. It is akin to merging with the sword's spirit, allowing one to wield it as effortlessly as an extension of one's own body, swift as thunder." As his words faded, Chu Feng flicked his fingertips lightly. The sword surged forth with sudden ferocity. Xiaohua could only perceive flashes of cold light darting through the courtyard, the speed of which was beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A gentle gust lifted the strands of hair on his forehead, and the gleaming sword, unbeknownst to him, had come to a halt mere inches from his face. With a slight smile, Chu Feng remarked, "To perform the sword manipulation technique, one must channel spiritual energy, binding it to the flying sword, perceiving it as an extension of one's own vision, moving in accordance with one's thoughts. With intention, the sword arrives. Mastering this technique could enable one to sever an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away." Gazing at the glimmering blade before him, Xiaohua swallowed hard. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, even a mere ordinary offensive technique can be so fearsome. In the southern wilderness, it was well known that warriors above the acquired realm could project their inner strength outward. Yet, inner strength could not manipulate objects with the finesse of spiritual energy, let alone possess the capability to strike an enemy from such a distance. At that moment, a gentle knocking echoed from the wooden door of the courtyard. After Chu Feng invited the visitor to enter, the door creaked open slowly. Xiao Zhan approached, wearing an expression of hesitation. Observing this, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "What brings the head of the Xiao family here? Speak freely." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan sighed deeply, gritting his teeth before speaking. "Immortal Master, not long ago, while you and Huahua were away training, a woman visited the Xiao family. She possesses formidable strength and extensive knowledge, remaining with us as a guest elder. Over the past few months, she has assisted the Xiao family significantly, and now she has requested to meet you." As if the floodgates had opened, Xiao Zhan continued, "This woman's background is quite tragic. She was originally a princess of the Silver Moon dynasty. However, she lost her father to poisoning by the newly ascended queen and has since been pursued to this place by the queen's followers. Yet, perhaps it was fate. For during her flight, she acquired the legacy of a celestial being." Xiaohua gasped in astonishment. "I never expected that celestial beings truly exist in the southern wilderness. However," he added, "yet, as formidable as celestial beings may be within the legends of martial arts, they pale in comparison to the mastery of our esteemed master of cultivation." Meanwhile, Chu Feng lowered his head in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "A father slain, pursued by a wicked stepmother, and yet she gains the legacy of a celestial being." A faint smile graced his lips. How familiar this narrative feels. If I am not mistaken, the subsequent plot concerning this woman should revolve around her cultivating the celestial legacy, rising to seek vengeance, reclaiming her throne, and ultimately becoming a wise sovereign. Thus, is she not also a child of destiny? Oh no, a daughter of destiny. Upon contemplating this, even Chu Feng could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After nearly a year's time, he had once again encountered a second child of destiny. Although Xiaohua was formidable, capable of refining many celestial artifacts he had fabricated, granting him his current prowess, she remained merely human. Chu Feng's ambition was to capture all the children of destiny and compel them to return their cultivation to him. He cleared his throat, striving to steady his emotions. One must not become overly exhilarated. Should the other party prove more astute than Xiaohua, matters could become complicated. It was prudent to observe first. He maintained an impassive demeanor and said, "Huahua, you should focus on the swordsmanship I mentioned earlier." Xiaohua, filled with enthusiasm, complied and moved aside to practice with her sword. Chu Feng then addressed Xiao Zhan. "Bring her over." Upon hearing that Chu Feng was willing to meet her, Xiao Zhan immediately responded with excitement. "Thank you, esteemed master. I shall fetch her at once." Shortly after, Lu Qingwu arrived before Chu Feng, following Xiaozhan. Her pair of violet, crystalline eyes gazed in astonishment at the young man before her. Encountering the legendary Xiantian immortal lord Chu Feng face to face, even with her reincarnation, Lu Qingwu felt an overwhelming trepidation. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Lu Qingwu pays her respects to Master Chu." Chu Feng nodded indifferently and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" In response, Lu Qingwu prostrated herself on the ground, retrieving a piece of black paper from her waist. Presenting it to Chu Feng with a quivering voice, "Qingwu has long admired the master, knowing he is a celestial being, thus daring to seek his guidance as a disciple. This legacy, acquired in an unexpected valley, I wish to offer to the master, hoping for his acceptance." Lu Qingwu felt a tremor of anxiety. The best offering she could present to show her reverence was this celestial legacy. Chu Feng regarded the slightly trembling Lu Qingwu, pondering for a moment before stating, "Indeed, you possess a modicum of connection to me. However, becoming my disciple is not so straightforward. We shall see how well you comprehend. Thus, you may first become my registered disciple. If you fail to grasp the fundamentals in 3 months, you are free to depart." Lu Qingwu, kneeling, felt her complexion flush with excitement. She had only come to test the waters, never anticipating such a possibility. She bowed deeply and expressed, "Thank you, Master. I shall surely not disappoint your expectations." She extended the celestial legacy forward. Chu Feng waved his hand. "You have yet to truly enter the fold. Such formalities can be discussed later. From now on, you may simply address me as Master." "Yes, Master." Lu Qingwu respectfully bowed and rose. Subsequently, the voice before her continued to resonate softly, and she earnestly listened. This discourse emphasizes the importance of comprehension over form. Upon hearing Chu Feng begin his teachings, Xiaozhan wisely took his leave. In that moment, the expansive courtyard was left with only Chu Feng and Lu Qingwu. Lu Qingwu furrowed her brow, striving to grasp the essence of the man's words. Meanwhile, Chu Feng reiterated the concepts he had previously shared with Xiao Huahua, presenting them once more to Lu Qingwu. Observing her expression, he noted that her confusion was markedly less than that of Xiao Huahua during her initial encounter with the path of qi refinement. Prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips, he mused inwardly, "With my elevated status and strength, even when proclaiming the absurd, few would dare to disbelieve. This has indeed made it easier to persuade others." He continued, explaining, "The essence of qi refinement lies in first perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing it into one's body, and retaining it completely. This process is known as qi absorption. An ordinary individual can typically absorb 5 strands of spiritual energy." Lu Qingwu's expression reflected a hint of curiosity. How many strands did Brother Huahua manage to absorb? Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, 10 strands. However, do not aspire too high. If you can absorb 7 strands of spiritual energy, I shall consider you initiated. Lu Qingwu nodded earnestly, stating, "As your disciple, I shall not disappoint you." Chapter 66, Celestial Beings. Is the southern wilderness merely the tip of the iceberg? In the secluded courtyard of the Xiao family, as Chu Feng observed Lu Qingwu gradually embodying the essence of the profound techniques once grasped by Xiao Huahua, he felt a sense of reassurance and retreated to his chamber. Standing before the table, he waved his hand, and a beam of white light glided across the surface, transforming into a blank sheet of paper. Upon this paper was inscribed the celestial heart method that Lu Qingwu had intended to present to him, although he had not formally accepted her as a disciple. Following his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, both his intellect and sensory perceptions had been significantly enhanced. With his current memory, he had merely glanced at the paper and retained its contents flawlessly. Even though he had not officially taken Lu Qingwu as a student, he understood the necessity of maintaining the facade befitting a celestial master. After contemplating the so-called celestial techniques for a while, Chu Feng murmured to himself, "The inner strength cultivated through this method is formidable indeed. The fluctuations of this technique could potentially enable a martial artist to reach a level equivalent to the foundation establishment phase. It seems that what is referred to as celestial beings is akin to cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. However, perhaps in this world, the intensity of spiritual energy surpasses that of inner strength, rendering cultivators of the same realm significantly stronger than martial artists. For instance, Xiao Huahua, though merely a 7th-tier qi refinement cultivator, should correspond to a grandmaster-level martial artist, yet he can contend equally with those in the mid-stage of grandmaster rank, even defeating them with the might of his martial skills. It remains unclear what realms lie beyond celestial beings. Moreover, The most crucial point is that if celestial beings are not mere figments of imagination, it is highly likely that this world is far more complex than he had anticipated. If celestial beings truly exist, where might they be found? Chu Feng furrowed his brows, yet there was a glimmer of joy in his expression. Perhaps the 10,000 mountains are not the so-called edge of the world. Beyond them lies another realm of martial prowess, one that is even more formidable and resplendent. Setting the paper aside, Chu Feng gazed skyward, murmuring to himself, I must hasten my journey of cultivation and urge Xiaohuahua to train diligently. Meanwhile, in the grand city of Dazhao, an imposing and resplendent palace complex stood tall. Within the depths of this majestic structure, a middle-aged man adorned in a dragon robe and sporting a mustache sat at a desk, perusing an official report. His brow furrowed deeply into a frown. As he read, he unconsciously began to vocalize the text. An 18-year-old grandmaster has defeated the general of the Black Abyss sect. The Celestial Palace has a celestial being as a master. The more he read, the heavier his voice became, akin to gathering thunder. He directed his gaze towards the elderly eunuch kneeling before him and coldly stated, Eunuch Pei, do you not know that deceiving the emperor is a capital offense? The man's emotionless voice resonated like thunder, causing the eunuch, known as Eunuch Pei, to tremble and repeatedly bow his head in fear, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this old servant dares not. These indeed are reports that have circulated from Songzhou, and they have been thoroughly verified before being presented to Your Majesty. Observing the terror etched upon the face of Eunuch Pei, Mingting let out a cold scoff. You may leave now. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch Pei replied, retreating in trepidation. Once all the guards had been dismissed, Mingting approached the wall of the study, grasping a nearby vase and slowly turning it. In a moment, the sound of floorboards creaking echoed through the air. The wall gradually pivoted, revealing a concealed door. Mingting stepped inside. The sound of the stone door sealing shut behind him. Before him lay a narrow corridor, and he ventured deeper, navigating through countless mechanisms along the way. The passage seeming to stretch on indefinitely. Here, he had reached the innermost sanctum of the imperial palace. A secret chamber emerged before his eyes, where two elderly figures sat in meditation at the center. As Mingting gazed upon them, he recognized them as the venerable ancestors of the Dazhao imperial lineage, the very foundation of his dynasty's strength. Ming Qian, a mid-stage grandmaster. Ming Wu, a late-stage grandmaster on the brink of the pinnacle. These two represented the zenith of Dazhao's might, save for the Black Ming sect. Mingting inquired of them, esteemed ancestors, do you believe in the existence of immortals in this world? Ming Wu furrowed his brow, responding, Tinger, have you perhaps been under too much stress lately? Observing the elder in the gray robe, Mingting presented the memorial in his hand, saying, Ancestor, please take a look. Upon receiving the document and scanning its contents, a look of bewilderment gradually spread across Ming Wu's aged visage. Meanwhile, the elder in the blue robe, after reading it, scrunched his wrinkled face in disbelief. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Mingting inhaled deeply, stating, Esteemed ancestors, this pertains to the state of war along the Songzhou front. It has been corroborated from multiple sources. The information is accurate. Upon hearing this, both grandmasters straightened their postures. Ming Wu's expression transformed with shock as he fixated on the memorial, murmuring incredulously, An 18-year-old grandmaster? How many years has it been since such talent has emerged in the South Wilderness? And a flying palace? If this were spoken by another, I would dismiss it as mere folly. Yet, it is relayed by my own descendant, the sovereign of Dazhao. A monarch speaks no empty words. Ming Qian's brow knitted into a frown. Could this immortal be an entity from beyond the South Wilderness? After a moment of silence, Ming Wu solemnly nodded. Indeed. This Master Chu must have traversed the 10,000 great mountains to arrive from beyond the borders of the South Wilderness. How else could he present a so-called flying palace? Or cultivate an 18-year-old grandmaster? How could he possibly intimidate even the gods into retreating? Suddenly, he lifted his head, his aged eyes sparkling with fervor. Such a figure should be befriended, not antagonized. If we could enlist this immortal's aid, it would not merely mean the annihilation of the Black Ming sect, but the unification of the South Wilderness could also be within our grasp. Upon hearing Ming Wu's words, the usually composed Ming Ting displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the elder held such a high regard for this celestial master. At that moment, Ming Qian, filled with excitement, urged, Tinger, heed my counsel. Go at once to the imperial treasury and retrieve the precious 9,000-year-old blood ginseng. Send it immediately to Songzhou City to make a favorable impression on the celestial master. Ming Ting nodded, ready to depart, when Ming Wu suddenly interjected, No, that is far from sufficient. Since Tongzhou City has been preserved due to the Celestial Master, we should directly bestow the city upon him, granting it independence from the Great Zhao, belonging solely to the Celestial Master. Ming Ting, taken aback by Ming Wu's fervent declarations, quickly interposed, realizing that such a cost was excessive for the sake of befriending one individual. However, Ming Wu shook his head and lamented, alas, for the sake of fleeting gains in this region, should we miss the opportunity to ally with such a transcendent being, it would indeed be a grave loss. Once we forge a connection with the Celestial Master, the benefits far outweigh the constraints of a mere territory. To speak of the present, with a celestial being safeguarding us, how could the Black Ming sect dare to act so recklessly? With that, Ming Wu rose resolutely, declaring, enough. Ting prepare a grand gift. I shall go in person. Chapter 67. Please, Master Chu Feng. For the Great Zhao Empire. 5 days later, outside Sangzhou City, a serene sky was suddenly interrupted by several dark shadows descending before the city walls. The ominous black aura enveloped the entire sky in thick, foreboding clouds. The citizens within the city, upon witnessing this spectacle, were struck with terror and fled in all directions. The once bustling streets swiftly fell silent, and the watchful eyes of the prominent families focused intently on the scene above. To their astonishment, they recognized the figures hovering in the air as the formidable members of the Black Underworld sect, who had recently come to attack Sangzhou City. Di Gong glanced at one of the disciples from the Misty sect, whose overwhelming presence was enough to instill fear. Lead me to the Xiao family to seek the master. The Misty sect disciple hesitated, noting the throng of disciples following Di Gong, many of whom were burdened with chests. A quick glance revealed that the Black Underworld sect had brought over 30 chests filled with treasures. Under the weight of such a terrifying aura, the Misty sect disciple dared not defy him and reluctantly guided the way. The spies from other factions exchanged glances, speculating that the Black Underworld sect's visit was merely to offer apologies to Master Chu. After instructing their disciples to report back to their respective factions, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. In Sangzhou City, at the Xiao residence, this location was among the most prosperous areas of the city. Suddenly, dozens of figures clad in black appeared on the streets, sending the populace into a frenzy of fear. Di Gong, not daring to remain aloft, respectfully descended to the ground with the members of the Black Underworld sect. Before the grand entrance inscribed with the characters Xiao Fu, he bowed respectfully, proclaiming, I, Di Gong of the Black Underworld sect, have come to offer my apologies. I hope the master might grant me an audience. Though his voice was soft, it resonated throughout the Xiao family estate, amplified by his profound inner strength. Before long, the gates of the Xiao residence slowly creaked open. Xiao Zhan, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Xiao family, stood at the threshold. Despite his nerves, he addressed the legendary master with respect. Xiao Zhan pays his respects to the esteemed elder. The master is currently occupied and cannot meet. We would be honored to host you in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Di Gong's expression darkened slightly, yet he waved dismissively. Enough. If I cannot see the master, what is the purpose of drinking with you? He turned to his disciples, signaling them to set down the precious herbs they were carrying. Di Gong continued. Here lie 32 boxes of top-grade spiritual herbs from the Black Underworld sect. Ensure that not a single one is missing when delivered to the master. With that, he waved his sleeve and prepared to depart. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar, from the Great Zhao Empire. Ming Wu comes to pay respects to Master Chu Feng. The members of the Black Underworld sect were momentarily stunned, while the spies who had followed were left in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. An elder from the Mountain Gate sect gazed skyward and exclaimed, Ming? That is the surname of the royal family. Could it be? Which prince has come in person? The other scouts from various factions are also intently gazing at the sky, evidently sharing the same thoughts. However, in front of the disciples of the Black Underworld sect, the Earth Lord gazes at the heavens, feeling the profound inner strength from the earlier transmission. A look of astonishment flickers in his eyes as he exclaims, Ming Wu? Are you the ancient grandmaster of the royal family? At this utterance, the surrounding crowd, including the high-ranking officials who had just arrived due to the scout's notification, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. The leaders of the Misty Mountain and the Moonsword sect exchanged glances, the former taking a deep breath and saying, The ancient grandmaster of the royal family? Could it be that the visitor is the royal ancestor? Nearby, Xiao Zhan and several senior members of the Xiao family also froze upon hearing this revelation. The royal ancestor has personally come, merely to pay a visit to Chu Feng? The minds of Xiao Zhan and his fellow elders became a whirlwind of confusion. The Grand Elder looked towards the distant figure that had suddenly appeared, his voice trembling. What merit or virtue do we possess for the royal ancestor, the guardian deity of Dezhou, to visit us? Previously, for the Shao family, the royal ancestor had been akin to the sun in the sky, known to exist, protecting every inch of the land they tread upon, yet always distant and unattainable. Now, this guardian deity of Dezhou has come to their doorstep? Moreover, the words he had just spoken still echoed in their minds. Mingwu of the Dezhou royal family has come to pay a visit. Such courtesy was unprecedented. To speak frankly, even in the past, when Dao-level forces or peak postnatal beings visited the Shao family, they were direct and did not show any deference. However, ever since Chu Feng's arrival, everything had changed. As the crowd pondered, a shadow suddenly swooped down, landing before the gates of the Shao family. Xiao Zhan and the senior members of the Shao family looked at the elderly figure and bowed in unison. Shao family pays respects to the ancestor. They all knelt in reverence. Yet, the elderly man in gray robes displayed a hint of excitement, quickly supporting Xiao Zhan. No, you are Xiao Huahua's father, Xiao Zhan. Right? Your son Xiao Huahua, alongside the immortal master, defended Songzhou against the Black Underworld sect, safeguarding our Dezhou. I have come to express my gratitude. Might I request an introduction? In the next moment, everyone felt a refreshing breeze brush past them, and a figure appeared before them. Chu Feng glanced at the so-called royal ancestor, his face devoid of any emotion as he stated, I am merely here for my disciple. There is no need for gratitude. Mingwu suddenly trembled, looking at the young man before him, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his heart filled with dread. When exactly did this young man appear? I had no inkling whatsoever. It seemed as if he had materialized out of thin air. Was this the kind of presence that could intimidate the celestial powers of the Black Underworld sect? If the individual before him had truly intended to take his life, it is likely he would have been unable to react in time. Mingwu's final shred of doubt was entirely dispelled. The person standing before him was undoubtedly a legendary celestial-level powerhouse. Mingwu promptly bowed and proclaimed, regardless of the circumstances, it is the immortal master who has safeguarded Songzhou City. Our Dezhou imperial family is well known for its principle of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the leaders of various sects nearby exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of incredulity. Wu Shan could not help but chuckle wryly. Gratitude, you say? I seem to recall that the Dezhou imperial family has always been rather overbearing. 30 years ago, when numerous sects from Songzhou united to repel the invasion of the Black Abyss cult, countless lives were lost, only to be met with a mere token of thanks from the imperial family. Meanwhile, Mingwu retrieved a 3-foot-long ginseng, entirely blood-red, from his sleeve and presented it to Chu Feng. This is a 9,000-year-old blood ginseng, a token of goodwill from the imperial family. I hope the immortal master will graciously accept it. After a brief pause, he straightened up and continued, I have come here on behalf of the entire imperial family, wishing to request that immortal master Chu Feng become the master of our Dezhou, with Songzhou designated as your fief. Chapter 68, The Imperial Teacher Xiao Zhan. Has the Shao family ascended to the pinnacle in merely 6 months? As the words resonated, the expressions of the gathered crowd shifted dramatically, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at the guardian deity of Dezhou. The title of imperial teacher, along with the fief of Songzhou, represented an immense gesture. A similar sentiment echoed in the hearts of numerous sect leaders. The members of the Shao family, confronted with such staggering news, found their breaths growing labored, their faces flushed with excitement. In stark contrast, the protagonist, Chu Feng, remained unperturbed, casting merely a fleeting glance at Mingwu. In this realm, strength ultimately reigned supreme. It was his formidable power that compelled the royal family of Dezhou to expend their resources in courting him. Without such prowess, he wouldn't even have been able to exit the Forbidden Forest, let alone command such attention from these individuals. In this world, power and wealth are mere appendages to strength. Without it, even the richest treasures would slip through one's fingers. Moreover, as a cultivator, why would he desire dominion over a realm of mortals? Accepting such benefits would yield no advantage but rather entangle him in worldly matters. In an instant, he grasped the implications and stated, I am solely devoted to the path of enlightenment, having no interest in mundane affairs. I shall accept the blood ginseng. But the position of imperial teacher and the fief of Songzhou shall be disregarded. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the audacity of refusing a fiefdom. Yet, their astonishment was fleeting, as realization dawned upon them. A celestial teacher's mere word could deter the likes of the Black Underworld sect. Who in the southern wilderness would dare defy him? The fact that the celestial teacher did not take action clearly indicated his disdain for such trivialities. This notion became evident to Ming Wu as well, leading him to feel a sense of distress upon arriving. He had never considered the possibility of encountering someone who could reject an entire province as fief. Ming Wu opened his mouth to speak, yet hesitated, fearing to offend Chu Feng. At that moment, he noticed the somewhat dazed Xiaozhan standing nearby. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the elder's eyes as he remarked, "I have heard that the disciple of the celestial teacher, Xiaohuahua, was a key figure in the recent battle before Cangzhou, even defeating the Earth Lord General, an invaluable asset to Dezhou. Why not bestow the position of imperial teacher and the fief of Cangzhou upon his father, Xiaozhan? What say you, celestial teacher?" Chu Feng nonchalantly waved his hand. "This matter concerns you, not me. If he agrees, then it is settled." Upon hearing this, Ming Wu's expression brightened, and he quickly turned to Xiaozhan, asking, "Xiaozhan, would you be willing to become the imperial teacher of the Dezhou dynasty and accept the fief of Cangzhou?" The sudden shift left Xiaozhan's mind in a fog, pointing to himself in bewilderment. "Me?" Xiaozhan appeared dazed, as if his mind was overwhelmed, unable to process the unfolding events. What was happening? He was merely standing here. How had the guardian deity of Dezhou suddenly turned his gaze towards him, proposing that he assume the role of imperial teacher and claim the fief of Cangzhou? Ming Wu solemnly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is you, the head of the Xiao family." Holding his breath, Xiaozhan felt increasingly dizzy, his gaze shifting towards Chu Feng. Although he was nearly disoriented, he was acutely aware of the source of his predicament. Were it not for Chu Feng's presence, it was unlikely that this guardian of the great Zhao would have even glanced in his direction, let alone appointed him as an imperial teacher. Meeting Xiaozhan's gaze, Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the crowd's attention quivered, feeling but a gentle breeze as Chu Feng vanished from their sight, leaving only his clear voice behind. "Feel free to discuss your matters as you wish." With Chu Feng's consent, Xiaozhan fervently nodded to Ming Wu, declaring, "Xiaozhan is willing to accept the divine favor." Upon hearing this, Ming Wu excitedly scanned the assembly, announcing, "I hereby declare that Xiaozhan shall be appointed as the imperial teacher of the great Zhao, enjoying royal privileges and ranking above all officials. He shall be granted the fief of Cangzhou, within which he may exercise sovereign rights. The imperial decree will be issued tomorrow." Eagerly concluding his proclamation, Ming Wu grasped Xiaozhan's hand, beaming as he continued, "As the imperial teacher, the Xiao family shall henceforth be as brothers to our royal lineage. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to voice them." Observing Xiaozhan's astonished and repeated nods of acknowledgement, Ming Wu felt a sense of pride. Bestowing the title of imperial teacher upon Xiaozhan's father was indeed a wise choice. It was rumored that the immortal master was fiercely protective. Any disturbances to his disciples' peace would surely be met with intervention. Furthermore, under the tutelage of the immortal master, Xiaohuahua's talents were already remarkable. At the age of 18, he had reached the level of a grand master and would continue his cultivation, likely evolving into a celestial being in a few years. Cangzhou, one of the central provinces of the Great Zhao, existed in symbiosis with the kingdom. Should the Great Zhao encounter troubles, Cangzhou would inevitably feel the repercussions. And if something were to befall his father, Xiaohuahua would certainly not remain idle. Thus, forging a strong alliance with the Xiao family at the cost of an entire province was undeniably a profitable venture. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and concerned about leaving a poor impression on Chu Feng, Ming Wu took his leave. It was only then that the members of the Xiao family, who had been holding their breath in stunned silence, began to regain their composure. Staring wide-eyed and incredulous as they exclaimed, "Patriarch, you have become the imperial teacher? And you possessed Cangzhou as your fief?" Overwhelmed by excitement, Xiaozhan could only nod numbly. The grand elder laughed heartily several times, proclaiming, "From this day forth, our Xiao family is truly destined to soar to greatness." Within a day, this extraordinary news rapidly spread throughout the city of Cangzhou. At the misty mountain of the floating mist sect, observing the elders below preparing lavish gifts, one elder shook his head with a wry smile, remarking, "The Xiao family, having allied with the immortal master, is truly set to ascend to new heights." How little time has passed. The Xiao family has transformed from the lord of a small city to the ruler of Cangzhou, commanding the entire province. Even our floating mist sect must now bow to the Xiao family. Beside her, Su Ling'o wore a beautiful visage, albeit tinged with a hint of daze. Was her former father-in-law truly the master of the very land beneath her feet? The Moonsword sect. The sect leader of the Moonsword sect gazed down at the disciples busily packing various spiritual herbs into boxes, and could not help but furrow his brow. "Hurry up. Other sects are nearly at the threshold of the Xiao family, urging you to prepare lavish gifts. yet you linger here idly. In the future, that family will govern our moon sword sect. If we are tardy in presenting our offerings now, who knows what troubles may arise later. After delivering his reprimand, he turned his gaze towards the heavens, a flicker of envy crossing his features, as he murmured to himself, "If only I could also have a disciple under the tutelage of Master Chu Feng." Chapter 69. The Introduction to Swordsmanship. The Second Disciple, Lu Qingwu. Overnight, the city of Tsangzhou erupted in excitement. Various factions eagerly rushed across the threshold of the Shao family. However, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Shao family's front courtyard, which resembled a vibrant marketplace, the rear courtyard was a realm apart. So tranquil that one could hear the faintest breath. Xiao Huahua sat cross-legged on the ground, a spiritual sword suspended before him. The sword shimmered with a cold light, subtly entwined with strands of rosy aura. It seemed to float gently in rhythm with the boy's breathing, as Xiao Huahua silently chanted his mental technique. The sheen of the sword fluctuated between brilliance and dimness, deepening the connection between them. Yet, this serene moment did not last long. In an instant, the spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Huahua surged forth like a tidal wave, swirling rapidly. The spiritual sword trembled slightly. At the same time, Xiao Huahua opened his eyes, as if drawn by an unseen force, his fingers dancing in a continuous motion, leaving countless afterimages that converged, ultimately thrusting forward. Flash! With a sharp command, a crescent-shaped, fearsome sword energy shot forth, accompanied by a fierce gale, striking a boulder 100 meters away. Before his eyes appeared a deep chasm, over 10 meters long, adorned with a faint rosy glow. Xiao Huahua exhaled a breath of turbid air, gradually calming his breath. Filled with elation as he gazed at the boulder, "I have finally succeeded. After days of practicing the art of sword control, I have finally made progress. From this moment on, I am no longer that reckless barbarian who merely enveloped himself in spiritual power." Just as Xiao Huahua was about to sit down and continue his fervent training, he suddenly froze. He turned sharply to look behind him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Is that the aura of spiritual energy? In his sight, a faint and elusive spiritual energy was slowly coalescing. The presence of spiritual power in the air was exceedingly weak, far too feeble to belong to his master. A fleeting image of the girl his father had brought to his master days ago flashed through Xiao Huahua's mind. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Could it be that my master has accepted her as a disciple? I have a junior sister now? As this thought emerged, Xiao Huahua's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be true. Such a faint spiritual energy can only manifest during the stage of spirit absorption. She must be in the process of spirit absorption. I am going to be the elder brother. The sudden wave of joy caught Xiao Huahua off guard. He recalled his own experience during his spirit absorption, slapping his thigh in realization. At that time, the red ginseng I consumed had greatly facilitated my breakthrough into spirit absorption. Now, with spiritual herbs assisting my junior sister, she will surely fare even better. Having confirmed his thoughts, Xiao Huahua hastily made his way to the front courtyard. At this moment in the main hall of the Shao family, Xiao Zhan was engaged in an animated conversation with the head of the Miao Miao sect, Wu Shan, both wearing smiles as if deeply engrossed in their discussion. Upon seeing Xiao Huahua appear in this place, Xiao Zhan joyfully exclaimed, "Huahua, have you finished your seclusion?" Beside him, Wu Shan gazed in astonishment at Xiao Huahua. The aura emanating from Xiao Huahua was significantly more formidable than the last time they met. Could it be that in such a short span, he had made further advancements? Xiao Huahua, brimming with excitement, replied, "Father, let us not dwell on that for now. Do you have any spiritual herbs here? Please bring them all to me. I am in urgent need." Puzzled by Xiao Huahua's fervor, Xiao Zhan paused before saying, "A few days ago, some spiritual herbs sent by the Black Ming sect as an apology were placed in the side courtyard. You." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan felt a gust of wind pass by, and the figure of the young man had vanished without a trace. In the side courtyard, Xiao Huahua held in his arms a collection of 15 spiritual herbs, his excitement propelling him forward as he followed the faint glimmers of light in the air. In no time, he arrived in front of a small courtyard on the other side of the rear garden, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked towards the center of the courtyard. I was right. In the open space sat a woman cross-legged. Her breath seemed to have gradually synchronized with the rhythm of the universe after days of adjustment. The invisible yet palpable mystical power woven into her heart's method slowly began to manifest in harmony with her breathing, gently merging into her being. The woman furrowed her brows tightly, her slender form taut with concentration. The spiritual energy residing within her seemed to be gradually dissipating. However, her increasingly calm breathing managed to quell the restlessness. Eventually, the spiritual energy showed no further signs of leaking out, settling peacefully within her. Lu Qingwu quietly sensed the energy within her. So, this is spiritual energy? Her delicate brows raised slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Although this energy was comparatively weaker than her current martial prowess, it exuded a more agile and vibrant essence, seemingly establishing a connection with this world. At this moment, Chu Feng, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Huahua approached Chu Feng respectfully and bowed, Master. Then, with curiosity, he turned to Lu Qingwu and inquired, Master, who is this? Chu Feng glanced at Xiao Huahua, who was holding the spiritual herbs, and stated, From now on, she will be your junior sister. Though she has only absorbed spiritual energy into her body for 5 days, her talent is somewhat inferior to yours as the elder brother. However, as your teacher, I have always regarded comprehension and fate as the true measures of potential. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Xiao Huahua looked at Lu Qingwu and thought, Indeed, she is my junior sister. His eyes scanned Lu Qingwu with increasing delight. From now on, I, Xiao Huahua, shall be the elder brother under Master's guidance. However, it seems that this junior sister's talent is a bit lacking. Under Chu Feng's long-standing persuasion, Xiao Huahua had always believed that his own talent was exceptionally poor. Unexpectedly, this newly initiated junior sister possessed talents that were somewhat inferior to his own. Xiao Huahua suddenly shook his head, casting a glance at the spiritual herb in his hand. Inwardly resolving, this simply won't do. As the eldest senior brother, it is my duty to care for my little junior sister. These medicinal materials are insufficient. I must seek more from my father. After all, it appears that he has recently been overwhelmed with gifts. Although Xiao Huahua has been diligently immersed in his cultivation during this period, he cannot help but perceive certain disturbances in his surroundings. He is aware of the various forces that have approached and the presence of treasures within the estate. At that moment, Lu Qingwu finally emerged from her state of deep meditation, opening her eyes. Upon seeing the 2 men before her, she promptly rose and bowed, exclaiming, Master. Chu Feng regarded her with indifference and replied, Since you have successfully integrated the spirit within you, I shall not go back on my word. From this day forth, you shall be referred to as my disciple. Chapter 70. Xiao Huahua's Imagination. The apprentice must have suffered greatly before. Within a courtyard of the Xiao residence, Lu Qingwu, brimming with excitement, hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, Disciple Lu Qingwu pays homage to Master. She lifted her gaze towards the 2 figures before her, feeling as if she were ensnared in a dream, disbelief shimmering in her eyes. I have truly become a disciple of the Xiantian immortal sovereign. At this moment, her exhilaration surpassed even that of realizing her rebirth. It is worth noting that in her previous life, despite being a formidable Dan cultivator, she was never granted the privilege of meeting the Xiantian immortal sovereign. Yet today, she has directly taken him as her master. Lu Qingwu's body trembled slightly as her mind wandered back to the legends of disciples under the Xiantian immortal sovereign. Now on a unique path of cultivation bestowed by him, she too possesses the demeanor of a martial deity. Chu Feng cast an odd glance at the girl, wondering if her excitement was truly warranted. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the introduction. This is your senior brother, Xiao Huahua. Lu Qingwu turned to face Xiao Huahua. Without a moment's hesitation, she respectfully clasped her hands together and bowed. Qingwu pays respects to senior brother. Upon receiving Lu Qingwu's reverent gesture, Xiao Huahua felt a twinge of nervousness, clearing his throat. He feigned profundity and said, Junior sister, do not be disheartened. Although your talent may be slightly inferior to mine, it is still commendable. As he spoke, Xiao Huahua presented her with the spiritual herbs in his hand. Consider these as a welcoming gift from your senior brother. Lu Qingwu, momentarily bewildered, glanced at Xiao Huahua and then at the fragrant spiritual herbs he offered. Disheartened? How could she possibly appear disheartened? The joy of taking the Xiantian immortal sovereign as her master was overwhelming. She could hardly entertain feelings of sorrow. As for the earlier comments from Chu Feng and Xiao Huahua regarding her talent being somewhat inferior, she paid them no heed. Who is Xiao Huahua? He is destined to become a legendary martial ancestor. Even if her talent were to be a mere fraction of his, it would still leave her exhilarated to the point of sleepless nights. Observing the subtle changes in the expressions of his 2 disciples, Chu Feng sighed inwardly in resignation. Lu Qingwu's talent is indeed impressive, while Xiao Huahua's is nothing short of extraordinary. With the incantation I fabricated, they have unlocked the gateway to cultivation. Such talent, had it existed in the realms portrayed in past novels, would undoubtedly attract the fervent pursuit of various sects. Moreover, These two are recognized as children of destiny by the system. As he pondered this, Chu Feng suddenly recalled the notification sound that had just emerged from the system. At the moment Lu Qingwu broke through, the system had seemingly mentioned a tenfold return, which he had simply disregarded. For Chu Feng, even a tenfold return of spiritual energy is merely a trivial sum, insufficient to significantly advance his cultivation. He must wait until Lu Qingwu reaches a higher level, at least the Qi refinement stage, to truly relish the joy of a tenfold return from his two disciples. His eyes, dark as the night, yet shimmering like stars, gazed at Lu Qingwu, as if recalling something significant. Since you have entered the sect, as your master, I shall certainly take charge on your behalf. As my disciple, how can you be subjected to such indignities? I now present you with two choices. First, I shall accompany you to eliminate that empress. Or second, you may wait until your cultivation reaches fruition and take matters into your own hands. A warmth enveloped Lu Qingwu's heart, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Indeed, as the legends foretold, the Xiantian immortal master was fiercely protective of his disciples. Remarkably, she had barely been a disciple for an hour. Yet he was already contemplating ways to assist her in overcoming her troubles. Nevertheless, Lu Qingwu's expression remained resolute. Thank you for your kind intentions, master. Although I yearn for that woman's demise, avenging myself is a task I must undertake personally for it to hold any true significance. Until my great enmity is avenged, it will drive me forward, transforming into the very essence of my cultivation. Even in this second life, this vengeance remains paramount to my existence. That woman, I have envisioned confronting her countless times, and yet the bitterness in my heart remains unresolved. The thought of having another carry out this deed is unbearable. If I cannot personally exact vengeance for my father's grievances and restore the fallen dynasty, then I would lose the very motivation that fuels my cultivation. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng seemed to have anticipated her response. He merely nodded gently and then turned to Xiao Huahua, imparting a solemn reminder. Huahua, as the elder brother, you must bear the responsibilities that come with it. Take good care of your junior sister. With that, Chu Feng transformed into a wisp of breeze and vanished into the ether. At that moment, only Lu Qingwu and Xiao Huahua remained. Between the courtyards, the bamboo forest swayed in the wind, and birds chirped melodiously. All fell into a serene silence. The two shared a moment of quietude, with Lu Qingwu lowering her gaze, feeling somewhat restrained in the presence of the young man before her. Although Xiao Huahua had yet to step beyond the threshold of the vast mountains, she foresaw that in the years to come, he would emerge as the one who would bring peace to the world, standing tall as the martial ancestor. In her previous life, she had merely been a humble warrior, living in the shadow of the martial ancestor's renown. How could she not feel apprehensive with the genuine figure before her? However, Xiao Huahua remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, observing his junior sister's prolonged silence. He formed a hypothesis in his mind, thinking, she must carry the heavy burden of deep-seated enmity, which has led her to this state of despair. Hence her silence over the years. I too have tasted this anguish. During the 2 years prior to encountering the master, was I not ensnared in a similar hopelessness? Moreover, as the master stated, as the elder brother, it is my duty to assist her. With these thoughts swirling, Xiao Huahua clasped his hands behind his back and said, Junior sister, do not worry. Once I consult my father for additional cultivation resources, I shall ensure that your progress accelerates. Believing in the innate talent of the junior sister, it will not take long for her to keep pace with her senior brother. Listening to the concerned demeanor of the young man before her, Lu Qingwu found herself somewhat taken aback, as if she had encountered something extraordinarily astonishing. Gazing at the youth in front of her, her heart was nearly overwhelmed. This was none other than the martial ancestor, Xiao Huahua. Recalling the thunderous reputation he held in his previous life, Lu Qingwu could not help but feel the disparity was rather pronounced. It is said that this martial ancestor often spoke little, and when he did, it was usually to utter the 5 words great wilderness prison heaven. Yet now, he shows such concern for me. The atmosphere under the tutelage of the Xiantian immortal sovereign is indeed delightful. Chapter 71. The Golden Core Ancestor. A glimmer of hope. 2 disciples. Double the joy. In the secluded residence of the Xiao family, after several exchanges, Lu Qingwu and Xiao Huahua had become considerably more acquainted. The initial awkwardness between them had dissipated, and their conversations flowed with greater ease. Lu Qingwu, filled with curiosity, inquired, Senior brother, do you know the realm of our esteemed master? Although Lu Qingwu had often heard of the illustrious name of the Xiantian immortal lord in her previous life, her understanding of him paled in comparison to her knowledge of his disciples. She was aware, however, that the prowess of this Xiantian immortal seemed to surpass that of his disciples. Upon hearing her question, Xiaohuahua glanced around cautiously and whispered earnestly, "Junior sister, I too am unaware of our master's exact realm. However, from the moment I became his disciple nearly a year ago, I had my suspicions. I suspect that our master is a celestial being." A celestial being? Lu Qinwu furrowed her brow, pondering what level of power constituted such a status. Was it the realm of the heavenly being? Or perhaps beyond, in the realm of the golden core? Or even higher? The enigmatic youth before her smiled mysteriously and asked, "What do you think of the process of spirit absorption into the body? Do you find it particularly challenging?" Though taken aback by Xiaohuahua's sudden inquiry, she nodded. "Indeed, it is difficult, even with the experience of having been a golden core master in my past life. I still invested considerable effort to comprehend the intricacies of spirit absorption. But what does this have to do with our master's cultivation level?" she queried. Xiaohuahua chuckled. "Ah, junior sister, you might not realize this yet. You took 5 days to achieve spirit absorption, while I required 3 days for the same. Yet our master accomplished it in a single breath." Lu Qingwu's eyes widened in astonishment. In a single breath? He absorbed spirits in a mere moment? Before she could fully grasp the magnitude of this revelation, Xiaohuahua continued with pride, "Not only that, but in a single breath, our master absorbed 10 spirits, directly advancing to the first level of qi refinement." The simplicity of his statement left Lu Qingwu in sheer shock. She had intimately experienced the challenges of spirit absorption, and to learn that her master had accomplished what she struggled so hard to achieve tenfold was beyond comprehension. Just how terrifying was such talent? Surely, even the martial ancestor before her could not compare. Observing his junior sister's incredulous expression, Xiaohuahua scratched his nose and added, "Moreover, our master seeks the path of eternal life, having lived for an unfathomable length of time. His cultivation cannot merely be described by realms. Even the deities and temples would stand no chance against him." Xiaohuahua's words left Lu Qingwu momentarily stunned, struggling to digest the overwhelming information. She gazed into the sky, lost in thought. She had initially surmised that in her past life, Chu Feng's prowess would surpass that of the 5 disciples under her tutelage. Such was her overestimation. Little did she know, the Xiantian immortal master might have already achieved unparalleled supremacy before departing from the southern wilderness, in a state of focused cultivation. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng, as was his custom, casually sought refuge beneath a towering tree to bask in its shade. He relished the gentle caress of the breeze and the warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, indulging in a serene respite. Amidst his drowsiness, a sudden blue luminescent screen emerged before him, dispelling most of his slumber. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Xiaohuahua has broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Ding. The system is undergoing a tenfold return. An abundance of spiritual energy surged within him, coursing through every inch of his skin, enveloped in a sphere of blue light. An unprecedented sense of refreshing vitality and formidable strength soon enveloped his entire being. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation level, peak of foundation establishment 6th layer, martial skills, great wilderness prison sky finger fully mastered, sword control technique fully mastered. That little rascal Huahua truly lives up to expectations. He has not disappointed me." Just as Chu Feng was about to rise, his body jolted unexpectedly, and the blue screen flickered, revealing a slight alteration in the text above. Host, Chu Feng, cultivation level, 7th layer of foundation establishment. At that moment, another electronic notification resonated. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Lu Qingwu has broken through to the 1st level of qi refinement. Ding. Tenfold return successful." Observing this remarkable change, the joy on Chu Feng's face deepened. "Excellent, excellent. Qingwu is also quite impressive. My 2 disciples are indeed remarkable." Having traversed into this realm for a year, he had finally ascended to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, entering the latter stages of foundation establishment. Gazing at the 2 notification panels that lingered before him, Chu Feng expressed his satisfaction. "Truly, it is all thanks to my 2 disciples." Although Xiaohuahua was still formidable, achieving a tenfold return that propelled him directly from the 4th to the peak of the 6th layer of foundation establishment, without Lu Qingwu's timely tenfold return, he would likely have been delayed until the next breakthrough of Xiaohuahua to advance to the latter stage of foundation establishment. However, Lu Qingwu accomplished in 1 month what Xiaohuahua had taken nearly 4 months to achieve at the 1st level of qi refinement, a fact that did not surprise Chu Feng in the least. After all, he had long since transformed from a mere talker into a practitioner of substance. With various precious resources bestowed by different sects, coupled with the spiritual stones he had forged to assist in cultivation, Lu Qingwu's training speed was naturally far superior to that of the previously impoverished Xiaohuahua. Moving forward, as long as Lu Qingwu's cultivation level also ascends, my pace of breakthrough will undoubtedly accelerate. The day when I, Chu Feng, achieves the Golden Core stage is drawing near. Chu Feng laughed heartily. The term Golden Core cultivator holds significant weight in the myriad of cultivation novels from my past life, deserving of the title Old Ancestor. Moreover, in this martial arts world, upon this thought, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the two disciples who were rising from the ground outside the forest. For the sake of my golden elixir dream, my dear disciples, you shall have to endure further hardships. With a flick of his hand, a few rays of light shot forth from his fingertips. Within the secluded courtyard, Xiaohuahua and Lu Qingwu joyfully wielded their swords, reveling in the power surging within them. Lu Qingwu gazed at the crimson radiance emanating from her palms, her eyes shimmering with a mystical glow. No wonder so many people in my past life revered the cultivation path of the Xiantian Immortal Master. In merely a month, they had entered the true foundational stage of qi refinement. Such formidable strength was already on par with that of acquired martial artists. Moreover, the quality of this spiritual energy far surpassed the inner strength of several folds. It was likely that their combat prowess exceeded that of ordinary martial artists by several tiers. While the two were still basking in the joy of their breakthrough, a series of subtle whistling sounds pierced the air. By the time they reacted, 8 spirit stones had already landed before them. Gazing at the stones on the ground, Lu Qingwu felt a jolt within her heart. Indeed, our master is perceptive. He sensed our breakthrough the moment it occurred. Yet, what did these spirit stones signify? Were they perhaps a sign of dissatisfaction with our cultivation pace, suggesting that I and my senior brother had grown complacent? Exchanging a glance with Xiaohuahua, the two did not linger any longer. They promptly seized the spirit stones from the ground and resumed their diligent training. Observing this scene from his perch on a branch, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction before once again closing his eyes, surrendering himself to the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, amidst the tranquil peaks, a sudden cacophony erupted as numerous mountains collapsed. A terrifying aura surged forth, and 3 figures emerged from the dense clouds of smoke. Chapter 72. The Return of the Perfect Foundation Establishment. The next realm of qi cultivation. 3 months later, within the Shao residence, a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, striking the heavens above. A formidable aura emanated from the Shao estate, reverberating throughout Sangzhou City. Such a miraculous phenomenon drew the attention of countless citizens, halting their daily activities, and naturally, it captured the interest of the city's elite. Almost simultaneously, the leaders of various sects and factions stationed in Sangzhou hurriedly emerged from their abodes, soaring into the air, collectively awestruck by the magnificent pillar of light at the center of their gaze. The terrifying energy waves stirred the strands of hair on their foreheads, and Wu Shan, gazing at this luminous column, found himself momentarily entranced. This aura is several times more potent than that of the earthly general who once besieged Sangzhou. Could it be that yet another top-tier master has emerged within the city? Beside him, the master of the Moon Sword sect observed intently. This aura is undoubtedly comparable to that of the heavenly general, perhaps even surpassing it. Amidst their astonishment, the high-ranking members of the various sects floating in midair turned their attention towards the source of the light. Their gaze traversed through numerous streets, landing upon the heart of Sangzhou City, where expressions of realization spread across their faces. The master of the Mountain Gate sect chuckled softly, shaking his head. It must be that individual taking action. There is nothing to worry about. Wait, Wu Shan suddenly interjected. His body froze midair. Everyone turned to look at him. Wu Shan, sensing the rippling waves in the air, furrowed his brow deeply. While this aura is indeed terrifying, it does not reach the cataclysmic level of a top-tier master, and yet, this sensation feels oddly familiar. His expression shifted, and he gazed at the still undulating pillar of light, murmuring, "Could it be that Xiaohuahua has broken through again?" Upon hearing this, the various sect masters exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disbelief. This seems improbable. Even if Xiaohuahua was at the mid-level of a top-tier master 3 months ago, it would be inconceivable for him to make such a leap in merely 3 months. If that were true, would the Southern Wilderness martial arts become a laughingstock? The crowd chuckled lightly, non-committal in their responses. The master of the Mountain Gate sect added, "Surely it is just the immortal teacher guiding Xiaohuahua, suppressing his own power." There is no need for further speculation. As the beam gradually faded, Sangzhou City returned to its tranquil state. Meanwhile, Chu Feng remained oblivious to the celestial events above. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned, for at that moment, he was immersed in the joyous task of harvesting. A cascade of azure screens erupted before him, accompanied by a continuous stream of electronic notifications in his mind. Beep, congratulations to the host. Xiaohuahua has achieved the great perfection in qi refinement. Beep, tenfold return successful, the host's current realm. Foundation establishment 9th layer. Beep, congratulations to the host. Lu Qinwu has reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Beep, tenfold return successful, the host's current realm. Great perfection in foundation establishment. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng dissipated the luminous screen before him, yet the smile upon his face remained unwavering. In the span of 3 months, Xiaohuahua had consecutively broken through 2 major realms, attaining the great perfection in qi refinement. Lu Qinwu was not to be outdone, advancing 4 levels to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. This remarkable growth propelled them directly to the peak of foundation establishment, with only a single step remaining before reaching the golden core stage. Indeed, you two are my treasures. Were it not for the need to maintain his public persona, Chu Feng would have cherished and adored them as a father would his son and daughter. Although Chu Feng had yet to break through to the golden core stage, it would be no exaggeration to declare that with his current strength, he could effortlessly conquer the southern wilderness 100 times over. Regaining his composure, Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand and mused. The next step should be for Huahua to establish his foundation, paving my path to the golden core. With that thought, he vanished from his spot. In a room that was simply adorned yet exuded an air of elegance, Xiaohuahua sat cross-legged upon the bed. With each rise and fall of his breath, waves of spiritual energy surged forth from him like the tides, thick and powerful. Despite being well contained, the remnants of this dense energy still caused the walls to tremble and crack. After several cycles of circulation, Xiaohuahua's aura finally settled into tranquility. Opening his vibrant eyes, he exhaled a heavy breath, declaring, "At last, I have reached the realm of great perfection." Feeling the vast and tumultuous spiritual power within him, akin to an ocean, Xiaohuahua's lips curled into a confident smile. Had this been 5 months prior during the battle in Sangzhou, he could have single-handedly obliterated the Black Underworld sect's leaders. Suddenly, Xiaohuahua shook his head vigorously. As the thought flitted through his mind, he quickly cast it aside. No, I must not succumb to arrogance. My master has taught me that nothing is more detrimental to cultivation than frivolity and pride. This realm of qi refinement is merely the beginning. Even the great perfection in qi refinement barely signifies the first step. I cannot fathom what lies beyond this stage. As Xiaohuahua pondered, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Upon focusing, he saw a young man in a flowing white robe with long hair cascading down, who had appeared before him unannounced. Xiaohuahua promptly stood and bowed, saying, "Huahua pays respects to master." Simultaneously, the astonishment within him deepened. In the past, his weak power made him feel like a mayfly in the vast ocean. He knew his master was formidable, yet he struggled to comprehend the extent. Now, with his cultivation steadily advancing, he could increasingly sense the terrifying strength of his master. Such speed and prowess, even now at the great perfection in qi refinement. I find myself utterly incapable of responding. My master must be a transcendent being. After scrutinizing Xiaohuahua, Chu Feng remarked with satisfaction, "The qi refinement has reached great perfection. It seems you have not been idle during this time." Xiaohuahua humbly replied, "It is all thanks to the guidance of my esteemed master, who has led me on the path of enlightenment, and the spirit stones provided by you, master, that I have made such progress." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. "You remain neither arrogant nor impetuous. Your temperament has not been disturbed by your breakthrough. Given this, it is time for you to learn about the next realm." Xiaohuahua abruptly looked up, excitement illuminating his gaze as he turned to Chu Feng. At last, he was about to step into the second realm of cultivation. He was finally ready to transcend the entry level of immortality cultivation. Observing Xiaohuahua's expression, Chu Feng shifted his tone, coincidentally. "Your junior sister has also advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement. I shall explain this to both of you." As his words fell, Chu Feng waved his hand casually, and Xiaohuahua was instantly enveloped in a bubble-like aura of spiritual energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, a refreshing breeze swept over him, and the scenery before his dazed eyes transformed into something entirely different. Incense wafted through the air, and there stood a writing desk adorned with calligraphy and paintings. This was unmistakably the room of Lu Qinwu. Chapter 73, After Cultivating Qi. Foundation Establishment Realm. The Heavenly Tao of Foundation Establishment. The 3 methods of foundation establishment. Within the chamber, Lu Qinwu calmed the surging spiritual energy within her body and gradually rose to her feet. Following a session of cultivation, she experienced yet another breakthrough in her realm. as she sensed the tumultuous aura of spiritual power coursing through her. Lu Qinwu was filled with profound reflections. The path of qi refinement is indeed a method of cultivation that leads directly to immortality. Having previously reached the Dan formation stage, she was acutely aware of the contrast in energy levels within her, although she currently only stood at the 5th layer of qi refinement, which would equate to merely the innate realm for a martial artist. She was fully cognizant of the latent strength she possessed, sufficient to contend with the Grandmaster. Furthermore, leveraging her ability to draw from the heavens and earth in prolonged combat, she was considerably stronger than the average Grandmaster. Suddenly, memories of a fierce battle from months ago at the head of Sangzhou City flooded her mind. At that time, her senior brother, Xiaohuahua, was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement yet managed to defeat a seasoned mid-stage grandmaster such as Di Gong. If one were to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, it would likely be enough to overwhelm even the peak grandmasters. The thought stirred a sense of exhilaration within Lu Qinwu. Just the initial realm of cultivation was enough to surpass the peak of grandmasters that had prevailed in the southern wilderness for centuries. What wondrous vistas might await beyond the qi refinement stage? In a sudden breeze, she was momentarily taken aback as she noticed her master and senior brother had appeared before her. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly composed herself and bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, master." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "Your senior brother, Xiaohuahua, has now successfully broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. I refrained from mentioning this earlier, fearing it might incite distractions among you. Given the present circumstances, it is indeed time to discuss the next realm and the path forward." Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua descended from his aura of spiritual energy. The two promptly sat in meditation, focusing intently on Chu Feng. Under their attentive gaze, Chu Feng began. The next realm of qi refinement is the foundation establishment realm. This stage involves purging acquired impurities, purifying the mortal body, and laying the foundation for one's Tao. To transcend into the foundation establishment realm, there are 3 principal methods. At this, it was evident that both Xiaohuahua and Lu Qinwu were now fully engaged, leaning slightly forward in anticipation. The first method is the ordinary path, which is a common choice among many cultivators. This involves the use of foundation establishment pills to assist practitioners in the process of solidifying their Tao foundation. It is considered a lower-tier method. The second method is the earth path. This entails the practitioner drawing upon the energy of the earth's veins to solidify their Tao foundation. Through such means, the foundation thus cultivated enhances the practitioner's affinity with the energy of the earth. This is regarded as a middle-tier method. In the end, it is the heavenly Tao, harnessing the essence of the 5 elements or the qi of the heavenly Tao to refine the foundational principles of cultivation. Such foundations enable practitioners to harmonize more profoundly with the forces of nature. This is the supreme method. The distinct foundational principles derived from the 3 earthly laws determine the future potential of the practitioners. After speaking, Chu Feng turned to Xiaohuahua and inquired, "Among the 3 earthly laws, which path do you wish to pursue?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohuahua replied earnestly, "Master, I wish to establish my foundation with the heavenly Tao." He clenched his fists tightly. Both Xiaohuahua and Lu Qinwu understood very well that the higher the quality of the method, the more terrifying the mental and material resources required would be. Yet, as disciples of an immortal master, how could they falter in the face of such minor difficulties? If they were to embark on a journey, they would choose the most arduous path, one that promised the greatest rewards. This would not tarnish their master's reputation. Xiaohuahua asked, "Master, what are the characteristics of the 5 elemental spiritual materials, and where can they be obtained?" In response, Chu Feng smiled knowingly and said, "The 5 elemental spiritual materials embody the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The quality required for the foundational establishment does not need to be overly high. Within the reparations sent by the Black Ming sect, there exists a suitable water attribute spiritual herb." Xiaohuahua nodded heavily. He was determined to acquire the 5 elemental spiritual materials for establishing his foundation with the heavenly Tao. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Master, I wish to venture into the southern wilderness. I want to establish my foundation with the heavenly Tao using my own strength. I hope for your permission." Xiaohuahua's expression was unprecedentedly resolute. Since meeting his master a year ago, he had transformed from a figure of disgrace to a pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, becoming a formidable presence in the southern wilderness. Yet, throughout this journey, the immortal techniques were taught by his master, the cultivation process guided by him. and the majority of the resources required for cultivation were provided by his master. Throughout his journey, his master had been his unwavering support. However, would he truly become a master without experiencing the brutal reality of bloodshed and battle? This question had lingered in Xiaohua's mind for some time. Now, seizing the opportunity of foundational establishment, he resolved to venture forth on his own. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Very well. Since you wish to depart, I shall accompany you part of the way. It just so happens that Wu has also broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It is time for her to learn a technique or two. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu was instantly exhilarated, her breath becoming slightly erratic as she gazed at Chu Feng. Would she be able to learn such a terrifying technique as the Great Wilderness Capturing Sky Finger, which her senior brother Huahua used? Xiao Huahua was similarly excited, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Chu Feng. Master, are you going to impart immortal techniques again? He chuckled. If that were the case, he could delay his departure a little longer. Oh. Xiao Huahua suddenly felt a sharp pain on her forehead and noticed Chu Feng beckoning with his finger, saying, "That is a message from your junior sister. Your ordinary martial arts skills include sword mastery, and your lethal technique is the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, which is already more than sufficient. One cannot chew more than they can swallow. You have yet to fully grasp the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger. Yet you aspire to delve into other celestial arts?" Xiao Huahua sheepishly scratched her head. Meanwhile, Chu Feng smiled and remarked, "Once you return from your foundation establishment, I shall impart to you the true path to transcendence." Observing his 2 disciples, Chu Feng felt a twinge of concern. At present, their cultivation relied entirely on their prodigious innate talent, drawing in the spiritual essence of the universe to elevate themselves. While this method sufficed for refining qi, it would likely prove inadequate at the subsequent levels of cultivation. Chu Feng, now at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, was acutely aware of the significant differences in what was required between foundation establishment and qi refinement. Thus, he awaited Xiao Huahua's advancement to foundation establishment, intending to craft 2 formidable cultivation techniques inspired by the remarkable methods of his past life. By then, with Xiao Huahua's foundation establishment prowess combined with the breakthrough strength returned by Qingwu, she would undoubtedly possess the capabilities of a golden core cultivator. With the strength of the golden core stage at her disposal, devising a technique that exists only in form would be a mere trifling task. Chapter 74. The Bestowal. The Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique. In the private chamber, the 2 individuals sprang to their feet, their expressions brimming with unrestrained excitement. Their gazes were fixed upon Chu Feng, filled with anticipation. The heavenly techniques. How formidable could a technique be that was deemed a heavenly art by their master? Xiao Huahua recalled that when his master had taught the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger, he merely referred to it as an immortal art. Upon this reflection, he gritted his teeth. Foundation establishment. I must establish my foundation as soon as possible. Only then can I receive my master's teachings. Chu Feng observed the fervor of his disciples with great satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. After a bout of persuasion, both disciples were in high spirits. Suddenly, he recalled his days in another world, where those so-called leaders would similarly paint grand visions to motivate their employees. This tactic was indeed effective. It was essential to keep inspiring these 2 disciples. Their diligent cultivation would ultimately pave the way for his ascension to immortality. With a sweeping gesture, a radiant light enveloped them. In an instant, the 3 transformed into a streak of light, soaring from the Xiao family, disappearing into the vast sky amidst the astonished exclamations of onlookers. Moments later, they descended in a bamboo grove located 50 miles from the Xiao family. The surroundings were expansive and tranquil, with only the gentle rustle of green bamboo swaying in the wind. Chu Feng turned to his 2 disciples and declared, "Qingwu, the immortal technique I am about to impart to you is called the Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique. This technique requires the invocation of 13 flying swords to harness the power of heavenly thunder, wielding the might to annihilate the world. If applied correctly, it shall not pale in comparison to the Great Wilderness Prison Skyfinger." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu were profoundly astonished. The power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Such words, if uttered by another, might sound exaggerated. Yet, when spoken by Chu Feng, they felt a shiver run down their spines. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Lu Qingwu's eyes. Indeed, their master was extraordinary. He presented them with such an unprecedented immortal technique. The peculiar method of summoning heavenly thunder was scarcely heard of, even beyond the 10,000 great mountains. Now, having become his disciple, she was presented with the opportunity to learn such a technique, proving that her arduous journey was not in vain. With her lavender-hued pupils fixed upon the scene, the young man subtly raised his hand, causing a radiant silhouette to emerge. A splendid flying sword whirled into view, landing before the two disciples. Under the glaring sunlight, the sword quivered violently, and a fierce sound echoed in their ears. They looked up to see the bamboo forest within a 10-mile radius sway violently, as if a sea of reeds had been stirred. A terrifying whirlwind swept towards them. Furrowing their brows, they gazed intently at the sudden upheaval. They could perceive the terrifying spiritual energy coalescing amidst the tumultuous winds and waves. Simultaneously, the sky darkened. Ominous clouds gathered, hinting at an impending storm. Crack! A flash of white light cleaved through the dim heavens, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. A robust silver lightning surged forth, swirling tumultuously across the sky. Upon witnessing this, Chu Feng immediately recited an incantation. Celestial realm of the nine heavens, transform into divine thunder. Resplendent heavenly might, draw it forth with the sword. As he spoke, the scattered, fleeting bolts of lightning appeared to be ensnared, twisting and converging towards the center. At that moment, the flying sword that hovered before the two began to descend gently, accompanied by a soft humming sound, settling above the bamboo grove. Almost simultaneously, the incessantly flickering lightning in the sky transformed into 10 silver dragons, bearing their fangs and claws as they swooped down. The blinding white light, crackling with energy, was infused into the long sword. In but a few breaths, the silver dragons were entirely absorbed, and the sword shimmered with a disquieting brilliance. The sword then slashed forward, unleashing a beam of dazzling lightning that struck towards a distant mountain like a crescent moon. Thunderous roars. As the sword light made contact with the mountain, a deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens. Before their eyes, the once 50-meter-high mountain was instantaneously reduced to dust, amidst the countless bolts of lightning. Not a trace remained after the strike. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, akin to a drop of water disturbing a placid surface, creating ripples that cascaded through the valley. The rising waves battered against the three, lifting their hair and toppling vast expanses of bamboo to the ground. This tempestuous force was several times more potent than a natural storm. It persisted for a full 10 breaths before gradually subsiding. At that moment, Chu Feng's mellifluous voice began to narrate. The so-called divine sword and thunder true technique centered around the momentum of the sword. Realizing that their master was elucidating celestial arts, the two immediately focused their minds and listened intently. Chu Feng spoke eloquently, and after a considerable span of time, he recounted everything he had fabricated with precision. Finally, his gaze rested upon Lu Qingwu. Qingwu, did you comprehend? Just now. That was merely a demonstration of the divine sword's thunder true technique executed with the cultivation of the 5th layer of qi refinement. If you can summon a single bolt of thunder, you would have grasped the fundamentals of this technique. After hearing this, the imagery of the shattered distant mountain still echoed in their minds. Their bodies trembled, rendered speechless in shock. Xiaohua gazed up at Chu Feng in awe. The 5th layer of qi refinement? The disparity between his own 5th layer and that of his master was astronomical. At the 5th layer of qi refinement, he might not even be able to defeat a grandmaster. Yet, his master could wield such formidable power with that level of spiritual energy. In a moment of realization, Xiaohua recalled a scene from nearly a year prior, when the master had taught the great wilderness prisoner Finger. He had likely compressed his spiritual power to match Xiaohua's level at that time, hadn't he? He discovered that it was only when he approached the pinnacle of qi refinement that he seemed to have reached the level of the spiritual energy that his master had initially employed when demonstrating the great wilderness prisoner Finger. A single sword could summon thunder. With one stroke, it could cleave a mountain asunder. Lu Qingwu murmured to herself, inhaling sharply as she looked towards Chu Feng. The divine sword of thunderous might is truly terrifying. Master, your depth of wisdom is indeed unfathomable. At the 5th level of qi refinement, Lu Qingwu senses the spiritual energy within her. She perceives that although her internal energy may not be particularly formidable, it possesses a unique quality that allows it to connect with the heavens and draw upon the cosmic forces. This characteristic bestows her spiritual power with an exceptionally high potential. However, she never anticipated that, in her master's hands, the limitations of the 5th level of qi refinement could be harnessed to such an extraordinary extent. The same level of spiritual energy she possesses is capable of executing such grand techniques. This was beyond her wildest imagination. Even in her previous life, during the dance stage, she could scarcely achieve such feats. To think that the 5th level of qi refinement could rival the dance stage is truly remarkable. Lu Qinwu solemnly assures, disciple understands. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate and will never betray your earnest teachings. Chapter 75. The young man shouted the great wilderness prison sky finger. I didn't create it. Chu Feng observed Lu Qinwu's earnest demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having elevated strength is indeed advantageous. With a mere flicker, he could summon several bolts of heavenly thunder, which he then unleashed with the overwhelming spiritual power of a perfected foundation establishment. The resulting might was enough to instill fear in others. If such devastation could be achieved at the perfected foundation establishment, how terrifying would the subsequent stages of golden core and nascent soul be? Demonstrating such destructive capability, coupled with his persistent indoctrination of his two disciples, these two innocent youngsters, who had just reached adulthood, had never harbored doubts about him. He claimed to have compressed his spiritual energy to the 5th level of chi refinement, when in reality, it was the power of a perfected foundation establishment. Who would have suspected that? Then, amidst Lu Qinwu's excited expression, Chu Feng presented the long sword in his hand to her. Her initial exhilaration transformed into a moment of daze as she gazed at the chilling sword, momentarily lost for words. Master, what is this? A smile curled at the corners of Chu Feng's lips. This is a sword I specially forged for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinwu was deeply moved. She accepted the longsword with both hands, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Beside them, Xiaohuahua watched, opening his mouth hesitantly, finally stammering. Master, you see. Chu Feng shot a sharp glance at the young man, delivering a light reprimand that made Xiaohuahua grimace in pain. Chu Feng sighed in exasperation. When I taught you the myriad arts of cultivation, the sword I forged for you is no less than the quality of your junior sisters. Moreover, your most pressing task now is to break through to foundation establishment. Though I briefly discussed sword techniques with you earlier, do not let your mind wander too much. Remember, one cannot overreach. Chu Feng harbored some reservations about Xiaohuahua. The boy's comprehension was exceptionally high. He might indeed grasp the profound sword control thunder technique, which is why it was imparted to him as well. However, Chu Feng hoped that Xiaohuahua would first concentrate on his breakthrough, as the key to his ascendance to golden core hinged significantly on him. Rubbing his sore head, Xiaohuahua replied to Chu Feng, disciple understands and will not forget Master's teachings. As he spoke, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Master, I shall now set off to seek the 5 spirit items. Chu Feng regarded Xiaohuahua with a sigh. Go ahead. Xiaohuahua was the first person Chu Feng encountered in this world, his longest-standing disciple, and the one who marked a turning point in his life. After more than a year spent together in this realm, parting ways inevitably brought a touch of melancholy. Yet, without so much as a backward glance, Xiaohuahua dashed out of the bamboo grove, venturing into a broader world. Upon arriving at a narrow path, disregarding the bustling crowd around him, Xiaohuahua pondered deeply, where would be the best place to search for the 5 spirit items? In pursuit of the ethereal water spirits bestowed by the Black Abyss sect. For potent spiritual entities still eluded capture. The Black Abyss sect. Xiaohuahua slapped his thigh, startling the passers-by around him. Although the Black Abyss sect had previously caused them considerable trouble, they had since offered their apologies, rendering it inappropriate to press for further reparations. However, if the Black Abyss sect possessed water spirits that met the criteria, it was conceivable that other formidable factions might also have access to such spiritual treasures. The first entity that sprang to Xiaohuahua's mind was the most formidable power within the Great Zhao dynasty, the imperial family of Great Zhao. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that they had previously conferred the title of imperial teacher upon his father and had granted him the fief of Cangzhou. It would be rather unseemly to approach them in search of spiritual artifacts, would it not? Xiaohuahua's eyes sparkled with determination, since the Great Zhao imperial family was off limits. He would seek out Greatly instead, situated adjacent to Great Zhao, and given Xiaohuahua's current prowess, reaching Greatly would not consume much time. With his resolve solidified, Xiaohuahua leaped nimbly along the road, ultimately soaring into the sky toward the direction of Greatly. A month later, in the Greatly dynasty, within the imperial court, Emperor De Huang wore a troubled expression. Meanwhile, ministers approached one after another. Your Majesty, a fearsome individual has breached the borders with Great Zhao. This person has rampaged through our Greatly, traveling from Tongming City straight toward our imperial capital. Every family, faction, and lordship along the way has been thoroughly plundered. Those who dared to intervene were left severely injured. This individual is the epitome of arrogance. We implore your Majesty to summon our esteemed ancestor to quell this menace. Emperor De Huang's countenance darkened significantly. I am already aware of this matter. Prior to convening the court, I had dispatched Ancestor Ding Li to personally intervene at the imperial capital. I trust that it will not be long before we receive news of his triumph. If there are no further matters to discuss, you may all retire. Upon hearing this, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. With Ancestor Ding Li in action, that ruffian would surely be stripped of his audacity. After all, Ancestor Ding Li was indeed the mightiest of great Li. Just as this thought flickered in their minds, an overwhelming wave of terror surged forth. Walls crumbled, dust scattered, and the palace trembled precariously. Fear etched itself on every face. As they beheld this sudden calamity, the ministers hurriedly fled the scene. Outside the grand hall, a voice echoed ominously. Great Huang's prisoning finger. The great Li Emperor and his loyal ministers were startled to see the heavens suddenly darken. Emerging from the dense clouds, a colossal finger descended upon the palace. As the multitude stood frozen in shock, the finger radiated a blinding light, emanating a terrifying aura that rendered their breaths erratic. Ultimately, this immense digit struck the front of the palace. As a tremor akin to an earthquake rippled through the air, a figure was forcefully propelled back from a distance. Suddenly crashing against the crumbling palace wall, a massive breach was created. As numerous ministers discerned the form before them, they could no longer remain composed. Their expressions filled with shock as they rushed forward, bowing before the figure, exclaiming, "Ancestor." The Emperor of the Great Li also gazed at the elder before him, rendered speechless by the gravity of the situation. The esteemed ancestor of Ding Li was a master of the mid-level, a pinnacle existence throughout the southern wilderness. How could he have been reduced to such a pitiful state? He immediately inquired with concern, "Ancestor, what on earth transpired? Who could possibly have brought you to such a plight?" The ancestor of Ding Li, utterly disheveled, trembling as he rose, recounted, "Today, before I could even leave the palace, I encountered an arrogant young man. I questioned him about his audacity in trespassing the palace. The young man claimed that the royal family of Great Li had been persistently troubling him, and he was rather annoyed. Before I could inquire further, he shouted something about the great wilderness prisoner's finger. Then, as you see, this is the result." Chapter 76. I am Fire. I only know 4 words. The great wilderness captures the heavens. Upon hearing the words of the ancestor, the crowd stood frozen in shock. The faces of the ministers flushed a deep crimson, filled with incredulity. A single strike? One strike was enough to vanquish the mid-stage grandmaster, Ancestor Ding Li? To achieve such a feat, could it be that the visitor was a pinnacle grandmaster? The pinnacle of the grandmaster realm represents the true zenith of the southern wilderness. Such formidable experts are rare, even across the vast expanse of the southern wilderness. The ministers exchanged glances. Whispering among themselves, the great wilderness captures the heavens is a martial art we have never heard of. As loyal ministers of the Great Li dynasty, their knowledge was extensive. They were well acquainted with news from both within and outside the dynasty, especially regarding top-tier experts in their renowned martial arts. Yet, even after racking their brains, they had never encountered any mention of the great wilderness captures the heavens. At that moment, a young official in the crowd blushed with excitement and spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have some recollection of this great wilderness captures the heavens." All the ministers, including the Emperor of Great Li, turned their attention to this official. Under their scrutinizing gazes, he nervously continued, "It seems that over in the Great Zhao, a prodigious talent named Xiaohuahua has emerged, who became a disciple of an immortal. At the tender age of 18, he broke through to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. It is said that he has demonstrated his prowess several times. Merely uttering those 4 words, 'Great wilderness captures the heavens,' before a colossal hand would manifest from the sky." As he spoke, his voice trailed off. The other officials furrowed their brows deeply. "I have also heard of this individual from my subordinates, but the tales of immortals seem utterly absurd and exaggerated. I have heard of the battle in Sangzhou. Even if this Xiao Huawei did indeed defeat the mid-stage Grandmaster Di Gong, it undoubtedly required considerable effort. How could he possibly be the one that the ancestor encountered? The one who defeated the ancestor with a single strike?" Before the fervent discussions could continue, a terrifying pressure descended upon them, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end, rendering them speechless. They looked up to see a young man descending from the sky, clad in a black robe. He gazed down at them with an air of superiority and declared, "You of Great Li have truly gone too far. I merely entered the Great Li territory to request a cup of tea from a family, and yet you have sent people to harass me time and again. Do you truly believe me to be easily bullied?" His booming voice reverberated, causing the blood of the ministers to surge, their very souls trembling. Looking up at the figure in the sky, they felt as though they were subjects before a sovereign, compelled to comply. However, was this individual not speaking recklessly? Before they could utter a word, the young man's voice echoed throughout the palace once more. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today. Xiaohua's eyes scanned the entirety of the Great Li royal palace, and he spoke with indifference. The royal family of Great Li shall become a part of history. Upon the utterance of such forceful and fallacious remarks, a tempest of unrest immediately swept through the assembly below. Among the crowd, some ministers appeared alarmed. Others seemed inclined to kneel in supplication, while many were consumed with indignation. Standing amidst the throng, the Emperor of Dali, though burdened by immense pressure, felt a swell of anger and grievance as he darkly declared, "Humph, do you truly believe that strength alone grants you the power to distort the truth and sow discord? Ever since your arrival in Dali, you have plundered the domains of our esteemed officials. As the Emperor of Dali, how could I remain passive?" Upon hearing the Emperor's furious rebuke, Xiaohuahua was momentarily taken aback, curling his lip in disdain. Plunder? How absurd. Did those rabble consider him a mere common bandit? Whenever he encountered a faction, he merely sought to ascertain whether they possessed any treasures of the five spirits. As the son of the Lord of Tsangzhou, he was not in want of mundane riches such as gold and jewels. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, he was endowed with spiritual stones from his esteemed master. Such ordinary resources for cultivation held no appeal for him. Had he known he would be wrongfully accused, he might as well have engaged in actual theft. At that moment, two figures approached, descending above the multitude of ministers. The officials of Dali, along with the emperor's ancestors, were visibly stirred upon the sight of these two individuals. Hovering above them were the gray-clad and white-robed elders, the remaining patriarchs of Dali. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the Dingli patriarch, they inquired, "Old Third, what has transpired?" The emperor of Dali immediately clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Honorable ancestors, this individual has traversed our borders, wreaking havoc upon countless powerful factions, all the way to the imperial city. After I had informed the Dingli patriarch, he attempted to intervene, only to be incapacitated by this person with a single strike." The two patriarchs exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned their attention to the young man in the sky, their countenances reflecting shock. Earlier, within the depths of the imperial palace, they had sensed a formidable and terrifying aura. Now, observing the state of the Dingli patriarch, the emperor's account, and the destruction wrought, it became evident that this individual was at least a pinnacle grandmaster. If such a formidable figure could be appeased, or even befriended, it would be an unparalleled boon. The gray-robed elder, Patriarch Li Hua, floated before Xiaohuahua, casting a wary glance at him, momentarily unsettled. Could it be that he was indeed only 18 years old? To have attained such prowess at such a young age, he must possess extraordinary fortune or be backed by unimaginable power. Patriarch Li Hua respectfully inquired, "Esteemed one, is there perhaps a misunderstanding that has led you to our imperial city?" Xiaohuahua furrowed his brow, his irritation palpable as he retorted, "A misunderstanding? Your royal kin have pursued me time and again like persistent fleas, causing me great vexation. Should you not grant me access to your treasury today for my selection and issue a formal apology, then do not blame me for being ill-read and resorting to 4 simple words." Upon hearing the words of Xiaohuahua, the expressions of the two venerable ancestors instantly darkened. The already irascible Li Hua ancestor could no longer contain his fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaohuahua and exclaiming, "This is outrageous. You, young man, are truly pushing your luck? To so brazenly trample upon the dignity of the Li Hua royal family, do you truly believe we are without defenders?" The formidable auras emanating from the two elders surged forth unrestrained, their terrifying pressure causing the officials below to weaken in their resolve, collapsing to their knees. The two ancestors, one clad in white and the other in gray, descended simultaneously beside Xiaohuahua, confronting him directly. Xiaohuahua surveyed the two with an impassive demeanor. In the next moment, he raised his hand, pointing toward the heavens. His voice, cold and imbued with the regal authority of a sovereign, resounded through the skies. Great Wilderness, Prison of Heaven. Chapter 77. The Invincible Grand Master is unworthy of serving the young friend in the vast expanse of the Great Wilderness. The prisoner of Heaven finger was unleashed. As the words resonated, a profound wave surged, enveloping every corner of the palace. The previously tranquil clouds in the sky began to twist into ominous dark clouds, swirling together in a vortex. A suffocating and oppressive aura spread across the hearts of the onlookers. Amidst the multitude of horrified gazes, a terrifying entity slowly emerged from the black clouds, catching the attention of all. In the heavens, a colossal hand, stretching 100 meters, loomed ominously. The two venerable ancestors stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. The aura emanating from this being was far superior to any they had encountered, even exceeding their strength by several folds. Such overwhelming might transcended that of a grandmaster. It was inconceivable that even the legendary Invincible grandmaster could reach such terrifying heights. Could it be that this youth before them was a being beyond the grandmasters? How could this be possible? How old could he be? As the giant finger stirred the clouds, it began to descend slowly, casting a shadow over a vast area beneath it, as if millions of mountains were pressing down from above. The sheer pressure caused the ground to tremble and crack, the earth being violently upheaved, forming a terrifying pit. The force was so immense that the mere anticipation of the giant finger's descent sent the elder, Li Hua, into a state of panic. Young friend, he exclaimed, let us speak amicably. It is all our fault, Indoli. Whatever you desire, please, do not hesitate to ask. The crowd turned their astonished gazes toward the elder, bewildered by his sudden capitulation. Were the two venerable ancestors truly yielding? Once again, the eyes of many returned to the youth. Who was this boy in the sky? Even the fabled Invincible grandmaster could not compel the elders to surrender so easily. Even the emperor, who had previously supported the two elders, wore a grim expression and spoke with restrained urgency. Elders, you must not concede. If word of this spreads, our Dali will become a laughingstock. Even if this youth is indeed an Invincible grandmaster, we cannot allow such humiliation to befall our imperial lineage. Yet, upon hearing the emperor's words, the two grandmaster-level elders did not regain their composure. Instead, Li Hua's face turned crimson with rage as he reprimanded the emperor. Silence at once. What nonsense about an Invincible grandmaster. The Invincible grandmaster is not even worthy of carrying this young man's shoes. At this proclamation, the crowd was left utterly speechless. No wonder the two elders appeared so terrified. In the southern wilderness, the supposedly invincible grandmaster was deemed unworthy of even serving this youth? Was this even conceivable? Had such a powerful being emerged in the southern wilderness? Suddenly, the ministers and the emperor of Dali tensed up. Could it be that the rumors from the neighboring Dezhou were not mere exaggerations? Was it possible that the revered Chu Feng, who had silenced two grandmaster-level figures and sent away 100,000 followers of the Black Abyss sect without uttering a single word, had arrived? The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of uncertainty and intrigue. Yet, despite the incredulity that enveloped them, the words spoken by their ancestor in a moment of peril could not be disregarded. As the two venerable masters below pleaded for mercy, Xiaohuahua cast a detached glance downward. Subsequently, he gently blew away the vivid crimson from his fingertips. The oppressive force exerted upon the crowd left them gasping for breath, as his colossal finger, upon its abrupt halt, reverberated through the heavens. Ultimately, it disintegrated like a sand tower, dissipating into a swirling tempest. With the vanishing of the enormous digit, the gloomy, oppressive sky gradually regained a semblance of clarity. A warm sunbeam pierced through the dense clouds, allowing the anxious hearts of the gathered assembly to finally relax, exhaling deeply in relief. Even Li Hua, who stood before Xiaohuahua, allowed the defensive aura he had maintained to dissipate, shedding the appearance of being on high alert. The two venerable ancestors immediately relaxed, with Li Hua cautiously approaching Xiaohuahua, respectfully stating, "This incident was a grave oversight on the part of my great Li dynasty. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Should you have any demands, please do not hesitate to voice them. My great Li dynasty is prepared to offer an apology." Listening to the words of the elder, the great Li emperor opened his mouth, gazing at the youth before him, yet found himself utterly speechless. With the presence of these two venerable ancestors, there had not been a single instance in nearly a century where they had yielded to another. After all, one was a late-stage grandmaster, and the other was at the pinnacle of late-stage grandmaster. This had granted the great Li a formidable reputation in the southern wilderness realm for many months. The humility displayed by the great Li towards this youth today was excessively abject and feeble, a reality he found difficult to accept. Yet, ironically, the very source of their strength was the cause of their submission. After a fleeting moment of fluctuating emotions, he could only let out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to the fact that he must grovel before this young man. In the celestial expanse above, Xiaohuahua regarded the elder before him with a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Very well. I have always favored peace and detest conflict. Were it possible to resolve matters through reason, I would prefer not to resort to physical confrontation. Upon hearing this light-hearted declaration, The crowd's lips twitched. Always peaceful? Surely. There must be some misunderstanding regarding the concept of peace. Did this individual not realize that peace-loving figures had traversed from the borders of the dynasty to its very heart? However, in the face of the current situation, no one dared to reveal their inner thoughts. The elder standing before Xiaohuahua was traversing the sorrows of his lifetime in his mind, managing to conceal any hint of his true emotions. Maintaining a facade of respect as he replied, "Indeed, young friend speaks wisely. I can see clearly your enlightened perspective. You are aware that my third brother is rather brash and lacks understanding, in order to prevent him from disturbing the people with his reckless words. You have taken it upon yourself to silence him peacefully. Your good intentions are well understood by us. The only ones oblivious to this are those who remain ensconced in the depths of the palace, detached from worldly matters." As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at the crowd below. Upon hearing these words, Xiaohuahua felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, secretly pondering. Am I truly so remarkable? I had not noticed. This old man possesses keen insight. The ancestor of Li Hua, having successfully garnered Xiaohuahua's attention, disregarded the peculiar gazes of the ministers below and smiled gently, inquiring, "Pray tell, what is your esteemed name? If my memory serves me correctly, the southern wilderness should not boast a young talent as formidable as yourself." Having posed this question, the ancestor of Li Hua hastily added, "I harbor no ulterior motives. Merely curiosity about the exceptional individual capable of such accomplishments at such a tender age. If I have inadvertently caused offense, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." The ancestor's humility left the members of the Li Hua dynasty below utterly astonished. Chapter 78. Young friend Xiaohuahua. Simply take any concubine you desire. In the grand city of Dali, Xiaohuahua faced the lowly demeanor of the ancestor Li Hua without letting pride overwhelm him. Instead, he adopted the demeanor of Chu Feng, clearing his throat before stating indifferently, "This one is Xiaohuahua," as his name echoed through the air. The crowd below trembled in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they exchanged glances. Could it truly be the Xiaohuahua from the legends of Dezhao? How could this be possible? Hadn't this Xiaohuahua only recently been a mid-stage grandmaster? It had only been a matter of months since then. The onlookers gazed incredulously at the young man in the sky. Initially, they believed it to be the legendary immortal master of Dezhao, the mentor of Xiaohuahua. After all, they had heard tales of that individual's extraordinary prowess, appearing youthful as well. They had come to terms with the idea that it was indeed Chu Feng who had arrived, only to be confronted with the startling revelation that it was his disciple, Xiaohuahua. Beside the emperor of Dali, a middle-aged man with prominent cheekbones sighed in shock. If I recall correctly, this Xiaohuahua is barely 19. Is he not? A celestial being at such a tender age. The words left his mouth, and the prime minister of Dali felt his jaw tremble. His gaze fixated on the young man in the sky, lost in thought as he pondered, what manner of terrifying existence is that immortal master of Xiaohuahua, to have transformed a rumored waste into such a formidable individual? To him, our so-called celestial beings are likely nothing more than ants. Upon hearing this, the emperor of Dali let out a complex sigh, an expression of trepidation crossing his face. At last, I comprehend why the ancestor has been so apprehensive. This young man is already so formidable. One can only imagine the power of the entity behind him. Even if Dali were to expend its entire national strength to capture him, what of the immortal behind him? The thought sent shivers down the emperor's spine. The prime minister, unable to suppress a wry smile, remarked, "Your Majesty, we had previously deliberated on whether that immortal truly exists and if he might be a celestial-level powerhouse. It appears that not only is the immortal real, but he far surpasses our wildest imaginings. His strength likely exceeds that of celestial beings, as there are no recorded realms within the southern wilderness to describe him. Otherwise, how could he possibly cultivate such a disciple?" Having grasped the gravity of the situation, the emperor of Dali swiftly changed his demeanor. He stepped forward, gazing up at Xiaohuahua in earnestness, "Esteemed one, if there is anything within the treasures of the Dali dynasty that catches your eye, please take it without hesitation." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight finally graced the indifferent face of the young man in the sky. Would it not have been better to say so earlier? Ancestor Li Hua promptly responded, "Young friend speaks wisely. I shall accompany you to explore the grand treasury of Dali. Please, under the respectful guidance of the elder." Xiaohuahua traversed through numerous corridors, arriving before a grand hall. This hall, nestled deep within the palace, soared to a height of 100 feet, exuding an imposing grandeur, and was adorned with a robust stone door. The walls and the stone door of this hall were crafted from a unique white crystal. forged over the span of more than 20 emperors. Its defensive strength was so formidable that even a grandmaster would find it challenging to breach. However, for Xiaohuahua, it was merely a matter of executing the Great Desolation Prison Heaven technique. Upon the turning of a special mechanism, activated by the keys of the Great Li Emperor and the Fire Ancestor, the great door slowly creaked open, revealing the interior to Xiaohuahua's gaze. As the stone door parted, the resplendent sight within dazzled the young man. Various divine weapons displayed on ebony racks emitted a chilling luster. The floor was strewn with gold and silver treasures, carelessly scattered as if they were worthless. Exotic herbs and rare items were laid out in abundance, seemingly endless. The Great Li Emperor and the Fire Ancestor led the way, with Xiaohuahua following closely behind. The two occasionally glanced back at him, particularly when they encountered precious artifacts. Yet, the youth regarded these treasures with indifference, akin to noticing mere pebbles by the roadside. To him, these mundane items were no more significant than gravel. As for the coveted spirit herbs that made warriors covetous, he did not even bother to spare them a glance. Having experienced the benefits of spirit stones, he could hardly muster interest in such trivial items. Xiaohuahua's spiritual energy emanated from his brow, sweeping across the walls and floor like a radiant veil. Within mere moments, he located the objects of his desire. Suddenly halting his steps, he sensed the tense gazes of the Fire Ancestor and the Great Li Emperor upon him. In an instant, two ethereal lights darted from afar and landed before the trio. As the lights dissipated, they revealed a golden long mace and a smooth, transparent orb that burned with an inner flame. Gazing at these two spiritual treasures and feeling the pulsating energy emanating from them, a smile crept upon Xiaohuahua's lips. I have found them. The items before him were imbued with fire and gold attributes. Even he could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Great Li royal family, having unearthed two spiritual items in one fell swoop. Now, only the wood and earth attributes remained to be discovered. After securing the two treasures, Xiaohuahua turned to depart. The Great Li Emperor and the Ancestor exchanged bewildered glances. Both taken aback, they recognized these items, the holy gold mace and the fiery pearl. While these treasures could be considered rare, they were not particularly exceptional within the treasury, and they had not discovered any additional uses for them. They had prepared themselves for a thorough search, but had they known Xiaohuahua's appetite was so modest, they would have readily acquiesced. Why endure the embarrassment of appearing before him only to concede halfway? Such a retreat would be an utter disgrace. However, the venerable Li Hua cautiously probed, My lord, the treasury of the Great Li Kingdom is indeed quite substantial. If you have any needs, perhaps you might consider selecting a few more items. Xiaohuahua gently shook his head in response, saying, My master has taught me to understand moderation in my endeavors. My purpose here is fulfilled with just one or two items. After all, one cannot savor too much at once. Li Hua was taken aback, astonished by the composure of such a young individual. For a martial cultivator, the treasures of a national treasury are far more alluring than the 3,000 beauties behind the royal palace. Yet, this remarkable youth, amidst an abundance of treasures, chose to remain indifferent, only taking a mere sip from the vast river of riches. Truly, he is a celestial being of unparalleled strength, not yet 19 years of age. With a glint of inspiration, Li Hua pondered. Since the young man had such modest appetites and possessed formidable strength, and they had fortuitously crossed paths, why not seize the opportunity to forge a connection? Clearing his throat, he proposed, My lord, after your arduous journey to our imperial city, might you consider resting in the palace? Alternatively, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. If it pleases you to take an interest in one of the concubines, I would be more than willing to grant your wish. Chapter 79, The Second Disciple. A breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Within the grand treasury of the Great Li, the Emperor of Great Li suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief at the words uttered by his ancestor. Bestowing a concubine? A chill ran through his mind. Was he to be adorned with a cuckold's crown? Nevertheless, the Great Li dynasty was indeed upheld by the strength of his ancestor. Faced with such a formidable figure, if he truly demanded such a gift, he could only swallow this bitter pill. Under the expectant gaze of the Fire Ancestor, Xiaohuahua raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Bestowing a concubine? Suddenly, echoes of his master's words from earlier resonated in his mind as they exited the forbidden forest before Dongli City. Beauty is a great taboo in cultivation, a significant obstacle on the path to immortality. Though heads may not roll, it silently drains the marrow of the sovereign. Muttering these thoughts, Xiaohuahua abruptly shook his head. This is unnecessary. Upon witnessing this, the Emperor of Great Li let out a sigh of relief. While the fire ancestor appeared somewhat disappointed, he had not anticipated that this impetuous youth would possess such clarity of mind and restraint. Reluctantly, he retrieved a token from his waist and presented it to Xiaohuahua, saying, "Young friend, this token signifies your identity. In the future, while traversing greatly, should you encounter the blind or face any needs, feel free to display this token. This token grants you the authority to summon individuals from the prefecture and governs any institution within Greatly." As he spoke, fearing that Xiaohuahua might refuse it, he hurriedly added, "I understand that with your capabilities, you can take whatever you desire. However, given your esteemed status and remarkable strength, it would be rather exhausting to handle everything on your own. Having this token will undoubtedly facilitate matters." Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua accepted the token. Perfectly timed. He had already plundered more than half of Greatly, with still a portion remaining. With this token, he would not need to contrive reasons to provoke others before confronting them, thus saving him considerable trouble. Holding the token, Xiaohuahua engaged in no further idle chatter and took his leave. The fire ancestor watched his departing figure and sighed, "Today's youth are indeed formidable. It is a pity that such exceptional individuals are not from our Greatly." Alas. 2 months later, within a courtyard of the Cangzhou mansion, Lu Qingwu hovered in the air, the surrounding aura swirling restlessly, resembling tiny serpents entwining about her. Before her lay several stones that had dulled in luster. As the last remnants of spiritual energy were extracted from these spirit stones, merging into the wandering aura, the once tranquil energy became agitated. The frown etched on her brow deepened, and beads of sweat began to seep from her forehead. Finally, as the spiritual energy within her body reached its utmost limit, continuously drawing in more, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Lu Qingwu. The surrounding bamboo forest trembled violently, shedding a thick blanket of leaves. Gradually opening her eyes, she examined her inner state and beamed with joy. "At last, I have broken through to the 8th layer." Her delicate fingers pointed into the distance. With a swift whoosh, a bamboo stalk several hundred meters away suddenly exploded, disintegrating into fine particles that danced away in the breeze. Even though she had long harbored suspicions, witnessing such formidable power unleashed with a mere gesture left Lu Qingwu momentarily astounded. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, she was already comparable to a mid-level grandmaster. Now, at the 8th layer, she could even rival a peak grandmaster. This was merely the first realm of the path of cultivation. It was hard to fathom what wonders awaited should she transcend Qi refinement and enter the foundation establishment stage. She quickly gathered her thoughts. Before focusing on her breakthrough to foundation establishment, there was still a matter to address. With her current strength at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, she was practically invincible within the southern wilderness realm. Her desire for vengeance was now entirely within reach. Recalling the visage of her past self bent on revenge, Lu Qingwu's expression grew distant. "That was when I obtained a legacy of the celestial being, a decade hence. In her previous life, it took her a full 10 years to ascend to the peak of Grandmaster. The woman she faced merely had a mid-tier Grandmaster and a late-tier Grandmaster at her back. However, after 10 years had elapsed, that woman had already reaped the benefits and wreaked the havoc she was destined to. When Lu Qingwu later sought revenge, the fervor she once held during her initial escape from the Silver Moon Imperial City had faded. Instead, she found herself resenting the time it had taken to finally settle her scores, though it is said that a gentleman's vengeance is never late. Could the passage of a decade truly restore the thrill of that initial confrontation? Revenge ought to be pursued with urgency, just like in this very moment. A resolute glimmer shone in her violet eyes, since fate had presented her with the opportunity to meet the Xiantian Celestial Master, enabling her to achieve in mere months what had taken her 10 years in her past life. She was determined to seize this chance to rectify the regrets of her former existence. She would dismantle that old crone before she could savor any of her ill-gotten gains. Meanwhile, lying upon a branch, Chu Feng gazed at the suddenly manifested blue screen before him, his expression tinged with resignation. "Ding, congratulations to the host, Lu Qingwu, for breaking through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Ding, tenfold return completed. Host's current realm, peak foundation establishment. Closing the system interface." Chu Feng sighed in exasperation. Indeed, such a grand transformation could not be reconciled with the tenfold returns from mere Qi refinement breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the 3 consecutive returns for Qingwu, even if they were only from Qi refinement, still yielded substantial spiritual energy. Considering the current abundance of spiritual energy, should Qingwu advance another layer, he too would likely achieve the golden core stage. His own foundation establishment energy was brimming, far more concentrated than 3 months prior. Just a modicum of spiritual energy was enough to propel him into the next realm. With this thought, he found himself less worried about his golden core breakthrough and instead recalled another disciple who had now been away for over 3 months. Uncertain of the current state of the spiritual entities gathering, he was lost in thought when a melodious voice echoed from a distance, "Master, Master." With a graceful leap, Lu Qingwu landed before Chu Feng, her demeanor brimming with excitement as she bowed and spoke. "Master, half a year ago, I discovered that my father had been murdered, and I was subsequently pursued by that venomous woman out of the imperial city. During that dark period, I felt utterly hopeless. Fortunately, I encountered you, Master. And with your guidance, I have now ascended to the 8th level of Qi refining. With my current strength, I am capable of rectifying the chaos, vanquishing that old witch and her band of thieves, and avenging my father. I humbly request your permission to return and exact my revenge." Observing Lu Qingwu's resolute expression, Chu Feng nodded gently and replied, "Go," and returned swiftly. Elated, Lu Qingwu immediately bowed again and said, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 80. The Path of Revenge for the Second Disciple. In the Silver Moon Empire, Xiaohuahua surveyed his surroundings. The scene was filled with green bricks and black tiles, bustling with activity. Willows swayed gently in the breeze along the riverbank. The streets here bore little difference from those of Dajao. However, the citizens walking along the thoroughfare appeared to have delicate skin, likely benefiting from the favorable climate. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Xiaohuahua murmured to himself as he gazed at the street. "The Silver Moon Empire, is it? My junior sister seems to be the princess of this realm. Yet, this empire is now under the control of the Yuntian sect. Alas, I shall not visit the palace. I shall leave that for my junior sister to handle." With that, the young man stepped into a tavern in the Silver Moon Imperial City within the Grand Hall. A woman sat at the side seat beside the dragon throne, amidst the gathered officials. She possessed a serpentine waist and an oval face, radiating an undeniable allure even in the imposing atmosphere of the hall. Resting her chin on her hand, her fox-like eyes cast a fleeting glance at the courtiers below. The officials, under her gaze, appeared stiff, swallowing hard as they discreetly assessed the woman above. Yet, none dared to make any impertinent moves or express even a hint of dissatisfaction, for she was none other than the Queen of the Silver Moon Empire, the true power behind the throne. Seated upon the dragon throne was a young boy of 7 or 8 years, adorned in a dragon robe. He glanced back at the queen, and upon receiving her subtle nod, spoke in a tender voice, "There is nothing more. The court is dismissed." The ministers bowed and prepared to leave. Yet, before they could utter a word, a sudden tremor coursed through the hall, causing it to sway slightly. Panic immediately etched itself onto every face, and fearful whispers echoed among the officials. The woman seated above remained unperturbed, her brow furrowing as she remarked with mild irritation, "Is it those die-hard loyalists of the former emperor again?" Her beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation. No, these individuals would not possess the audacity to cause a ruckus within the palace itself. Her cold gaze shifted to the left, locking onto the commander of the white-clad imperial guards, and she demanded sharply, "General Huang, what is the meaning of this? How could these brigands infiltrate the imperial city?" The general, referred to as General Huang, immediately knelt in fear, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It is my failure to protect. However, rest assured, they cannot breach the palace gates past the imperial guards. I will dispatch someone to handle this." Before he could finish, a loud crash reverberated through the hall. Dozens of black-armored imperial guards tumbled in, collapsing onto the floor, groaning in agony. A long sword was embedded in the ground, vibrating ominously. The queen, who had been reclining, straightened up in fury, exclaiming, "How could you allow this to happen? To let bandits approach the Golden One Hall?" Slamming her hand on the armrest, she glared forward and shouted, "Who possesses such audacity?" Yet, in the next moment, the expression of rage on the queen's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Under the watchful gaze of all the ministers, a graceful figure entered. The woman was tall and exuded an air of cold elegance, possessing an exquisite beauty. However, what astonished those present even more was her identity. The princess of the Silver Moon Dynasty, Lu Qingwu. The eyes of the onlookers turned into expressions of disbelief, and the ministers exchanged glances filled with astonishment. The chancellor, at the forefront, lowered his head tightly, sighing inwardly. Recently, it was rumored that the princess had gone missing, and many believed she had fallen victim to the Empress Dowager's schemes. "Oh, princess, having survived the clutches of the Dowager, you ought to remain hidden. Why have you come here?" Like the chancellor, several loyal ministers of the late emperor lamented internally, cursing the princess for her recklessness. It was surely a moment of impulse that drove her back to the imperial city. However, the palace was now under the dowager's control, and if she had entered, her demise would likely follow within days. Beside the dragon throne, the dowager furrowed her brow, watching Lu Qingwu below with a growing sense of menace. She thought to herself, did those incompetent fools not say they had dealt with her? Why is Lu Qingwu still alive? As she gazed at the approaching woman, a flicker of murderous intent surged within her. This woman could become a persistent nuisance if allowed to live. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of warmth, saying, "Ah, it is you, Qingwu. Where have you been these past days? I have been searching for you. Yet now that I see you are safe, I feel relieved." Noticing the woman below remained impassive and unresponsive, the dowager furrowed her brow and reproached, "Tell me, why the anger? Where is the demeanor of a princess? Has someone provoked you? Speak up, and I shall assist you enough. There is no need for your maternal theatrics." Lu Qingwu's icy voice abruptly interrupted the dowager, leaving her momentarily stunned. The ministers below were equally shocked, exchanging bewildered glances at Lu Qingwu. Was this a declaration of confrontation? Although the court was aware of the turmoil within the palace, the influence of the Xianyi sect, the dowager's kin, had become apparent as they stationed themselves throughout the palace, seemingly preparing to take control. While this was not overtly stated, the ministers understood that the vast empire was now effectively under the dowager's dominion. Her words carried more weight than those of the late emperor. The princess's return, thus, appeared exceedingly unwise. As expected, a sinister smile crept onto the dowager's face, yet her words dripped with an intensified malice. "Qingwu, have you lost your senses? Why would I engage in a charade with you? My dear, have you suffered recently?" Is that why Lu Qingwu's expression remained frosty, and a terrifying aura emanated from her, causing the hall's floor to crack beneath her feet? Suddenly, she stepped forward, kicking aside the long sword that had been thrust before her. The obsidian longsword thrummed ominously as it lunged forward, grazing the empress's cheek and leaving a trail of crimson upon her delicate visage. With a resounding crash, it embedded itself into the wall behind her. The walls of the Golden One Hall crumbled like tofu, scattering debris across the ground. At that moment, the empress, filled with dread and her hair standing on end, turned to behold the devastation. Her eyes widened in horror as she beheld the shattered remnants of the wall. A chill surged from her feet, coursing through her body to the crown of her head. Had that blade been aimed directly at her face, she would have surely met a gruesome fate. With a darkened countenance, Empress Wang glanced back, only to encounter Lu Qingwu's cold, indifferent gaze as she intoned, "Wang Yu, you have assassinated the late emperor. In collusion with the Xianyi sect, you seek to overturn the heavens and alter the world. Such crimes deserve the ultimate punishment." Chapter 81. The Strength of the Second Disciple Unveiled. Effortlessly slaying the pinnacle of masters. Their crimes must be punished. Lu Qingwu's voice resonated with deliberate clarity, each word striking like a thunderbolt in the ears of the assembly, causing their hearts to quiver in unison. The expressions of the ministers transformed into a tapestry of complexity. The revelations made by Lu Qingwu, alongside the machinations of the empress, were fully comprehended by all present. Yet, the might of the Xianyi sect, lurking behind the empress dowager, was overwhelmingly terrifying. With 3 grand masters in their ranks, no force within the dynasty could hope to contest their supremacy. Thus, the Xianyi sect nearly monopolized the reins of power throughout the entire dynasty. Under their dominion, the current royal family in the Silver Moon dynasty resembled a mere marionette, entirely stripped of agency, with no possibility of retaliation. All the ministers understood that the reason the Xianyi sect had not yet usurped power outright was merely to maintain an air of legitimacy. In such dire circumstances, Lu Qingwu's bold revelation, despite her royal status, rendered her survival increasingly precarious. The empress glanced at her cheek, blood trickling down her hand. The terror flickering in her eyes morphed into unprecedented fury as she bellowed, "Lu Qingwu, I am your mother, the consort of the late emperor, the mother of the Silver Moon. To lay hands upon me is to show disrespect to the late emperor." Casting a glance at the prominent ministers below, the empress commanded, "Seize Lu Qingwu in the name of the late emperor's authority." "Yes," echoed the response from afar, as a throng of armored soldiers surged into the chamber, their presence imposing. This battalion of black armored soldiers was none other than the Imperial Guard stationed around the palace. Among the assembled figures, a general descended, exuding the aura of a pinnacle master. Drawing his sword, the general's gaze was sharp as he intoned, "Your Highness, I must take action." The crowd formed a tight encirclement, advancing menacingly towards Lu Qingwu. The general, like a shadow, anticipated that subduing Lu Qingwu would be as effortless as breathing. With claws like those of an eagle, he lunged towards her. Lu Qingwu surveyed her adversaries with a hint of disdain. The aura of her 8th layer of qi erupted forth. Her cold voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Those who enable tyranny shall be punished. Her energy cascaded downward as a brilliant white sword shot forth. With her delicate fingers weaving intricate seals, the sword danced gracefully as if guided by an unseen hand. Cloaked in a crimson aura, the sword glided through the throng, merely grazing the bodies of the black-armored guards. The soldiers were simultaneously swept away by an overwhelming force, crashing to the side. Their heavy armor crumpled like parchment, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, staining the golden palace. As the sword continued its fluid motion, it directed itself toward the leader of the guards. The sharp blade emanated a terrifying aura that even the leader found daunting. Forced to evade its lethal edge, he found himself ensnared in a struggle. Unable to surpass the sword's reach, ultimately relegated to the sidelines. Witnessing the scene, the leader of the Imperial Guards, taken aback, assumed a stance and unleashed his martial prowess, the spectral blood claw. A formidable internal force coiled around his arm, conjuring a multitude of crimson skull-like phantoms above. Countless skeletons surged forth, their claw-like manifestations aimed at Lu Qingwu. In response, Lu Qingwu's lips curled into a faint smile with a deft gesture. Her flying sword pierced through the onslaught, effortlessly dispersing the claw winds. The long sword returned to her grasp as her figure moved like a startled swan, swiftly appearing before the leader of the Imperial Guards. A chilling beam of white light descended, and the leader's horrified gaze met his own severed head, which rolled across the ground, eventually coming to rest at the feet of the Empress. With a single stroke, she had beheaded him. At that moment, not a single member of the Imperial Guard remained standing. All lay lifeless in pools of blood. The surrounding ministers and soldiers could only watch in stunned silence, too terrified to approach. Their expressions were void of emotion as they gazed upon Lu Qingwu, their astonishment palpable. Hadn't she only been a first-rate martial artist before her departure? How could she have achieved such prowess? All present stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, their eyes fixed on the leader's grotesquely contorted face, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. This leader was of the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. The guards, handpicked for their strength, each possessed at least first-rate capabilities. Lu Qingwu had dispatched them so effortlessly. Such feats could only be attributed to a Grandmaster of extraordinary caliber. Could it be that during her brief escape, Lu Qingwu had transcended to the Grandmaster realm? Yet, in such a short span, accomplishing this was unprecedented throughout the entirety of the southern wilderness. Everyone was acutely aware of her prior talents. What on earth had transpired? Disregarding the shocked gazes of those around her, Lu Qingwu, sword in hand, ascended the steps towards the Empress. Upon witnessing the carnage within the hall, the Empress trembled, her legs weakening as she sank to the ground. The sight of the sword-bearing woman approaching nearly brought her to tears. The Empress quavered, "Qingwu, I have watched you grow. I used to take you out to play when you were little. Now, as your mother holds the reins of the court, it is merely because the late Emperor deemed you too young to govern. You may verify this with the imperial decree." Despite the Empress's desperate pleas, Lu Qingwu remained unmoved, raising her longsword. The sword's aura slowly coalesced with each passing moment. Her voice, laced with hatred and icy resolve, echoed throughout the hall. "You have utterly distorted right and wrong. In your quest for power, you schemed to murder my father, unleashing a bloody tempest that condemned all who opposed you to the executioner's blade. You are deserving of a fate worse than death." With those words, she brought her sword crashing down. In the Empress's terrified gaze, the blinding sword light condensed into a lethal wave, cleaving forward. The ministers aligned with the Empress, gasped in horror as they witnessed the impending doom. Beneath the sharp edge of the sword, they seemed to envision the moment when the head of the king and queen would soar away. Just as the situation teetered on the brink of calamity, a sudden cold voice erupted. "You insolent wretch! How dare you?" Before the figure even arrived, the voice had already reached them. A tempest swept through, knocking down a host of ministers. A dark silhouette sprang forth, landing behind Lu Qingwu, exuding an aura of formidable power that prompted an immediate reaction. This was a master of mid-level Grandmaster rank. His profound inner strength surged like a tempest, and with a single step, he sent the very roof of the Grand Hall flying. The fluctuations of low-tier Earth-level martial arts immediately coalesced, and a dark mountain materialized above the heads of the onlookers, its dense and potent energy colliding with the sword light. Chapter 82, Lu Qingwu, the Invincible Grandmaster. Within the Grand Hall, the shimmering sword light clashed against the Black Mountain. As waves of energy rippled through the air, the walls of the hall began to crack and splinter. Behind the shadow of the Black Mountain, the white-haired elder exerted all his internal power to withstand the onslaught. The fury etched upon his face gradually transformed into disbelief. In just a few breaths, the strenuous effort left his face flushed with a deep crimson. Ultimately, the condensed energy of the Black Mountain revealed countless fissures, a sight that sent shockwaves through the elder's eyes. Stunned, he began to retreat in haste. As he withdrew, the Black Mountain could no longer sustain itself and dissolved in nothingness. However, this provided the elder with a moment to catch his breath. As he retreated, he frantically gathered his internal power, unleashing a flurry of fiery palm strikes. The blazing palms collided with the sword light, finally neutralizing the incoming attack. Upon witnessing this, the elder exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, casting a shadowy glance at Lu Qingwu. What kind of internal power is this, surpassing my own by several tiers? Furthermore, this young woman, she appears to be no more than 20 years old, yet she stands at a level higher than I. If she continues to thrive, she may indeed become a future threat. Yet, a subtle smile crept across the elder's face. He was not alone today. A hole was smashed into the sturdy wall, and two dark figures descended beside him. The appearance of the three caused the countenance of the court officials to turn ashen once more. These three were the pinnacle masters of the Xianyi sect. With their presence, it seemed that the princess had little hope of salvation today. The previously terrified empress also regained her composure, rising arrogantly to confront Lu Qingwu. Lu Qingwu, were you not intent on killing me? Here I stand. If you wish to slay me, then come and attempt it. Lu Qingwu's violet eyes scanned the three masters, revealing a hint of surprise. In her previous life, upon her return, only two grandmasters guarded the palace. Could it be that one of the hidden grandmasters of the Xianyi sect had passed away during these 10 years? Her gaze settled upon the grandmaster on the left. This master, with hair and beard white as snow and murky eyes, appeared frail, his teeth long gone, yet he stood, sustained solely by his remaining energy. Upon seeing this grandmaster's state, Lu Qingwu felt a sense of certainty. It must be him. The grandmaster she had not encountered in her past life was this nearly lifeless old man. Nevertheless, a confident smirk graced Lu Qingwu's lips. Whether faced with two grandmasters or three, she felt no difference. After all, she was now Lu Qingwu, at the 8th layer of qi refinement. As Lu Qingwu appraised the three grandmasters, they too regarded her with astonishment, expressions of shock and disbelief etched upon their faces. With her body adorned with an abundance of dark spots, Xianyi turned back to the empress and inquired. I recall catching a glimpse of this woman 3 months ago in the palace. At that time, she possessed merely the strength of a first-rate martial artist, did she not? Upon hearing this, the empress's eyes flickered with unease as she nodded slightly. The three elderly men burst into hearty laughter. Having only reached the first-rate realm before her disappearance, she had now attained the level of a grandmaster in just a few months. What sort of extraordinary opportunity had she encountered? Could it be the legendary inheritance of the Celestials? If they could claim it as their own, would they not also have the chance to step into the fabled realm of the Celestials? The eyes of the three grandmasters from Xianyi sect gleamed with avaricious light. Xian Qi, a grandmaster at the pinnacle of his realm, spoke with a toothless grin. Little girl, if my memory serves me right, you were still at the first-rate level a few months ago. To have made such a swift breakthrough to this stage, you must have encountered an unparalleled opportunity. If you are willing to relinquish that opportunity, I can assure you that I will allow you to leave. As he spoke, his greedy gaze fixated on Lu Qingwu, his murky eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. He was acutely aware that his lifespan was nearing its end. Without a breakthrough to a higher realm, he would soon meet his demise. Yet here lay a fortuitous chance right before him. How could he not be exhilarated? Lu Qingwu, however, merely scoffed disdainfully. Such words were easily recognized as falsehoods, even by a child, let alone by someone of her reborn stature. Moreover, he was merely a late-stage grandmaster, a frail presence akin to that of a mid-stage grandmaster. To her, he posed no challenge whatsoever. Raising her sword, Lu Qingwu unleashed her aura once more. Charging towards the three men, Xianyi sneered, ignorant of your own limitations. Even if you have encountered a great opportunity, transitioning from first-rate to mid-stage grandmaster in just a few months is already remarkable. Yet I am a late-stage grandmaster. He glanced at his companions and instructed. Let us strike together and seize our opportunity. With that, he gestured dramatically, summoning a tempest that coalesced into piercing energy before him. His reddened hand lunged towards the girl while the other two followed closely behind. The four figures soon became entwined in a fierce battle. Fists, palms, and kicks converged upon the girl in a pincer movement. However, with her swordsmanship, Lu Qingwu deftly maneuvered among them. The cold light of her blade effortlessly neutralized their every attack, slicing through their protective energies with ease. With a single thrust, she halted all three of their offensives. A strike of her palm was met by her sword, and the trio of Xianyi found themselves increasingly alarmed. 3 against 1. Yet they could not gain the upper hand. Instead, they felt an impending sense of suppression. How could this be possible? Together, they were not only unmatched, but could also contend with even the pinnacle grandmasters without fear. Yet now, they were being thwarted by a young girl not yet 20 years of age? Could it be that this princess is an unparalleled grandmaster? What a jest! With a fierce gust of wind, her leg struck the sword's body, and Xuanqi found himself ensnared by the violent sword energy, instantly adorned with countless wounds. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his internal power into his left foot and launched a kick that seemed capable of shattering a mountain. Yet, when it landed upon the long sword, it merely forced the wielder to stagger back half a step. The woman was pushed aside, allowing the 3 masters of Xian Yi sect to seize the opportunity and retreat to the side. The 3 grandmasters, their faces flushed with embarrassment, stared with grim intensity at Lu Qingwu. Xianyi furrowed his brow, noticing that beneath the tattered sleeves, his skin had unknowingly become a tapestry of bloodstains. And he inhaled sharply, coldly remarking, "What a farce! How much time has passed? What fortuitous event has enabled her to ascend to such heights with such astonishing swiftness?" Chapter 83. The Divine Sword of Thunder and Earthly Destruction. Gazing intently at Lu Qingwu, Xuanqi communicated telepathically with the remaining 2. This Lu Qingwu must have stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. By any means necessary, we must ensure her capture. Should we seize this chance, we may very well transcend into the realm of celestial beings. The other 2 regarded Lu Qingwu with equal greed, nodding with excitement. Xian Yi sneered coldly. This young girl is indeed peculiar. It is no longer prudent to hold back. We must unleash our full strength and deploy our ultimate techniques to vanquish her here. As Lu Qingwu unleashed her sword's formidable might, the 3 of them simultaneously struck against her blade. After a clash, they quickly distanced themselves, forming a triangle around her. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xuanqi addressed Lu Qingwu. "I can see that your prowess is truly terrifying. Given more time, you might indeed surpass us and enter the celestial realm ahead of us. However, it is regrettable that you are overly confident and foolish." A sinister smile crept across his face. "Nevertheless, we must thank you for presenting such an unparalleled opportunity to us." As he spoke, his vast inner power began to coalesce, causing his robes to billow and his hair to tremble with the intensity of his energy. With a thunderous voice, he exclaimed, "Zoe me hand." Upon the utterance of this command, his gathered inner strength surged into his right palm, inflating it to a fierce crimson hue. A torrent of red energy erupted from his hand, sending shockwaves through the ground, sending debris flying as the entire hall trembled as if on the brink of collapse. The other 2 had long since gathered their strength and now attacked Lu Qingwu in unison. As the trio commenced their assault, the distant onlookers, courtiers who had been watching from afar, hurriedly retreated outside the crumbling palace, casting anxious glances back at the scene. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld the formidable techniques employed by the trio. The Shadow Blood Palm, a technique that required significant inner power to execute, was now on display. The Zuanmi hand, also a foundational technique, was said to have once enabled the Xian Yi sect to vanquish the formidable ancestor of the Li Fire clan, who had sought to challenge the Dalit dynasty. With a single strike, the entire hall would be reduced to ruins. This was the Xian Yi sect's legendary shadow celestial art, rumored to enhance one's inner strength by 30%, unleashing a terrifying martial prowess. A chorus of gasps echoed from the distance. The courtiers, well-versed in the various techniques of the Xian Yi sect, were now filled with trepidation. Their complex gazes shifted back to Lu Qingwu, who, despite her recent disappearance for only a few months, had managed to compel 3 opponents to such a desperate degree. If given more time, it seemed plausible that they could rely on Lu Qingwu to completely dismantle the Xian Yi sect's dominance and restore the royal family's former glory. In the distance, Lu Qingwu faced the 3 converging giant hands, which merged into one formidable force without displaying the slightest trace of concern. She raised the flying sword in her hand, imbuing it with her entire spiritual energy. The sword immediately radiated a dazzling brilliance, while a chilling laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. "How audacious of 3 mere grandmasters to attempt to subdue me. Such overconfidence. As her voice faded, the flying sword trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Lu Qingwu's delicate fingers moved swiftly, forming intricate hand seals. As she manipulated the seals, her lips quivered incessantly, seemingly chanting a mental incantation, causing the flying sword to shake violently like a ferocious beast poised to emerge from its lair. Meanwhile, the sky had gradually darkened, thick clouds rolling in. Within the ominous clouds, flashes of silver light flickered, quickening until the thunderous storm broke forth. In a nearby forest, Chu Feng lay upon a branch, his gaze fixed on the azure screen before him. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "Remarkable, indeed. I once thought that Huo's extraordinary comprehension was unparalleled in this world. Hence, I imparted to him the divine sword thunder control technique. Little did I expect that while Huo proved obedient, he neglected to practice this technique. To my surprise, my second disciple shows comprehension not much inferior to Huo's. What a treasure I have stumbled upon." Chu Feng looked at the azure screen, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his lips. "Beep. Congratulations, host. Lu Qingwu has begun to cultivate the divine sword thunder control technique, receiving a tenfold return." At the moment of culmination, Lu Qingwu pointed her finger at the sword's body and cried out, "Nine heavens mystic realm. Transform into divine thunder. Resplendent heavenly might. Lead with the sword. Divine sword thunder control technique." As her crisp voice resonated, the thunderstorm that had gathered in the sky could no longer be restrained, crashing down upon the longsword. In but a few breaths, all present witnessed the rolling silver lightning being absorbed into the sword. The once tumultuous sword now lay tranquil, exuding a menacing apocalyptic glow from above. The colossal hand, which had sent shockwaves that threatened to collapse the entire palace, had already descended. Yet, Lu Qingwu merely uttered softly, "Strike." The sword, enveloped in lightning, was thrust forward. A streak of silver sword light surged forth, entwined with the ethereal image of a silver dragon, crashing violently against the giant hand. Boom! The dense inner force of the giant hand clashed with the pure lightning's spiritual energy, both forces contending fiercely, neither yielding to the other. In the distance, the three elderly figures strained, continuously channeling their inner energy, even coughing up blood, to sustain the might of the giant hand. In the old man's eyes, a flicker of terror emerged. How is this possible? Not only has she reached such a level in a short time, but she has also cultivated such a terrifying martial art? What fortuitous encounter has led to this? The trio gritted their teeth, holding their ground as they felt the destructive aura emanating from the pure electric light, their hearts racing with trepidation. All was clear. Should the thunder strike, it would likely leave no trace of existence. They found themselves in a predicament, caught in a situation from which escape was impossible. In contrast, despite a momentary stalemate in their combat techniques, Lu Qingwu appeared remarkably at ease. A cold smile graced her lips as she declared, "The Xian Yi sect shall vanish forever." With a sudden movement of her fingertip, the spiritual sword unleashed an even greater force, causing the bolt of lightning to ascend in intensity. The silver light surged dramatically, shattering the colossal hand and, with a resounding boom, engulfing the three figures in its tumult. No, the three grandmasters of the Xian Yi sect, their eyes wide with disbelief, were reduced to mere ashes. The world returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, upon the ground lay three charred corpses. Chapter 84, The Descent of Celestial Beings. Outside the southern wilderness realm, within a tea house in the imperial city, Xiao Huohua leisurely sipped his tea. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. The surface of the water in the cup, which should have been tranquil, began to ripple violently. Surprised, he glanced out the window. In a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, the sky was adorned with a delicate glow of rosy light, while in the distance, dense thunderclouds gathered ominously. Xiao Huohua's gaze sharpened. Was this the thundercloud summoned by the divine sword's true art of thunder control? His brow furrowed deeper, and he murmured with a hint of concern, "Could it be that these individuals have compelled my junior sister to employ the divine sword's true art of thunder control? Could something dire be unfolding?" Without further thought, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a silver coin that trembled unsteadily on the table. Within the palace, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Qingwu and the three charred remains on the ground, faces painted with disbelief and confusion. The prime minister appeared as if trapped in a dream, unable to regain his composure as he gazed at the three scorched corpses, murmuring to himself, "The princess has single-handedly annihilated three grandmasters? Three grandmasters who have loomed over the Silver Moon dynasty for a century?" As his words lingered in the air, the surrounding officials swallowed hard. "Just how old is our princess?" "She hasn't even reached 20 yet," At barely 20, she has managed to topple the three monumental figures overshadowing the Silver Moon dynasty. She has transcended the pinnacle of grandmasters. Joy swiftly spread across the faces of all loyal officials to the Silver Moon royal family. They would no longer have to live in the shadow of that old witch and the Shinny sect. Meanwhile, the queen, witnessing this scene from afar, sat frozen in disbelief. Despair and emptiness clouded her gaze. The three grandmasters of the Shinny sect, whom she had painstakingly maneuvered over the years, had been vanquished by Lu Qingwu. All her efforts had been reduced to ashes. Staring at the three charred bodies, she shook her head in horror, muttering, "How is this possible? This cannot be." The queen's voice turned sharp and frantic as she clutched her head and screamed. Her wide eyes brimmed with disbelief. In the distance, Lu Qingwu cast a glance at the three charred remains, took a deep breath, and regulated her internal energy. In her past life, she had achieved this milestone, but it had taken her 9 long years, culminating in the demise of a grandmaster before she finally avenged herself. Yet now, slaying 3 grandmasters required little effort on her part. The disparity was unfathomable. Lu Qingwu smiled softly. Feeling incredibly fortunate to have encountered the Xiantian immortal and even become his disciple on this seemingly endless path of cultivation. In this lifetime, she would never again be trapped in the mere realm of Dan formation. She tightly gripped the longsword in her hand, silently vowing, "I, Lu Qingwu, shall never tarnish my master's reputation." However, the immediate priority was to cleanse the court of corruption. Lu Qingwu gazed into the distance at the Empress, long, and, sword in hand, began to stride towards her. The Empress, her hair disheveled and in a frenzy, upon seeing Lu Qingwu approaching with the sword, immediately halted her frantic movements, her face a mask of terror. She scrambled backward, pleading in desperation, "Qingwu, I was wrong. Qingwu, I have been your mother for so many years. You have called me mother for so long. Please, spare me. I promise I will." As she spoke, the Empress broke into tears, sobbing and crawling while continuing to plead for mercy. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwu's advance showed no sign of hesitation. Her eyes were devoid of emotion as she moved forward step by step. Just as she was about to reach the Empress and raise her sword to strike, suddenly, a tumultuous wave of energy surged through the air. 3 terrifying auras materialized in the sky. Lu Qingwu halted, frowning as she looked up. In the midst of the swirling clouds, 3 figures clad in black robes emerged, though they appeared as mere dots in the distance. Their formidable presence weighed heavily on the onlookers below. A flicker of shock crossed Lu Qingwu's eyes as she murmured in disbelief, "Are those 3 celestial beings?" In her previous life, as a formidable practitioner in the Baodin realm, she could easily perceive the levels of martial cultivation below that threshold. These 3 were indeed celestial-level warriors. But how could there be celestial beings in the southern wilderness? It had been centuries since such a powerful entity had emerged from that region. Could it be that they hailed from beyond the southern wilderness? Suddenly, Lu Qingwu recalled a certain event. Years after I left the southern wilderness, I had returned briefly. It was said that during my absence, the southern wilderness had experienced great turmoil, instigated by 3 celestial warriors. Could it be that these 3 had made their appearance long ago, unbeknownst to her? Slowly nodding, Lu Qingwu concluded that this must be the case. This indicated that these individuals had been conducting their affairs with utmost caution and secrecy, ensuring that no witnesses remained. Grasping the gravity of the situation, she gazed solemnly at the 3 figures that were slowly descending from the sky. 3 celestial beings were not something she could contend with at present. As the shadows grew clearer, they landed within the imperial city, before the crowd. The trio varied in age. 2 robust young men exuded an unshakable aura. While standing before them was an exquisitely beautiful woman. She appeared slightly older than Lu Qingwu but bore the semblance of a leader among the 3. Her attire was peculiar. With short hair and a form-fitting martial arts uniform, her bare feet lightly touching the ground. The woman surveyed the disarray before her and languidly stifled a yawn. In the distance, the young emperor, clad in a dragon robe and curled up in a corner, suddenly ascended and landed before her. The woman cast a fleeting glance at him and frowned. The emperor of the Silver Moon dynasty? Such a diminutive child, he is unlikely to reveal anything of substance. As her words fell, the terrified, weeping young emperor was unceremoniously cast aside, landing on the ground. The woman surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Is there anyone among you who possesses authority?" Upon hearing this, Queen Wang's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had found a lifeline amidst her disheveled hair. This presence exuded undeniable strength, a force capable of ensuring her survival. She glanced at Lu Qingwu, noting that the latter, too, hesitated to act recklessly, and inwardly rejoiced. "If I can forge a connection with these 3, I need not perish here." Without further contemplation, she crawled forward, addressing them, esteemed lords. I am the Empress Dowager of this dynasty. I hold the regency and possess extensive knowledge of the affairs of the realm. Should you require anything, I am at your service. Chapter 85. How can one who practices Qi fear one who practices martial arts? The assembled crowd turned their gazes toward Empress Wang. With a face marred by despair, she exclaimed, "What troubles do you noble lords face? I shall exhaust every means to assist you." However, the Silver Moon dynasty finds itself in dire straits, besieged by relentless pursuers. At this moment, the dynasty hangs by a thread. I fear there is little energy left to address your needs. As she spoke, she cast a venomous glance at Lu Qingwu, with exalted figures present. She had no choice but to exploit her status to invoke their might, diverting the calamity onto Lu Qingwu, with the 3 Grand Masters of Xian Yi sect fallen. Only these 3 sudden arrivals could offer her protection. If they did not eliminate Lu Qingwu, she would be the first to perish in the aftermath. The ministers, grim-faced, glared at Empress Wang but dared not voice their thoughts. Upon hearing her words, the leading woman surveyed the scene. The palace lay in ruins, a picture of utter disarray, suggesting that a fierce battle had recently transpired. She frowned and remarked, "It appears we have arrived at an inopportune moment. We have no desire to entangle ourselves in your trivial affairs. However, do you recall the Changchun seal?" At the mention of this name, Empress Wang's mind raced, her brow tingling with anxiety. In a state of near collapse, she suddenly recalled, that wretched soul had indeed mentioned something akin to this. It seems that the Silver Moon dynasty possesses a seemingly ordinary treasure, unshakable even by grandmasters. It is said to be called the Changchun seal. Yet, that deceased soul merely hinted at it. I know not where it lies. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qingwu, her heart sank. In this life and death moment, how could she admit ignorance? Regardless of what followed, her immediate goal was survival. She needed to eliminate Lu Qingwu first. Resolving her thoughts, she no longer hesitated and gritted her teeth, declaring, as the Empress Dowager of the late Silver Moon Emperor, I am indeed aware of the existence of this artifact. If you would rid me of this wretched woman, I shall gladly present it to you. Empress Wang pointed menacingly at Lu Qingwu. At her words, Lu Qingwu tensed, warily observing the trio in the distance. However, the 3 formidable beings made no immediate move. The beautiful leader merely furrowed her brow and flicked her finger. A gust of energy suddenly erupted, whipping Empress Wang's disheveled hair, and one of her arms, severed and bloodied, flew away. Empress Wang screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Cold sweat quickly drenched the earth beneath her. The pain rendered her speechless, leaving her with a pale visage and a look of confusion directed toward the woman. Su Qiu coldly remarked, "A mere insect dares to issue demands. Truly, it knows not the gravity of its existence." After a moment's contemplation, Su Xia turned to Lu Qingwu and said, "However, this is not the time for such discussions. I offer you a chance. Withdraw and do not disturb our affairs." From the traces on the ground, Su Qiu discerned that the woman in the distance was not particularly simple. Achieving such a level beyond the Grand Master at such a young age is not something that ordinary forces can cultivate. Currently, they were here merely to find the key, the Changchun seal, that could unlock the Emperor's treasury. They did not wish to cause any unnecessary trouble or complications. Hence, they instructed Lu Qingwu to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwu found herself in a dilemma, her expression wavering. The 3 before her were all formidable beings in the celestial realm, and she knew she was no match for them. However, it was evident that these 3 were eyeing the treasures of the Silver Moon dynasty. Something sought after by celestial beings must be of great value. Since becoming a disciple, she had yet to formally present a tribute to her master. This time, in addition to wanting to purge the court, she also intended to select a few valuable items from the royal treasury to express her gratitude to her master and elder brother. If they were to take those items away, a glimmer of determination surfaced in Lu Qingwu's eyes as she looked at the 3. After all, she was a qi refining practitioner. How could she be intimidated by 3 martial artists? If she retreated now, how could she ever live up to the title of disciple of the Xiantian Immortal? She must confront these 3 celestials to ascertain whether she was indeed their match. Moreover, even if she were to be overpowered, she was confident in her ability to retreat. A disciple of the Xiantian Immortal could not be easily frightened. If she were to withdraw, it must be after a confrontation. Lu Qingwu remained silent, gripping her longsword tightly as the spiritual energy coursed through it. Under the embrace of the rosy light, a chilling sharpness permeated the air. This time, she did not halt but resolutely advanced towards Queen Wang, her demeanor unwavering. However, At that moment, none of the onlookers noticed a young man leisurely leaning atop a grand hall within the layers of towering palaces, observing everything below. He had arrived at the Silver Moon Dynasty quite early. After all, he needed to keep an eye on his two precious disciples to prevent any mishaps. Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the palace square, finally settling on the trio at the side. His heart filled with astonishment. Their auras were several times more formidable than any Grand Master he had encountered. Could it be that these three were all Celestial Realm practitioners? Judging solely by their aura, it seemed comparable to that of the Foundation establishment level. He had previously speculated that the Celestials of this world were not much different from those of the Foundation establishment, and now it appeared to be true. However, judging from the earlier actions of that young woman, although her strength was akin to that of the Foundation establishment, it was clear that these three would not stand a chance against her in battle, even though they had entered the Celestial Realm. Their ability to harness the forces of heaven and earth was evidently quite limited, relying almost entirely on their substantial internal energy for attacks. This seemingly minor difference could lead to vastly different outcomes in actual combat. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng relaxed somewhat. From the current situation, he still felt invincible. Yet, as he gazed at the three figures, he lowered his head in contemplation. I have previously confirmed that there are no celestial beings in the southern wilderness, which implies that these individuals hail from realms beyond. This suggests the existence of even more advanced martial worlds beyond the southern wilderness. Fortunately, when he initially composed the martial techniques, he did not opt for inferior or even superior martial arts, but rather chose the path of immortality. Otherwise, who could ascertain the limits of this world? What if, beyond the southern wilderness, the martial realms not only contain celestial beings? What if there are realms even higher than that of celestial beings? Had he composed techniques suitable for a superior or even intermediate martial world? It would have been uncertain whether Xiao Huahua could practice them. In such a case, due to the constraints of the system, even peers of the same realm might find themselves at a disadvantage, leading to an awkward predicament. Chapter 86. Beyond the Southern Wilderness. The Three Celestial Beings. In the square, Lu Qingwu remained impervious to the voices urging the woman to retreat. With unwavering determination, she advanced step by step towards the queen. The queen, filled with terror, cast fearful glances at Su Qiu and her companions while frantically scraping the ground in her retreat. My lord, save me. If I perish, the world shall forget where the Changchun seal lies. Seeing that Lu Qingwu did not heed her words, Su Qiu furrowed her brow in displeasure. How could anyone in such a remote locale dare to defy her? Her willingness to spare this woman stemmed solely from a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. But if the opponent refused to recognize the situation, then it was time to conclude matters here. With an indifferent tone, Su Qiu commanded, Yun Bo, eliminate her. Yes, miss, replied the elder known as Yun Bo, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Qingwu before stepping forward, his palm facing downward. His profound inner strength surged like a raging inferno, warping the very fabric of space around him. In an instant, a colossal palm, spanning over 10 meters, loomed above Lu Qingwu, casting a shadow that dimmed the surroundings. The immense black hand lingered momentarily in the air before it swiftly descended upon the woman below. Lu Qingwu lifted her gaze, unfazed, and simply raised her sword, which shimmered with radiant light. A sudden burst of spiritual energy erupted from her, causing her garments to flutter elegantly, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance as she softly intoned sword mastery. As her incantation resonated, the sword's divine light trembled. The energy concentrated within the blade exploded forth, dispersing into a radiant aura, from which hundreds of sword projections materialized in midair. A flicker of light danced at her fingertips as she pointed upwards, her words imbued with authority, commanding the flying swords to obey her will. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, all the swords converged, their luminous forms crashing against the massive palm like a torrential wave. The palm, which had solidified to a near-black hue, faltered under the strike, scattering dozens of flying swords. In the process, cracks appeared in its surface, one, then two, until the fissures spread throughout the entire hand, culminating in a shattering explosion. With a resounding boom, the inner force dissipated into the void, and the hundreds of sword projections pierced through the heavens. As the inner power shattered, Yun Bo staggered back a step, breathless. The other two companions also gazed at Lu Qingwu in astonishment. Su Qiu, resting her chin on her hand, regarded Lu Qingwu with intrigue, mused aloud. As far as I know, the southern wilderness is a realm long forgotten. Both the inheritance of martial arts and the practice of such arts here are exceedingly diminished. For nearly a century, the strongest have only reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Yet, Yunbo is a celestial being of the first level, far surpassing any grandmaster. Even a casual strike from him would be insurmountable for an ordinary grandmaster. Her eyes swept across the ground, a playful smile gracing her lips. It appears this woman is even stronger than I previously imagined. She must have surpassed the typical peak of grandmasters. Alas, she remains but an ant. Yunbo shook his head, saying, "Miss, it seems I have underestimated this individual. I shall subdue her at once." With that, the elder's figure flickered and appeared beside Lu Qingwu, swiftly delivering a powerful strike. By the time Lu Qingwu reacted, the elder's palm had already expanded to its fullest in her vision. With a resounding clang, her sword intercepted the blow, absorbing the force of the strike. The overwhelming shockwave forced Lu Qingwu's feet to dig into the ground, leaving a trail of skid marks stretching for hundreds of meters. Rising to her feet, she swung her sword, dispelling the oppressive energy around her. Remarkably, she bore no injuries whatsoever. As Yunbo observed Lu Qingwu, a deeper curiosity flickered in his eyes. His previous close-range attack had been executed without restraint. Even a peak grandmaster would have been severely wounded. Yet, this woman remained unscathed? Before he could further process his astonishment, the woman charged at him with her sword. Yunbo scoffed, "You overestimate your own capabilities." His figure vanished as he surged forward. Within mere breaths, their silhouettes intertwined over 10 times, each clash shattering the ground beneath them, sparks flying in every direction. Throughout the encounter, Lu Qingwu found herself in a constant defensive state, struggling against his relentless onslaught. Each opportunity to strike was met with counterattacks from Yunbo, forcing her to remain on the defensive. After several exchanges, Lu Qingwu was once again sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. After executing a few spins, she managed to dissipate the force and landed on the ground. Yet, before she could regain her balance, she charged at Yunbo once more. Observing this, a look of disbelief gradually filled his eyes. After numerous skirmishes, he realized he could only push back this native of the southern wilderness. She bore no marks of injury, merely radiating an unyielding aura. This left him deeply unsettled. How could a woman from the southern wilderness, barely 20 years old, possess such prowess? Even in the outside world, her talent would be deemed commendable. Moreover, after exchanging over 1,000 blows, there was no sign of her internal energy waning. Instead, she appeared more vigorous, continuing her relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Yunbo struck Lu Qingwu back 100 meters, exclaiming, "A bothersome fly. If you seek death, I shall oblige." The distant woman merely smiled lightly, her fingers resting against the icy sword, taunting, "This sentiment could very well apply to you." As Lu Qingwu's fingers glided along the sword's blade, flickering sparks of electricity danced in tandem. At that moment, dark, dense clouds began to gather in the sky, with silver lightning crackling within. Meanwhile, Su Qiu and another man, who had been quietly observing, suddenly widened their eyes in shock. The elder beside Su Qiu glanced between the sky and Lu Qingwu, incredulously remarking, "This technique conceals an utterly terrifying energy fluctuation. Even the celestial martial arts treasured by my Su family may not possess such might. How could such an extraordinary skill emerge from this desolate land?" Amidst her astonishment, Su Qiu couldn't help but smile lightly, realizing that this woman harbored a profound secret. Who would have thought that, aside from the key to the martial king's secret realm, there existed such an opportunity within the southern wilderness? Truly, this journey was not in vain. Su Qiu turned to Yunbo and said, "Yunbo, be gentle, spare her life." Yunbo nodded, a flicker of avarice igniting in his gaze as he looked at Lu Qingwu. How could my Su family turn away such an opportunity presented to us? With a decisive step forward, his aura surged forth, causing the ground to shatter and dirt to fly. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as he raised a finger, channeling an immense force that converged before him. In the distance, the thunderous sky had been entirely absorbed into his longsword, unleashing a pure bolt of destructive lightning. As Yunbo advanced, the earth trembled beneath him, and he bellowed, "Cloud-piercing finger." A beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, colliding with the torrent of lightning. Chapter 87. The 8th Layer of Qi Training. The Celestial Warrior of Martial Arts. The collision of the cloud-piercing finger and thunder light momentarily cast a shadow over this realm. As all luminescence was violently usurped by the ferocious shockwave, the ground heaved as if it were the surface of the sea, erupting in a tumult of mud that soared over 100 meters. The once flat terrain within a radius of nearly 100 meters was instantaneously transformed into a vast pit. The two waves of energy swiftly neutralized each other. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Qingwu staggered back several dozen meters, barely managing to steady herself amidst the chaos. On the other side, the elder was also propelled forward, his figure streaking through the air, covered in dust and landing awkwardly over 100 meters away. This scene left the onlookers in profound shock. The greedy glint in the eyes of the three celestial warriors burned with fervor. A mere native from the southern wilderness, an ant at the grandmaster level, astonishingly managed to withstand a strike from the martial arts of a celestial warrior at the first layer. What caliber of martial technique could this possibly be? Surely, only the techniques of the embryonic pill realm could rival it. It is noteworthy that even beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains, many warriors struggle to possess celestial martial arts. Even among the prominent families in such grand cities, only a handful of celestial martial arts tomes are available. Yet this woman, hiding in the lost lands of the continent, possesses techniques of the embryonic pill realm. One can only imagine how extraordinary that is. Su Yu, with a sinister glint in her eyes, fixed her gaze upon Lu Qingwu and remarked, "This woman undeniably harbors some tremendous fortune. Even if we fail to find the Martial King's secret treasure, the opportunity we can seize from her would allow my Su family to advance further." She cast a sidelong glance at the elder beside her and commanded, "Let us take her down together. Spare her life." Nodding slightly, Su Zhang's face broke into an excited grin. "After this battle, we will be the heroes of the Su family." Ha. With a boisterous laugh, Su Zhang leaped, landing behind Lu Qingwu. The force of the shockwave billowed his robe, revealing an unrestrained aura that surged forth. He was indeed a warrior of the second layer of the celestial realm, his prowess surpassing that of Yunbo. Lu Qingwu regarded the two adversaries with a serious expression. Previously, she had struggled against a celestial warrior of the first layer, managing only to reach a stalemate. Now, an even stronger opponent had emerged. "Young lady, do not resist futilely. We are from the Su family of White Tiger City. If you willingly present your martial arts, my Su family will not mistreat you and will reward you with techniques that can elevate you to the celestial realm." Gripping her long sword tightly, Lu Qingwu furrowed her brow. The name of the Su family from White Tiger City sounded familiar. In her past life, she had certainly heard of this family, but they had no ties to her. Listening to the words of this Su family member, she found it somewhat amusing. Techniques for breaking into the celestial realm? Not only did she possess the means to transcend the embryonic pill realm, but with the method of chi refinement in her grasp, she would not even glance at the legendary martial arts of the Martial King. The celestial techniques bestowed by the Xiantian immortal sovereign were destined to surpass any other martial art. The longsword, gleaming with a chilling ethereal light, was once again infused with potent spiritual energy, manifesting numerous sword shadows behind her. Releasing her grip, Lu Qingwu propelled her hand forward. "Go." The sword, accompanied by streaks of radiant light, shot towards Su Zhang. The latter narrowed his gaze, observing the menacing onslaught, a cold, disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It seems, my dear girl, you are still unwilling to concede." With a swift motion of his gray-white robe, a wave of energy rippled outward. The dozens of sword lights that surged toward him dissipated effortlessly, the flying swords falling to the ground. From within his robe emerged a wrist marred by alarming scars, as he concentrated his inner strength in the palm of his hand, transforming it into a needle-like projectile. With a gentle flick, a resounding hum erupted, and the flying dart surged forward with remarkable speed. Lu Qingwu swiftly conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy before her. The sound that followed was akin to shattering glass. She clutched her right arm, staggering back several paces. Looking down, she noticed that the white silk on her right arm had been pierced, revealing a gaping wound the size of a bowl, from which crimson blood poured forth relentlessly. Fixing her gaze intently on the second-tier celestial being, she gritted her teeth, channeling her spiritual energy to envelop her arm, halting the flow of blood. Yet, her movements did not cease. Her hands swiftly formed a series of intricate seals, the gestures unmistakably invoking the divine sword thunder control technique. The sword embedded in the ground vibrated in response to her spiritual energy. Just then, another shadow rushed toward her. Yin Bo pointed decisively at Lu Qingwu's left arm. She swiftly twisted her body, evading at an exceedingly acute angle, and struck her palm against his chest. Before the wave of action could settle, Su Zhong followed closely, a whirlwind accompanying him. In his grasp, a ghostly green luminescence coalesced, his figure cloaked in a toxic scorpion-like silhouette, the sharp tail poised directly at Lu Qingwu's chest. On the other side, Yin Bo suddenly pointed again. "Girl, kneel before me." Sandwiched between the two, Lu Qingwu completed her actions in a single breath. Thunder rumbled ominously as a silver lightning bolt descended upon the longsword, shooting towards this location. The sword, imbued with the might of thunder, collided with the thrust and the poisonous stinger, creating a tumultuous wave of energy that held them in a fierce standoff. However, this standoff did not endure for long. In mere moments, the balance collapsed, erupting into a terrifying explosion. The violent shockwave sent all three individuals flying, landing in disparate directions. Witnessing this spectacle, Suqiu could no longer maintain her composure. Waves of disbelief rippled through her eyes as she inhaled deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, "In the southern wilderness, the strongest warriors are said to only reach the Grandmaster level, yet this woman, how can she achieve such prowess?" She discerned that this woman's cultivation technique was remarkably peculiar. Though her realm was inferior to Yun Bo's, she could still contend with him evenly. The martial skills exhibited by this woman were nothing short of astonishing, as she managed to face two adversaries simultaneously, completely neutralizing the assaults of both Yun Bo and Su Zhong. To possess such strength to this extent borders on the abnormal. In the distance, the aura surrounding Lu Qingwu appeared somewhat chaotic, clearly affected by the preceding assault. Observing this, Su Zhong, with a grim smile, unleashed another fierce gust from his fingertips, striking directly at Lu Qingwu. The velocity of this internal force was astonishing. Before Lu Qingwu could react, the wave of energy had already swept her hair upwards, poised to land upon her chest. Just as it seemed Lu Qingwu was about to be struck, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, effortlessly shattering Su Zhong's technique. This unexpected strike left all three in a state of astonishment. Previously, Lu Qingwu had to rely on her utmost skills to withstand a single move from Su Zhong. Yet now, a newcomer had emerged, capable of effortlessly dismantling Su Zhong's attack. Was this individual even more formidable than the woman herself? It appeared that not only did they bully the weak, but they also engaged in the unfair practice of overwhelming with numbers. The crowd, taken aback, turned towards the source of the sound. Lu Qingwu too directed her gaze at the person, her face alight with a spark of excitement. Chapter 88. The senior brother Xiaohuahua is here. Who dares to bully my junior sister? A young man's palm shimmered with a wave of spiritual energy as he strolled leisurely towards this location. Upon seeing him, Lu Qingwu exclaimed with joy, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Lu Qingwu's senior brother, Xiaohuahua. The sight of Xiaohuahua's face caused her heart to finally relax. With her senior brother's arrival, even if he had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his mastery of the qi refining great perfection and his adeptness with the great desolate prison Skyfinger meant that she no longer needed to flee today. So you frowned and gazed at Xiaohuahua, coldly inquiring, "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Baihu City Su family?" Under her scrutinizing gaze, Xiaohuahua's lips curled into a slight smile, and an aura of confidence radiated from him as he declared, "You all dare to bully my junior sister. How can that be considered mere trifles? Today, you must pay the price for your actions." Junior sister? The utterance of those words from the young man momentarily stunned the three celestial beings present. Was this woman not a native of the southern wilderness? How could she possibly have a senior brother who was at least at the second level of the celestial realm? Could it be that they both hailed from beyond the southern wilderness? Contemplating this, Su Qiu's expression darkened. Their primary objective for entering the southern wilderness was to seek the key to the Martial King's secret realm. This matter should not be publicized. If it were merely a few insignificant ants, they could easily be crushed without a second thought. However, the strength of these two was far from ordinary. Realizing this, Su Qiu's demeanor stiffened, and she forced a strained smile, saying, "Since you both come from beyond the southern wilderness, I shall overlook your insolence. Take your junior sister and leave at once." Although the martial arts she employed were quite enviable, the allure of the Martial King's hidden treasures was far more enticing. Nevertheless, Xiaohuahua was unwilling to relent. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "Leave? After bullying my junior sister, you expect me to let you go without an explanation? How naive." Su Qiu clenched her fists tightly, feeling increasingly vexed. Their purpose was simply to obtain the key, and these two were of no concern to them. Allowing them to retreat was already a significant act of kindness. Now, creating such trouble was testing her patience to its limits. She cast a disdainful glance at Xiaohuahua and scoffed. "A mere second-level celestial dares to demand an explanation from me? If you wish to avoid death, then be gone. Your pitiful sect does not deserve to be compared to my Baihu City Su family. A second-level celestial is nothing in our eyes." Upon hearing this, Xiaohuahua's brow furrowed, and a fire ignited in his obsidian eyes as he enunciated each word with precision. "Pitiful sect? Huh." He let out a cold laugh. It is essential to understand that in Xiaohuahua's heart, his master was not only a supreme being, but also the savior who had pulled him from the depths of despair. Such a simple phrase was enough to incite his fury to its maximum potential. As the cold sound of the flute reverberated, Xiao Huahua's imposing presence reached its zenith. He proclaimed, "To insult my master. Such a crime deserves punishment." With those words, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yunbo, who was resting in the distance. Swiftly, he unleashed a punch. Yunbo hurriedly raised his arms in defense, channeling his true energy into his limbs for protection. However, when the punch landed, the gathered internal force offered no resistance, effortlessly torn apart like mere air. A resounding crash echoed, and as the mist cleared, Yunbo lay in a deep pit, buried beneath the earth. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Huahua materialized before Su Zhong, unleashing a fierce kick imbued with violent spiritual energy. A dull thud sounded as Su Zhong was hurled into the ruins, his upper garments completely shredded, and his arms a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Su Qiu stood momentarily stunned, but rage soon ignited in her eyes. This wretched boy had the audacity to injure her subordinates right before her eyes. A blatant affront to her and the Su family of Baihu City. Her voice trembled with fury. "You seek death." Having refrained from combat until now, Su Qiu finally unleashed her full might. The fluctuation of her internal energy surpassed that of both Yunbo and Su Zhong combined by several folds. In an instant, her figure vanished, and a long whip descended from the air, fiercely aimed at Xiao Huahua. The whip, tipped with a silver hook dripping with venom, glinted ominously in the harsh sunlight. Xiao Huahua's reflexes appeared even swifter as he swiftly retreated to evade the strike. The whip struck the ground, tearing through the earth as if raking at flesh, sending dirt flying and carving a deep trench. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance, launching a punch toward the woman. In response, Su Qiu transformed her other hand into a fist, seemingly unafraid, and collided with his. The impact of their fists sent waves of spiritual and internal energy trembling against each other, neither party gaining the upper hand as they both were propelled backward. As soon as they touched the ground, Su Qiu wasted no time and unleashed another whip strike. Noticing this, Xiao Huahua furrowed his brow, gathering spiritual energy in his palm to counter. With a fiery blast, he struck down the whip, flames spiraling up and incinerating it entirely. Taken aback, Su Qiu hurriedly discarded the remnants of the whip. "Damn it, this boy possesses some skill," she scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. Without further ado, she advanced with an unusual gait, closing in on Xiao Huahua. Undeterred, he engaged in close combat with her. Su Qiu lunged forward, sweeping her hand toward Xiao Huahua's face. He raised his arm in defense, simultaneously launching a clawing attack toward her chest. Their fists and feet moved in a rapid flurry, each strike targeting the other's vital points. Like two impeccable war machines, they executed their movements with absolute precision, devoid of any superfluous actions. Each clash of fists and feet resulted in a complete neutralization of their inner strength and agility. As their strikes met time and again, they would recoil only to advance towards one another with renewed ferocity. Siyu's techniques were meticulously crafted, drawn from a sophisticated martial arts system. In stark contrast, Xiao Huahua's moves bore the semblance of a brawl, reminiscent of street fighters or ruffians, lacking any discernible structure yet striking with lethal intent. Su Qiu was acutely aware of this disparity. Under such circumstances, her frustration mounted with each encounter. Employing her superior martial arts skills in close combat, she found herself thwarted by this reckless youth, whose punches resembled those of a headless fly. Gritting her silver teeth, she unleashed a powerful strike towards Xiao Huahua's chest. When their fists collided, a terrifying force once again dissipated, and the two figures swiftly distanced themselves. Breathing heavily, Su Qiu gazed at Xiao Huahua in astonishment. Her heart racing. What is happening? Who is this youth, capable of matching me blow for blow? Chapter 89. Huahua, merely three mere celestial beings. Su Qiu retreated to the side. However, the figure of Xiao Huahua did not grant her a moment's respite, as he suddenly closed in with alarming speed. Another whip-like kick surged towards her. Su Qiu, momentarily distracted, barely managed to react, raising her arms defensively. With a resounding thud, her form was once again propelled several dozen meters away. Gazing at her trembling, bloodied arms, Su Qiu seethed. Damn it, just how formidable is this brat's internal energy? Is he an endless abyss? After exchanging thousands of blows, she certainly felt a strain, although she had not employed any particularly energy-consuming techniques. The sheer intensity of the combat had drained her internal energy significantly, rendering her movements less fluid than before. Yet, the man before her showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Not only was his reservoir of internal energy astounding, but the precision of his internal techniques was equally extraordinary. During their exchange, she felt her own internal energy stagnate, as if it feared the might of her opponent's power. This disparity left her feeling unnerved. She practiced the most elite techniques of the Su family. Just how terrifying were the skills that this young man had mastered. As Xiao Huahua relentlessly pursued her like an unyielding adhesive, Su Qiu took a step back, unwittingly experiencing a flicker of trepidation. The realization of this emotion ignited her fury. How could she, the esteemed heir of the Su family in White Tiger City, be frightened by a rogue who appeared from nowhere? She immediately turned and shouted furiously, "What are you two waiting for? Are you just going to lie there? Is my Su family providing for you just for show?" In the distance, the two who had been gravely injured by Xiao Huahua finally managed to rise from the ground. Su Zhong's complexion remained flushed, still affected by the previous blow, and the blood oozing from his arm had yet to fully stem. He glared darkly at the figure of the young man engaged in combat with Su Qiu. The internal energy emanating from this brat was peculiar. Once it infiltrated his body, it wreaked havoc on his own internal flow, making recovery exceedingly challenging. Similarly, Yun Bo appeared even paler. The two exchanged a glance and rose to charge forward. Just as Xiao Huahua was entangled in a fierce struggle with Su Qiu, he suddenly felt a chill at his back, accompanied by the rush of two powerful winds. Instinctively, like a wild beast, he swiftly retaliated against Su Qiu with a punch and hastily defended against the incoming strikes from both sides. The trio exhibited remarkable synergy. And in that fleeting moment, Su Qiu advanced once more with her unique footwork, launching a series of palm strikes. Under the combined onslaught of the three, Xiao Huahua was forced to retreat several steps. Clearly, he could no longer withstand such a frenzied assault alone. Observing this, a cold smile finally graced Su Qiu's face. "Brat, it seems you can no longer hold your ground." Seizing the moment, the three pressed their advantage, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious. With a deft sidestep to evade the incoming backhand strike, the Qianquan ring adorning Xiao Huahua's right hand flickered with a glimmer. A resonant clang reverberated as a flying sword emerged, coiling protectively around Xiao Huahua. Under the mastery of swordsmanship that surpassed that of Lu Qingwu, the long sword maneuvered fluidly, weaving through the onslaught and deftly neutralizing the attacks of two adversaries. The fierce struggle among the four resumed its stalemate, with neither side gaining the upper hand. With a forceful palm, Su Qiu deflected the incoming sword, drawing a sharp breath. Could it be that he is a sword cultivator? Her beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Huahua with renewed astonishment. This implied that the young man had not exerted his full strength during their earlier clash, but rather used her as a sparring partner. A flicker of determination crossed Su Yu's face. "You too," restrained him. Yun Bo and Su Zhong were taken aback. Understanding her intent, they gritted their teeth and unleashed their martial arts, charging at Xiao Huahua. Chuanyun Finger, Death-Seizing Scorpion Technique. The two figures surged forward, propelled by their powerful energy waves. In response, Xiao Huahua's fingertips traced through the air. The ethereal sword radiated with divine light, immediately manifesting shadowy blades aimed at the two assailants. With explosive sounds, the duo was once again repelled. However, at that moment, a piercing voice echoed in Xiao Huahua's ears, "Yushin Luewo Palm." As the dust settled, Su Qiu's form was enveloped by a gentle breeze, her movements becoming strangely swift, and her strikes infused with an elusive softness that rendered her techniques incomprehensible. The two combatants, witnessing their lady's transformation, were filled with overwhelming excitement. "Lady, you have finally unleashed the Yushin Luewo Palm. This is the pinnacle of martial arts from our Yun family, renowned throughout the entirety of Baihu City." Su Zhong nodded in agreement, recalling how the Su family's ancestor had carved a path in Baihu City using this very technique. Within the Su family, only heirs like their lady were deemed worthy of mastering it. Legend spoke of the immense power of this palm technique, yet it required an intricate accumulation of energy. Moreover, once deployed, all internal energy would be exhausted within half an hour, necessitating a recovery period of over half a month. This limitation rendered it difficult to employ effectively in one-on-one combat. Thus, over the years, not only outsiders but even members of the Su family rarely witnessed this illustrious martial art in action. Yet, once unleashed, its might was nothing short of earth-shattering. Exchanging glances, Su Zhong declared, "While Our Lady employs her divine technique, let us strike together and subdue this young man." Yun Bo nodded in agreement. The two figures followed Su Qiu, simultaneously launching their assault upon Xiao Huahua. The extraordinary palm technique unleashed a flurry of strikes towards him, each of the 10 gusts of palm wind boasting power that rivaled Su Zhong's earlier death-seizing scorpion technique. As the palm struck the long sword, it was sent flying. The palms of the three individuals descended simultaneously upon Xiao Huahua, leaving several lingering shadows of their strikes. In an instant, Xiao Huahua was struck multiple times, ultimately propelled away by the final blow. He spun through the air several times before landing unsteadily on the ground. From a distance, Lu Qingwu, witnessing the scene, hurried to Xiaohua's side. Observing her senior brother's flushed complexion and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, she expressed her concern. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Gritting her silver teeth, she glared at the three figures in the distance, exclaiming, "Senior brother, I will join you in battle. Let's reduce them to mere pulp." However, upon hearing her words, Xiaohua rose and placed a hand to restrain Lu Qingwu behind him, gazing at the women approaching with a palpable aura of menace. He could not help but burst into laughter. "Junior sister, they are merely three beings of the celestial realm. Leave them to your senior brother." Chapter 90. The finger of perfection and qi cultivation imprisons heaven and earth. Observing the retreating figure of Xiaohua, Lu Qingwu nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of peace and no longer harboring intentions to intervene. After all, the individual before her was destined to become the future martial ancestor. How could mere trifling figures in the realm of Tianren serve as obstacles on his path to greatness? Xiaohua took a step forward, his dark eyes scanning the three figures approaching menacingly. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the woman among them. The power emanating from her was more than thrice that which she had previously displayed. Such martial prowess was indeed commendable, capable of achieving such a remarkable enhancement in a short span. However, this form of martial arts, which could incite the warriors of the five great empires in the southern wilderness to clash fiercely, was merely passable in Xiaohua's eyes, for he wielded celestial arts that far surpassed these so-called martial techniques by 1,000-fold. Thus, feeling the surging wave of internal energy rushing towards him, he harbored no fear. Rather, a hint of excitement coursed through him. After such a long time, he had finally encountered an opponent worthy of his attention. As his words fell, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, rippling through the surroundings like a sudden tide. Hearing Xiaohua's audacious proclamation, Su Qiu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Kid, I admit you possess some degree of strength, but your arrogance has exceeded all bounds. The Tianren realm warriors of the Su family are in an entirely different league compared to those scattered cultivators like you." Despite her words, a profound sense of gravity weighed heavily on Su Qiu's heart. This young man, not only younger than her, had reached such heights as a scattered cultivator, managing to contend against three of them, nearly bringing them to a stalemate. It forced her to employ her family's ancestral martial arts just to gain the upper hand. Such innate talent was undeniably extraordinary. Her own talent was regarded as among the elite in Baihu City, yet when compared to this pair of siblings, she felt woefully inadequate. Individuals of their caliber would incite a frenzy among the various noble families of Baihu City. Even the Su family, in the past, would have treated such super geniuses with utmost deference. Understanding her family's patriarch, Su Qiu knew that if he were to learn of such an existence, he might even offer the most elite martial techniques of their lineage as an inducement. As the heir of the Su family, Su Qiu was acutely aware that such prodigies must be befriended rather than antagonized. Having already crossed that line, there was no chance of allowing him to survive. Evidently, the two subordinates behind her shared similar sentiments. Ignoring their injuries, the three forcibly elevated their auras to their peak state once more, unleashing their most formidable martial arts. Flame-sweeping palm, Liwa style. With a cold command, Su Qiu moved with peculiar steps, conjuring a fiery shadow that resembled her own at her side. Subsequently, both she and the fiery shadow executed their palm techniques simultaneously. Nearly 100 blazing palm shadows gradually materialized behind her. From a distance, Xiaohua disdainfully curled his lip. "The Su family? What is that? My master is an unparalleled immortal." Observing the three individuals unleash their martial techniques, he remained calm and unhurried, simply planting his sword into the ground. Previously, he refrained from employing martial arts, as he sought to gauge the prowess of these so-called celestial beings, who were above the grandmasters. Now that the moment of life and death had arrived, he no longer harbored any reservations. With a gust of wind, Xiaohua's eyes glimmered with a vibrant light, piercing and resolute. His hands began to form seals, transitioning from slow to swift. At that moment, the heavens once again darkened. The three individuals approaching Xiaohua took note of this spectacle, their hearts trembling violently. Even Su Qiu gritted his silver teeth, incredulous. What kind of sect did their senior brother and sister hail from? The martial techniques they wielded could stir the very forces of nature. Such grandeur was far beyond the pinnacle celestial martial arts of their Su family, the fire palm. Moreover, compared to the previous woman's technique that summoned heavenly thunder, This so-called senior brother's influence was considerably more vast. The sky, 1,000 meters high, was shrouded in thick dark clouds. Recalling the earlier display by Lu Qingwu, who invoked thunder and nearly matched Yun Bo and Su Zhong despite their tremendous disparity in strength, the three felt a shiver run down their spines. If the junior sister was so formidable, how much more terrifying was the senior brother? Su Qiu's face darkened as he barked, "Now's our chance. Kill him." The others nodded in agreement. With voices trembling, the trio unleashed their martial arts upon Xiaohuahua. The cloud-piercing finger and 100 fiery palms surged forth like raindrops towards him as they traversed the vast sky. These 100 attacks coalesced into the faint silhouette of a massive spirit serpent. When they were within 10 meters of Xiaohuahua, he raised his arm towards the heavens. His voice resonating through the realm, "Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger." With a single gesture, he imprisoned heaven and earth. A beam of red light shot into the sky, and everything that had been restless fell silent for a moment. Then, amid numerous terrified gazes, a colossal finger resembling a celestial pillar emerged above the firmament. Accompanied by resounding thunder, this gigantic finger pierced through the clouds and crashed down. The spirit serpent collided with the enormous finger. In that instant, the clash of martial arts unleashed a terrifying shockwave. A wave of energy radiated outward, sending spectators who had taken refuge thousands of meters away flying. The ground cracked, and palace walls crumbled. The horrific aftershock descended like a cataclysmic disaster, uprooting the palace square in a blinding flash of white light. Citizens on the streets outside the royal city witnessed this scene and believed a calamity had befallen the world. Their horrified screams echoed incessantly as they scattered in panic amidst the tremors. As the gaze fell back upon the imperial city in the very next instant of collision, 3 martial arts techniques shattered into fragments. In the distance, the 3 individuals sustaining their techniques with immense internal energy were violently rebounded, spitting blood as they were flung to the ground. The vast imperial city trembled suddenly. Amidst the swirling smoke, dust descended like a torrential downpour. With a single move, it seemed as if a deity or demon had descended, annihilating heaven and earth. When the onlookers regained their clarity from the daze, they stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The chancellor, witnessing the unfolding scene, gasped in disbelief, stammering, This is impossible." Through his murky vision, the once grand plaza had been transformed into a desolate ruin. A massive pit, over 10 meters deep, now lay before the crowd. Above, a colossal finger lingered in the sky, resembling a divine omen. Beneath that enormous digit, Su Qiu, clad in tattered rags and bloodied flesh, knelt on one knee within the deep pit. Her once fair skin had turned ashen, and blood dripped from her wrist, staining the earth below and spreading like a dark bloom. Chapter 91. Fiery Fire. Behind me stands the Supreme Celestial. Within the Imperial City, a group of ministers huddled together amidst the ruins of the palace, trembling in fear. Their gazes were drawn to the massive chasm that had consumed the entire square before the palace, leaving them parched and speechless. Standing beside the Prime Minister, the historian stared wide-eyed, his mind swirling in disbelief, exclaiming, "Such godlike powers are simply unheard of." In that fleeting moment when the colossal finger descended from the heavens, the minister's understanding of the world crumbled entirely. As officials of the dynasty, they were well aware of the capabilities of martial artists from various realms. Those beneath the realm of postnatal warriors, despite their formidable lethality, were not fundamentally different from ordinary individuals. Even a top-tier martial artist could at most scale walls and shatter stone with bare hands. Upon reaching the realm of postnatal and then innate warriors, individuals transcended the limitations of mortals, capable of soaring through the skies and shattering mountains with techniques that could kill from hundreds of meters away. The Master and Grandmaster realms far surpassed these abilities, enabling one to obliterate entire mountains with a single punch and contend against an army of 100,000 alone. Yet, the Grandmaster was considered the pinnacle of what they could fathom. However, the youth before them had far exceeded their wildest imaginations. With a mere finger, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in, resembling a calamity of divine proportions. What manner of being could this be? The Minister of Justice, in a daze, remarked, "All along, I believed that celestial warriors, akin to the revered Bodhidharma, existed only in legends. Yet now, not only have 3 such beings descended from beyond the heavens, but they have also been brutally suppressed by the princess's senior disciple." To what level has the princess's senior reached? Seated at the back among the ministers, the exquisitely adorned empress appeared dazed, an unexplained liquid pooling beneath her, spreading across the ground. The empress, in her terror, had lost control. After the demise of the 3 grandmasters from the Xianyi sect, She had hoped that the arrival of the celestial warriors from beyond would serve as her salvation. However, that last flicker of hope was utterly extinguished as the colossal finger descended from the sky. How terrifying was Lu Qingwu Sr., a being akin to a deity. At that moment, observing from a distance with his legs crossed, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Logically, achieving the great completion of chi refinement equated to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Yet, Fiery Fire had managed to utilize her control over spiritual energy to transcend her limits and obliterate the 3 celestial warriors effortlessly. It seemed that even emerging from the remote southern wilderness, the cultivation techniques I devised possessed overwhelming power. For Chu Feng, the recently arrived celestial warriors posed no more than a trivial challenge. Yet, he chose to remain and observe. His reasons were twofold: to refine his 2 disciples, allowing them to gain experience and achieve breakthroughs through combat, and to witness how these so-called celestial beings from beyond the realm truly operated. Indeed, it was as he had previously envisioned. In the depths of the pit, the graceful figure, kneeling on one knee, suddenly trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Suchio's breath became erratic, her vision quivering. She lifted her gaze toward Xiaohuahua. Disbelief etched upon her face, her expression teetering on the brink of madness. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. In this forsaken corner of the world, in this realm of martial decline, how could such a formidable presence arrive? She shook her head in a daze. The 10,000 Great Mountains lay not far from Baihu City. Many martial artists within Baihu City were aware of this place's existence. Yet none had dared to traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains to catch a glimpse of this desolate land. The reason was simple. According to warriors who had emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains centuries ago, it was a secluded and neglected corner of the world. In this region known as the Southern Wilderness, even the Grandmasters were seldom seen. What could possibly entice the noble outsiders to explore it? If not for her unexpected discovery in her family's archives regarding the martial king's treasury, she would not have spent months journeying to this barren expanse. Higher-tier warriors looked down upon this territory with disdain. Yet, the young man before her was more terrifying than any celestial-level warrior she had encountered. How could a being of such caliber possibly be found here? Suchio fixed her gaze on the young man standing above the pit, her voice heavy with gravity. Who are you, truly? In response to the inquiry from this celestial woman, Xiaohuahua raised his head with pride. From Dongli City. I am Xiaohuahua, a disciple of an ancient immortal. Upon hearing this, Suchio regained some composure, furrowing her brow. Ancient immortal? Are not tales of immortals mere fabrications to deceive children? How could they possibly exist? In Suchio's memory, even the most powerful warriors she had encountered, those in the Dan realm, would not dare to claim such a title. How could Xiaohuahua's master presume to do so? Xiaohuahua regarded Suchio with indifference, lifting his right hand. As the light from his fingertips shimmered, a flash of white streaked through the air. The flying sword he had previously planted in the ground sword back to him, emanating a piercing sword aura that instilled fear. Xiaohuahua coldly declared, You have insulted my sect and wronged my junior sister. You shall be buried here. At that moment, Suchio finally snapped to attention. Kneeling on the ground, trembling as she shook her head and sobbed in a plea for mercy, You cannot kill me. I am a core disciple of the Su family in Baihu City. If there is anything you desire, just ask, and I will procure it for you. I can fulfill your wishes. If you wish for my body, I can offer it to you. Observing Xiaohuahua's unwaveringly cold demeanor, she nearly descended into madness. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Dan realm warriors of the Su family will not spare you. Yet, whether through coaxing or threats, Xiaohuahua remained unaffected, his fingertip gliding through the air. A dazzling flash of brilliance cut through the gloom. Just moments ago, Suchio, who had been shaking her head incessantly, found her head severed and rolling upon the ground. The expression of terror upon her face, once radiant with confidence, gradually dimmed. Her body, which had previously captivated hearts, was now grotesquely stained with the dark crimson of her own blood. Xiaohuahua gazed upon the lifeless corpse below with indifference, disdain evident in her voice as she scoffed. The Su family of White Tiger City? A formidable alchemist? What of it? If they possess the audacity, let them come forth. I, Xiaohuahua, am a practitioner of the Great Tao, a master of the Qi refinement path. Behind me stands the revered master of the Supreme Immortal. Chapter 92. Collecting the 5 Great Spiritual Artifacts. On the distant palace rooftop, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction at what Xiaohuahua had said. Truly a worthy disciple of his. Such unwavering trust in his master. He raised his sleeve, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, to honor my esteemed disciple's faith, henceforth. I shall impose even stricter discipline upon the two of you. This way, I may swiftly ascend to immortality and become a true supreme immortal. On the other side, Xiaohua suddenly trembled inexplicably, a chill running down his spine. Lu Qingwu, noticing his distress, inquired with concern, "What troubles you, senior brother?" Xiaohua scratched his head. "It's nothing, just an odd chill that has come over me." He extended his spiritual awareness around them, sensing no formidable auras nearby. Glancing back at the ministers seated in a stupor, and the queen collapsed on the ground, having lost control, he felt reassured and turned to Lu Qingwu, junior sister. "Those who posed an obstruction have been dealt with. You may proceed." Lu Qingwu clasped her hands in gratitude towards Xiaohua. "Thank you, senior brother. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss." The three beings of celestial realm, even those at the first and second levels, were beyond her capability to defeat. Not to mention the third-level celestial being leading them. She had gravely underestimated the strength of that celestial woman at the forefront. Had Xiaohua not arrived in time, her escape would have been improbable. Xiaohua, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. "By the time I arrived, you had already worn down two of them." Defeating all three was no great feat in front of his junior sister. He maintained the humility expected of an elder brother. Lu Qingwu turned to gaze at the queen, observing the woman kneeling on the ground, paralyzed in fear, and could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Wretched woman, who can save you now? You cannot escape the debt for murdering my father." The queen, regaining her senses, shook her head in a desperate plea for mercy. "Qingwu, no. You must listen to my explanation. This matter is not as you perceive it." But Lu Qingwu offered her no opportunity. With a swift motion of her finger, a blade of sword energy pierced through the queen's skull. In an instant, her body splattered like a block of tofu, lifeless. Looking at the remains on the ground, Lu Qingwu felt a sense of release. For the second time, she had avenged her great grievance. This time, it was a full 9 years overdue. As she regarded the queen's lifeless form, the ministers trembled, approaching Lu Qingwu in unison, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, the princess has slain the traitor and restored peace to the realm. It is a great fortune for our Silver Moon dynasty. As there is no sovereign now, we humbly beseech you, Your Highness, to ascend to the throne as our Empress of Silver Moon." The chorus of ministers was deafening. They looked to Lu Qingwu with eager anticipation. Having witnessed the prowess she had displayed, in a remarkable display of prowess, one defeated 3 Grand Masters of the Xianyi sect, rendering oneself nearly unmatched throughout the entire southern wilderness. Should a princess return to ascend the throne, the Silver Moon dynasty would flourish like never before. Lu Qingwu gazed upon the assembly, her thoughts drifting back to her previous life. After avenging her great grievances, she had briefly taken on the mantle of Empress and restored the imperial authority. However, this very undertaking had delayed her cultivation, leaving her to perish in her previous life still at the stage of embracing the Dan. With unwavering determination in her eyes, Lu Qingwu proclaimed, "Those who cultivate must not concern themselves with worldly matters. Having embarked upon the path of cultivation, I shall no longer harbor desires for the mundane." Upon hearing her words, the ministers exchanged anxious glances, their gazes fixated on Lu Qingwu. The prime minister, in a sudden fit of urgency, prostrated thrice before her, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the current sovereign is still but a child, incapable of managing the affairs of the state. Only you can save this realm." The other ministers promptly followed suit, bowing in unison. Yet, Lu Qingwu remained resolute, stating, "My aspirations lie elsewhere. The Silver Moon dynasty should be entrusted to my 9th brother." She turned her attention to the child, clad in dragon robes, hidden amidst the ruins. This child bore no royal blood. In her quest for power, the Empress had not only orchestrated the demise of her father, but had also discreetly dealt with the other elder princes and princesses, leaving only her 9th brother imprisoned in the dungeons. The bonds within the royal family had always been tenuous. She had little connection with her siblings, save for the kindness shown to her by her father. With his passing, her ties were severed, and upon the Empress's death, her vengeance was finally fulfilled. As for the fate of the Silver Moon dynasty, she wished to remain uninvolved. Turning to Xiaohua, Lu Qingwu smiled gently. "Shall we take a stroll, senior brother?" Xiaohua, momentarily taken aback, nodded and followed her. They traversed the intricate corridors of the palace, arriving at its innermost sanctum, nestled against a small mountain. This area was adorned with a grove of bamboo and towering trees. As they passed through the bamboo thicket and approached the mountain, a colossal stone door gradually came into view. Stopping before the door, Lu Qingwu retrieved a jade pendant from her waist, placing it against the stone's indentation and turning it. While explaining, this is the treasury of the Silver Moon dynasty. Months had elapsed since she had become a disciple, and she had yet to express her gratitude to her senior brother for all his care and guidance. The stone door creaked open slowly. Upon hearing her gratitude, Xiaohuahua waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying, junior sister? We are both disciples of the same master. Such formalities are unnecessary. Anticipating his response, Lu Qingwu chuckled and inquired, Senior brother, you have been away for over 3 months. Have you found the complete 5 spirit treasures? At this, a hint of embarrassment colored Xiaohuahua's face. I am still short of 2 types, he admitted. Over the past 3 months, he had wandered aimlessly within the Great Li, acquiring the fire and gold spirits from the imperial family, and with the water spirit compensation from the black underworld sect, he still lacked the earth and wood spirits. Suddenly, Lu Qingwu grasped Xiaohuahua's sleeve and pulled her into the depths of the treasury. Then do not refuse any longer. The remaining 2 items may well be found within the vault of my Silver Moon dynasty. As they ventured further into the treasury, flames flickered along the walls, illuminating the myriad treasures within the cavernous space. Unlike the meticulous order of the Great Li dynasty, the Silver Moon dynasty's treasury appeared to haphazardly display rare gems and artifacts as if they were mere pebbles. Here, one could find extraordinary weapons, celestial materials, and even esoteric martial arts secrets in abundance. Since Lu Qingwu had made such a statement, Xiaohuahua felt that any further reluctance would come across as rather pretentious. Thus, she used her spiritual energy to sweep through the treasury. Before long, a handful of dark green soil and a sprout of black wood landed in her hands. I found it. At last, she had gathered the 5 essential spiritual items. A smile of joy blossomed on Xiaohuahua's face. The final 2 spiritual items had finally been collected. Amidst her elation, she noticed Lu Qingwu squatting on the ground, staring blankly at a treasure seal slightly smaller than the imperial seal. Chapter 93. The Golden Core Ancestor, Chu Feng. Fire breaks through Foundation Establishment. Xiaohuahua approached Lu Qingwu's side, perplexed, and inquired, Sister, what troubles you? As he spoke, he too gazed at the jade stone nestled within the chiseled recess in the wall. This jade, entirely emerald green, had been sculpted into the likeness of a qilin, its base resembling a seal. Lu Qingwu took the jade in her hands, gently caressing it. This is the item sought by that so-called young master of the Su family, a celestial martial artist, she explained. She recalled that when Su Qiu had questioned Empress Wang, the mention of this Longchun seal had registered in her memory. It seemed her father had mentioned this treasure many years ago, declaring it the most precious artifact within their treasury. Yet, its true purpose remained a mystery. Xiaohuahua scrutinized the Longchun seal for a moment, unable to discern its significance, and remarked, given that Miss Su traveled across vast mountains to seek it, this item must possess considerable value. We should keep it for now. Echoing Xiaohuahua's thoughts, Lu Qingwu decided to store the Longchun seal within her Qinkuan realm. Turning to Xiaohuahua, Lu Qingwu said, now that we have accomplished our mission and retrieved the item, let us return to Cangzhou to find our master, lest he grows anxious. Xiaohuahua nodded in agreement, and the 2 turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them like a wraith, startling both. However, upon recognizing the individual, their expression shifted to one of joy, and they hurriedly bowed in reverence. Disciple pays respects to master. Chu Feng smiled and gestured for them to rise. As they stood, Xiaohuahua exclaimed, Master, what brings you here? I deduced that you both had completed your tasks. So naturally, I came, Chu Feng replied, surveying the 2 with satisfaction. You both have performed admirably, given your current strength. Remaining in this barren land offers little in the way of experience. We shall reside in the palace for a time, and once Huahua stabilizes his foundation establishment, I will take you both to train beyond the wilderness. It has been many years since I last ventured from here. The 2, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply and responded, Yes, master. Lu Qingwu felt a surge of exhilaration. The time to traverse the vast mountains of this world could be a decade earlier than her previous life. She promptly declared, I will arrange accommodations for you and senior brother. Meanwhile, in the celestial prison, the officials of the Silver Moon stood before a cell. This is the situation, Your Majesty, the Chancellor recounted after detailing the events. The young man trapped within the cell appeared petrified, stunned into silence. The 9th Prince struggled to swallow, having awakened from what felt like a seismic jolt, believing that a calamity had befallen him. To his astonishment, it was not a natural disaster, but rather his sister, now more formidable than any celestial. Not only did he survive, but he also found himself, quite unexpectedly, as the Emperor of the Silver Moon Dynasty. The abruptness of such happiness was overwhelming. The Ninth Prince's lips nearly reached his earlobes, his face flushed, and he fainted to the ground. 5 days later, within a desolate palace. This place was eerily silent, seldom traversed even on ordinary days, and recently designated as a forbidden area of the palace. In that cold and tranquil hall, where even the sound of breathing could be heard, a faint radiance shimmered. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, with surging spiritual energy violently swirling around him, akin to the crashing waves of the sea. 5 spiritual artifacts floated in the air, gradually losing their energy under the weight of the dense spiritual power, which mingled and flowed into his body over the past few months. Despite remaining at the peak of his realm, Xiaohua had refined the spiritual energy within him to a state of overflowing abundance. In this state, the energy from the 5 spiritual artifacts seamlessly blended into his spiritual essence. The energy emanating from the surface of the 5 artifacts grew increasingly thin. Suddenly, the young man seemed unsatisfied with the slow absorption. The harmonious flow of spiritual power transformed into a ferocious torrent. The 5 spiritual artifacts were violently dismantled, their energy rushing into his body. In the Grand Hall, the newly crowned Emperor of the Silver Moon was engaged in a court session with the civil and military officials, discussing how to stabilize the situation that had been under the control of the Xianyi sect for years. The ministers were embroiled in a heated debate, their faces flushed with intensity, while the new emperor pinched his brow in exasperation. The hall was in uproar. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed from afar, drowning out the voices of contention. The emperor and the ministers turned their gazes toward the palace ahead, their expressions alight with excitement. A beam of azure light erupted from the roof of the hall to the heavens. The Silver Moon Emperor sprang to his feet, his expression fervent. "Who resides in the Luqiu Palace?" The Chancellor, trembling, replied, "Your Majesty, it is the Grand Princess's senior brother, the immortal Shao, residing in the Luqiu Palace." Upon hearing this, even though they realized the celestial phenomenon was not caused by their own princess, the pride on their faces did not wane. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," the Emperor exclaimed thrice, gazing at the divine light. "It seems immortal Shao has made another breakthrough. Summon my decree. Command all the chefs in the imperial kitchen to prepare a splendid feast in celebration of the immortal. Furthermore, grant a universal pardon. Let all the citizens of the Silver Moon Dynasty rejoice with immortal Shao." The ministers, stunned, found no fault in the emperor's words. After all, the rebirth of the Silver Moon Dynasty was entirely dependent on the Grand Princess and her senior brother. With the support of the princess and her sect, they would ascend to unprecedented heights. Returning to the Luqiu Palace, the 5 spiritual artifacts trembled under Xiaohua's spiritual energy, and soon transformed into 5 beams of light that merged into his body. As 5 beams of light surged forth, the spiritual power within Xiaohua abruptly retracted, condensed to its utmost limit within mere moments. In the blink of an eye, it erupted forth. A wave of energy rippled from the depths of the Luqiu Palace, enveloping the entire Silver Moon Imperial City in its formidable aura. The inhabitants of the palace, from the highest to the lowest, felt as though an immense boulder had descended upon them, rendering them flushed and prostrated upon the ground. Meanwhile, a graceful figure wandering amidst the ruins of the treasure hall suddenly halted her steps. She swiftly turned her gaze to a palace on her left. Lu Qingwu was utterly astounded. This aura, how could it be so overpowering? Although she had long understood that the path of qi refinement surpassed that of martial arts, and that qi cultivators would invariably outmatch martial practitioners of the same realm, her senior brother had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, the energy emanating from him was already more potent than that of the 5th layer of the celestial realm she had witnessed in her previous life. Chapter 94. The True Immortal Technique. The Azure Sky Transformation Dragon Decision. Lu Qingwu gazed at the surging waves of energy ascending into the heavens, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Her senior brother had just transcended to the foundation establishment stage. Yet he was already capable of rivaling martial artists at the 5th or even 6th layer of the celestial realm. This was without even employing the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. If he were to unleash that technique, would he not be able to contend with late-stage celestial realm warriors? At this thought, even Lu Qingwu, with her resolute disposition, found it difficult to suppress her astonishment. Meanwhile, lying atop the sun-warmed tiles of the Luqiu Palace, Chu Feng wore a broad smile. Before him, a blue luminescent screen materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your disciple, Xiaohuahua, has successfully broken through to foundation establishment, triggering a tenfold return. A cyclone manifested within his body, exuberantly erupting with purer energy. Once the energy had fully discharged, a golden elixir gradually emerged from the refined spiritual essence. At the moment the golden elixir appeared, Chu Feng felt a tremor throughout his body, as if every cell had been cleansed, after which a formidable power, tenfold stronger than before, coursed through him in tranquility. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tenfold return successful. Current realm. First layer of the golden elixir. After the breakthrough, Chu Feng felt invigorated and resumed basking lazily in the sun. Within the Liqiu Palace, the garments of Xiaohuahua had long been torn apart by the vast spiritual energy. With his chest exposed, revealing his robust muscles, he surveyed his body, astonished by the unprecedented surge of spiritual essence. Now, merely by channeling his spiritual power, even an ordinary punch devoid of any technique was almost equivalent in power to his previously unleashed great wilderness prison heaven finger. This is the foundation establishment stage. At last, I have crossed the threshold of immortality. I, Xiaohuahua, have taken one step closer to my master's realm. Xiaohuahua's eyes sparkled. He was confident that if he were to engage with the 3 members of the Su family again, he could defeat them within 3 moves. Excellent. I have not disappointed my master's expectations. A light laugh resonated, and Chu Feng's figure appeared, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Xiaohuahua. Startled, Xiaohuahua immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." At that moment, a graceful figure leapt into their midst, landing before them. Lu Qingwu also bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." The reverence emanating from the two was palpable, as if it were woven into their very essence. Chu Feng regarded them and remarked, "Well done. You both have not let your master down during this time. You have performed admirably." The two were filled with excitement, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Receiving praise from their master surpassed all earthly delights. After offering appropriate encouragement, Chu Feng recalled his earlier words, his expression turning serious. "Previously, I mentioned to both of you that upon your breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, I would impart to you the true techniques of immortality." Both disciples trembled at his words, particularly Xiaohuahua, whose pupils constricted with exhilaration. The phrase true techniques of immortality seemed to possess an enchanting power, stirring his very heartbeat. He could not help but repeatedly ponder in his mind. If the true essence of cultivation that the master was about to impart was indeed a genuine method of transcendence, then what they had learned prior could only be deemed as rudimentary techniques. With such elementary skills, the two of them had already overturned the entire southern wilderness and even dealt with the extraterrestrial beings. If such rudimentary methods were already so formidable, Xiaohuahua could hardly fathom the true power of the so-called authentic cultivation techniques. Amidst the chaos of his thoughts, the voice of Chu Feng resonated once more, bringing Xiaohuahua sharply back to focus. "Huahua, I observe a significant affinity between you and the great wilderness capturing heaven finger. This technique aligns with the most formidable and fierce path of body refinement among the various schools of cultivation. You might consider pursuing this route further." After a brief pause, Chu Feng smiled and declared, "I shall impart to you the Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Technique." The name of this technique echoed in Xiaohuahua's mind as he lowered his head, filled with anticipation. The title alone suggested it was an exceptionally vigorous form of celestial sorcery. Chu Feng continued, "The essence of the Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Technique lies in the concept of transformation. This method aims to forge the body, honing it to possess the resilience and extraordinary qualities akin to that of a dragon. Upon reaching mastery, you shall be able to manifest in the form of a blue dragon, wielding the forces of heaven and earth. Should you cultivate it to its utmost pinnacle?" As Chu Feng chuckled lightly, both of them felt a shiver run down their spines. Xiaohuahua's breath quickened, leaving him somewhat lightheaded. The notion that one could even slay a true dragon with a mere slap was staggering. What is a dragon? It is a being that exists solely in legends and myths, standing atop the hierarchy of myriad creatures, intrinsically linked to the divine. To think that through the Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Technique, one could transform oneself into a dragon and even possess the power to vanquish a true dragon? In just a few sentences, Xiaohuahua grasped a tangible understanding of the authentic cultivation methods spoken of by his master. In comparison, the great wilderness capturing heaven finger appeared considerably inferior. He gazed at Chu Feng with the same intensity one would reserve for a mesmerizing beauty. Clearing his throat, Chu Feng elaborated, The Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Technique consists of 5 significant stages: Azure Dragon Skin, Azure Dragon Scales, Azure Dragon Wings, Azure Dragon Transformation, and Dragon Bone Transformation. To condense, the Azure Dragon Scales is the foundational step of this technique, and it is of utmost importance. Chu Feng then proceeded to explain the cultivation steps and the abilities one would possess upon completion. To him, this was the most crucial aspect, for he understood that the various techniques previously imparted were merely forms and intentions. The true essence would be discovered by these two prodigies through their own insight. Over-explaining would only serve as an impediment to their understanding. The methodologies he had crafted could not be deemed entirely useless, yet they offered little assistance. If one were to insist, the techniques and hand seals he devised could indeed imbue the practice with a sense of ritual, allowing both individuals to engage with the art with heightened focus. As for the notion that forming seals might hinder the execution of the techniques, potentially leading to interruptions and missed opportunities in battle, such considerations were entirely absent from Chu Feng's mind. After all, the techniques that were returned to him tenfold could be executed with remarkable proficiency and ease. Chu Feng elaborated on the Qing Tian Hua Long Juice principles, detailing the necessary steps and materials for cultivation as depicted in the original texts he had perused in his past life, sharing this knowledge with Xiaohuahua. As anticipated, Xiaohuahua promptly entered a state of deep contemplation. Each time he imparted his teachings to these two disciples, they exhibited this very demeanor, which brought Chu Feng great comfort. Satisfied, he nodded thoughtfully and added a final admonition: "Huahua, remain in the palace and dedicate yourself to your training. Once you have grasped the basics and cultivated the Azure Dragon Skin, I shall take both of you beyond the southern wilderness." Chapter 95. The first layer of the Azure Sky Dragon transformation is perfectly complete. Chu Feng reclined leisurely upon the silken quilt, inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the rosewood. A sense of intoxication enveloped his visage. The opulence within the imperial palace is indeed unparalleled. In his previous life, he had long yearned to experience such luxury. Within this palace, one typically encounters the chambers of concubines or the quarters of eunuchs and maidservants. Given Chu Feng's esteemed status, the Silver Moon Emperor would not dare to assign him to a servant's quarters. Instead, he designated an exquisite side hall, the most lavish chamber in the entire imperial city, ensuring that the servants prepared the finest bedding and furnishings before permitting this esteemed immortal to reside there. It is worth noting that during his stay, Chu Feng frequently observed various concubines meandering about. Some even possessed the audacity to seek his company, yet they were all graciously declined. Life is long, and with daily indulgence, he could grow stronger through the efforts of his disciples. Such a life is truly idyllic. Stretching languidly, a trace of wry amusement tugged at the corners of his mouth as he sensed the approach of visitors. However, with his current perception at the Golden Core stage, he could identify their presence from a kilometer away, even through doors and windows. The visitors were none other than the Silver Moon Emperor and his newly appointed Empress. They approached the door and knocked, inquiring, "Is the immortal master within?" Residing within the palace, Chu Feng was more than willing to extend a measure of courtesy to the emperor. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the door opened effortlessly. The emperor and empress exchanged delighted glances, entering in unison to greet him. "We pay our respects to the immortal master." The emperor, casting a furtive glance at Chu Feng, hesitated to meet his gaze and said, "I have been occupied with affairs of state in recent days, and it is only today that I have brought the empress to visit you. I hope you will forgive my tardiness. On behalf of the countless subjects of Silver Moon, I express our gratitude." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. It was Light Dance and Fire who saved you. My involvement is minimal." The emperor continued earnestly, "Immortal master, you jest. Without your teachings, the calamity facing our Silver Moon dynasty could not have been averted. Ultimately, it is your merit that prevails." As he spoke, the Silver Moon Emperor bowed deeply to Chu Feng, fully cognizant of the formidable power that stood before him. He understood that as long as he could appease this extraordinary figure, the Silver Moon dynasty would endure for generations without peril. He hastily inquired, "I wonder if your stay here has been comfortable. If there is anything amiss, I shall immediately have arrangements made." Chu Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. Yet his gaze drifted to the empress standing beside the emperor. With an exquisite figure and a visage of dignified grace, she moved with an elegance reminiscent of blooming orchids. The emperor's discerning eye was not to be underestimated. In that fleeting glance, the emperor, keenly observant of Chu Feng, gritted his teeth and declared, "If it pleases the immortal master, I shall bestow the empress upon you." As soon as the words fell, the queen, who had just been smiling, was immediately taken aback. Her face displaying a look of terror as she grasped the emperor's arm and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Without a moment's hesitation, the emperor shrugged off the queen's hand and retorted, "Silence. To be favored by a celestial master is a stroke of fortune." The queen's expression dimmed. Yet as she glanced at Chu Feng, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Observing their interaction, Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback. Was it truly so alarming to merely cast an additional glance? The emperor indeed possessed a ruthless demeanor, unfaltering in his resolve. Was such a minor action sufficient to provoke such a reaction? He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such fervor. I have never been one to indulge in feminine charms." Upon hearing this, disappointment was palpable in the emperor's eyes, while the queen lowered her head in dejection, secretly contemplating, "If only I could become the celestial master's consort and gain the secrets of eternal life, experiencing the world's splendor. It would surely surpass the role of a mere queen." Chu Feng's gaze, however, was not directed at the two before him. Instead, it lingered on the azure light screen that only he could perceive. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Xiaohuahua has successfully broken through the first layer of the Azure Dragon transformation technique, entering the realm of Azure Dragon skin. Ding! Tenfold returns initiated. Ding! Tenfold returns successful. The first layer of the Azure Dragon transformation technique has reached perfection. Deep within the 10,000 great mountains, amidst towering peaks, a flying vessel glided through the air. On board, Chu Feng reclined leisurely on a wooden chaise, while Lu Qingwu fanned him from the side. Meanwhile, Xiaohuahua stood resolutely at the bow of the vessel, bare-chested and unyielding. Suddenly, a peculiar beast resembling a black pig with 9-foot wings let out a furious roar as it charged towards them. As the flying pig approached within 100 meters of the vessel, Xiaohuahua was enveloped in a radiant azure light. Vast swathes of azure skin began to coalesce upon his body. This azure skin, though rougher than his usual complexion, had grown infinitely more resilient than before. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he pointed forward with 2 fingers, growling, "Die." The azure light surged forth with amplified ferocity, and with a mere flick, a phantom dragon claw materialized, colliding with the flying pig. With a resonant explosion, the hefty creature's body ruptured at its center, shattering into countless fragments that scattered into the air. A demon beast of the second tier of the celestial realm was effortlessly obliterated by Xiaohuahua. He then closed his eyes once more, the azure glow softly illuminating him as he entered a state of deep meditation. Chu Feng opened his eyes briefly, then gently closed them again. Within the 10,000 great mountains, countless demon beasts roamed. Along their journey, they encountered numerous creatures below the third tier of the celestial realm. These beasts were left to Xiaohuahua to handle, providing him with an opportunity to refine his Azure Dragon transformation technique. While it is often said that demon beasts possess physical strength several times greater than that of martial artists, this notion did not apply to Xiaohuahua. Under the influence of the Azure Sky transformation dragon art, Xiaohuahua's physical form has transcended that of countless demon beasts, reaching an astonishing pinnacle. Meanwhile, Lu Qingwu, who was fanning Chu Feng, remained ever vigilant of her surroundings. Should she encounter any demon beasts beneath the celestial realm, she would swiftly take action to eliminate them. Now at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, she found herself effortlessly capable of dealing with grandmasters and even the first tier of celestial realm demon beasts. Throughout their journey, Chu Feng had yet to seize an opportunity to intervene, but he found solace in this arrangement. Suddenly, another resounding explosion echoed ahead, causing him to inwardly lament. The vast expanse of the 10,000 mountain range not only spans an immense distance but is also teeming with demon beasts. Among these creatures, many boast power equivalent to the first and second tiers of the celestial realm, which explains why so few have managed to emerge from the southern wilderness over the years. It seems the martial world beyond the southern wilderness is significantly stronger than that within its confines. Chapter 96. The Lin Family. Lin Yuanli. Beneath a certain peak of the 10,000 great mountains, a towering tiger demon, with slender wings and a height of 6 meters, lunged towards a young boy ahead. A deafening roar erupted from the creature, sending the boy hurtling backwards, landing dozens of meters away. As he fell to the ground, Lin Yuanli clutched his bruised arm and turned to face the enormous tiger demon, which approached him with a mocking gait. Gazing into its fist-sized emerald eyes and its gaping maw, despair washed over him, prompting him to shut his eyes tightly. Was this truly the end? He had yet to clear his father's name. He had yet to defeat Lin Tian. He could not die. He did not wish to perish. Suddenly, Amidst his utter despair, a piercing sound wave rippled through the air, and a powerful voice resonated. Great wilderness, prison, heaven, finger. A single finger, imprisoning heaven and earth. Startled, he opened his eyes to the sky. To his astonishment, the once mighty tiger demon found itself bound in place, unable to move an inch despite its frantic struggles. An ancient, desolate aura descended, and the boy looked up, seeing a colossal finger crashing down from the heavens. As the giant finger made contact with the tiger demon, it offered no resistance and was mercilessly crushed. When the dust settled, only a mass of flesh remained before him. The boy's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the vanishing giant finger, his expression one of awe. What terrifying martial prowess! What kind of formidable expert had come to his rescue? Moreover, the energy from that technique surpassed that of many late-stage celestial warriors. Was such a method not an extravagant waste to slay a mere second-tier celestial beast? After searching the sky for a time, the boy's gaze suddenly fixed on a distant point above. Squinting, he looked closer and felt a jolt throughout his body. The wielder of that colossal finger was not an elderly expert, but a youth only slightly older than himself. This person, seemingly of similar age, could unleash martial arts more fearsome than Lin Tian's. Who was this prodigious talent? Grinding his teeth against the pain in his body, the boy attempted to rise and bow in gratitude to the one who had saved him. Yet before he could bend down, another fierce gust swept past him, ruffling his hair. A thunderous sound of rushing wind echoed from behind. He spun around to see a massive flying vessel gracefully approaching, resembling an enormous wooden boat. It was a colossal entity capable of housing an entire palace, casting a shadow over him. Staring at this celestial-like vessel, the boy was rendered utterly speechless. What manner of terrifying object was this? When had such a thing appeared in the world? Gazing at the flying vessel in the sky, the youth felt as though his mind might implode. Such a palace capable of flight was beyond his experience. He had neither seen nor heard of anything so wondrous. Even the storytellers he cherished within the city had never recounted tales of such extraordinary phenomena. Innate warriors could indeed hover in the air and manipulate objects with their internal energy. Yet, how could a structure of such immense proportions soar through the heavens? He struggled to fathom the colossal power required to lift such a grand vessel into the sky. Whose formidable ancestor was making an appearance with such grandeur? Regaining his composure, the youth bowed deeply to the young man above, expressing, "Thank you for your timely rescue. I, Lin, shall forever remember your kindness and will repay your great favor in the future." Hearing the earnestness in the boy's voice, Xiao Huohuo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It was merely a trifling matter, no need for concern." With that, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he returned to the vessel. This action caught Chu Feng's attention, who observed the youth below, resting his chin on his hand and murmuring, "I did not expect to encounter such a remarkable boy at the edge of the 10,000 great mountains. As a newcomer, I know nothing of the world beyond this realm. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from this young lad." The thought of whether his two disciples might harbor suspicions about this endeavor was entirely absent from his mind. The two had already elevated him to a status akin to a deity. Whatever he said or did would elicit no doubt from them. Even in the face of unexpected circumstances, they would concoct explanations to smooth over any issues. With this in mind, he addressed Xiao Huohuo. "Please bring that boy up here. I have questions for him." Xiao Huohuo bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." With that, he vanished in a streak of azure light, reappearing before the bewildered youth. "You mentioned wanting to repay me, correct? The opportunity has arrived." The boy was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the youth's confusion, Xiao Huohuo chuckled lightly. "My master wishes to see you. Fear not, he is quite amiable." "Master?" The youth's heart raced. The young man before him was already intimidating enough. He could easily be perceived as a patriarch in some minor clans. What kind of terrifying power did his master possess to warrant such reverence? The boy dared not imagine it. After all, those at the Danbao stage had no capability to mentor such a prodigy at the peak of the celestial stage. Could it be that this master was a formidable martial king, a true sovereign of strength? Before the boy could voice his thoughts, he felt a tremendous force lift him. And amidst a whirlwind of sensations, he found himself atop the flying vessel. Overcome by dizziness and nausea, he nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. When he heard Xiao Huohuo's voice beside him, "Master, I have brought him aboard." Upon hearing those words, the young man refrained from being impolite in the presence of such formidable figures. Struggling against the dizziness, he bowed to Chu Feng and said, "I am Lin Yanli, and I humbly pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. I am eager to know what instructions you might have for me." Should there be any way in which I can be of service, I shall certainly not hesitate to oblige. Lin Yunli bowed respectfully, lowering his head in apprehension. Fearful of causing offense and unwilling to meet the gaze of the person before him. Before Chu Feng could speak, Lu Qingwu was momentarily lost in thought, exclaiming in astonishment. What did you say your name was? This utterance prompted the others to cast curious glances in her direction, with Xiaohuahua inquiring, Junior sister, what is the matter? Do you know him? Realizing her lapse, Lu Qingwu shook her head, saying, No, I must have misheard. Yet, despite her words, her captivating eyes remained fixed on Lin Yunli, continuously sweeping over him. Chapter 97, The Future Flame Emperor. The third disciple of Xiantian Immortal Venerable. On the flying vessel, Lu Qingwu fixed her gaze upon Lin Yunli, her eyes darting back and forth, her heart brimming with joy as she mused. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed him, Lin Yunli, the second disciple of Xiantian Immortal Venerable in my previous life. The Flame Emperor, Lin Yunli. Before her knelt a youth, marked by minor abrasions on his cheeks. Yet these did little to obscure the striking features that hinted at his innate elegance. It was said that the Flame Emperor Lin Yunli was the disciple encountered by Xiantian Immortal Venerable on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moreover, despite the slight disparity between his current appearance and that of the formidable ruler he would one day become, the resemblance was unmistakably evident. Having seen the portrait of the Flame Emperor in her former life, she could not be mistaken. The individual before her was indeed the future illustrious Flame Emperor Lin Yunli. It was astonishing that even with her unexpected reincarnation, her master would still encounter the Flame Emperor at the edges of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Was this the capriciousness of fate? Casting a glance at Chu Feng, a faint smile curved Lu Qingwu's lips. It appeared that her master was preparing to take on another disciple. Yet, the original second disciple would now become the third. The esteemed Flame Emperor, that mighty sovereign, would be her junior. The thought filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. Heaven had treated her kindly. Not only had she been granted rebirth, but she had also seized the opportunity to apprentice under Xiantian Immortal Venerable. In the future, with her senior brother, the martial ancestor, and her junior brother, the Flame Emperor, Lu Qingwu would surely stride confidently across the vastness of the world. However, while Lu Qingwu reveled in her thoughts, Xiaohuahua and Chu Feng were largely unaffected by her reaction. Chu Feng addressed the youth before him. I am Chu Feng, who has been secluded from the world for an unknown number of years. Now, having taken on 2 unsatisfactory disciples, I have returned to the realm with them. I summoned you here to inquire about the current state of affairs in the world. Furthermore, what are the distinctions within the realms of cultivation today? Beside him, Xiaohuahua and Lu Qingwu remained impassive, particularly Xiaohuahua, who was unwavering in his belief regarding Chu Feng's identity as an ancient immortal. Additionally, it was not unusual for those who practiced cultivation to possess limited understanding of martial arts. Yet, Lin Yunli, who knelt on one knee, trembled uncontrollably, lifting his gaze in astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at this eminent figure, his mind a blank canvas. Had he truly been in seclusion for so long that he was unaware of the current martial realm? How was this possible? Hadn't the martial realms remained unchanged throughout the ages? Their family's lineage contained records pertaining to this. The martial realms had been established 100,000 years ago, and no alterations had ever occurred. This meant that this esteemed individual had been secluded for a staggering 100 millennia? Impossible. Although, after entering the celestial realm, a warrior's body, having undergone repeated refinement through pure energy, gradually transcended the limitations of mortality. Even their lifespan extended beyond the mortal threshold of 150 years. The higher the realm, the longer one could live. However, the exaggeration of this individual is quite astounding. To retreat for 100,000 years. Even the legendary martial god could not possibly achieve such a feat. It is uncertain whether the martial god even possesses a lifespan of 100,000 years. Lin Yunli gazed intently at the young man before him, drawing in a deep breath. Thus, the one seated in front of him is a being more formidable than the martial god? This utterly ludicrous notion, once it surfaced in his mind, was swiftly cast aside. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could there exist a being more powerful than the martial god in this world? How could one person's seclusion encompass the entire history of martial arts? Yet, Lin Yunli soon lowered his head. Is it truly impossible? A complex haze flickered in his eyes. If the other party were merely a celestial martial artist, he would deem such thoughts fanciful, or perhaps a deliberate ruse to deceive him. Yet, this individual before him, whose disciples possess such terrifying strength, and who travels in a vessel akin to a palace, employs methods hitherto unheard of. Would there be any need to fabricate such a lie to ensnare a powerless and inconsequential ant like him? With just a few simple words. Lin Yunli found himself utterly bewildered, forgetting entirely that he was still being questioned by this formidable figure. Observing Lin Yunli's stunned silence, Xiao Huahua, somewhat vexed, exclaimed, "Kid, what is the matter with you? My master is inquiring about you." Chastened by Xiao Huahua's rebuke, Lin Yunli returned to his senses, straightened his posture, and shook his head vigorously. "I apologize for my lack of composure, esteemed elder." With that, he bowed deeply once more. Tensed and apprehensive, Lin Yunli remained prostrate on the ground. Regardless of whether this individual had indeed surpassed the martial god, offending him was not an option. Moreover, he had been saved by this person's intervention. Rising, he kept his head bowed and clenched his fists. "Esteemed elder, I am Lin Yunli of the Lin family's branch in Qingyan City. Our family is modest, and my knowledge is limited. I am only aware that not far from here lies Qingyan City itself. Qingyan City is one of the 8,000 cities of the Zhuge dynasty, which is merely a small dynasty within Songzhou. Beyond Songzhou, there are still 18 other provinces. As for the current cultivation realms," Lin Yunli paused, glancing at the two individuals standing beside Chu Feng, swallowed hard, and continued, "Above the celestial realm is the Baodan realm. Following that is the martial king. Then the martial emperor, the martial venerable, the martial sovereign, the martial saint, and finally, the legendary realm of the martial god, standing at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, mastering all paths of the world." As he spoke, Lin Yunli seemed to recall something, his gaze dimming slightly. "In our branch of the Lin family, the strongest remaining is merely at the celestial realm. Originally, our strongest member had the opportunity to break through to the Baodan realm and become one of the great powers in Qingyan City. Moreover, that individual is my father." Realizing that he had spoken excessively about irrelevant matters and fearing the displeasure of the esteemed elder before him, Lin Yunli immediately shook his head vigorously and said, "I apologize, Senior. I couldn't help but." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yunli found himself momentarily dazed. Chu Feng's brows quivered slightly as he gazed intently at the youth before him, his heart jolted by an unsettling thought. Could it be mere coincidence? Is this the hand of fate? Just as I emerge from the 10,000 great mountains, I encounter a prototype of that individual? Hearing Chu Feng's remark, Lin Yunli bit his lip, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes as he continued, "My father was once renowned as a genius within our clan. Yet, in a battle of the main lineage, he was crippled by the prodigy Lin Tian at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, leaving him forever stranded at the peak of the 1st tier." Chapter 98. The Flame Emperor takes on a master. The path of immortal cultivation. On the flying vessel, Xiao Huahua gazed at the youth before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had met in a previous life. Meanwhile, Chu Feng scrutinized the young man with earnestness, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he mused internally, "This familiar narrative cannot be mistaken. It seems that just as I have emerged from the southern wilderness, I am destined to encounter a child of fate." Moreover, if Lin Yunli's assertions hold true, the martial arts beyond the southern wilderness are indeed formidable, boasting a multitude of realms beyond the so-called celestial beings. Fortunately, his teachings revolved around the path of immortal cultivation, imparting knowledge solely related to this discipline to Xiao Huahua and the others. Otherwise, having just exited the southern wilderness, if he had endeavored to create a cultivation method that could not even rival the mightiest of martial deities, it would have been a source of ridicule after such grandiose claims. Nevertheless, even so, the vastness of this martial world instilled a sense of urgency within him. He had initially believed that with his golden core cultivation, he could emerge as a peerless figure, if not the unrivaled champion. Yet now it appeared that the martial prowess outside far surpassed that of the southern wilderness. His current strength was insufficient when placed before true giants. Fortuitously, his luck was not entirely lacking. Just as he was about to traverse the 10,000 great mountains, he encountered this destined youth. Having crossed paths with him, it would be remiss to let the opportunity pass. This lad seemed to lack the trust that Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingwu possessed, necessitating some persuasion. With a swift turn of thought, Chu Feng recalled that the young man had mentioned tales of sorts, and he contemplated how to make Lin Yunli the second of Xiao Huahua. He spoke softly, "Upon stepping out from the secluded forest of elders, I took on a disciple. Now, having emerged from the southern wilderness, the first person I encounter is you. It seems we are fated." At this juncture, he chose not to elaborate further. Yet the atmosphere shifted subtly among the three present. Lu Qingwu chuckled softly, thinking, "Just as I suspected, even with unforeseen changes, destiny cannot sever the bond between the Xiantian Immortal Lord and the Flame Emperor." Meanwhile, The kneeling youth, engulfed in confusion, suddenly jolted, his face flushing with excitement as he struggled to contain a grin, reveling in the thought, a master is willing to accept me as a disciple. Is this the opportunity spoken of in the tales, hidden in a place of tranquility? Though he had yet to witness the elder's prowess firsthand, the strength of the elder's disciple was enough to reveal the elder's formidable capabilities. The youth appeared to be only slightly older than himself, yet he possessed an overwhelming strength surpassing even Lin Tian. To be able to train such a young late-stage celestial being, this master who intended to take him on as a disciple must undoubtedly be at least at the dance stage. Additionally, the flying vessel, a marvel beyond his imagination, was something he had never encountered before. Even if the claim of a 10,000-year seclusion were an exaggeration, Lin Yunli believed that this individual was undoubtedly stronger than anyone he had previously known. His power must surely be at least that of a martial king. If only I could take the esteemed Wu Wang as my master. Would I not have the opportunity to triumph over Lin Tian in the Lin family competition 3 months hence? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yunli's mind, and he swiftly made a momentous decision. He knelt down, pressing his forehead to the ground in reverence, and proclaimed, I have witnessed the extraordinary abilities of the immortal master and felt his remarkable aura. From the very moment we met, I was filled with admiration for him. To forge a connection with the immortal master now is a fortune accumulated over countless lifetimes. I wish to become your disciple. If I truly have the honor of being your student, I shall never forget your great kindness, willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. This youth possesses a commendable spirit. After pondering for a moment, he replied thoughtfully, I do not select disciples based on their lineage or innate talent. What matters is fate and comprehension. At present, our fates have intertwined. The remaining factor is your understanding. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, my teachings do not pertain to martial arts, but rather the path of immortality. Should you wish to join my ranks, you must transform your inner strength into spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, a trace of confusion appeared on Lin Yunli's youthful face. Transforming inner strength into spiritual energy? Spiritual energy? The path of immortality? What does that even mean? Aren't all practitioners in this world merely martial artists? The differences among them are merely in the techniques they cultivate. But why does it seem that what this exalted figure speaks of is entirely different from inner strength? Moreover, if what he claims is true, that to become his disciple one must convert their inner strength into spiritual energy, does that not imply that all the hard work he has put into cultivating his inner strength since childhood would be rendered meaningless? At the tender age of 17, Lin Yunli had yet to learn the subtlety of the world. His youthful vigor was still palpable. His emotions were almost always visible upon his face. Chu Feng, perceptive as he was, noticed Lin Yunli's inner turmoil. Unlike Xiao Hua and Lu Qinwu, who had little talent for martial arts and had long since abandoned their pursuits without any psychological burden, Lin Yunli was different. At his current age of 17, he had already reached the late stage of the celestial realm. It is noteworthy that the so-called Su Qiu, as the heir of the Su family in Baihu City, had only achieved the 3rd level of the celestial realm despite abundant resources. Lin Yunli's talent is indeed remarkable, even beyond the southern wilderness. Moreover, the family he hails from is a fallen branch, devoid of even a Dan-holding expert. It is evident how much effort Lin Yunli has expended over the years to reach this point. Under such arduous and demanding circumstances, his accomplishments are truly commendable. Now, to ask him to forsake his hard-earned martial prowess in favor of an uncertain and potentially less powerful spiritual energy is far from an easy proposition. However, Chu Feng refrained from offering words of comfort, as that would undermine the dignity of a sage. As a figure of wisdom, it is essential for a seeker to deliberate on their own choices. Should he interfere, it might backfire, engendering suspicion in the other party. The atmosphere remained tranquil, with none of the 4 uttering a sound, save for the whooshing of the flying vessel slicing through the winds. Lin Yunli kept his head bowed, his brow furrowed deeply in thought, contemplating. In 3 months, the clan's grand competition will take place. After this event, Lin Tian, as the clan's prodigy, will no longer partake in contests among the younger generation. This may very well be my final opportunity. The sage before me appears formidable, yet, is the so-called spiritual energy truly reliable? If I were to convert my internal force into spiritual energy, would it result in a decline in my strength, rendering the martial techniques I have diligently practiced ineffective? At that point, I would be even less a match for Lin Tian. To bow or not to bow? Chapter 99. My master is an ancient immortal. Upon the flying vessel, Lin Yunli remained with his head bowed, engulfed in indecision. Beside him, Xiaohuahua, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, "Youngster, my master is an ancient immortal. The path of cultivation is a profound journey beyond your reach. It is incomparable to the trivial martial arts. Cultivation leads directly to the divine. What are you still hesitating for?" Xiaohuahua perceived in Lin Yunli a reflection of his own past self, prompting him to offer this stern reminder in a moment of stalemate. Lin Yunli suddenly lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Inspired by the words of Xiaohuahua, who had rescued him from peril, he resolved to act. With only 3 months remaining, he realized that defeating Lin Tian was beyond his capabilities. Even if he transformed his spiritual energy, it could lead to a regression in strength. Without transformation, he would merely face a less humiliating defeat. Either way, it would be a loss. He might as well take a gamble for an opportunity to win. With gritted teeth, he bowed deeply, declaring, "I, Lin Yunli, pay my respects to my master. As long as I can grow stronger, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to whatever my master instructs. I humbly request that my master accepts me." Chu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having witnessed Lin Yunli's inner turmoil, he had been concerned about whether to intervene. Thankfully, there was his exceptionally capable disciple, Xiaohuahua. Nodding, he spoke softly. "I observe that your current cultivation has reached the level of a celestial being. The inner strength at this celestial level can indeed be directly transmitted to you, enabling you to practice the method of foundational cultivation. This will allow you to transform your inner strength and swiftly ascend to a higher realm of cultivation." At this point, he shifted his tone. "However, you must prepare in advance. The method of cultivation is vastly superior to martial arts. According to the laws of nature, while the celestial realm is equivalent to foundational cultivation, after the transformation, you will only reach the pinnacle of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunli resolutely bowed again, stating, "I implore my master to impart the teachings." Having made his choice, Lin Yunli would no longer retreat or hesitate. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "In that case, I shall impart to you the flame technique. This technique was created by me in my earlier years and was once taught to a talentless scion of a small family during the ancient era. Ultimately, that individual, through this technique, ascended to become an immortal, earning the title of Flame Emperor among the people of ancient times." As he finished speaking, a glimmer emanated from Chu Feng's fingers, which he directed toward Lin Yunli's forehead. The latter was enveloped in a blaze of light, his expression one of astonishment, before he closed his eyes to comprehend the teachings bestowed upon him. For Chu Feng, the flame technique was not difficult to formulate, as it merely involved replicating the method of the burning technique that devours foreign flames, substituting the foreign flames with spiritual materials available in this realm. The concept of converting internal energy into spiritual energy had previously been experimented with by Chu Feng on Lu Qingwu. He instructed her to absorb the internal force within her body while simultaneously comprehending the spiritual energy, allowing the two to merge harmoniously. The spiritual energy, derived from the essence of heaven and earth, naturally surpasses internal energy. Under the voluntary guidance of its master, the two energies readily amalgamate into one, ultimately transforming into spiritual energy. The only distinction lies in the fact that the internal energy within Lin Yunli is somewhat excessive. However, given sufficient time, the transformation can be achieved successfully. Upon hearing the term Emperor Yin, the remaining disciples trembled with excitement. Lu Qingwu inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with realization. So, this was the origin of the title Emperor Yin. Had she, in fact, witnessed the birth of the emperor in this era? Xiaohuahua, standing nearby, felt a sense of disorientation. For reasons unknown, the mere mention of the Emperor Yin sent a tremor through his very soul. As if recalling something, he glanced at his fellow disciple who was engrossed in the comprehension of the burning technique, then turned to Chu Feng and inquired, "May I ask, Master, are the Emperor Yin and the martial ancestor from the same era?" Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they hail from the same epoch and, by a twist of fate, became close friends. During the upheaval of the world, they jointly defended the two great borders of the human realm, serving as a formidable bulwark for humanity. The titles of Emperor Yin and Martial Ancestor arose from their legendary deeds. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua's blood surged with fervor, and he regarded his fellow disciple with earnest intent. If possible, he too aspired to resurrect the illustrious reputation of Emperor Yin and Martial Ancestor from the ancient times. Chu Feng, meanwhile, suppressed a chuckle. When he originally decided to impart a technique to Xiaohuahua, he envisioned a method with minimal restrictions yet remarkable power. Unexpectedly selecting the great desolate prison sky finger, When bestowing this technique upon Xiaohuahua, he had mischievously wondered if a template of the martial ancestor's destiny would manifest, leading him to eventually impart the Emperor Yan's techniques. Little did he know that is just what indeed come to fruition. Fate truly has a sense of humor. After a brief pause, Lin Yunli consolidated the information regarding the flame technique in his mind, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for imparting this divine skill to me. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. You must bear in mind that the flame technique is unlike ordinary methods. It is ferocious and domineering. It can devour spiritual fire, enhancing the quality of the technique. However, its drawback is that it requires the consumption of spiritual fire. Otherwise, through regular cultivation, you can only convert your internal energy into spiritual energy, with progress being exceedingly slow. Even less than a tenth of what I have taught to the two of them. Yet, if you consume enough spiritual fire, this technique will grow without limit. Upon hearing this, both Xiaohuahua and Lu Qingwu were taken aback. To enhance the quality of a technique by devouring spiritual fire? They had never encountered such a formidable and extraordinary method. Their master, indeed, is remarkable. The techniques he casually presents are nothing short of earth-shattering. Yet, both were merely astonished and did not perceive any favoritism from Chu Feng towards his younger disciple. In the eyes of the two, the Chu Feng transmission, alongside their own martial arts, possessed a commendable potential. Cultivating to the utmost might not yield results inferior to that of the flame decision. Lin Yunli solemnly remarked, under the guidance of my esteemed master, I shall forever etch your teachings in my heart. The profound kindness of my master. I find myself at a loss for how to repay. Therefore, I propose that upon our departure from the 10,000 great mountains, we journey to the Lin family, allowing me the opportunity to show my filial piety towards my master. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng expressed no dissent, and with a light-hearted smile at the earnest Lin Yunli, he replied, that sounds agreeable. I have not returned to this realm in quite some time, and beyond the southern wilderness, I am uncertain of my destination. Let us take a moment of respite at your family's estate. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Above Qingyun City, a colossal flying vessel darkened the skies, roaring forth with a tempestuous gale. The townsfolk on the streets paused in their tracks, collectively gazing upwards in awe. Chapter 100. The arrival of the flying vessel at Qingyun City. In Qingyun City, the streets were bustling with warriors who gazed skyward in astonishment, their exclamations stirring the crowd into a frenzy. What spectacle unfolds before us? A palace soaring through the sky. Which formidable being possesses such grandeur to traverse the heavens? The arrival of such a power is indeed a fortune for our Qingyun City. In this realm that reveres the mighty, the sight of a palace-like flying vessel is nothing short of breathtaking, leaving the onlookers utterly awestruck. Such a commotion could not escape the attention of the prominent families within the city. The three great clans of Qingyun City, the Lin, Su, and Bai families, emerged in response to the clamor. As they beheld the extraordinary sight above, their expressions shifted to one of solemnity. Suspended in the air, the heads of the three families urgently instructed their kin below, why are you still staring in disbelief? A powerful being above the dance stage has graced our Qingyun City. Hasten to prepare appropriate tributes. The stunned scions of the families quickly sprang into action. At that moment, the swiftly approaching flying vessel came to a sudden halt. A terrifying aura erupted forth, and the scorching spiritual energy descended upon the masses like a torrential downpour. The onlookers felt their loose sleeves whip about in the gale, the oppressive heat striking their faces, igniting a sense of exhilaration among them. At the center of this collective gaze, a figure emerged from the vessel, soaring gracefully into view before all. Simultaneously, a slight smile graced Chu Feng's lips as he observed the blue light screens that flickered before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lin Yunli has successfully broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. The system is initiating a tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xiaohuahua has broken through to the third level of foundation establishment. A tenfold return is being processed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lu Qingwu has broken through to the foundation establishment realm. A tenfold return is underway. Three distinct hues of spiritual energy cascaded down, intertwining and merging into his being. Visible only to Chu Feng, the vast influx of spiritual power caused the golden core within him to tremble in response. Moments later, Chu Feng's breath steadied, his eyes shining with a newfound clarity. The incessantly appearing blue screens coalesced into a singular display. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tenfold return successful. Current realm, 6th level of golden core. Observing the text upon the screen, Chu Feng smiled in satisfaction. Mid-stage golden core. In truth, they could have traversed the 10,000 great mountains long ago to reach Lin Yunli's city. While Lin Yunli was still refining his spiritual energy, Xiao Huahua had discovered the essence of the 5 elements within the depths of the mountains. They paused to allow Xiao Huahua to procure the 5 elemental materials for Lu Qingwu. Moreover, Lu Qingwu had come prepared, having retrieved several 5 elemental materials from the National Treasury well in advance. Thus, over the span of a little more than 10 days, they successfully gathered what was needed. Along the journey, battling the beasts of the 10,000 great mountains had allowed Lu Qingwu to refine her qi to perfection, rendering it even more pure. Through the synergy of these efforts, Lu Qingwu successfully broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Observing the figures of his 3 disciples, Chu Feng sighed inwardly. Realizing the undeniable truth, indeed, quantity matters. Were there only 1 disciple, it would likely require Huahua to cultivate to the golden core stage before he could transcend into the nascent soul realm. However, as it stands, if all 3 of them can advance to the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment, the prospect of reaching the nascent soul realm becomes tangible. Should he take on a few more disciples, the pace of breakthroughs would surely accelerate. The timeless adage, more profit from more sales, holds true, surpassing the folly of clinging to a single sheep. Were it not for the rarity of talented individuals, he would be tempted to gather 100 or so disciples at once and await his ascension to immortality. With his emotions slightly tempered, Chu Feng cast his gaze downward. A faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Yunli, this lad, bears a resemblance to Huahua, yet lacks his carefree demeanor. The brooding protagonist possesses a distinct charm of his own. Beneath the flying vessel, onlookers beheld a figure leaping forth from the miraculous craft, their astonishment swiftly morphing into a stupor. Countless eyes fixated on the youthful face, incredulous. Could it be Lin Yun of the Lin family? How did he emerge from that sacred palace? It was rumored that he had ventured into the 10,000 great mountains to seek opportunities for the Lin family competition scheduled in 2 months. In just a month's time, his aura now rivaled that of a 3rd-layer celestial being. Could it be that this young man truly found something extraordinary? The ordinary citizens and martial artists in the streets, alongside the members of the 3 prominent families, were left utterly dumbfounded. In the air, Lin Yunli stood with an air of defiance, his sleeves billowing, his demeanor now far more formidable and imposing. No longer the cautious and calculating individual he once was. He exuded a sense of freedom and nonchalance. To those observing, Lin Yunli seemed transformed, as if he were a different person compared to a month ago. The Lin family members were equally electrified, their faces flushed with excitement. A middle-aged man, unkempt and with hair resembling wild grass, gazed at the figure in the sky, his typically stern visage softening with a semblance of satisfaction. Is that my Yun? In just a month, he has ascended from the 1st layer to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of celestial being. Yun possesses exceptional talent. It is I who have hindered his progress. A fleeting expression of regret crossed Lin Zhao's face. He had long believed that his defeat to Lin Tian years ago had brought misfortune upon the Lin family, vowing to never again utilize any resources from the Lin clan. Consequently, Lin Yunli was left to cultivate in a corner of the family, devoid of ample spiritual herbs, managing to reach the 1st layer of celestial being through sheer perseverance. He had assumed this was the pinnacle of Lin Yunli's potential. Yet he was astonished to see his son elevate to the 3rd layer of celestial being, a status regarded as extraordinary even in Qingyun City, within a mere month. If only he had allowed Lin Yunli to cultivate more freely over the years. Lin Xiao shook his head, releasing a gentle sigh. In a secluded villa belonging to the Lin family, a girl with an ethereal, otherworldly demeanor gazed up at the heavens. Her eyes, shimmering with a faint golden hue, reflected a glimmer of joy at the corners. I knew it. Brother Lin Yunli must possess extraordinary talent. Although Lin Yunli, standing before her, still fell slightly short compared to the prodigies of her clan, if he continued to cultivate as he had, he would undoubtedly encounter fewer obstacles in the future. Noticing the gaze of those around him, Lin Yunli returned their scrutiny. Excellent. All the esteemed families of Qingyun City were present. The higher-ups of the Lin family remained as well, not having departed early for the main lineage. Observing this scene brought him a measure of comfort. He turned and descended back onto the flying vessel, landing before Chu Feng. Lin Yunli bowed respectfully and extended an invitation to Chu Feng. Master, below lies my Lin family. I humbly request that you honor us with your presence at our abode. Chu Feng nodded, and together with his 3 disciples, they leapt into the air. The massive flying vessel, akin to a small mountain, transformed into a mere speck of light, gently drifting into his sleeve. The four of them simultaneously descended toward the direction of the Lin family. Chapter 101. You claim to have taken an immortal as your master? Outside the grand gates of the Lin family, a party of four descended from the sky. The head of the Lin family, Lin Qian, was already awaiting their arrival, accompanied by numerous disciples. Lin Qian was a robust and formidable middle-aged man, his sharp features contrasting markedly with the slender Lin Xiao beside him. Tension radiated from Lin Qian as he hastened to greet the newcomers, suppressing his excitement. Yunli, what was that flying vessel we just witnessed? He inquired, casting a wary glance at the individuals accompanying Lin Yunli. Aside from the seemingly carefree young man standing casually with his hands behind his back, the other two exuded a palpable aura that made Lin Qian uneasy. The presence of the man and woman was quite intimidating, likely approaching his own level of strength. And who might these individuals be? Lin Qian pressed further. In response, Lin Yunli stepped forward to clarify. What you saw earlier was merely a means of transportation used by my master. He continued to introduce each person. Uncle, this is my master. And this is my senior brother, Xiaohuahua, and my second senior sister, Lu Qinwu. As Lin Yunli made the introductions, the others nodded in acknowledgement. Though Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock, he had initially assumed that Xiaohuahua, who appeared the strongest, was the leader of the group. To his astonishment, it was the seemingly unremarkable young man who was their master. Lin Qian could not discern the young man's cultivation level, nor could he detect any trace of his aura. Just how formidable was this individual? Surely, he must have surpassed the Dan formation stage. Lin Qian exchanged a glance with Lin Xiao, both men equally astounded. The flying vessel had unmistakably been an extraordinary artifact. Even the Lin family's esteemed lineage did not possess such treasures. Lin Yunli had actually become a disciple of such a powerful figure? The two men turned their gaze back to Lin Yunli, feeling as though they had awakened from a dream. His strength had not only multiplied several times since his departure, but his aura was also remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of instability. The solidity of his presence was unmatched among the disciples of their main lineage, suggesting that his remarkable prowess was not achieved at the expense of his foundations. This led to the conclusion that Lin Yunli's current strength was indeed a result of his master's tutelage. Lin Qian immediately bowed respectfully. I am Lin Qian, the head of the Lin family. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Lin Xiao quickly added, my son is rather dull-witted. I am deeply grateful for your thoughtful guidance. Casting a glance at the four, Lin Xiao noticed countless eyes scrutinizing them from either side of the street. He respectfully proposed, esteemed master, after your arduous journey, would you care to rest at the Lin residence? Chu Feng nodded in agreement. The three followed the Lin family into their abode. Once Chu Feng and his companions were settled with great care, Lin Qian seized the opportunity to lead Lin Yunli aside. Within the grand hall of the Lin residence, Lin Qian sat at the front, with Lin Xiao beside him, nervously addressing Lin Yunli, inquiring, Yunli, are you aware of the strength of your master? Which esteemed sect does he hail from? In their eyes, for a rogue cultivator to reach the core formation realm was already a remarkable feat, achievable only through a confluence of fortuitous circumstances. After all, each step taken by a rogue cultivator necessitates a continuous process of trial and error to grow stronger. Without the support of a formidable sect, even the most exceptional talent would find itself delayed in the arduous journey of self-discovery, ultimately fading into obscurity. As for a master like Lin Yunli's, who appeared so youthful yet possessed such formidable power, it could only be attributed to a renowned sect, nurtured from a young age within its profound heritage. It was even conceivable that this sect might not belong to their dynasty, but could be one of the top sects in Sangzhou. Now that Lin Yunli had taken him as a mentor, did it not imply a connection to a prestigious sect? Amidst Lin Qian's eager gaze, Lin Yunli shook his head, stating, my master does not come from any grand sect. There is likely no sect in this world capable of containing him. The two were momentarily taken aback by his words, and Lin Yunli continued, I was saved by my senior brother in the 10,000 Great Mountains. And by a twist of fate, I became my master's disciple. After spending time together, I suspect my master is a true immortal. Upon hearing the term immortal, Lin Qian's expression of bewilderment deepened, mirrored by Lin Zhao's shock, leaving both in stunned silence. An immortal? Aware of their difficulty in accepting such a notion, Lin Yunli refrained from offering further explanations, instead revealing his spiritual energy. The energy emanating from Lin Yunli felt like a scorching wind, striking both Lin Qian and Lin Xiao. Sensing the boy's power, they abruptly stood, exclaiming, Yunli, what is the source of your inner strength? Their expressions of fear were not unfounded. Lin Yunli's inner power provoked an instinctive turmoil within them, as if they were innately apprehensive of his aura. This spontaneous dread compelled them to remain unsettled. For warriors, once one ascends to the celestial realm, it is customary to cultivate techniques specific to that realm. For instance, celestial warriors are best suited to practice celestial martial arts, while core formation warriors focus on core formation techniques. Only during breakthroughs is it advisable to switch to techniques that align with the new realm. Practicing across realms could jeopardize a warrior's progression, leading to counterproductive outcomes. Naturally, many elite martial arts encompass lower-tier inner strength cultivation methods. But the inner strength cultivated through them pales in comparison to that derived from higher-tier martial arts. The fact that Lin Yunli's inner strength evoked such fear could not merely be attributed to core formation techniques. This implied that Lin Yunli was directly practicing martial arts of the martial king realm. Lin Yunli gazed at the two individuals, fully aware of their thoughts. He elucidated, "Uncle. Father, my current cultivation is not focused on inner strength, but rather on spiritual energy. Perhaps you have always believed that I have ascended 2 levels of celestial realms during this period. However, that is not the case. In truth, I have made no progress in my cultivation and have, in fact, regressed slightly. I have merely transformed my inner strength into spiritual energy. If we were to compare the density of both, I am currently at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Nevertheless, my strength is sufficient to confront a 3-tiered celestial being head-on, even without having practiced any celestial techniques." Lin Yunli conveyed this all in one breath. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the 2 middle-aged men before him had completely lost their composure, rendered numb by astonishment. Chapter 102. Lin Qinger dared to deceive my brother Lin Yun. In the presence of the increasingly dazed expressions of Lin Qian and the other, Lin Yunli continued. "Not to mention my elder brother. In merely a year's time under the tutelage of our master, he has ascended from a third-rate martial artist to a formidable celestial being at the 3rd level. With the celestial arts imparted by our master, he possesses the strength to effortlessly obliterate an 8-level celestial beast in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. I personally witnessed my elder brother unleash a colossal finger that obliterated an 8-level celestial beast in a single strike." At this point, Lin Yunli had conveyed the entirety of the tale. The middle-aged man before him found his worldview utterly shattered. The two stood like marionettes, taking a long moment to regain their composure. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Qian muttered to himself, "Celestial beings truly exist? Is there a path of cultivation distinct from martial arts? Has Yuner taken a celestial being as his master? Celestial magic. An instantaneous defeat of an 8-level celestial with a mere finger? Ascending from a 3rd-rate martial artist to a 3rd-level celestial in just a year?" Every word sounded like the ravings of a madman, leaving them in utter confusion. Yet, the palpable aura exuding from Lin Yunli continued to resonate with their inner strength, instilling a profound sense of fear that compelled them to believe. If this is true, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Zhao's eyes. Does this not mean that the Lin family is poised for greatness? Aligning with such a celestial being, regardless of whether the other disciples of the Lin family benefit. Lin Yunli's growth alone would propel the entire family to prominence. With a sense of reassurance, he remarked, "Yuner, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seize it well and do not disappoint your celestial master." Beside them, Lin Qian cast a knowing glance at Lin Zhao, his gaze laden with unspoken words. Since the clan competition, Lin Zhao had been mired in despair. As an elder brother, Lin Qian felt immense sympathy but was at a loss for solutions. After all, having a shattered dantian, even a martial king would find it exceedingly difficult to remedy the situation. However, if Lin Yunli's master truly was a celestial being, might there be a way to address the issue of his shattered dantian? Under such scrutiny, Lin Zhao was well aware of his elder brother's intentions. He gave a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "My injury has persisted for so many years, there is no longer a need for treatment. It would be unkind to trouble the celestial master further." Observing Lin Zhao's despondent demeanor, Lin Yunli clenched his fists tightly. His once spirited father had transformed into this state because of that man. A surge of long-bottled anger flared within him as he thought, 2 more months, Lin Tian. You shall await my reckoning. Yet, he sighed deeply for Lin Zhao, expressing his concerns. As I take on a master, not only does he teach me celestial arts, but he also provides me with celestial stones to aid my cultivation. Yet, I have yet to offer anything in return. Lin Qian immediately grasped his meaning and laughed heartily. Yunli is indeed thoughtful. To have the opportunity to take such a high-ranking celestial being as a master is a fortune that our Lin family has scarcely encountered in generations. Although the celestial master may not regard the treasures of the Lin family with favor, our heartfelt intentions must remain unwavering. Universe, you are free to select anything from the Lin family treasury. We cannot allow the Celestial Master to feel neglected. As he spoke, he produced a dark token from his waist and handed it to Lin Yunli. Yun'er, with this token, you may withdraw 1,000 gold coins from the Lin family. This sum is entirely yours. If you do not find anything satisfactory in the treasury, feel free to venture out and purchase what you desire. Of course, you may also use it for your own needs. These coins are meant for you. Lin Yunli received it with gratitude. Thank you, uncle. You need not worry about my father's matters. I will devise a solution when the time comes. It could be said that Lin Yunli had been contemplating ways to address this for years, and now, at long last, an opportunity had presented itself. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, clutching his teacup, trembled so much that tea spilled over, yet he paid it no heed. A flicker of hope ignited in his dim eyes as he gazed into the vast sky beyond the hall, lost in thought. Is there truly a way to restore my Dantian? Before the grand entrance of the Lin family, Lin Yunli donned a more opulent attire as he stepped towards the door. As he ascended the steps, he mused about the treasures available in the Qingyun city marketplace. Brother Yun, a melodious and vibrant voice called from his left. Turning, he beheld a striking young lady approaching with a hint of wistfulness. She stood before him, her lips pouting slightly. Brother Yun, you left without a word for 2 months. Now that you have returned, you do not even seek me out. What are you secretly planning? Observing Lin Qing'er's melancholic expression, Lin Yunli could only manage a wry smile. I had gone to seek a master. Now I intend to wander and see if there are any worthy gifts for my mentor. With a playful smile, he added, of course, I must also buy something for my long-absent Qing. Clearly, Lin Yunli had mastered the art of charming Lin Qing'er. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes, yet she turned her face away, huffing. You didn't think to bring anything back from your travels, only to remember when you returned to Qingyun City. She then inquired with genuine concern, may I ask which esteemed master you have sought? And what is their level of cultivation? Lin Yunli, captivated by the radiant young lady before him, felt his spirits lift as he chuckled. My master possesses unfathomable skills. After spending time together, I suspect he is an ancient immortal. However, the thoughts that remained unspoken in his heart lingered. A solitary retreat spanning 100,000 years. Could he not be an ancient immortal? Over the course of their interactions, Lin Yunli, influenced by Xiao Huahua and Lu Qingguo, had grown increasingly convinced of Chu Feng's true identity. After all, with the formidable Yan Zhu as his foundation and witnessing tangible changes in his own strength, his trust in Chu Feng soared to new heights. However, in stark contrast to Lin Yunli's delight, Lin Qing'er, standing before him, furrowed her brow slightly as she gazed at his face. An ancient immortal? How could such a thing possibly exist? Could it be that some crafty charlatan, possessing a modicum of skill, has learned of Brother Yun's fondness for tales and devised a scheme